Chapter 2351. I understand Leonel was truly speechless. He had lost count of just how many times his father had pranked him in the past, but this just felt ridiculous. Why the hell is my soul only at 0.17%? Leonel shook the dictionary a bit as though he was grabbing his father's shoulders. Unexpectedly, or maybe expectedly, he received an answer. Your soul was mostly sealed in the past. Any attempt that you might have made only released it in part, while what remained was still chained within you. When Leonel heard this, he calmed a bit, but what he heard next made him feel helpless. In addition, there are layers to the soul. These layers can be looked at much like force manipulation. There are multiple dimensions, and the soul is layered throughout each one. The stronger your soul is, the more dimensions it is layered throughout. If you want to fully separate your soul from your body after birth, you have to first reach the impetus state in dream force-like state if you find yourself outside of an incomplete world, and only then can you fully sense all the layers of your soul. Then, you can begin the process of true separation. The reason why Leonel felt helpless after he heard this was because he was in the impetus state now, but he was already on his way out of their incomplete world. This place should still be in an incomplete world, so he should be fine for now. But all of this essentially meant that he had to find a method to separate his soul from his body fully before all of this came to an end. Judging by the situation of the humans, even in complete worlds, it was obvious that they didn't have such a method, so he couldn't expect to just stumble onto such a thing while roaming this world. That meant that he would have to find this method on his own. Or would he? Even if the true progression path his father had laid out couldn't be started until he checked off all of these boxes, that didn't mean that Velasco hadn't laid out a detailed plan for these individual tasks. So Leonel chose to ask, and luckily his father didn't leave him hanging. And better than that, the fake digital voice that he was using in the past seemed to have been left there, so it really felt like his dad was speaking right to him. Meditate within the dream plane. The more you understand yourself, the easier it will be. Leipzig Vobiobie and cryptic, but this told Leonel that there must be some sort of bar of comprehension that he had to clear. After some hesitation, he chose to find an abandoned region before he used his earth force to bury himself deep underground. Only then did he enter the segmented cube. He sat in the midst of a forest and entered a deep state of meditation. In a flash, he had appeared in the dream plane once again. Layers? Sense of self? Leonel thought deeply about what this would mean, but almost instantly he understood the first. There was a vague line connecting his true self and the self that entered the dream plane. The dream plane was the second dimension itself, but his body, when he focused on that vague line, he found that his body was being stretched across several planes of existence, pulled in countless directions. There was his body, which was in the third, his mind, which was in the fifth, his forces, which were in the seventh. This all confused Leonel, though. He had begun to stray away from the concepts of dimensions a bit. Once he had accepted the vast bubble as a complete world, he felt that their magic system was more correct. The vast bubble didn't use dimensions. They used stars as a gauge instead. But what was odd about this was that force manipulation used dimensions, and his father was obviously also using dimensions. So who was? It clicked. Those sons of bitches? Leonel shook his head. This was obviously another ploy by those four great families to keep people in the dark. The less they understood about dimensions and their weighted importance, the less likely they would be to grasp certain things. Soon, these youths here would probably be like him, thinking the so-called gods were obviously correct, and abandon their already adequate comprehension of progression and how progress should be made. The dimensions were important, extremely so, and they actually seemed to be loosely based on Earth's physical sciences as well. The idea of dimensional folds, of one step above being infinitely more powerful than the last, then it clicked for Leonel once again. To understand myself should mean to comprehend just how much my soul is doing for me. It's being stretched in so many directions, supporting my existence in the third dimension, and even up to my forces in the seventh. It's so flexible. It's the very foundation of my life, and it does so with ease, but that doesn't mean that it's working optimally either. Leonel meditated in silence, trying to understand what that might mean. His thoughts drifted, and he thought of the first 7 individuals that he had killed when he entered here. How their thoughts were so different from one another, and how they all knew and understood that absorbing the souls of others was bad, not just morally, but for their own progression path as well. And then he thought about how his soul seemed to be anchored to this place. It couldn't move across large distances from his location because my body is an anchor holding it down, to separate the soul from the body. Didn't it mean to give the soul absolute freedom? But he felt like he was missing something. It shouldn't just be absolute freedom, or else wouldn't he be essentially killing himself? If the connection to this soul and body was fully severed, his body would atrophy and die. I understand. Leonel's progression bar suddenly trembled, and from 0.17%, it began to skyrocket upward in 10% increments. Chapter 235-2, Lost. Chapter 235-2, Lost. Leonel could feel his soul almost compressing. If before it was like an accordion stretched thin and playing a note that was as shrill as it was high-pitched, now it was an extended, rhythmic hum. It was almost like a piano with the pedals pushed down, each note resonating longer and layering atop the next note that was played. The notes played first began to slowly decompress and fade, while the latter ones thrummed with a vibrant boom. These images that coated his mind were more figments of his thought, almost like artistic conceptions that were leading his action. And yet, it was exactly this artistic conception that held so much strength and power. Just how much had he learned about the art of thought? His grandfather's methods built atop of this, starting from the power of the word, progressing to the power of a verse, to the power of a painting and a resonant note. These were all artistic conceptions, and even until now, they were a core part of why his spear force was so powerful, lightsninval.ctm. But why was it that such a thing could impact his spear force? Leonel had deduced this matter long ago. Weapon forces were far more malleable than other forces. A force like Scarlet Star Force had its own personality, its own will, its own life, so to speak. However, what differentiated weapon forces from other forces was that while they had their own character, they could be molded. Leonel had come to understand that the impetus for the creation of weapon forces had to rely on the same impetus that created life itself. Weapons wouldn't exist without the will of humans. It took unique intelligence to create weapons. However, this intelligence didn't just manifest weapons out of nowhere. It relied on the laws that the world had already created. The two worked hand in hand. On one hand, there were the humans who created weapons for the sake of hunting, of protecting themselves, and on the other hand, there were the laws of the universe. How could a weapon work without the concepts of sharpness, the concepts of momentum, the concepts of swiftness and flexibility? A sword could only be sharp because the universal laws dictated that a blade, when refined enough, would find it much easier to cut through things. This was a crude explanation, and yet it was a true one. Leonel found himself understanding the connection between the two all the more. The connection between the life that was humans and the life that was forces. The line that separated what was the soul, what was the very core of a being's, well, being, and what was simply a law of the world, one that would exist even without the input of life. When he understood this, Leonel felt his body tremble at the same instant his soul reached 100% separation. His spear force and his bow force had both entered the impetus state. Not only had they entered the impetus state, but they had entered the middle impetus state, a step beyond even that of his dream force. However, this didn't last for long as his dream force took one step and then another. His dream force entered the higher impetus state, a step beyond that of his weapon forces, and just a step below the very peak of the impetus state, just 2 half steps from the life state. Leonel felt as though his body was floating on a cloud. He felt both disconnected from it and somehow more connected to it than he ever had before. He realized that the true core of his life wasn't his body at all. Rather, his body was just a conduit of nature and its laws. His body was a vessel through which his soul could impose its will onto the world, but it was not his soul, and it was not the root of his life. At that moment, Leonel felt that his soul could travel endlessly through the dream plane. Of course, if the life force of his body ran out as he did so, his body would die, and he would have to reconstruct a new one. But ultimately, the bounds that had been placed on him were no longer present. What Leonel didn't know quite yet was that there were even some life state dream force users that could not accomplish this. Reaching the life state didn't mean that you could separate your soul from your body perfectly, and those that relied on treasures to do the same thing would not have this privilege either unless they came to understand the truth. It could be said that Leonel had opened up a clear path for himself toward the life state. All he needed was time and accumulation. But what he was more interested in wasn't the state of his soul. He already knew he had succeeded. Rather, he was far more interested in his weapon forces. His spear force and bow force had taken such an enormous leap forward, but he had a feeling that it was a bit hollow. The comprehension that Leonel had just come to could be applied to any and all weapon forces. Technically, if he used glaive force right now, it would be at the middle impetus state as well. This is a bit of a problem. Without even circulating his spear force and bow force for fear of what it might do to his body, Leonel knew that he had lost his true sovereignty. If he used either right now or used his mage core to gather it from the surroundings, it would no longer have its golden hue. Instead, it would be the normal white silvery color. Leonel hadn't known that this was even possible. He assumed that it would be permanent. Even so, Leonel wasn't worried. If he wanted to regain his true sovereignty, he just had to bring his precise comprehension of the spear and bow to the same level as his holistic level of weapon forces in general. He grinned. That was far easier than what he had just done. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Chapter 2353. Thank you. Leonel stood up. He didn't begin to meditate on the spear and bow now because he knew that it was useless. Even if he regained his true sovereignty, so what? His use of his weapon forces would be limited until he returned to his original strength. This wasn't exactly true. Leonel had a feeling that the training plan his father had in store for him would allow him to use his weapon forces long before he returned to the 7th dimension. Or else, what would be the point? However, it wasn't worth the time expenditure currently. Although what he had just done was much harder, he had also had a sudden moment of enlightenment that brought together all of his comprehensions from across several years of thought. He didn't have such momentum for the spear and bow themselves. If he wanted to meditate on it, it would probably take him at least a few weeks. If he battled, however, it would likely only take him a few days. Unless I use the spear domain ring. Leonel looked down at the ring, but he was already moving. There was a chance that if he continuously tried to gain the acknowledgement of the spears in the ring, he could cut down a few days' work to just a few hours. But once again, he felt that it wasn't worth the time. When he gathered his weapon forces with his mage core, the effects weren't as strong, though he now understood why. The source of weapon forces came from one part humans and another part the world. If he solely gathered up weapon forces from the world, then he was cutting off half of its strength. That's interesting, Leonel thought as he continued to move toward the Dimensional Verse's seated participant. What if I used myself and the mage core at the same time, and then used my spear dance on top of that? Would I be able to gain a spear strike that was close to the life state as a result? Leonel's thoughts swirled with ideas, but he soon tossed them to the back of his mind. It didn't matter how many ideas he came up with if in the end he couldn't use them. His first priority was to strengthen himself. That meant that his focus should be knocking down the other two items on his father's list. This meant that he had to bring all of his forces to the impetus state, and then find a way to enter the constellation realm without leaving the third dimension. Easy peasy, lightsnivel.cnimbergil.cnml, Leonel chuckled to himself. What were his forces? He had Vital Star Force, Scarlet Star Force, Void Star Void, and Emulation Spatial Force. These were the few forces he had left that hadn't reached the impetus state. But did his father really mean all of them? That was when Leonel realized he didn't need to just stumble around blindly anymore. He could just ask, all forces core to your path. My path? Leonel mumbled. How do I decide that? Don't be an idiot. Leonel was rendered speechless again. He had forgotten that this was an AI of his father, of course. It'd have a few answers like this one. So he decided to be more specific. Right now, my core forces are, should I keep them as is? Why do you have Void Star Force? To balance out my Scarlet Star Force. And why do you need to balance it out? Because Leonel's voice trailed off. Back when he had made the decision to strengthen his Void Star Force, it was because he wanted the mirror of his Scarlet Star Force. This would not only help him keep it in check, but it would also provide him a different perspective in comprehending his Scarlet Star Force. But now that he knew the balance to his Scarlet Star Force innate nodes was this apparent creation path that he was on, was it still necessary? If anything, the Void Star Force might mess with the balance instead. That's a shame. Having 10 stars was kind of cool. I don't need you to have 10 stars. In the end, your stars will form a force art. This force art will become the only natural force art you will ever need, and it will use your constellation as its foundation. 1 star, 10 star, 9 stars, 1,000,000 stars, it doesn't matter. He was about to finish his words when his gaze sharpened. He slipped his father's silver disc back into the segmented cube, and he dodged to the side. An arrow hit the ground with such force that it cratered it. Even after doing this, it still didn't seem satisfied, splintering the ground that remained as its feathered urn whipped back and forth with enough force to cause hurricane force winds. Maybe I should have strengthened my bow force back to true sovereign force after all. What an annoyance. Leonel's gaze sharpened as he saw the perpetrator in the distance. They were some sort of demon-monkey hybrid. His arms, and most of his body really, was covered in a red, almost rusted fur. It was just that practically the only thing Leonel could see were his arms because they were so long. If this demon monkey wanted, he could drag his knuckles across the ground as he walked. Upon closer inspection, Leonel actually noticed that this demon monkey, or one of the beast men he presumed, actually had 3 jointed arms instead of just 2. Leonel looked at the demon monkey Alpha as though he was a reigning idiot. You had those sorts of genetics, but instead of wielding a spear or a pair of sabers, or literally anything but a goddamn bow, you chose this path? When Leonel chose his weapons, he did so out of necessity, and then soon afterward he did it because his lineage factor matched it. It was practicality that came first for him. But this fool, Alpha Demon Monkey, could almost feel the palpable disdain coming from Leonel, and it confused him. He had just been surprised that Leonel actually survived his strike, all for this to happen. Oh! Leonel suddenly lit up. You have a bow domain ring, thank you very much. Alpha Demon Monkey didn't know what to say. Why was this human thanking him? But Leonel had already moved. Chapter 2035-4, Ability Index. Leonel's speed didn't feel fast, especially not in the eyes of the Alpha Demon Monkey, and yet, for some reason, the latter felt his senses blur for a moment, and by then, Leonel was already right before him. Interesting, that doesn't work too bad, but it's not as effective as my Ability Index. Also takes up a lot more of my Dream Force. Not that that matters all too much. Leonel punched out, trying to test something. The Demon Monkey Alpha was completely on the back foot. He was confused. How had his advantage disappeared so quickly? He was an archer, so obviously the distance benefited him. He had been at least a kilometer away from Leonel, so how come all of that had already vanished? He raised his bow to block Leonel's strike, but Leonel's fist seemed to vanish and he found a strong strike landing on his chest. Lightsnibble.cnm, or was it a strong strike? Alpha Demon Monkey took a single step back, his heart skipping a beat as he felt death loom over him, but that feeling vanished as quickly as it appeared, being replaced by a dull ache instead of the heart-rending pain that he had been expecting. So weak? What Alpha Demon Monkey didn't know was that Leonel was surprised as well, not by the weakness in his strike, but rather the exact opposite. He hadn't used any force just now and only relied on his third-dimensional body. Of course, he had also used his dream force to pull at the demon monkey's mind and confuse the location of his fist, but other than that, it was just pure strength. My body is stronger? Why? In the third dimension, he shouldn't be able to make a seventh-dimensional being feel anything with just his body alone. It should have felt like a fly was landing on his chest, but the demon monkey actually took a step back. Interesting, Leonel didn't believe that this was being of his force comprehension, obviously, because he hadn't used his force to bolster his strength just now. The only explanation was that this was a result of his soul being fully separated from his body. With his soul being separated, it wasn't just his soul that was freed, but his soul as well. Together, the body and soul formed a sort of mutually suppressive relationship with one another. Only when they were pulled apart could they display their truest strength. Most importantly, with his soul fully separated from his body, Leonel's talent could finally flourish to its greatest extent. In the next coming days to months, his body's strength would increase by leaps and bounds. He was looking forward to seeing just how much stronger he could become in body alone. Leonel's gaze flashed and his combat style shifted. Universal force descended and melded with his body, the skies turning various shades of light and dark. Natural light realm, but you're... Bang! The next fist that landed carried with it the weight of a mountain. The demon monkey tried and failed to block once again, finding himself surrounded by countless afterimages of Leonel. Thousands of fists rained down, but only one in a batch of hundreds was real. The Alpha found himself being kneaded like meat, but his life ultimately wasn't in danger. Even so, the danger to his life was one matter, but the humiliation was a completely different one. He felt a rage bubbling up deep within him, and he roared into the skies. Leonel lightly tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, appearing outside the range of the roaring force in an instant. He didn't fear it, but he was rather reassessing some things. Using his dream force like this had great results. It took more dream force, but his reserves were so large that he hardly felt the dent. Access to the dream plane made several of his previously created ability index techniques far stronger as well, not to mention shed the previous weakness of his dream force being unable to project to his body, at least somewhat. Using the dream plane as an extension of his soul, he could basically stretch his dream world within the second dimension. As a result, he didn't need to rely on the starry-tailed fox's domains any longer. However, he wasn't sure if this was the path for him. Toying with the mind was something that he could do, but it wasn't ultimately a path that had a great deal of potential for him. If he had an illusion-type Dreamforce ability index, then it would be worthwhile investing some time into this path, but right now, it wasn't as viable. Due to his father's training regimen, and especially the time he had spent separating his soul, Leonel began to think more about not just how to get stronger, but what the best paths were for him as well. His mind couldn't help but drift back toward King Alexandra and his ability index. He could still absorb it any time he wanted, but Leonel took out the silver disc again. Old man, what do you think about absorbing another ability index? Alpha Demon Monkey knocked an arrow, pulling back with all his strength. Seeing this, Leonel nodded. At the very least, the Demon Monkey hadn't given up all of his advantages. Taking advantage of his long arms and extra joints, his bow was much larger for his body than it should have been, allowing him to pull far more power out of the bow. If you believe that your ability index is so close to this King Alexandra's, a mirror image even, then why waste your time taking strength from others when you can forge it on your own? If you have a chance to do something on your own, never rely on someone else. An ability index is more flexible than you're giving it credit for. Once you understand what an ability index is, where it gets its strength from, and how much you should or shouldn't rely on it, everything will become clear. Chapter 2355, Off Switch, Shiryu. The arrow shot through the air with blazing speed. The separation between Leonel and the Demon Monkey wasn't even 100 meters. With their strength, even shooting arrows from tens of kilometers away could be considered to be close, let alone just a few dozen meters. The danger Leonel was in was quite high. Even a few seconds would be too long of a counter for the time it would take the arrow to pierce his head. Even so, Leonel seemed to be in a bit of a daze. Never rely on someone else for something you can do yourself. That was indeed his father's philosophy, even to the very end. He followed it until his dying breath, relying on nothing other than his spear. Leonel was different from his father. He wasn't a lone wolf, and he didn't want to be one. He wanted to move forward with his brothers, with his friends, with his future wife. That all-consuming loneliness wasn't something he wanted to experience again. Leonel shook his head. That guy isn't me. Even so, Leonel felt that his father's words were correct. He was often careless with his path. No, he had been careless with his path until now. That feeling of loneliness wasn't all that had consumed him. There was also that arrogance, that unwarranted, unearned, undeserved arrogance that had been a mainstay for him for so long. Because of that, he took his steps casually. He didn't plan very much into the future, and he had made several mistakes until now, mistakes he could only say that he was lucky to receive an opportunity to correct. Recklessly absorbing the ability index of someone else just because he felt that he had deduced that it was the perfect mirror image of his own was something that the Leonel of the past would have definitely done. He would take his father's advice and apply it where it was needed, and where it wasn't needed, he would follow his own path and rely on his own thoughts just like his father had told him to. Leonel smiled. It was a sight that looked absolutely ridiculous, especially when there was an arrow just about to pierce right through his head. If it landed, it wouldn't just be his body that was destroyed, his ethereal glabella would go along with it and he would truly die. However, his lips only slightly parted. Disperse. The arrow trembled in the air and suddenly lost all of its strength and momentum. It wobbled and then fell out of the skies. A wave of fatigue hit Leonel, but his eyes were glowing with a fierce light. Everything seemed to line up perfectly. He even felt that he understood why it was true sovereigns were able to become immune to all weapon forces of like kind. That ability index. Alpha Demon Monkey practically screeched. Leonel moved again, his movements even faster than last time. Even so, the Demon Monkey felt that he was far easier to read and react to, but halfway there, Leonel pulled out a wooden spear. You! The Demon Monkey's eyes opened wide in shock. Leonel was very clearly a fist expert. How had he just? He froze. He froze. The spear strike was simply too exquisite. He almost wanted to present his neck to it. What was he thinking about just now? Where? His thoughts ceased. It was like the candlelight of his life was cut off, crushed instantly and so quickly that he never had a chance to realize what was happening. Leonel flexed his wrist, the tip of his spear vibrating wildly as he pointed it to the ground. That spear strike felt good. Very good. It seemed that even though he had lost his true sovereignty, the effect of having a weapon in the impetus state was clear for all to see. But that obviously wasn't all. It was as though he could impose his very will on the world now. He didn't need to think that there would be such a large change immediately. He couldn't grant titles like Alexandra had, at least not yet, but his will was far more tangible than it had been before. And if he did take that step and speak a word, the world itself seemed to be forced to listen. Leonel reached out a hand, and the bow domain ring flew to him. He rolled it through his fingers as though it was a coin, his designation shining through as it moved so quickly that the ring blurred and then disappeared entirely. Leonel stood in thought for a long while. He had been focused on the weapon force aspect of the domain rings, but there was something that he had neglected, the lineage factors. Lightsnivel.cnem, why was he so excited to get his hands on the bow domain ring? It obviously wasn't for the bows. He had one in his possession that was already of the life grade, and his Morales lineage factor also now allowed him to create his own as well. What he really wanted to do was complete the lineage factor and allow his eyes to become a great supplementary strength. But his father's words echoed in his ears again. Don't rely on others for something you could do yourself. This alone made him hesitate, but then he thought of that little pink-eyed woman's words. She had said that the eyes provided by the bow domain lineage factor were just inferior products. Of course, she had spoken partially out of anger, but Leonel could sense the truth in her words. She had exaggerated, but she hadn't been untruthful. Then he thought about his own strength, how the demoness could seemingly turn off his strength as she pleased and seal him away with a thought. He didn't know if this was just because she was obscenely powerful, or there was an off switch built into his very DNA. Leonel's fingers suddenly stopped, the ring spinning on the tip of his thumb before he flicked it upward. It never got the chance to fall down as it vanished into the segmented cube. You've all been there for a while now. Is it necessary to continue to do so even now? Why don't we get acquainted? Chapter 2030-56, Clown. In the far-off distance, there was quite a large group of people. Even with his partial bow domain lineage factor, Leonel could see them quite clearly. They had clearly used the demon monkey as a scout, which made sense considering the benefits of being both an archer and one of sharp sight. However, Leonel was wondering why these people hadn't done anything while their companion died. It seems that the relationship between the alphas isn't as close-knit as that between the alphas and their betas. It's also possible that it's just a cultural thing, and they don't want to interfere in one-on-one battles. It's also possible they didn't respect this alpha. A sneak attack like the one he tried to use against me isn't very much like the rest of the alphas I've fought. Leonel casually tried to deduce some things. He felt that it was important to understand the enemies he was facing, mostly because their current behavior was peculiar. They had actually gathered up like this, each one of them with extraordinary power. His eyes scanned them one by one, observing Alpha Clown for a very long while before he finally focused on Alpha Blue Star. This was definitely the person he was looking for, he was sure of it. But the words of his father echoed in his mind again, and he hesitated. After a short while, he came to a decision. If I cannot break into the impetus state with my vital star force before this farce ends, I will take it regardless of the consequences. The longer I leave Ina in that state, the more variables there will be. Leonel relaxed when he came to this decision, as though a guillotine that had been hanging over his head vanished. Then there was a flash of black. Leonel practically had to look straight up. Alpha Clown stood at a height that was easily two of him. He moved so quickly that distance felt like nothing more than a joke to him. He stood no more than a single meter from Leonel, looking down at him. His yellow, reptilian eyes seemed to be trying to see something, but what he wanted to see clearly didn't come. You can understand our language. The words were deep and rumbling, and they also didn't seem like a question at all. Instead, it was a statement. Leonel could tell that this person wasn't very used to asking questions at all. That's not what you want to ask me, Leonel smiled. First, you want to know why I haven't retreated yet. Second, you want to know why I'm so powerful despite being in the fifth dimension. The reptilian slits in Alpha Clown's eyes sharpened. Indeed, he already knew how Leonel could. He had seen powerful Dreamforce users before. He had instead wanted to probe Leonel to get a baseline for who he was, and he had an answer already. Arrogant. And more than that, correct. People like you, who like to toy with the minds of others, often die horrible deaths, Alpha Clown said slowly. Blaming someone else for your inadequacy? It doesn't seem like something an alpha like yourself should do, no? A bloody grin spread across Alpha Clown's face. It was feeling with an eerie and almost crippling darkness, one that could freeze enemies as though a cold spell had been cast. You are not a seed participant. There are people in your world stronger than you? I doubt it, Leonel said after a moment. You don't seem sure. Well, I can't be too arrogant, now can I? People don't usually like people like that. I believe that ship has sailed long ago, Leonel chuckled. You have a pretty scary face, but your sense of humor isn't bad. I try to tell people that all the time, but they never believe me. And why's that? I'm not sure. I even put it in my name. Leonel's smile brightened. What? Do you call yourself Alpha Clown or something? Lights of L.CMM? The atmosphere seemed to freeze. The alphas in the distance all felt their hearts constrict as a fist that could end worlds descended. Leonel took one step to the side, and yet he still felt his knees nearly collapse. A raging wind blew by his ear, shredded his skin apart. It would have taken his entire head with it, just from the wind pressure alone, had it not been for the fact his universal force was still circulating. Even so, it looked as though half of his face had suddenly erupted in a wave of blood. He lost so many layers of skin that it almost exposed his bone. Leonel shook his head and chuckled. I take it back, Leonel said with a bloody smile. A clown shouldn't have such a bad sense of humor. Alpha Clown slowly pulled his fist back. That sick and twisted smile was still there. Interesting. There are only 2 people I know in the 7th dimension that can survive a fist of mine. Well, you can't survive it, but you can at least dodge it. I'll give you a chance. Become my beta and teach me how you are so powerful despite being so inferior in dimension, and I will allow you to live. Leonel's grin widened. Looking up at Alpha Clown, from the distance, it didn't feel as though he was half the former's height either. Didn't I tell you before? No one likes arrogant people. Arrogance implies inadequacy. The word you're looking for is confidence. You're not keeping up. I also already said something about that. Didn't you hear me? Leonel's smile suddenly faded and the air shifted. Blaming someone else for your inadequacy isn't very alpha-like. Kneel. Alpha Clown's smile froze. This ability index. Bang. Alpha Clown's entire expression seemed to be cast into a moment in time as one of his knees came crashing into the ground. It was as though the world commanded him to do so, and he couldn't fight back against it. Leonel's spear rested on Alpha Clown's neck, looking straight into his eyes. He seemed to want to ingrain his image into Alpha Clown's psyche. Then he suddenly vanished. Chapter 2035-7, Cripple Leonel landed heavily a long distance away. Of course, this wasn't because he had been kicked or punched, but rather because he had escaped with his emulation spatial innate node. The Leonel that had been holding his spear to Alpha Clown's neck was nothing more than one of his clones. As for himself, the moment he said kneel, he had already escaped. This time, though, he used his will to form an impression on space and combine it with his ability index, allowing him to jump a much further distance in one go than he would otherwise be able to. After hacking up several mouthfuls of blood, Leonel chuckled to himself before slumping against some rock. He had let his ego get the best of him. Truthfully, he should have just escaped directly, but he didn't like letting that clown go unscathed, so he had forced him to kneel. Well, that had cost him practically all of his dream force, and as a result, he hadn't been able to jump as far through space as he had hoped. If he didn't get a move on, they'd probably find him within a few minutes. If they had any spatial force experts, it would be even faster than that. That Alpha Clown was annoying, but he was powerful. In fact, Leonel felt that even if his grandfather hadn't sent him back to the 3rd dimension, he would still be weaker than Alpha Clown. Of course, he was Tier 1 of the 7th dimension back then, while Alpha Clown was well into Tier 9 and seemed to be suppressing himself from entering the 8th dimension, but it was the truth nonetheless. In the dimensional verse, just stepping into the 7th dimension had made Leonel invincible among 7th dimensional humans, at the very least. But clearly, this wasn't the case here, and it most definitely wasn't the case since he was stuck at the 3rd dimension for now. If it was the me of back then, I would have probably meandered around until I had a breakthrough of some sort, and then I would have defeated him before going on my merry way. Leonel smiled as he pushed himself up. His body was in a bad but not terrible state. The greatest wound was to his face, so nothing major. He'd just have an ugly mug for a bit. The greatest problem was his dream force. He only realized now just how valuable his stars were. Recovering his dream force felt that it was moving at a snail's pace. Leonel began to run, using the energy of his emulation spatial innate node directly to cover more distance. He didn't even want to waste the dream force it would take to use his mage core, so he had to do what he had to do. Just my luck, Leonel mumbled. His dream force might be drained, but everything was relatively. He might just have a single % remaining, and yet he was still capable of using his internal sight to a distance of several hundred kilometers, even if he could no longer tap into the dream plane. All this time, Leonel had been making his way toward the Dimensional Verse's seated genius, and that would, obviously, be leading him out of the Beastman Dimensional Verse's territory. Well, after his huge teleportation, he had made it to the borders of this territory, and into the borders of another, and these people seemed to have exceptionally sharp minds because they had already long since spotted him. Lightsnit Veal Doc CME. For the millionth time, he blamed his grandfather for not letting him prepare for this before pulling out his bow. The nomad race. They looked no different from humans, aside from the fact their ethereal glabellas stuck out from their foreheads. Oh, and there was of course the fact that they had 6 pairs of hands, 2 of which floated without wrists or arms as well. In a lot of ways, though, they were simply better at being humans than humans were. They had larger ethereal glabellas, more hands, and most importantly, they were better at being jacks of all trades than any other race in existence. It could be said that the greatest weakness of the human domain of Leonel's dimensional verse was that no one followed just a single path. As such, their energies were diverted across numerous disciplines, and they couldn't align their potential as one. The greatest strength of the nomad race, however, was exactly this weakness of the humans. They were exceptional in body and hand-to-hand combat, like the rapax. They had great nimbleness and mobility, much like the dwarven race. They had excellent attunement with the elements, much like the spirituals. This was why they were called the nomads. The paths they could journey were many, and the ones that they could travel to the end of were numerous. As a result of this, the nomad race was quite well known for their insatiable desire for knowledge they wanted to assimilate into their own understanding to grow their strength. So when the nomad dimensional verse, a verse that had swallowed up all other races but the nomads themselves, laid eyes on a fifth-dimensional expert strong enough to dodge even their strikes, their eyes lit up as though it was Christmas Day. Leonel was bombarded from all sides, hounded, and treated like some runaway science experiment. There were weak nomads, as there were strong ones, but the main issue was that the baseline of the nomads was much higher than that of humans. As such, while the betas had been easy kills for Leonel, he had yet to come across a nomad that was anywhere near as easy. Leonel was able to kill many of them from a far-off distance, but the nomad race was intelligent and not nearly as feral as the beastmen. When they saw their comrades die, their first thought wasn't to charge forward blindly. Instead, they took a step back and reassessed, preparing to launch an assault that would cripple Leonel. Chapter 2030-58. Damn. Chapter 2030-58. Damn. Leonel huffed in deep breaths. Because he was in the middle of his shitstorm, the beastmen shouldn't feel that they have an easy time either, if they pursued him so far, that is. Of course, Leonel didn't have any fantasies about the matter. Someone like Alpha Clown, when he was interested in something, would pursue it to the very ends. This was what it meant to grow strong. Even so, Leonel shook his head. If it wasn't for the fact most of his lineage factors were greatly weakened or even outright sealed in many cases, he would have long since used instant recovery. He thought about bringing out his demons to fight for him, but he had sensed great resistance when he tried to do that, and he had a feeling that if he pushed through, he would end up causing some undue attention to himself that would make the rest of this place a hassle to deal with. Yep. A swirl of black appeared before Leonel, causing his eyes to open wide. Little Black Star? Why was this little guy so... He didn't know exactly what it was, but the cluster of Little Black Star's fur felt less lustrous. Not in a sickly or faded sort of way, but rather in a deep abyssal black and swallowing all light sort of way. The last time he checked, Little Black Star wasn't in anywhere near this condition. It had only been half a day, no? And even if he accounted for the time he had spent in this trial world, it had been less than 2. Basically, he had only just convinced Little Black Star to focus on the Shadowtail just yesterday. How'd you become like this in a day, little guy? Little Black Star's head tilted in confusion. A day? It's been over a year, Anastasia's voice echoed. What? Leonel hurriedly checked his body as though to check if he had any wires coming out of him. If he had been out for a year, then those nomads would have definitely dissected him thoroughly. Oh, you don't know. Anastasia seemed to have a tinge of amusement in her voice. After your grandpa tapped your forehead, you were out cold. He took you out of the incomplete world entirely and into an odd space. Only half a day passed to you, but in the incomplete world, over a year passed. Whatever he did, it left me and Little Black Star behind. Suddenly, so many things seemed to make sense. It was no wonder he had ended up being transported without everyone else. Was he even considered a participant of the dimensional verse? That was a good thing, though, no? It made it harder for those that wanted to track him, but... Ina? Leonel's heart was beating out his chest. If Black Star experienced over a year, so had Ina. I wouldn't worry about her if I were you. She's doing fine. Fine? What do you mean? Did something happen? Yes, her self-healing has already kicked in, from what I can tell. It's a bit blurry to see through the golden tablet, and I don't want to push through in case it affects her, but her soul has already reformed. I wouldn't be surprised if she woke up soon. Leonel didn't know what to say. Wasn't he supposed to gain an impetus state vital star force understanding first? But then he remembered. It wasn't his future self that told him that. His future self hadn't explained anything. It was Elryon that had told him that. Back then, he used his half-step impetus state vital star force to help bring what remained of Ina's together. He hadn't thought that Ina would be able to do the rest on her own. Leonel practically grinned ear to ear. Damned Pluto brat, pretending to be all-knowing when... Hey, Leonel suddenly turned his attention to Anastasia. Was it impossible for you to explain these things before? You never asked. You didn't think that it would be important for me to know? You're always in your own head. You should try thinking aloud, then I'll know what you need, Anastasia harumphed. Unbelievable, Leonel said speechlessly. Rumble. Lightsverge, Velwol, shit. Leonel tapped into his emulation spatial force, but Little Black Star was faster. The both of them were surrounded in a swirl of black that appeared outside the cave he was hiding out in. Standing atop the rock face of the cave, Leonel saw that there were at least 100 nomads below, separated into several squadrons in a perfect formation. However, Leonel was completely focused on the cute little mink in his arms. Well, damn, little guy, you sure have gotten stronger. Yep. Little Black Star nodded. His cute little reflective black eyes, seemingly the only part of him that reflected any light at all, blinked like two large black marbles. Good. Well, it's your duty as my master to protect me, no? These guys are annoying. Little Black Star's expression became surprisingly serious as he reached out a paw and tapped Leonel's forehead twice. At first, Leonel thought that the little guy was trying to do something magical, but he only realized after a split second that this was Little Black Star's way of patting his head. Leonel burst into a fit of laughter as Little Black Star vanished in a swirl of black. Carnage was unleashed. Weapons passed through Little Black Star's body as though he was nothing more than a ghost. Tendrils of darkness erupted across the battlefield, spearing through the chests of 2 or 3 nomads at a time. Every time Little Black Star flickered and vanished, a swipe of his claws would cause another head to fly into the skies. It was a one-sided slaughter, but Little Black Star seemed to have learned well from Leonel because he wasn't finished showing off yet. With a roar that sounded like a mighty primordial beast, completely unlike the little one's usual cute yipping sounds, Little Black Star appeared high in the skies, raising a cute little paw. Very soon, though, there was almost nothing cute about this paw at all. A rush of heart-rending shadows billowed forth as the paw was suddenly shrouded by a claw so large it seemed to blot out the skies. It descended, splitting wind and shattering space as it crushed the nomads that remained into meat paste even before it landed. Even so, Little Black Star was committed to his bit as he pressed the claw the rest of the way down, destroying the land for the surrounding kilometer. Leonel's eyes opened wide as he blinked a few times. Well, damn. Chapter 2359, Wicked, Chapter 2359. Wicked Leonel was taken aback by Little Black Star's strength. The little guy was still in the 7th dimension and hadn't even moved up in tiers. Though Leonel had known that the Shadow Tail would have a huge positive impact on Little Black Star, he didn't expect it to be this much. The truly shocking thing wasn't really the power Black Star showed. This was still relatively close to his previous strength. What truly impressed Leonel was 2 things. First, the sheer ease, and second, the method of force control. Black Star had output a level of strength that was comparable to the Black Star that Leonel remembered, but the difference was that there was no effort to it. It was the equivalent of a stroll in the park. If Leonel had to make a guess about the level of effort, it probably wouldn't have been more than 10%. As for his force control, it was less about force manipulation and far more about technique, style, and effectiveness. Though Leonel was sure that Little Black Star's force manipulation had undergone a change, it wasn't what stood out to him the most. The way he manipulated his dark force to ebb and flow like fog when he needed to, only to instantly snap it into a physical form no less sharp than a blade. Or how he seemed to so easily phase in and out of the shadow world, moving freely and ignoring even the force-infused attacks of his enemies. Or how his sudden force output and explosive instantaneous strength was enough to go from no movement to the enormous crater that was below them now. Each one was the mark of a true expert. But Little Black Star, mostly due to Leonel, hadn't truly fought that many battles, if he was honest. Yep. Little Black Star blinked into existence above Leonel's shoulder and patted his head for extra good measure, as though to make sure that Leonel knew that he was there. Leonel chuckled and reached up to scratch the little guy's head. Well, this made things a lot easier on him. He could let Black Star protect him for now while he got his body in order again. The duo continued to travel forward, and Leonel really felt reassured to leave things to the little guy. In the past, it had taken a great deal of effort for Little Black Star to take Leonel into his incorporeal state along with him, but now, although it wasn't necessarily easy, it wasn't nearly as strenuous. Of course, the only reason Leonel knew this was because the little guy loved to be playful. They hadn't encountered a situation where this was a necessary maneuver, but Little Black Star had only done it to show off. It gave Leonel quite a scare when he thought the little guy had messed up, and Black Star seemed to have his own little hoot about that. What was interesting, though, was that after making that attempt, Leonel noticed the Tolliver, who was still a sleeve of silver and gold on his left arm, hadn't been phased in with him. There were 2 explanations for this. Either Little Black Star could, or the little one was still enjoying his rivalry with the little metal spirit and purposely didn't bring it along for the joyride. Leonel chuckled and felt that it didn't matter much. Honestly, he didn't know what it would even take to harm Tolliver at this point. It wasn't that the metal spirit was immune to everything, but rather that its life force was unending and undying. Even if it was blasted to pieces, it wouldn't make a lick of difference. The Nomad Dimensional Verse found themselves being slaughtered, but Leonel still found it curious. Were they simply this weak, or was there something else going on? Alpha Clown stood across from an existence barely a quarter of his height. He was used to being the largest in a comparison of two, but even so, a person that was only a single meter tall was truly an anomaly, especially when this person was of the nomad race and not the dwarven race. No need to look so shocked, the nomad youth chuckled. My family's lineage factor is quite unique, albeit quite annoying to use. My nomad race has a fondness for following many paths, and my family's nomadic rebirth lineage factor allows us to reset our life when we found an interesting path that we want to fuse into our own understanding. The more rebirths we undergo, usually, the stronger we are. Though, the requirements for paths interesting enough to make us suffer through such a thing only get greater with every attempt. The nomad youth chuckled once again. This is why I look like an 8-year-old youth. Don't mind it, don't mind it. You're quite forthcoming with your secrets, Alpha Clown said with a sneer. And why not? Will it make a difference to me whether you know of this lineage factor or not? Maybe, Alpha Clown grinned. After all, in my Beastman dimensional verse, we all share just a single lineage factor, the Beastman lineage factor. It allows us to consume blood and incorporate it into our path. Usually, we only do so with beasts, but Alpha Clown took a step forward, his aura bearing down. Oh my, the nomad youth chuckled, not seemingly the least bit intimidated. That is an interesting lineage factor indeed. I wonder what sort of synergistic effects it would have for my own. It might even be worse becoming a toddler again. Alpha Clown's sneer deepened. It's too bad you won't have such a chance. Is that so? I'm not sure I agree. After all, there are so many of you, I just might succeed. My first rebirth was when I was 23 years old. My second came when I turned 47. My third when I was 63. I didn't think I would need another as the older we get, the more grueling the process. The record for success in my Rismet family is just 82 years old, and I'm already 93. I didn't think that I would risk it. But you know, as the saying goes, the atmosphere darkened. There's no rest for the wicked. Author's note, capitalized because his name is actually Wicked Rismet. I know, I've been killing it with these names, praise me. The both of them vanished, and the first clash was so terrible that both armies were sent flying back, unable to maintain their footing. Chapter 2360, Peddled. Chapter 2360, Peddled. Leonel looked off into the distance, turning back toward the direction he had just come from. No, it should be just a bit off from that, but it was close. Just a slight deviation, but it was enough. That clash just now was felt even by him. He recognized one half of it, but the other half was entirely foreign. He expected those as strong as Alpha Clown to be rare, and he still felt they should be. Who would have known that his luck would be so bad that he would run into two of their territories back to back? In the end, Leonel turned back toward the direction he was headed in and continued to rush forward, chuckling to himself. Seems like he's pretty mad about that kneeling incident. Worth it. He was just buttering himself up. With that Alpha Clown's temper, he wanted to be the only one on the mountaintop. He wouldn't share his position with anyone else. Whether Leonel had pissed him off or not, that battle would have been inevitable. The real question was whether Alpha Clown and the others as powerful as him could adapt to the situation. Those that still insisted on having the mountaintop all to themselves would likely soon find themselves being thrown off. Leonel had a feeling, though, that Alpha Clown was of the smarter variety. Someone like him should also travel alone, so why did he have so many alphas around him when Leonel met him? Compromise. Alpha Clown had likely felt that there was something wrong about the situation they were all in currently. He might not know as much as Leonel did, but he definitely felt the moving tides around him. As expected of a beast in human form, anyone as powerful as them would be bound to have quite a level of intelligence, and if you paired that with the instincts of a beast, the feeling of the world crashing down around you would be almost palpable. People who called themselves gods suddenly descended and asked, you, if you wanted to participate in a battle royale that would kill over 90% of billions of participants, what was the catch? That was a question that they'd all be asking, and it was an amusing one at that. Wasn't the catch the fact that 90% of you would die? The smart ones would know that there was another layer hidden within. What Leonel didn't know was that it wasn't just personal deductions that would spread this issue, but his own actions as well. He hadn't really thought much about the little test he had given the little pink-eyed woman, but it would have reverberating consequences that he hadn't cared to consider. Amethyst was leaving a trail of corpses in her wake. She moved with quite a bit of stealth, and she was both smart and sharp. It wasn't a surprise that she had managed to survive until this point. Suddenly, she frowned, coming to a stop. Her breath became slow until it stopped completely, and she almost melded into the ground. Although she hadn't disguised herself in any way, to the internal sight of any passerby, she would have looked like another piece of nature. A rock by the roadway, a short tree, maybe even a fissure in the ground depending on what the target's mind chose to fill in the gap with. However, her worst fear seemed to be realized. A sweet, angelic voice drifted into her ears. Little cutie, you can't hide from me with just that. A bell-like laughter resonated, and Amethyst realized that she had been discovered. Without hesitation, she turned and sprinted off in the opposite direction, but she had only taken 2 steps when she came to a hard stop. Before her was the most beautiful woman she had ever laid eyes on. At first, the only thing she could feel was softness and the huge mound of deep caramel before her. However, when she took a hurried step backward, she found that what was before her was the very chest she had just run into. A beauty with skin the color of milk chocolate and amber eyes that looked like the final dying embers of a once radiant flame stood before her. She was an entire head and a half taller than Amethyst, and a white gown seemed to have a mind of its own, flowing through the air like the fins of a koi fish. Amethyst lamented her own bad luck. First Leonel, now this woman. Why did she keep running into absolute monsters? She hadn't seen when this woman moved behind her at all. Don't be scared, cutie. Mama Bear won't hurt you. That beautiful laughter echoed again, like caramel drizzling across a brownie. It was so rich and satisfying. I just have a question to ask. You killed so many of my people, but why is it that you haven't absorbed any of the energy they left behind? Amethyst froze. Finally, Leonel thought to himself. He could sense the seated participant was just a few hundred kilometers away. It should have been a half-day journey, but it became a nearly 3-day affair as he crossed these territories. After the nomad dimensional verse, there was another territory, this one even more wild than the last. This territory had no organization because Leonel assumed there was no seated participant. Due to that, it was just a free-for-all and everyone was much more aggressive. Thanks to this, though, Leonel got a much greater understanding of Little Blackstar and had time to fully heal. Not only did he fully heal, but he could feel more of the changes that his separated soul was causing to his body now, and they were truly astonishing. Thinking back to his enlightened self and how he was usually covered in scales, Leonel wondered just how much of that strength was coming from the demon side of his bloodline. A few hundred kilometers was nothing to Leonel. It was a matter of a few minutes at worst. But as he moved to close in that distance, his thoughts grew eerily silent and his expression seemed to have lost all of its playfulness. His body might be hundreds of kilometers away, but this was a distance his internal sight could easily cover now, and what he saw left him completely enraged. Every human within range of his senses wore a neck collar of iron as though being peddled as slaves. Chapter 236.1. It seems, Chapter 236.1, it seems, Leonel didn't do anything immediately. There was simply no point. If he rushed to save these people, then what? That would only be a temporary solution. By the time he got back to these people, they might be caught again, or even killed for the insolence of daring to escape in the first place. He simply scanned through the iron collars just a single time before continuing forward. With that glance, he understood their properties and what they were designed to do. Not to mention the fact he understood how to take them off without harming those that wore them. He didn't try to hide himself at all. The presence of a human walking, and so very clearly at that without a collar, was shocking to many. Lightsnivel some humans, scouts that had been sent forward to get a lay of the land and report back with the treasures they found, mostly likely, tried to communicate to him with their eyes that it wasn't safe, clearly not daring to say anything outwardly, but it was all useless. What was interesting was that some of these humans didn't recognize Leonel at all. This made Leonel wonder and think of something. Could these humans not be from the human domain? Was that why they were chained? This possibility made some of Leonel's coldness dissipate somewhat. It wasn't that he cared less about humans, not of the human domain, but it was rather that if these people had always been slaves, then it likely meant that the other races hadn't acted on the humans in his absence. There was a possibility that such a thing would have happened regardless of Leonel's actions, but he would be a fool if he believed that it had absolutely nothing to do with his actions. He had embarrassed the invading armies, and then his father had slaughtered their emperors. As though that wasn't enough, he added insult to injury and massacred their people. The first two were already enough for them to have a tidal wave of hatred for him, let alone the final of the three. Leonel ignored the glances he received from the humans, crossing those hundreds of kilometers that remained step by step until he laid eyes on the seated participant. It's him. These were all the thoughts Leonel had. He didn't raise his brows in shock, nor did he speak any words. He would recognize that young man anywhere, and even more so the Bow Domain ring on his finger. He was the heir of the spiritual clan that had stolen the Bow Domain ring from Nizag's family. He was led by a procession of warriors covered by all sorts of races. There were nomads, there were rapacs, there were the dwarvens, and of course the spirituals. Leonel was just one man in front of this army of hundreds of thousands. But what he was thinking about had nothing to do with the number disparity at all. He only had a single thought. Where were the rest? There should have been billions of participants from the dimensional verse. So, why were there only a few thousand scouts and an army of mere hundreds of thousands? He could sense it quite clearly. Each member of this army was an elite of the elite. It was possible that they had simply abandoned the rest to their own devices. After all, they only needed so many scouts. Many were surprised to see Leonel. As for why, it was twofold, only one of those reasons being that he had embarrassed a large number of them during the initial invasion of the human domain. As for the second reason, Leonel didn't have the proper context to understand what it was. Amidst the army, a youth of the nomads looked toward Leonel with a searing hatred in his eyes. Prince Gregwin wanted nothing more than to jump out and shred Leonel to pieces, but his greater judgment won out. This was a man that had massacred the ancestors of his people like they were puppets on a string. What could he do to them if he so chose to? Wait, fifth dimension? Gregwin felt his heart beating out of his chest. Was this an opportunity? However, he still didn't act. Back then, Leonel was only in the sixth dimension, and he still slaughtered his ancestors. Did this make a difference? That said, even after the spirituals did all of that stuff to the human domain, Leonel never appeared, not once. Could there be a limit to the strength that he could display? If he could have always displayed that power, then why did he pretend to be so weak during the invasion? In fact, it was possible that Leonel had taken on a huge backlash for that power, which was why he was not in the fifth dimension. The more he thought, the fiercer Gregwin's gaze became. Leonel swept a gaze over everyone until his eyes landed on the beasts pulling the cart forward. They were a long line of dozens of power bear beasts, each shimmering with a slightly golden sheen. The first time he looked past them, he didn't care to take a second look. However, he felt something nudge him, something from the dream plane. Why were those bears looking at him, telling him to run as well? Leonel closed his eyes even as Gregwin's sneer deepened. His brothers, Raj, Joel, Milan, his cousins, Auron, Valor, even the innocent Fifth Nova. Morales children. Tommy and Nora, he could see them both. When Leonel opened his eyes, there was nothing but indifference within. The unending, furious tempest of rage that Gregwin wanted to see wasn't there at all. It was just a deep, abyssal blackness. Instead, it was little Blackstar who stood over Leonel's shoulder that growled. This simple action made their chests rumble and their bones rattle. Leonel did nothing to calm down the little mink as he stared forward. Looking from Gregwin to the others and finally to the spiritual's prince, his lips finally parted. It seems that I didn't kill enough of you. Chapter 2362, I swear. Chapter 2362, I swear. A spear appeared in Leonel's hand. It was simple, with a wooden pole arm and an obsidian blade. Despite this, the craftsmanship was exquisite. The primitive man that had formed had taken a great deal of care and attention. 4 years, in fact. Everything from the grain of the wood to the edges of the obsidian were perfectly in line. It was light, not by Leonel's standards, but rather by the standards of mortals. It wasn't even 2 pounds of weight or a single kilogram. It felt that the entire spear had been hollowed out. And yet, the sharpness that it exuded alone seemed to press upon the throats of the entire army. They subconsciously reached up to their necks, feeling as though they might find themselves spurting out a great amount of blood, but they turned pale when they realized there was no wound to speak of. Rangiel slowly opened his eyes. A wave of gold flourished in the surroundings, but it seemed to be met by a wall of obstruction before it could even cross into Leonel's sphere of influence. He observed the situation silently, rubbing his thumb along his bow domain ring, but not saying much. He didn't seem intent on handing out orders either, he simply watched. The others, who had gotten more used to Rangel's personality in recent days, understood what this meant. It meant that they could do as they pleased. However, even so, no one moved. Leonel's dream force was too powerful, and even without his King's Might lineage factor as a conduit to give shape and solidity to his will, just its form as a vast, shapeless nebula bore down on their souls. Most of the army of hundreds of thousands found it difficult to move. Their movements were sluggish, and they seemed to need to push 10 times as hard just to complete a single thought. Beads of cold sweat rushed down their brows with every step that Leonel took forward. But at that moment, his words suddenly registered, and Gregwin's eyes went completely red. He had always been a calm and cheerful young man. He didn't take much seriously, and his talent was such that everything came easily to him. The adoration of his people, the love of women, the ease of power, it had all made his life a heaven on this mundane earth, and yet it was all stripped from him in a single day. He rushed forward with a furious intent in his eyes, his 4 floating hands glowing crimson as the ethereal glabella on his forehead shimmered. It was then that Leonel suddenly came to a stop, closing his eyes. His rage continued to simmer in the air, but it didn't seem to continue to rise like it had before. It slowed almost as though a moat had appeared before it, controlling it and pulling it into a steady current. There was something here. His eyes flashed open, and he looked into the distance. After a moment, he sighed. It was an internal sigh, and yet the entire army could seem to feel his lament. Rangiel was powerful, too powerful. Leonel could see through it all, because no matter how strong this spiritual's prince was, he not only didn't try to hide his strength, but his Dreamforce control was wholly inferior to Leonel's own. Rangiel hadn't held back in absorbing the energies of this world at all. In just a handful of days, his power had skyrocketed, and he had even crossed into the 8th dimension after shoring up his foundation. Leonel could also tell that he had innate nodes. Several of them, 10 to be exact, and one of them he recognized from the battle against his father. He remembered Y-Star Order telling him of a legend, a spiritual that had been born with 9 innate nodes. Then that conversation got derailed because Y-Star Order was shocked to hear that he had 10 nodes in total, but he had always remembered that. Leonel didn't fear Rangel, but that didn't mean that he shouldn't. He simply didn't have much fear or reverence for anything. He had killed an envoy of destruction on his own. Why would a child faze him? The problem was that there were too many variables in this world, and he didn't have the luxury of ending up in a bloody battle that would leave him broken and beaten, one that he might not even be able to win with the current cards he had. The only reason he felt he had a chance at all was because he was confident that Blackstar would be able to stall Wrangle while he killed the rest. Then they would be able to team up to slaughter the prince. But now, thousands of kilometers away, another large group was making their way over, and judging by the look in their eyes, they had already seen them. The Dimensional Eyes verse, Leonel concluded. They were the only ones he knew of that could see from such a distance other than himself. Plus, he could sense the chaotic energy that the little pink-eyed woman had warned him about. With them observing the situation, they would be sure to be idle and wait until a victor was decided, and only then would they act. They had already seemingly pulled up their chairs and their popcorn, so to speak, ready to enjoy the show. Little Blackstar swiped a paw, and Gregwin was driven into the ground like a cheap scrap of metal. The latter's body became twisted and broken, sheared apart on several levels. It looked as though not a single inch of him was left unscathed. "Save them," Leonel said lightly. With a thought, Little Blackstar vanished as Leonel bent down to pick up Gregwin by the neck. Even now, the latter had a furious gaze, as though he was trying to rip Leonel apart with it alone. I swear I'll kill you." He tried to roar, but his throat was too constricted. Chapter 2363, Open Book. Chapter 2363, Open Book. Will you? Leonel asked lightly. The indifference made Gregwin squirm. He pushed and pulled, disregarding the injuries just for the chance to even scratch Leonel, but it was all useless. Leonel's body was growing stronger by the day, and he was already at a strength that dwarfed his previous fifth-dimensional body. In such an injured state, with his bones practically turned into paste, Gregwin could do nothing against him. "You slaughtered my people. I will make you pay, even if it's from beyond the grave." "Oh? And what did you think would happen when you invaded the human domain? Did you just want to advance and retreat as you pleased?" Gregwin snarled. "We don't kill women and children, you coward. Your Morales family got what they deserved, and we'll make sure everyone you care about remains a dog for the rest of their life." "Interesting." Leonel nodded. "It doesn't seem to me that you care very much about women and children, though. What enrages you the most is that you've lost your lifestyle. You no longer have huge backers to make your life simple. You're no longer the most talented in the room. You now have to, ironically, be the dog of others yourself as you bow your head and do whatever the spirituals tell you to do. And look at you now, stranded, without someone to help you, being held up like a cheap toy in my hands, and it wasn't even me who took action, but rather my beast companion. What makes you think you have a chance? What makes you think you have the right to judge me?" Leonel didn't raise his voice even a single time. He didn't even seem to mind if no one other than Gregwin could hear him. Gregwin didn't have a response other than a rage-fueled stare and snarl, but Leonel wasn't very impressed by this. He already expected that someone like Gregwin would be all too easy to render speechless. There likely didn't exist a person that he couldn't do this to, at least not at his level. It didn't really matter how wrong he was, he could always find a way to legitimize himself, but it made him wonder just how much of that was truthful. If there was a seemingly obvious and objective morality, why was it that others couldn't argue for it effectively? He didn't have to attack Gregwin's own convictions and drives to win the argument. Just the fact Gregwin said they wouldn't target women and children was laughable. Weren't Tommy and Nora a pair of children? Did they really have such a bottom line? Even if one wanted to say that it was Leonel's fault that they ended up in this state, what did your morality count for if you could decide who to use it on when it was convenient for you? A step further than that, how could any invasion not involve women and children? Did the humans they enslaved in their domains not include women and children? When they killed the warriors and left the women defenseless, to be sold off as they pleased, or the children to be raised up to be ideological spearheads, would that not be involving women and children? Even if they did none of this and truly returned to their homes afterward, would it not be their own women and children benefiting from the pain they had caused in another domain? Truthfully, Leonel knew what he had done was abhorrent. But even more truthfully than that, he simply didn't care. He couldn't muster up sympathy. Maybe it was partly due to the fact he still wasn't over his father's death. Maybe it was another part due to the fact there was so much circular and pointless logic tied with what was moral and what wasn't, and maybe it was because right now he was too pissed to think about it. Bang! With a single burst of energy, the chains that bound the bear beasts were crushed. Rangil, who had a hand extended outward, clearly intending to stop this, tilted his head in confusion somewhat. His attack had missed? Dozens of swirls of blackness enveloped the bear beasts, and when they reappeared once more, they were by Leonel's side. Not even a split moment after that, they too had vanished into the segmented cube. Little Blackstar bared his little teeth and growled. The skies above seemed to rumble with thunder and the earth shook. Rangil slowly lowered his hand. His expression didn't give anything away, but through the dream plane, Leonel could feel his rage bubbling up. Leonel swept another gaze through the armies that were here. I've said this once before. I kept my promise then, and I'll keep it this time as well. For every Morales that died, I will be certain to kill twice of your number. Wait patiently. Do you think I'll allow you to leave? Rangil said calmly. Leonel gave him a glance. Then he spoke a single word and vanished into thin air. Swirls of elemental energies, carrying shades of fire, wind, earth, and water all appeared at Leonel's location, bursting with a violent chaos shattering the earth for the surrounding kilometer. But Leonel was simply nowhere to be seen. Rangil's gaze flashed with sparks of rage, but it was right then he looked off into the distance and seemed to finally sense the same thing that Leonel had earlier. When he saw this, he remembered the direction Leonel had turned in, and it just made his rage simmer all the more. Not only had Leonel noticed before him, it seemed to be the case that the only reason Leonel didn't attack was because of this group. He was slapping his face. He didn't take him seriously at all. All the while, Rangel's expression was calm as a lake. This had always been his expression. He had learned long ago the value of hiding his true intentions from the world. He just didn't know how much of an open book he was to Leonel already. Chapter 2036-4 Believe? Chapter 2036-4 Believe? Leonel appeared in the far-off distance with a pale expression. It looked as though his face had been completely drained of all color. Using this ability really took a lot out of him, though. He could already see some of its parameters. When he used it on actual people, the requirements were far more stringent. He also noticed that the closer something was to being complete, the more difficult it was as well. Take, for example, the arrow that the demon monkey sent his way. Because it was close to taking his head, and he waited so long to say the words disperse, it took more energy to deal with it. If he had commanded as the demon monkey was taking action, or before it had taken action, he would have been in a much better situation. This was his measure of completeness. So why was he so tired now? Was it because he had used it on himself, or Little Black Star maybe? Leonel didn't think so. Little Black Star didn't resist, and it was easiest to use it on himself even in comparison to the outside world. Toward that effect, Leonel actually believed that he was skipping steps. This ability index, at least at its current level, probably worked best on himself, but he was pushing it to work on the outside world. As for why he was so tired, that was part of it. But another reason was that he had pushed himself hard. His normal range of teleportation right now with his current strength was probably 1 kilometer, 2 if he really pushed it. That took into account the fact he was mostly restricted to ambient spatial force and the strength of the world he was in as well. However, just now, he had teleported over 2,000 kilometers, using his ability index to force the spatial force in the surroundings into submission. If he could have gotten away with a few hundred kilometers instead, he would have done so. But unfortunately, that would have still been in range of sight of the dimensional eyesverse. What a headache. Leonel took a breath. For it to drain his own enormous well of dream force, one could imagine just the level of strain he had undergone. Someone else, with a more normal pool of dream force, assuming all other parameters were the same, might have only been able to extend 1 kilometer of initial range to a few dozen at best. This went to illustrate just how superior Leonel was in terms of pure dream force stamina. But, unfortunately, without his dream stars, his recovery of that enormous pool was likewise frighteningly slow. Finally, Leonel caught his breath. His head felt a bit light, and his unhappiness hadn't vanished either. After finding a calm place, he entered the segmented cube to look upon the dozens of bear beasts. Most of them were just sitting silently. Some were pacing about, but no matter what they were doing, once Leonel appeared, they all looked toward him with various emotions. Some had hope in their eyes, some had resolve, and some even had anger that was pointed toward him. Now that Leonel knew that he hadn't been gone for half a day at all, but rather over a year, he could understand some of that sentiment. Putting everything on your back and crushing all opposition sounded great, until you were suddenly gone, and those you had helped all the while had to do something you had never allowed them to do, this time without even your support. This was the dark side of what Leonel had done. The world spirit of the Morales was in his hands, and that was a handicap to one of their greatest trump cards. While the Morales were still strong alone, before he had left and suddenly vanished, they had only just begun to deal with their problems of internal strife. Without their world spirit, and suddenly finding the leader that had brought them all together suddenly gone, the Morales had likely had a huge push and pull internally, making it far easier for them to crumble. If Leonel had known that he would disappear for so long, he would have never revealed the hidden faction of the Morales so casually. That was a secret that most were likely not even aware of, and without him, his bastard of a grandmother could easily take advantage to reach a conclusion that suited her needs. Leonel shook his head. His grandfather really should have told him before he did all of this. He would have had several things to fulfill first, but now things had already come to this. There was simply no going back. Taking a breath, Leonel ignored the emotions in their eyes and began to focus on something he was much better at dealing with. He needed to find a solution to this issue. He obviously couldn't leave them all as beasts. Whoever had turned them into these creatures likely had an ability index similar to Simeon's. Unfortunately, that Brazinger heir had long since died at his hands, and his soul had dissipated long ago. After all, Leonel hadn't had breathe or assimilate back then, so he didn't have an option to fully reanimate Simeon. Leonel's first interaction with Simeon was his wereman. He created them by splicing their genome with that of powerful creatures, making them stronger, faster, more imposing. This seemed like a similar ability, but on a whole other level. There was no aspect of their humanity left other than their souls themselves. If Leonel had to guess, this was probably the ability index of the spiritual prince. But the question was, how would he reverse it? Any ideas, Anastasia? Well, the simplest solution would be to just kill them all and resurrect them. I can't do that without my King's Might lineage factor, and I don't know if things would be the same after that. Leonel could get away with doing that with his brothers, but the others, especially the children, might not handle it well. It went beyond just the trauma. Even if Leonel swore to them that he hadn't altered their minds, would they believe him? Chapter 2365, Astonished. Chapter 2365, Astonished. It's possible, Anastasia said. Leonel frowned, waiting for an explanation. What I mean to say is that the silver tablet underwent a change ever since you realized you were a wise Star Order. You might not need to use your king's might as a proxy to take their souls in any longer. You can do it directly now. It might also have some new abilities that you might not know about. Leonel shook his head. This little world spirit really knew how to let things drag on. These sorts of important things were the types of matters she should definitely let him know immediately. The idea that the silver tablet had undergone a change, though, wasn't all that shocking to Leonel. That was because he felt a stronger sense of unity with it as well. In fact, when he had met the spiritual prince just now, he had felt an odd feeling coming from him as well. In ancient times, tablets were what were used to carry knowledge. Now that he knew the pyramids were formed by the Pluto race, he wondered just how much of ancient Earth was actually the tradition of an entire other world entirely. But in the end, Leonel shook his head. Whether he killed them and resurrected them with King's might or the tablet, what difference would it make? They certainly wouldn't know the difference. After all, they'd be dead. The good news was that Leonel had done this for them in the past when he limited the casualties of the Morales family. But the question was whether they would trust him now the same as they had before. Seeing the rage in some of their eyes, he doubted it. Leonel suddenly found himself feeling annoyed. Maybe he really was never cut out to be a king after all. The moment he felt some pushback from his people, he just wanted to go forward with his plans, ignoring their feelings. Just check the silver tablet first. I'm curious anyway. Leonel exhaled a breath. All right. He took a seat right then and there. Maybe if he did things like this, they would realize that he didn't have anything to hide. He took out the silver tablet, an action that made many of them flinch. He could only shake his head inwardly and focus on meditating on the tablet. Leonel found his mind being sucked into the silver tablet almost the immediate second after he had the intention. This much wasn't a surprise. He had always been able to enter the tablets with his mind, though it had never flowed as smoothly. But what he saw on the inside was a completely different matter entirely. It was a vast library, one so large that he had to blink a couple of times to see it right. The ceiling must have been at least 200 meters up. It was covered by a glass dome sparkling with all sorts of complex runes. Ladders with minds of their own flew about, attaching and detaching from tall bookshelves. The place seemed to have a spirit that was beyond what was natural, especially for a place completely devoid of life outside of Leonel himself. However, despite the vastness of this library, only a small corner of shelves actually had books, or tablets rather. There was really nothing to stand around aimlessly for, so Leonel approached one of the shelves, but what he saw made him shudder. A name and a force art. He put the tablet back and then checked the next one, and then the next one, and then the next one. The more he looked, the more shocked he became. Alexander Apex Ability Index, Dream Subjugation Lineage Factor, Strengthen, Leonel Morales, Y Star Order Ability Index, Dream Control Lineage Factor, Emperor's Might, Unnamed, Bow Domain, Fragmented, Dark Northern Star Legacy, Light Northern Star Legacy, Dream Asura's Reign. Leonel didn't know what to say. It wasn't just the names that caught him off guard. It was the fact that each and every one had a force art attached to it. He didn't need to be a genius to understand what these force arts were, and yet, the longer he thought about it, the more shocked he became. His mind spun in shock. Could it be that King never had an ability index that could turn ability indexes into force arts at all, but was rather a wise Star Order from the very beginning? The implications made Leonel's eyes widen, his heartbeat beating erratically for quite a while before he managed to settle it down. He shouldn't have been so shocked. The more he thought about it, the more it seemed to make sense. The silver tablet had always been able to extract lineage factors and bestow them upon others. The fact that it could form a force art from them wasn't all that shocking at all. If he had to rank the two, being able to bestow ability indexes was obviously the more shocking of the two. But even so, this was a game changer. Since Leonel was marked in here, it was potentially true that he didn't even have to kill others to get information on them. There was definitely a requirement of some sort, but it might require much less of him than he initially thought. But this wasn't what he was focused on at all. He was rather focused on what it would mean to be able to study the force arts of an ability index. Namely, if he could study and fully comprehend King Alexandra's ability index, then wouldn't he be able to progress his comprehension along much quicker? On top of that, if he had the force arts here, didn't that also mean that he could test the synergy of various ability indexes and how they would work or clash with one another before he took the risk and gave his brothers ability indexes that could bolster their strength as well? The instant Leonel had this thought, the world seemed to respond to him, and with a whoosh, King Alexandra's and his own force arts appeared in the skies. Leonel was astonished. Chapter 236-6, a chance Leonel could suddenly feel an unprecedented level of control over the world. He felt that he could push and pull the force arts that appeared, layering them on top of each other, fusing them in parts or even in whole. He didn't hesitate to go all in. Although he didn't know exactly what would happen, since it wasn't happening within his body, he was willing to take the risk. Leonel's gaze flickered as the two fused into one, but to his astonishment, when the process was complete, the force art collapsed. No, it didn't collapse, it seemed to cease to be. There even seemed to be an air of anarchic force that came into being, one that left Leonel without words. Had he done something wrong, or was this what would have happened to him had he absorbed Alexandra's ability index? He thought they were the perfect opposites of one another. What happened? Or maybe, was it precisely because they were perfect opposites that they had canceled out like that? But then why did the anarchic force appear? Leonel thought back to the last time anarchic force had almost screwed him over. Wasn't it Y star order that had helped him deal with that? He hadn't even noticed the lingering danger. After he formed his 10th node, the regulator had sent some backlash toward him, but for whatever reason, he hadn't noticed the ticking time bomb within his body until Y star order pointed it out. Then, he had to soak in cleansing waters until the matter was dealt with. Was this a similar situation? Was it because the regulator felt that the resulting ability index was too powerful, and so it stepped in to stop it from forming? It was just a guess, but Leonel had a feeling that it was an accurate one. But it was simply enough to test it. Goggles, ability index, karmic puppet lineage factor. Leonel pulled out Goggles' force art, his eyes narrowing. Feeling the lineage factor like this, it was almost, well, he could feel how grandiose it was. It was far more complex than his own or Alexandra's. After some thought, he fused the lineage factor with his own force art and watched what happened. Lightsnivel. The fusion completed and the complexity fell drastically. Leonel could feel that it had weakened both his own ability index and Goggles, but the result was an interesting one nonetheless. The force art concentrated and hovered above his palm. He studied it for a long while, losing himself within it for a while. He didn't know how much time passed, but when he looked up, his eyes were bloodshot and his dream force, which had yet to properly recover, was actually in an even worse state. From what he could tell, the combination of his own ability index and Goggles would result in an ability index that was focused on divining the future. Rather than the certainty of Goggles' ability index or the versatility of his own, it would be distilled into an ability that could simulate the future. It would actually be far more effective than Leonel's own dream simulation or dream class ability. But it would also be stripped of all of his other abilities. For example, the control he had over his body, his thoughts, his split minds, everything. This was a good example of what would happen if you absorbed an ability that wasn't compatible with your own. That said, the result was better than what Leonel had expected. It seemed that while he wasn't fully compatible with Goggles' ability index, they at least shared similar enough branches that they didn't become a cripple. Just to make sure the whole becoming a cripple warning wasn't entirely overblown, Leonel fused his ability index with one that was as far away from his own as he could think of. Normand ability index, pure speedster lineage factor. Leonel fused the two, and the result was about as expected. The speedster aspect was focused into his mind, but his dream force control and well of stamina were practically sapped dry. If he fused with Normand's lineage factor, he would be able to think at a speed thousands of times, maybe even millions of times faster than he could now for about a picosecond. The moment he had any sort of intention to think anything, his dream force would be sucked dry so fast that he would be an invalid in a split second of a split second. Essentially, taking on this ability index would make him a vegetable. He wouldn't be able to control any aspect of his being. He would be immobile and all but brain dead. He would be a prisoner in his own mind, except he wouldn't even have his own thoughts to keep him company. A cold chill ran up Leonel's spine. This was worse than just being a cripple. It would make every waking moment feel like hell. He would prefer if someone just killed him if he ended up in such a state. Leonel shook his head, realizing that he had gotten distracted. He still needed to know if the silver tablet had any other abilities. Maybe he had to broaden his horizons so that he could understand some things. That said, there were many thoughts that were slated into the back of his head. For example, this silver tablet could be extremely important for not only ability indexes but lineage factors as well. He wondered what changes it could help him to make to the tentacle womb and golden-scaled koi fish. Wait, Leonel stood in place for a long time, his eyes somewhat vacant. Ability indexes. He never really put much thought into what they were. Of all the things in existence, ability indexes felt so completely out of place. They weren't a function of evolution. Ability indexes were entirely random, and there was nothing hereditary about them. They were probably the only thing in the whole of existence that seemed completely separate from the laws of cause and effect. It just clicked for him how absolutely ridiculous this was to say. But why? Why did they exist? Leonel stared at the force art hovering before him, his mind in a slight state of absolute chaos. A chance. That's what they were. Ability indexes were a chance. A chance for a lowborn to change their fate in a single instant. A chance to grow powerful by focusing inwardly instead on what the outside world could provide you. A chance to escape the cycle of life and death, the looming threat of the Northern Star. Chapter 2367, Flowery Nonsense. Leonel felt himself slowly calm down, his expression becoming serious. He didn't know how to feel about the conclusion he had just come to. It felt like there was something missing. Sure, ability indexes were an anomaly that he couldn't quite understand. They appeared for seemingly no reason, and they were an existence that manifested outside the bounds of reason. It was no wonder. Leonel had a deep understanding of his soul now, deeper than any comprehension he had ever had in the past, and beyond what even some with life-state Dreamforce might come to comprehend. And yet, he had still yet to find the source of his ability index. Could it be further down? Could it be located in the first dimension instead of the second? The dimension of the impetus of existence itself? There's a kernel of truth to that. Something, Leonel's gaze flashed. What about the universes necessitated that there be life? Why was it that under the pressure of evolution, life would appear again and again and again given the right conditions? Lightsavel? The answer was obvious. There was a rule as fundamental as any other rule of physics that everyone was ignoring. A rule so fundamental to existence that it forced life into being. What that rule was, what its parameters were, what limitations it had, those were the questions that would decide just how useful this information was to Leonel. The necessity of life. Leonel's heart thrummed, and he felt his vital star force comprehension shift. Those vague, partial runes that he had memorized as they fell from the vital star seemed to fuse, albeit only partially. His hair danced in non-existence wind for a moment before it settled down. He didn't feel much different, and maybe somewhat disappointingly, his vital star force comprehension was still at half-step impetus state, but it felt far more like his own comprehension now, as though rather than relying on the runes, he had taken every step on his own. Something else changed as well. The world around his felt brighter, as though he could almost see the various colored swirl of force. It was gorgeous. When you choose to see the beauty in everything, rather than allowing yourself to become tied down by its complexities, there would always be more to experience, more to love, more to care for. It's no wonder I'm so incapable with this force. Leonel looked up toward the skylight above, the beautiful dome of glass that projected an image of the perfect blue sky. If comprehending life force meant grasping the beauty of life, it really wasn't a force meant for him. He had only comprehended vital star force to begin with because he just so happened to enter the dimensional cleanse trial, and if that really was his future self, then the only reason he had placed vital star force inside was to save Aina. Well, Aina had been saved. Soon she would awaken, and everything would go back to normal once again. So did he even need vital star force anymore? Why am I running away from the beauty of life? Leonel asked himself. He knew the answer. He didn't really see the beauty of it at all. Wildlife wasn't beautiful. It was quite disgusting and even more cruel. Beasts used the world as their own personal toilet. They fought and killed one another for scraps. Scavengers might even have some dung for dinner if it meant surviving another day. Childbirth was something everyone tried to gaslight him into believing was a beautiful journey. But was it? A woman would spend the end of her pregnancy in almost constant discomfort. Her back would hurt, her feet would be swollen, she would be a slave to her own cravings and hormones. And on the day she finally did give birth, it would be the worst pain she would likely experience in her lifetime. So why would they do it again? Well, it was because their brains would trick them into forgetting the entire experience, making them feel as though it wasn't so bad, all so that evolution could spur them on to have another. What was beautiful about that? To be chained into being a slave of your own mind, or a law of existence as fundamental as life itself. Even colors felt like a scam. You didn't even truly experience colors as they were. Not only was a large segment of the spectrum hidden from you, the color of an object was it reflected and didn't want to absorb. In a way, the beauty of colors was just an exhibition of rejection. Of course, Leonel wasn't so cynical, especially not about the last of the three examples. But it was amusing to think about. It even sounded like something an intelligent designer would cast into being, like a practical joke, almost like an animator hiding a penis in their work only they would ever know was there. Even so, Leonel felt that it was all a farce. He simply couldn't see life as beautiful. Or could he? Wildlife in general wasn't beautiful, but who could deny the beauty of a blooming flower? Of cherry blossoms gliding in the wind? Of a baby deer learning to walk for the first time, or a majestic blue whale leaping out of the ocean for a breath of air? Who could deny the beauty of holding your child in your arms, of watching them grow up, of experiencing their first crawl, their first word, their first walk? And maybe the colors he saw weren't the rejects at all, but rather an amplification, a suppression of some kinds to accentuate the beauty of one above all else. Leonel laughed. What flowery nonsense. Even so, a smile spread across his face, his heart thumping once and then twice. A radiant blue light danced within his eyes. His heartbeat was so loud that it echoed like a boom. His vital star force crossed into the impetus state in a single bound, and his blood roared in response. Chapter 2036-8, Caged Body. Leonel looked down at his hands. He felt that his skin was more radiant, its bronze sheen emitting just the faintest cluster of royal blue. This wasn't a blue that colored his skin, but rather his aura itself. His vitality felt as though it was on a completely different level, and unlike the other forces that threatened to shred his body to pieces, despite the fact his vital star force had grown so powerful, he didn't feel the same burden on his body. In fact, his body was strengthened considerably. Even though the full benefits of his soul had yet to be fully unearthed, he was already about as strong in body as he had been when he first entered Tier 1 of the 6th dimension. Lightning. Full. This was without using star fusion either. Leonel actually felt that he could use star fusion now without harming himself, and it was an odd feeling. Logically, with his vital star force growing so powerful, it should be a greater burden. But it wasn't like this at all. There were only two explanations. Either this was a quirk of vital star force itself, or that of his unnamed lineage factor. Of course, Leonel's unnamed lineage factor should be the one he had casually referred to as the Morales lineage factor. This was the lineage factor that not only fused his metal synergy lineage and spear domain lineage factor, but it also incorporated the aspects he had gained from the Radix, Midas, and Florer families. This lineage factor had a huge emphasis on vitality, so it was possible that it allowed him to withstand life forces with greater ease. On the other hand, life forces were also far more docile than other forces as well, and one like Vital Star Force was designed to bolster the body. Likely a combination of both, Leonel concluded after a while. This wasn't something he had come up with on a whim, but rather a conclusion that he reached after studying the unnamed lineage factor for a moment. Another benefit of his silver tablet was clearly that he could break down his lineage factors into force arts, allowing him to read their abilities like an open book and thus craft techniques around them with much greater ease. With this library, he would never have to worry about holding his lineage factors back again so that he could maintain techniques to match with them. In fact, Leonel touched the Northern Star lineage factors, and, as expected, one after another, more techniques that he could even comb through in a short time appeared. As a Y-Star order, he, of course, had a library of techniques to match the Northern Star lineage factor his title originated from. It seems to have some restrictions, though, Leonel saw after a while. For one, this was an exchange, not a depository. To take these techniques out, or to see anything other than their brief descriptions, he had to contribute. Leonel already had some contribution points, and he concluded with not much effort that these contribution points came from the force arts he helped the silver tablet to form. Leonel Morales, Y-Star order clearance level, Apprentice contribution life, gold, silver, 1 bronze, 1 black, common, 137820. The contribution points were divided into currencies, and they couldn't seem to be converted from one to another. It wasn't even allowed to trade down, there was no exchange at all. Looking at the few techniques available to him, they could all only be bought with common contributions as well. Taking a deep look, his bronze contribution came from King Alexandra, while his silver contribution came from Goggles. It seemed that he couldn't get contribution points from himself. The remaining over million common contributions came from the dead citizens of the zone, not to mention his brothers that he had used the tablet to revive. What a harsh grading scheme. Though Leonel thought this, he didn't actually think that there was anything wrong with it. It made perfect sense. This contribution ranking was created by individuals who fought on the scale of gods, not fake gods like those of the vast bubble claimed to be, but real monsters like the Plutos and the Void Race. The fact that he even had a silver contribution at all was probably shocking. Leonel looked at the techniques. He didn't actually want to go through them now, as he hadn't forgotten the initial reason he came in here, but then he wondered something. Given the high standards of this place, what if he could find a technique that could help within the common graded ones? The moment Leonel started looking more seriously, though, he realized that he was a pauper even among the common ranks. It was quite common for techniques to cost in the several 100,000 ranges. Even the cheapest were inching on 6 figures. The most expensive cost billions, easily. The worst part was that he couldn't even access all the common techniques. He couldn't even trade for one of the 6-figure ones. It seemed that his clearance wasn't nearly high enough. Leonel didn't really care, honestly. He almost never relied on techniques he didn't create himself these days. Though, part of that was because his enlightened self had gone and upgraded his lineage factors without his input, and another reason was that his Morales lineage factor had suddenly mutated. But regardless, he didn't have a huge reliance on techniques to begin with. He wouldn't have even been moved to care had he not wanted a method of turning his people back into humans. What he could have never expected, though, was that the more he looked, the more serious his expression became. These techniques, if their descriptions were correct, weren't they far too powerful? Eventually, Leonel landed on one. It was a body method that could strengthen one, but it did so through the soul. According to it, the more separate the soul from the body, the better the results. Also, the further from optimal the body was from its true state, the more effective it was. Caged body, chained soul, chapter 2369, much more fun. Leonel stepped out from the silver tablet. Or, rather, he simply snapped out of his meditative state, alerting himself to the outside world once again. It wasn't lost on him that there were some hostile people before him, but he wasn't worried about it in the slightest. How could they harm him with Anastasia around? He hadn't hesitated to enter a deep state of focus at all. I have a technique here that might help you all return to your human forms. It might take some time, but so long as you're diligent with it, things should work out in the end. Leonel crushed the technique orb that appeared in his palm, and a force art appeared before him. It wasn't too complicated, and it was actually far simpler than what he had seen from his own ability index and Alexandra's, and certainly less so than Goggles's. He didn't know how these people would react to a technique being in this form rather than the more digestible format they were used to, but this was the best he could do for them. What Leonel didn't expect, though, was that Joel would block his path before he could leave to handle other matters. These bear beasts that his brothers had been turned into were enormous. Even on all fours, they could look Leonel right in the eyes. Leonel and Joel's eyes met for a long while before Joel's eyes suddenly lost all spirituality. His body keeled over and collapsed. Leonel rushed forward and caught Joel by instinct, feeling his heart beating out of his chest. "What's wrong with me?" Leonel furiously shook his head. Normally, he would understand Joel's intentions instantly and react with far calmer. It was obvious that Joel understood enough about Leonel's abilities to know that he could turn them back so long as they killed themselves. Of course, Joel was a bit too eager. If not for the change to the silver tablet, Leonel would have had to put him in a snow globe until he got his King's Might lineage factor back. But Leonel had felt panic first before anything else. Life wasn't so fleeting. He could feel the weight of it now more than he ever had before. He hurriedly took out the silver tablet again, and Joel's beast body trembled before it crumbled to ash. Leonel hardly got done with this before the rest of his brothers followed through, one by one. They killed themselves without hesitation. Every time it happened, it felt like a knife was being twisted into his heart. He rushed to help each and every one of them, bringing them into the silver tablet before pouring what force resources he had left into resurrecting them. He felt a heaviness that he hadn't felt before, a heaviness that didn't vanish even when he brought them back one after another. It felt as though he couldn't catch his breath, and bringing them back did nothing to change that feeling of discomfort. How could you be so reckless? What if something went wrong? Leonel had wanted this to come out far more light-hearted, and even in a joking manner, but it had lost any sense of that it once had when it was filtered through his emotions. Lightsavel. It sounded harsh, grating on the ears even, like he was reprimanding them. Their gazes of trust felt like a burden he almost wanted to instinctually give up. What the hell is wrong with me? Leonel took a step back along with a deep breath. Was it because of his vital star force? It was like an anchor in his heart. Without the presence of other forces within him, because his body simply couldn't withstand any other force right now, it had taken the reins completely. We have our own convictions too, Leonel. Joel looked into Leonel's eyes, their deep brown trembling. I'm tired of dying. I've already experienced it 3 times now. But I'll experience it however many times I have to so that I don't have to again. The contradictory words rang in Leonel's ears. A chance, an opportunity. An ability index wasn't the only thing that could represent those concepts, but life itself could. Leonel didn't know how he got out of there, but he felt suffocated. He understood what Y Star Order had meant about an innate node being able to consume you now more than ever. And this was just a force he had comprehended. What if one day his Scarlet Star Force innate node began to rampage as well? He sat on his bed, holding Ina's Blood Sovereign tablet. His fingers trembled slightly as he tried to steady his breathing. No, maybe it already had. His thoughts were so cruel, his actions so decisive and emotionless. How much of that was really him versus his innate node? He needed the space to breathe. Suddenly, though, the golden tablet trembled and a light manifested. Before Leonel could react, the tablet spun out of his hands and a humanoid figure appeared around it as it shrunk. Leonel bolted forward without thinking, his arms wrapping around Ina before she was even aware of her surroundings. The humans are amusing, don't you think? All this effort, and for what exactly? Do they think they're going to find a savior among those incomplete world ants? A demon, wrapped in shadows and with the menacing horns of a bull, crouched over a sheer cliff with nothing but black waters below. However, those who knew better knew that those weren't waters below at all, but rather the turbulence of space and destruction. It was anarchic force so thick it manifested into a loose liquid. All around him, there were others demons of all shapes and sizes. What do you all say we crash their party? I would like to see how the vast bubble would react to their careful plan crumbling before their eyes. Smack. A thick hand hit the bullhorn demon on the back of the head. Remember the goal. We're here to get evidence of the humans enslaving higher races. The bullhorn demon snorted. We could just kill them all. What's the use for all of this? Why don't you go question the higher-ups yourself? I'm sure they'll love that. The bullhorn demon snarled but fell silent. The demon by his side, one that seemed formed entirely of flames, looked down toward the abyss below. Remember, somehow, the humans were able to stop our advance with that formation for generations, while our brothers and sisters were getting slaughtered inside. That formation finally shattered, and we made it through, but there's no telling if they have another trump card like it. We're demons. Be a bit more cunning, would you? Wouldn't it be much more fun to watch the whole world slaughter the humans again? Chapter 2370, You Little. Chapter 2370, You Little. Leonel hugged Ina so tightly that at any other time he might have thought he had a chance at crushing her. But at least right now, with the gaps in their strength of body having widened once more, that wasn't something he had to worry about in the slightest. He took in her warmth, her heartbeat, her soft, she's naked, Leonel suddenly realized. Even so, he didn't have such thoughts right now. He only wanted to hold her in his arms for the first time in what felt like forever. Ina, herself, was a bit confused. She felt the familiar scent envelop her, and she instinctively knew that it was Leonel. But what had happened? Why was there such a large gap in her memories? Weren't they in a zone? And hadn't she been in the body of... Ina's eyes widened, her heart trembling. Hadn't she died? Her body subconsciously wiggled as though to make sure that she was still all in one piece, but her senses flared as her ability index kicked in. Her eyes widened. Just what had happened to her body all of a sudden. Ina's thoughts were cut out when she remembered Leonel. He was still holding on to her, and he didn't seem to have any intentions of letting go. He cradled her head in one palm, sweeping up her waist in the crook of his other elbow. He pulled up at her so hard that she was forced onto the tips of her toes just to accommodate his height, and yet she hardly felt her own weight at all. He was carrying it all. Ina's eyes watered beside herself. Leonel had just lost her father, then he had likely thought that he lost her in quick succession. He could remember the rage and anger in his voice. He only barely stopped short of calling her a stupid woman back then, and maybe she would have deserved it if he had. That beast obviously wasn't here any longer, which meant that Leonel had done something to defeat it, something that she obviously couldn't accomplish even by putting her life on the line. Her brimming tears began to soak Leonel's chest. She had wanted to be useful, but had ended up being his burden. Her fingers clutched at Leonel's back, holding onto him tightly in return. She could feel the erratic state of Leonel's heart. His back felt so solid and yet so frail at the same time. "Don't do something that stupid again, okay? I can protect you, I definitely can." Leonel's voice carried a grating hoarseness to it. It drummed upon Ina's heartstrings, making her tears fall all the faster. Why were these words so familiar? They were words she used to say to Leonel all the time when she wanted him to stop risking his life to save people who had nothing to do with him. It was the main reason they had separated once before. Her emotional state just couldn't handle it all. But now, it seemed that it was she who was the one in the wrong now. "Yes, okay," Ina said softly between her sobs. Leonel buried his nose and lips into Ina's hair. Just a while longer. He just wanted this peace for just a while longer. It was hard to say how long the two spent in that state. But some unknown time later, Leonel sat cross-legged on their bed, Ina cuddling up in lap like a happy little kitten. She rested her head on his collarbone and shoulder, her eyes closed with a deep sense of peace. There was nothing hot or steamy about the atmosphere, but it was probably more intimate than they had ever been before. They held one another's hands, basking in the warmth of their other half. "I think there's something wrong with my body," Ina suddenly said. Leonel, who had entered a peaceful lull, felt his heart skip a beat. "What's wrong? Where?" He pressed a hand to Ina's chest, looking for the answer on his own as though he couldn't wait even for her answer. Ina giggled. "You saw an excuse to feel me up and just took it, huh?" Leonel only now seemed to realize that Ina wasn't referring to something bad, which was soon followed up by the realization that he had pushed her ample breasts out of the way to press his palm on her chest. "How's this my fault? It's been hours and you haven't even reached for clothes. Who's trying to feel up who, exactly?" "I was testing you," Ina said with a humph. "It took you 3 hours, 4 minutes, and 7 seconds before you took advantage of me. Tell me, who's been draining you so much in my absence that you're not even tempted, huh?" Leonel was speechless. This woman, what was she talking about? This was supposed to be a sweet reunion. If he pinned her down and got to work immediately like some beast, wouldn't he hear complaints about that as well? "You little," Ina squealed. Leonel completely forgot about the problem with Ina's body. It was clear that in her absence, she had forgotten who was the boss here. Seeing the wave of delight in her eyes, though, he wondered if he really was. Ina's feverish moans filled the room, waves of heat coming from her as her skin turned a slight tinge of crimson. It was a gorgeous sight Leonel couldn't take his eyes off of. Pinning her face into their pillows, the graceful arch of her back made his heart thrum with excitement. His irises flashed with a radiant blue light as he unleashed what was just the first wave. "Don't run now," Leonel growled. "I'm not finished yet." Ina felt a tingle run up her spine. Those words of command only made her feel all the more excited. "Yes, King," she said softly. Leonel didn't even care about becoming a king anymore, but hearing these words, he felt that he would conquer as many lands as his woman wanted him to. Chapter 2037-1. Clairvoyance. Chapter 2037-1. Clairvoyance. The hours seemed to tick by once again without notice, and by the time Ina was fully subdued and gasping for breath, maybe much of a day had gone by. It was only then that the two finally seemed to get to what Ina was trying to tell him about, and it was more shocking than what Leonel was expecting by far. It almost felt ridiculous that they hadn't gotten to it immediately, but this little vixen had insisted on teasing him. This feeling, Leonel registered what Ina was saying, and then he sensed the changes in his own body. He had gone from a bodily strength of someone in Tier 1 of the 6th dimension to at least Tier 3. Of course, these were metrics he gained by comparing himself to himself. He didn't believe that he could do so in just a handful of hours. It should have been much slower. The only real explanation was that his intimate time with Ina had sped some things up. Hearing Ina's explanations as well, these things felt like they all slipped into place. Ina felt far more powerful, to an almost scary degree. According to her words, she felt that she could even fight an ancestor of the dimensional verse now on her own, and that was despite the fact she was still in Tier 1 of the 7th dimension and hadn't really learned anything new. All she had done was die once and then come back. Their best guess was that reconstructing her body had allowed her a great boon. For one, after asking the generation, Ina's soul was now 100% separated from her body. So if that was matched with a complete reconstruction of her body as well, the benefits were obvious. In fact, Leonel felt that Ina might still be being too conservative with the leap in her strength. Ina's ability index allowed her to have a perfect grasp of what was going on in her body, but it was hard to tell exactly how far that extended. After some thought, Leonel brought out the silver tablet, wanting to check something. "Touch this," Leonel said. Ina blinked, but did as she was told anyway. So it doesn't work like that?" Leonel's eyes narrowed. He was partly trying to get a better look at Ina's ability index, and partly trying to understand how to gather more knowledge to raise his contribution points. The former was a more important point than he knew, though. Ina's blood sovereignty, lineage factor, and ability index were all so perfectly matched to one another that it was hard to draw a dividing line between them. This was excellent for fusing your paths into a single road, but what it wasn't good for was targeting your weaknesses and improving yourself. Plus, he was curious. Try pouring some force into it instead. Leonel changed his words. Aina blinked. Wait, it might just be soul force, she said after a while, and then acted again. This time, Leonel felt a change. His brows shot up and he slipped into the silver tablet. Aina Brazinger, ability index, body clairvoyance lineage factor, berserk god, mutated, soul clairvoyance. Leonel's brows rose. Aina had 2 lineage factors, not just one? Was it always like that, or did something change? And that second lineage factor, it shouldn't be one that she was born with, so did that mean that Aina was a spark? Or maybe something else? It was hard to tell when he didn't even know what the original state of Aina's abilities were. However, there was something else that was shocking about this change. Leonel Morales, Y Star Order clearance level, apprentice contribution life, gold, 2 silver, 2 bronze, 1 black, common, 137, 820. Leonel stood in silence. There had been not only an addition to his gold contributions, but 2. And as thought that wasn't enough, there was an additional point added to his silver contributions as well. Aina had 3 force arts formed from her contributions, and there were exactly 3 additional points added to his totals. That meant that even the weakest of Aina's talents was at the level of goggles. Was it truly always like this? Leonel's instincts were telling him that something had changed. Leonel looked to the side, and another side of the library, or more accurately, his library, had gained something. When Leonel looked closer, it was actually a copy of the Blood Sovereign tablet. It had been unceremoniously copied. When he reached out for it and grasped it, it felt just as tangible as Aina's own. In fact, he even felt like he could take it out if he wanted. Was this a copy? Or... Leonel sent his mind back outside, and he found that Aina's tablet was still there. The Blood Sovereign tablet had actually been duplicated with such ease. The more he learned about the silver tablet, the more he felt like he understood it. It was a well of knowledge, first and foremost. But it was also akin to the last line of defense. So long as the silver tablet existed, or maybe even a bronze tablet like the one in Aina's father's possession, the knowledge of the envoys of creation would continue to persist. Just coming into contact with the Blood Sovereign like he had allowed him to reform an entire tablet from thin air, allowing the knowledge to continue to be spread. It was no wonder the vast bubble had access to such tablets. If they had a wise star order like King, and so powerful at that, his own library must have been far beyond Leonel's. But then, why did an Emperor's Might tablet not appear when he entered? Leonel then remembered. It said that Aina's berserk god lineage factor was mutated, but it didn't say the same for his own. In fact, it called it Emperor's Might and not King's Might. This should be because by the time he interacted with the silver tablet again, his lineage factor had fallen into dormancy. Leonel shook his head and focused on Aina. Do you want to see? I'm not sure it would be a help to you or hindrance, though. Aina blinked for a moment as though thinking about something, but she eventually nodded with quite some certainty. Erdul's note. I'll update the 3rd chapter either tomorrow morning or later tonight if I'm still awake. Chapter 2372, Complicated Emotions. Chapter 2372, Complicated Emotions. Leonel projected the force art to Aina, and she stared at it for a long while. He didn't rush her, but as she was lost in thought, so was he. He felt that being a wise star order wasn't just about gathering knowledge, but it was also about guidance, being a shepherd of sorts as well. It didn't restrict him from sharing the techniques that he traded for, and it didn't stop him from showing Aina her force arts either. One would think that there would be some restrictions on this matter, but there were none at all. Aina took a breath. Leonel's gaze narrowed. It was a seemingly normal action, but he felt the force in the air shift. And when she took yet another breath, it shifted even more forcefully. Every time Aina took in a simple breath, everything in her immediate vicinity changed. Her very presence was pushing and pulling at reality, as though trying to force itself into being. It was a sight that could be felt, but not seen. It came with a heaviness that imposed its will and pressed down on even Leonel's shoulders. Leonel's and Aina's heads suddenly snapped into a direction as well. Before Leonel could be surprised that Aina had been able to keep up with his senses, they both moved at once, but Leonel fell behind quickly. Aina was simply too fast. Leonel's lip twitched. Does she remember that she's naked? By the time Leonel made it out, he found that whatever had been happening had already been put to a stop. In the clearing, within the depths of the endless forests that were Anastasia's world, a battle had broken out between the bear beasts. Well, between the bear's beasts and Leonel's brothers. Aina froze them all in their tracks. Luckily, not because she was naked, or even because they were surprised that she was alive. Rather, her aura alone made it difficult for them to move. What's going on? Aina asked, turning to Leonel. A spiritual's prince with an ability index similar to Simeon's turned them into beasts. It didn't seem like they'd trust me to kill them and then resurrect them in their own bodies, so I gave them a technique to practice instead. What happened? Leonel turned to Joel, James, and the others. Joel covered James's mouth before he made the situation worse. Good to see that Aina is back, Joel said with a smile. I got lucky. It won't happen again, Leonel said seriously. Looking into Leonel's eyes, Joel seemed to understand that he wasn't just speaking about Aina, and his pupils trembled somewhat before he regained control over himself. As a beast, it was hard to maintain our inhibitions as high as they were as humans. What kept us in line were the chains and Wrangel's commands. But now, neither are here. Leonel frowned. They can't focus enough to learn the technique? Yes, the only reason they're calm now is because an alpha has appeared. I have a feeling that they'll only get more rowdy as time goes on. It'll make it harder for them to focus. It's part of the reason I couldn't stand being in the body. It made me feel like I couldn't even control myself. Leonel took a breath. This was very troublesome. He really didn't want to have to. I can undo it, Ina suddenly said. It shouldn't be too hard. You might have the materials on hand, too. Leonel's eyes lit up. How could I forget my lovely wife was so talented? Ina rolled her eyes. She was still waiting on her ring, but this guy insisted on taking cheap advantage of her? Is it just me, or did Leo become more of a simp? James held up his fingers and thumbs, framing Leonel's head in a picture frame. Nope, I think you're definitely onto something. He's softer, too. You think he has a baby in the oven? Raj asked. James shifted his picture frame to Ina's face, and then down to her belly. But before he could lock in, Raj nudged it back to Leonel's stomach. Perfect. Raj nodded. Hey, Cap, how's your hormone balance doing? You feeling any unexplained sickness in the mornings? Maybe some unexpected cravings? Ever wanted to sniff some gasoline? Maybe put some ketchup on your ice cream? James asked. Ina sputtered with laughter as Leonel threw out a kick that James blocked all too easily with an energy shield. Hey, I'm just worried about your safety. Don't push yourself too hard. Laughter rang through the forest. It didn't take Ina long to finish. In fact, as Leonel watched, he realized that she used concepts from the caged body, chained soul force art in her concoction. It seemed that part of the reason she was so confident was because she had seen it. This was good news. At the very least, Leonel hadn't wasted his contribution points, though the technique was quite useful for him as well. When the bear beasts were forced to absorb the pill, their bodies seemed to be sucked into their ethereal glabellas before their bodies began to manifest out of accumulated force. Leonel exhaled a breath of relief seeing this. This was a better outcome than he had expected for everything, so he turned his attention to more serious things. Tell me what happened. Everyone looked at each other. Without their beast bodies fueling the rage in their minds, the animosity many had toward Leonel lessened somewhat, but it wasn't to the extent that all was forgiven. Even so, seeing how ignorant he was of the matter, just how mad could they be? At most, they could lambaste him for abandoning the family he claimed to want to lead at the drop of a hat. However, from Leonel's perspective, he had already defeated everyone that needed to be defeated. Weren't they too useless if they couldn't last even a year and some change without him? Back in their human bodies, their emotions were far more complex. They felt rage that their patriarch had let them down. But they also felt the very same Morales pride within them, asking why it was they had to rely on someone else to be strong. Were the Morales truly weak now without a single person? Chapter 2037 tree. Never again. Chapter 2037 tree. Never again. Leonel didn't make a sound as he listened to the story, his expression not giving anything away. What happened was within his expectations. Or, more accurately, after he had seen the state of the Morales family, he understood what must have happened. After their victory, everything was smooth sailing, but because Leonel wasn't there was actually some hesitation about what exactly to do. This made sense. The Morales had suddenly gained so much territory and control in such a short time. They didn't even have the necessary population to occupy all of those lands, and they certainly didn't have the infrastructure to govern such a large amount of land either. Some were divided about what to do. One faction believed that they should just enslave everyone like they had the Sweyard and the spiritual faction. This would keep everyone in line and make it easier to force assimilation. Another faction believed that they should take a softer approach. They had already bred such destruction and carnage. A more diplomatic approach now might actually help the Morales in the long run rather than making everyone think that they were dictators. After all, they fully controlled the narrative now. So long as they put out some feelers and cleverly manipulated history, many wouldn't even remember the massacres in a generation. Hearing about these two factions, Leonel could close his eyes and see who was on which side, and he was even more certain that those dividing lines would have been drawn across the picket lines of the demon faction of the Morales family and the human side. In fact, the more he listened, the more he was absolutely certain that the demoness had a hand in forcing things to go this far. The infighting began not long afterward, and the Morales family became fractured. Because Leonel had exposed who was on which side, many historical, eye-blowing moments were brought up, and many began to wonder how long this betrayal had been going on for. Some things that were completely unrelated began to be pooled together. The Morales entered a mass state of paranoia where everyone was accusing everyone else of something. In the end, it became the linchpin of their downfall. The spirituals had experts of their own, and without Leonel there, the seals he placed on the slaves of the Morales were all too easy to weaken considerably. Suddenly, the Morales were facing not only their own internal civil war, but a violent retaliation from the spiritual religion and the Sweyard family. Even so, the Morales were quite powerful. Despite the strength Max held, the Morales had powerhouses of equivalent standing, and their number of ancestors that had remained hidden until the Civil War began, dwarfed both the Sweyard and spiritual religion. Unfortunately, by this point, the second invasion of the human domain began. There was Void Palace to protect them as Leonel had already massacred them. There was no Shield Cross Stars because Leonel had already massacred them. There was no Oman family because Leonel had already massacred them. The only powers left remaining to protect the human race were the Morales that were in shambles, and the Suired and Spirituals religion that had suffered catastrophic losses not just due to Leonel, but also because of their fight for their freedom. Leonel had always meant to let them go once everything blew over, but how could they know that? And with Leonel vanishing for a year, for all they knew, he had always just been a puppet of the Morales family, a convenient excuse they could abandon should things not go perfectly for them. The human domain in that state couldn't even handle a normal invasion, let alone an invasion the spirituals participated in. Using the fall of the spirituals' religion as a way to claim the moral hierarchy, the spirituals led a crusade and hardly suffered any resistance. They proved themselves to be the most powerful race of the dimensional verse, and it wasn't even close. The Morales were massacred, and they lost large numbers of their ancestors and young geniuses. Ancestor Alvaro fell, Ancestor Isa fell. The Overlord, the very old man that was the reason Leonel's command of the Morales had been so smooth to begin with, also fell. Leonel looked toward those that survived. First Nova Adawarth, third Nova Exavnik, fifth Nova Ramon, fourth Nova had died. Sixth Nova, Valor, had died. Second Nova, Orin, had died. Leonel didn't have much goodwill toward Fourth Nova. He had tried to sign Ina to a slave contract, but he was still his cousin. Sixth Nova was different. Leonel still remembered when he first met him. He was a stoic man of few words, but that day beneath the Void Tower he had been proud of Leonel's achievements. He had his own personal ambition, but that didn't get in the way of the love he had for his family, love that was likely only dwarfed by Orin himself. If there was anyone who least deserved to die, it was Orin. He had sacrificed so much fighting a battle against the hidden faction of the Morales all on his own. He took that burden on his shoulders, and he never complained, even willingly giving up a chance to become the heir apparent just to take Exavnik down. Leonel looked into Kira's eyes. They were brimming with unshed tears and carried a dense rage within that couldn't be buried. They rimmed with crimson and the force around her fluctuated. He understood her feelings. Words couldn't describe how much he understood. Leonel closed his eyes. He knew it wasn't his fault. He knew that it wasn't because he was neglectful or irresponsible. He knew that if he had been there, the chances he could have changed the outcome would have been slim. It was clear that for whatever reason, the demoness no longer wanted the Morales to exist as presently constructed. In fact, it might even be for a reason as petty as not wanting her lab rats to get too powerful. After all, how could her precious lineage factor spread to so many insignificant beings? Leonel clenched his fists. However, the guilt was just as heavy. Never again. Chapter 2374, Prick. Chapter 2374, Prick. Leonel didn't know how much it was the vital star force affecting him, but he felt that he would have reacted much the same way. He had never lost his empathy, at least not toward the people he actually had connections to. His father's death hit him like a truck. Ina's death felt like the same truck had backed up and dumped its load on him. He could still remember the rage he had felt when he had seen his brothers trapped in the bodies of beasts, and knowing at the same time that the Morales family was likely finished as a result of what he was seeing. He had felt all of those things then, and he felt them just as strongly now after stepping into the impetus state. This made him feel better. In fact, it made him feel better than he thought it would make him feel. It was as though there was still a kernel of what was really him in there, a piece that wasn't entirely dictated by the forces he chose to comprehend. But as good as that feeling was, his sense of duty was even more suffocating. Right now, he could intimately feel the difference. The Leonel ruled by his Scarlet Star Force would immediately go on a rampage, not stopping until what was left of the spirituals were mowed down like dried weeds. However, the current Leonel felt that he wanted to take a different approach entirely. He still felt the will within him to fight, to slaughter, make those that had made his family, his friends suffer, pay back their debts in blood. But he knew that it was a useless endeavor. Would it bring those that had been lost back? And he had already slaughtered to his heart's content, and what was the end result exactly? Would there be slaughter? Yes, there would definitely be a reckoning for this, and he would make certain that all those who were responsible were buried 6 feet deep. The spirituals would only be the beginning. The day he met the demoness would be the day she paid for all her crimes as well. He would show her what it truly meant to be toyed with. But would it be now? No. If he wanted this to not happen again, it had less to do with his own strength. Could he guarantee to always be there? To always be ready and by their side? It was impossible. It had been proven again and again and again. How many people had he lost? Even if he had managed to bring many of them back, would he be able to do so forever? What about when they entered the 8th dimension and the silver tablet became useless? Would he keep them at the 7th dimension forever, forcing them to remain weak and useless? If he wanted to change things, it didn't start from him, at least not in the sense that he had to continue chasing after strength and power. He had to change himself, yes, but the change would come in his approach. He had to pass on his knowledge. He had to help his brothers to grow stronger and more powerful. He had to empower his people. Even if they couldn't reach his height, he had to at least bring them close. Leonel closed his eyes, his thoughts thrumming. Of those that were here, there were his brothers, 3 of the remaining Novas, Kira, and the youths of the Morales, namely Nora and Tommy. The rest fell into similar categories. There weren't any of the people of Earth, Leonel noticed, aside from his brothers, of course. But Ina's friends were glaringly missing. That said, if they had died, Leonel was certain his brothers would have also said something. Aside from that, there was also Emna, Raelian, and his wife. Leonel had a feeling that the only reason so many people he knew survived was precisely in an attempt to humiliate him and also to drive him out to kill him. Obviously, the latter part of that plan had clearly failed. Leonel opened his eyes and shook his head. Here he was, trying to do things by himself again. Give me a few hours. Feel free to talk into the skies if there's anything you want. Anastasia will help you. You're volunteering me for work I didn't ask for. Aren't you too cheeky? Ignore her, Leonel said before running away. Leonel sat in a quiet place, looking out into the ocean. His father's dictionary felt smooth on his palm, vibrating with a slight warmth. What do you think of the conventional path? It's shit. Leonel's lip twitched. Classic. It's the path I chose, though. Leonel was shocked once again. Why? Leonel asked after a long while. Because the path is a blank slate. The God path is a stupid path. It has some interesting quirks, but trying to step onto a path like that one before you have a full understanding of the scope of the world around you is foolhardy at best. It's like expecting a toddler to already have chosen their career path. If you use the conventional path, though, you gain an extreme amount of flexibility. When you understand everything well and you're certain of your path, you can devote yourself to it and not worry about potential backlash. That sounds very valuable, though. So why do you not like it? Because there are better methods of doing the same thing. Dimensional cleanse, for one, is a technique well known for being compatible with every other technique. What most don't know is that there's likewise a path that comes with it that is compatible with every other path. Not only does it provide flexibility, but it also comes with a great deal of power-ups and helpful boosts that the conventional path doesn't have. Leonel smiled. Then why didn't you use dimensional cleanse instead of the conventional path? He had a feeling he already knew the answer. Why? Have you read that technique's introduction? The creator was an arrogant prick. I wouldn't allow myself to owe that bastard anything. Over my dead fucking body. Leonel's laughter rang out. Chapter 237.5, A Path That Suits You. Chapter 237.5, A Path That Suits You. How'd you manage to use the convention path in the Void Palace? You think I went to the Void Palace for their help? I went to chase skirt. I went to be an instructor. I never joined that shit stain of an organization as a student. I had better things to do. Plus, they paid me a hefty sum. Probably thought that if I was in their sights, they could learn about what made me so powerful. Joke's on them. I'm one of a kind. Leonel smiled. This old man never explained things so clearly, but because his AI was strapped to the rules of the dictionary, it was like he was finally learning more about his father's life. So basically, the conventional path is very malleable. Are there any limitations? There are limitations to everything, but the conventional path is a bit unique. You essentially undergo 2 body tempering stages. To the outside world, you seem to be in the 6th, then 7th, then 8th dimension. But in reality, you just repeated the 3rd, 4th, and 5th dimensions. You never really stepped into the 6th. Leonel frowned. That sounded wrong. If it sounds wrong, that's because it is. The conventional path is theoretically supposed to work like this, but it doesn't. Rather than staying in the 5th dimension, or better yet, backtracking to the 3rd with the same strength and power, you instead get what I call quasi-dimensions. Quasi-dimensions? What's the difference? Leonel was suddenly very interested. He had concluded recently that dimensions were highly important, but they didn't quite work the way explained in Earth's physics textbooks. He had a feeling that this was the piece he was looking for. Dimensions represent an elevated state of being. The higher your state, the closer you are to the foundations of life itself, and thus the more powerful you are. This elevated state of being is mostly reflected in an abstract sense to most who go about their day-to-day lives. However, it's more tangible than just existing in the abstract, and it's as real as the dream plane is. I just don't believe that there's someone in existence you can touch upon that plane. Well, I would have given enough time, but there's no use crying over spilled milk. What's important is that this state of being is like an anchor that holds everyone in place, and I believe that it's related to the regulator. The regulator isn't the physical manifestation of a being. It has no will, no consciousness. It only exists as an arbitrator of rules. More accurately, it is the rules. My hypothesis is that if anyone actually ever came face to face with a regulator one day, it would just be a force art, just like everything else is. And it's the structure laid out by the regulators that gatekeep states of being, Leonel asked. Yes, I would explain more, but your little mind would probably implode. To keep a complicated matter simple. When you cross a dimension, you gain greater access to these layers of reality. The more access to these layers of reality you gain, the more you can impose your will onto the world and ignore the rules of the regulators. Leonel's eyes narrowed. He thought back to that void race ancestor who was so large he seemed to encompass the entire incomplete world. The regulator had tried to stop him as well, much like it had tried and succeeded in stopping his father, but it had all been useless. Was this what his dad meant by ignoring the rules of the regulators? Then what about forces? This explanation sounds a lot like one I received for force manipulation. The dictionary fell into silence, but Leonel could feel it calculating something. In fact, he could vaguely tell that what it was doing was translating. Leonel's crafting was on an entirely new level now, and though he was far from his father, he had at least clipped the edge of Velasco's cloak. He could feel what the dictionary was doing now with much more clarity. When the dictionary was doing this, it was converting the terms his father used into ones he used. Force manipulation was a term Leonel had coined. It was unlikely his father would use the same words, and his father had never stepped out of the dimensional verse, so how could he know what terms the four great families used either? But somehow, the dictionary was able to convert everything into vocabulary only he could understand. Then it spoke. Yes, the concept is the same, but the distinction is in body and in soul. An increase in dimension, regardless of what caused it or path you follow, is fundamentally a change in body. A comprehension of force will fundamentally cause changes in the soul. This is why separating the two is so important. The soul's natural state is in the second dimension, as is that of every other force, but the body's natural state is in the third. When you're fused into one, it's impossible to give both the care and attention they need. Both need their own approaches. If you keep them together, as the body progresses, it will pull the soul along, forcing it to stretch itself across several dimensions so that it won't be left behind. This weakens your soul overall, and it likewise weakens its connection to forces. Leonel frowned. Understood this. The layered state of force manipulation represented folded your forces until they could return and be used naturally as close to the third dimension as possible. Then, stepping into the impetus state allowed you to finally take that step, while the like step would allow you to return to the second dimension. But it was interesting. It seemed that the body's task was to rise through the dimensions, and the soul's task was to return. It was this push and pull that made the powerful truly powerful. Then what's wrong with the conventional path? It's unable to make you stronger without pushing your body forward somewhat. Every step up in dimension in the conventional path is about a half step up in reality, rather than a full step. Stepping into the seventh dimension means you still have the flexibility of someone in the sixth, so on and so forth. It's not perfect, and this adds some rigidity to the path, but it's still far more flexible than most because so long as you haven't stepped into the eighth of the conventional path, there's still a lot you can do. It's part of the reason I spent decades in the seventh dimension, looking for my path. Leonel's eyes glowed. This gave his brothers far more of a chance than he originally thought. Plus, Aina never followed the god path either, or rather, she seemed to have only used it as a skeleton. She relied on her clairvoyance to make her own path. As for him, he obviously used dimensional cleanse. Not that it mattered, since he had somehow returned to the third dimension anyway. Then for someone in the seventh dimension of the conventional path, what would you suggest? Leonel asked. This was the main reason he had come here. Not everyone can follow my path, and I assume you're not talking about yourself because you clearly didn't follow that path either. It ultimately comes down to a few things. Raise your forces as high as you can. Raise your ability index to the highest level you can. Raise your universal forces to the highest level you can. And since you're not as amazing as me, find a path most suited to your growth. Only after doing those three things first will you be able to understand best what path suits you. Chapter 2037-6. Pulling his leg. Chapter 2037-6. Pulling his leg, Leonel nodded slowly. His father's words were helping him to slowly bring together the bits and pieces of information that he had cobbled together over the years into a more holistic understanding of what he had to do. He had to first find a balance between strengthening the ability indexes of his brothers and helping them to reach the limits of them as well. It would be easier to help them reach the limit with the help of the Silver Tablet's force arts, but he still had to factor in their talent and the digestibility of the material. Not everyone could just innately comprehend force arts by using prior, seemingly unrelated knowledge like Leonel or Aina could. The force arts of Silver Tablet were in a language that Leonel had only seen once before, and back then he was just barely 18 years old and was stuck in the Jones Zone. Then, he would have to help find resources that could aid them to comprehend their forces faster. Maybe he could even fuse the two purposes into one. Who knew, maybe he could help them gain an ability index that would make it easier for them to comprehend their desired forces. That way he would be killing two birds with one stone. But he was still curious about something. How did universal force factor into all of this? Leonel's task, the one given by his father before he could even begin to progress out of the third dimension, was quite similar to the three things he just listed. He had already succeeded in separating his soul, and the only forces he had left to raise to the impetus state would be his dark force, his scarlet star force, and his emulation spatial force. The dark force was a requirement of him since he had both halves of the northern star lineage factor. Of course, that would usually require him to understand star force as well, but he felt that he already had his bases covered on that front. With vital star force, he had already brought one star force related force to the impetus state. If he did it again with his scarlet star force, he felt that he would be in a good position. He didn't believe that his father meant for him to grasp not only all of his forces, but all of the individual strands that made it up as well. That would defeat the purpose of focused attention. Plus, he had already had an enlightenment on that front during the Air Wars. Forces like his Vital Star Force and Scarlet Star Force weren't just a whole that could be separated into parts. The only reason they had individual categorizations like Life and Star Force for Vital Star Force, or Light Star and Fire for Scarlet Star Force, was just as a way to colloquially categorize them. What was more important wasn't the parts, but rather the sum of them. As for why Leonel was bothering to comprehend Dark Force separately, it was because he had decided to abandon Void Star Force, so he needed another anchor of comprehension to satiate the dark side of his Northern Star lineage factor. That all led back to his question. Why is universal force so important? Isn't it by definition external to all of this? And if it's so important, how could you want me to push it to its final stage before even leaving the third dimension? Isn't that contradictory? There are 3 pillars in your path of progression. Your body and your soul are the first 2. They are highly important. But what's just as important is their connection to the world at large. Until the day you grow powerful enough to separate from the laws of the world, your connection to said world is of paramount importance, and there's no stronger connection that can be formed than through universal force. Leonel sat in silence for a long while when he heard these words. It was true. His body would only day reach the 9th dimension, and that could be considered the end. His soul would one day truly be one with the 2nd dimension, and that could be considered the beginning. But neither represented where the real impetus of creation was, where the true spark of life was, where the strength that sparked all that was, all that had ever been, and all that ever would be, rested. His father was essentially saying that the root to that kernel, that spark, that impetus, of life itself and the path toward the strongest existences in the world was universal force. Universal force was the only force that could grant you strength and power beyond your means. It was the only force that even the current Leonel could use without any burden to his body whatsoever, and that was despite him having comprehension at the 6th dimensional level while his body was in the 3rd. Although his Vital Star Force seemed to fall into this category as well, Leonel was certain that it was somewhat related to his unnamed lineage factor. Universal force, however, could be used by everyone. If a newborn somehow grasped enlightenment and entered the constellation realm, they could use that universal force without detriment to themselves. It was the only force that was truly without bias. Leonel's eyes glowed. He just realized 2 of the aspects his father wanted to focus on were both things like this, things that anyone could work on to strengthen. His ability index and universal force. Even so, that still didn't answer the last question. If universal force was so powerful and so useful, how could his father want him to push it to the constellation realm? That was impossible. Wanting him to push his forces to the impetus state was already pushing it somewhat, but it was still acceptable. But the constellation realm was the realm of the 9th dimension. He had been far from that even when he was in the 7th dimension, let alone now. The constellation realm isn't the end, it's the beginning. I never reached it myself, but that I'm certain of. Leonel's lip twitched. This old man was pulling his leg, surely. Chapter 237.7 Cut Deep. Chapter 237.7. Cut Deep. Leonel never thought that his father would ask him to do something he had never done. Never mind the fact that his father would never admit to it either. It could only be said that the programming of the AI likely had his father rolling in his grave. How am I supposed to do something you couldn't? Leonel asked speechlessly. Who said I couldn't? Couldn't and didn't are 2 different words, brat. Don't curse me from beyond the grave. Leonel laughed beside himself. Now that was a more typical answer. Then why didn't you? Leonel asked. Because I didn't want to deal with the hassle. My foundation was already imperfect because I practiced the conventional path to the 7th dimension. One more imperfection wasn't going to make or break me. Leonel frowned. It sounded more like his father had a method that he could have used but chose not to. Suddenly his eyes widened in understanding. I see you get it now. The constellation of families and that of the self aren't too indifferent. In fact, they're built on the same foundation, universal force. In truth, forming a family's constellation is much more difficult because it requires a combination of the wills and comprehensions of several people. It takes a real hero to do that. Back then, I was a lone wolf and couldn't be bothered. Plus, those annoying elders had pissed me off one too many times. Because of Grandpa, or because of the demon faction? Neither, Velasco's AI snorted. They actually tried to reprimand me for choosing the conventional path instead of the God path, and some of those old relics tried to take my right to become an heir away, so I said fuck them. I became more powerful than every one of them before the air war and put them on their asses. Then I didn't participate in the air war at all because it was a waste of my time. Those spineless cowards wouldn't do what I wanted them to do anyway. We should have just directly conquered the dimensional verse. But then I met your mother, and I didn't want to step on my father-in-law's toes, so I didn't let them convince me even when they did finally get their shit together. Leonel shook his head, not even knowing what to say. Before the air wars, his dad couldn't have been more than 40 years old at worst at the time. Leonel didn't know which Nebula his father was, but he was Montez's elder brother, so he was probably higher ranked than not, maybe even the first Nebula. Adaworth was already nearing his 30s the first time Leonel met him, and the air wars would have happened within a half-decade had the Cataclysm Zone not descended. That meant that his father was more likely than not in his early 30s, maybe 5 or 6 years older than Leonel was now. Leonel couldn't imagine becoming that strong so quickly without this sort of guidance, but his father had done it on his own. How do I use the Morales constellation to reach that level myself? Leonel asked. I'm not even in the dimensional verse right now, and I don't think I can return anytime soon. You don't have to. The moment it formed, every Morales gained a kernel of it within them. The location is irrelevant. In fact, the less Morales there are, the stronger you'll be able to sense it. Not that it would have been difficult for you anyway, considering you have the Morales world spirit. Leonel's brows shot up before his mood sank. From his father's words, the less Morales there are, it was clear that he likely guessed even from beyond the grave what the fate of the Morales would be. He too felt that Leonel's presence wouldn't have changed anything. But that left more questions than answers. If his father knew, why was he so obsessed with King? Shouldn't his anger be directed toward the demoness instead? If his father had been alive, how could the Morales have been so vulnerable even if he wasn't there? If he was powerful enough to deal with even King, what threat would the human alliance of the vast bubble be? The moment he left the dimensional verse, he could have broken into the 9th dimension and become a level of existence that was nigh unmatchable. Leonel hesitated. He didn't want to ask the question. It would imply he was doubting his father. But the question was burning a hole through his tongue. Eventually, it came out anyway. If he was ever going to ask, it would have to be right now. If you knew, then why? Leonel expected to hear a sigh, maybe a pause, maybe some lament. But it was then that the AI chose to remind him that it was, in fact, an AI. It had been asked a question, and so it would answer to the fullest extent of the truth that it knew. It answered immediately. I had escaped the range of her influence. I shed her lineage factor and her chains. My only regret is that I could not do the same for you and my little brother. If I had stepped out of the dimensional verse, what I could do would be limited. I've had enough conversations with your mother's father to know the true extent of the strength and power out there. I had already reached the very limits of this incomplete world. The only way for me to progress further would be to see what was out there. But if I left, that woman wouldn't allow a variable out of her control to spread their wings. So I paved a path for you and Montez instead. So long as she feels like she can still toy with you on a puppet string, she will allow you to live. King wasn't someone I slayed just for selfish reasons. With him out of the way, things will be easier on your mother's father, and so long as you can survive until he is ready, both you, your mother, and your uncle will have a chance to stake a place for yourselves in the outside world. There, it was again. Words that Leonel was certain his father would never admit to if he had been alive. And they cut deep. Chapter 2038, Causality. Chapter 2037-8, Causality. Leonel closed his eyes and regained his bearings. When he opened them again, he was sharp and focused. He began a focused state of meditation, part of his focus on the dream plane and the other half on the silver tablet. Right now, he had over 1 million ability indexes in his silver tablet. This sounded like a large number, but it was insignificant in the grand scheme. A single city on a single planet could have a population that dwarfed that number, let alone the entire planet, the entire solar system, the entire galaxy, or any quadrant, sector, domain, or world beyond that. And that was just an incomplete world, didn't have its force separated across such large space. The result was a large piece of land that, although smaller than a given universe, it likewise had a population concentration that was impossibly far beyond what one could expect of an incomplete world. To make a complicated matter simple, there were countless uninhabitable planets in an incomplete world, but a complete world, aside from danger zones, could be settled across every square inch. The vast bubble was more of an anomaly than not due to the fact a demon world was trying to fuse with it, causing much of it to be unpopulated. But a bubble world without this issue would have a population that made numbers in the trillions sounds insignificant. However, while the pool of ability indexes he had access to was limited, not to mention the fact they were all common and couldn't even be ranked, he believed that if he made clever use of this store of ability indexes, he could help his brothers out a great deal. He had decided on a few things. First, he would help his brothers to raise their ability indexes from the common level to the black grade. If Leonel was correct, this actually might count as a contribution to the silver tablet as well, but only time would tell. Once he had raised them to the black grade by filling in some of their weaknesses, he would turn to the matter of lineage factors. The silver tablet seemed to have some untold secrets within it, but they weren't hidden either. The fact that both ability indexes and lineage factors could be turned into forces and analyzed told Leonel something. Lineage factors were also a chance to change your fate. The difference was that while ability indexes were granted to you, lineage factors could be created. James had formed his own lineage factor, and so had Emna. This made them sparks. But Leonel didn't believe that this was some innate characteristic, as though they were destined to form these lineage factors from birth. Even so, he could use James and Emna as a template. Both of them had formed lineage factors that synergized with their ability indexes so well that it made them far more powerful than they seemed. James, in the silver tablet, but Emna wasn't. After he had laid out a path, the first thing Leonel did was fix that. He found that adding people to the silver tablet was far easier than he had thought. Those without access to the dream plane, or without force strong enough to counter his dream force, easily had a small kernel of their soul sucked into the tablet. Like this, Leonel was able to add everyone without even getting up from his seat. Emna by Saran Ability Index, Blade Affinity Lineage Factor, Blade as Body. This was an interesting screen to look at, mostly because of the Blade as Body title. The ranks of the Blade Affinity were Sense, Feel, Body as Blade, Union, and Transcendence. That wasn't Leonel misremembering, it was truly Body as Blade, while Emna's Lineage Factor was known as Blade as Body. It was a simple flip of the words, but Leonel felt that this change held a lot of weight for Emna, and it was probably the reason she was able to reach true sovereignty as well. Leonel's black contribution ticked up by 1, causing him to raise an eyebrow. Even James wasn't at the black level, but if he took a deeper look, it seemed that James was very close. It looks like James never really focused on strengthening his ability index. He and Milan have the same ability index, Energy Shield. The difference was that Milan awakened it at the lowest partiality level, while James awakened it to the second misdirection level immediately. In these years, James raised it to Reflection, the 4th level, but it seems that most of the heavy lifting is being done by his Lineage Factor, James Bennett Ability Index, Energy Shield Lineage Factor. Black Hole Leonel rolled his eyes. Only James would pick such a ridiculous name. He probably thought it sounded cool, but it lacked any flair whatsoever. It was too bland. Observing the Lineage Factor, though, Leonel nodded to himself. His conjectures were correct. James's Lineage Factor allowed him to pick out a force and nullify it. This was how he had managed to defeat Aloran, the Time Force wielder. The problem was that Nullify was already one of the abilities of his ability index. Though, the difference was that that ability was concentrated into the shield, whereas James was able to expand it into a domain instead. Even so, it overlapped with his ability index, rather than raising it up and amplifying it. It was a subtle difference, but it was one that Emna had grasped while James hadn't. Even so, he had been able to defeat Aloran. Speaking of which, Leonel reached out toward Ellerin, who was still under Anastasia's tutelage. To Leonel's surprise, Aloran's head snapped upward instantly. However, Leonel only smiled. It seemed that Aloran's time force was on the verge of entering the impetus state. Even so, it wasn't there yet. Aloran Hutch, Ability Index, Strings of Causality Lineage Factor. Leonel's eyes narrowed. There was a point of contribution added to the silver tiers. Chapter 2000,000,009. Correct. Chapter 2000,000,009. Correct. In truth, Leonel expected it to be ranked higher, at least until he saw that Eloran's progression in the ability index was still at the very first tier. It's so powerful at just the first tier? He looks like he's completely focused on his ability index as well, and he's had the drive and conviction to improve it every day. From what I've seen, he uses it cleverly and with sharpness. Is it just that difficult to progress Time Force? Wait, but he had felt Eloran sense him in the dream plane. Even Emna hadn't been able to, and neither had Goggles. Only Aina was able to replicate that feat. That should mean that Aloran was on the verge of the impetus state, but if Aloran's time force was that strong, his ability index shouldn't still be at the first tier. Fascinating, Aloran's ability index allowed him to use his eyes to see the path of causality. He could then gather those causalities and use them for his benefit. If he wanted to streak across a marathon, he had to observe himself complete that marathon first within one of the potential causalities, then pick that causality. Once he did, he would cross the distance of a marathon in an instant. Of course, that would require time. If he had been a mortal, even an elite one, that would have taken 2 hours of observation of casualties. This was where the strength of his ability index came in. He was able to accelerate time within these casualties and gain a small advantage. Essentially, he could observe himself cross a distance at an accelerated pace, and thus finish that task faster overall. If it would usually take him a minute to run a kilometer, he could observe the causality at an acceleration of 10%, and thus finish in 54 seconds instead. When Leonel laid it out like this did truly sound like the first tier of an ability. There were countless restrictions, and it was extremely difficult to use in the midst of battle. It was no wonder Aloran couldn't focus on anything else. If anything, making his ability index any stronger would be a detriment to him. Unlike James, who focused too much on his lineage factor, Aloran was the opposite, focusing too much on his ability index. But Leonel couldn't even really blame him. If he could toy around with time, would he even waste his time with other things? He could imagine what he could do with Aloran's abilities, and just the thought made him want to salivate. Of course, though, if he had Aloran's ability index, he would lose his own and thus lose the sharp mind that would allow him to execute his ideas. That's enough reconnaissance. I've got it. First, Joel. Joel Dangote Ability Index, Sharpness Lineage Factor. Joel's ability index was as simple as it came. In the past, Leonel had thought that it was similar to Emna's ability index, but this was due to his ignorance. Joel's ability index did one thing, increased piercing power. It was that simple, almost like a buff in-game. This wouldn't have been interesting to Leonel in the past, but with his current understanding of weapon forces, he found it maybe even more fascinating than Aloran's ability index. Sharpness. It was a physical law of reality. When an object reached a certain unspecified number of parameters, it would be sharp. Joel could enhance those parameters. What was interesting was that sharpness was one of the laws of physics Leonel thought of when he was comprehending weapon forces. What made weapon forces exist? As he had comprehended, on one side there was the human consciousness which birthed all sorts of weapons, and on the other side there were the laws of physics. Those weapons relied upon to be effective. All weapons but blunt force ones relied on sharpness. The spear might also rely on laws of leverage and the like. Whatever unique combination of these laws that a weapon leaned upon would decide what kind of weapon force it was. If Joel came to understand this, Leonel had a feeling that his power would shoot up like a speeding rocket. But looking at his ability index, Joel was still at tier 3, and that was after decades of effort. Leonel understood why. It wasn't just due to lack of talent. When he wasn't there, the role of leader fell onto Joel's shoulders. Joel bore this weight well, but it hindered him in many other facets. Joel's ability index has much more potential than I gave it credit for. I won't touch it unless I find other ability indexes that are extremely similar. Maybe one related to the laws of hardness, or... Leonel's gaze flashed. He looked through all million ability index force arts in an instant before he landed on one. Leonel couldn't just give Joel his insights. Comprehension never worked like that. Instead, he had to find a way to lead Joel to the same conclusion he had reached. Ability index, heaviness perfect. Leonel tested the synergy between this ability index and Joel's, and, as expected, they were akin to two peas in a pod. They fused more easily than any ability indexes that Leonel had tried out until this point. While the result was still common, that was because both Joel's and the person who had once wielded heaviness both were stuck at quite low tiers and had limited understanding of what they truly had. Now he just needs a lineage factor to pair with it. Leonel looked inwardly toward the glaive domain ring. It was perfect for Joel, but he shook his head. Not only did he feel that these lineage factors were ticking time bombs, but Leonel's thoughts were cut off as another tablet appeared within his library. His gaze sharpened as he brought it out. Ability index, glaive domain, corrupted. Leonel sat in silence for a long while. Sometimes he really hated being correct. Quote, those sons of bitches. Chapter 23080, Corruption. Chapter 23080, Corruption. Leonel looked at the corrupted tag for a long while. His eyes narrowed. He had expected this already, but it was still annoying to see. The good news was that he didn't receive the same tag, and the reason was quite obvious. His spear domain lineage factor had fused with his metal synergy lineage factor, not to mention the Radix, Midas, and Florer family lineage factors to become unnamed. As for his bow domain lineage factor, it was incomplete and had yet to fully form. He had also not taken the steps to complete it, even though he had the bow domain lineage factor. So, obviously, he didn't have to deal with that issue with it either. Instead, his bow domain lineage factor received the tag of fragmented, if he recalled correctly. If he completed it, though, he was almost 100% certain that it, too, would be marked down as corrupted. Wait, Leonel looked toward the force art, focusing his attention. After just a split second, he waved a hand and got rid of it. He was being foolish. If he wanted to comprehend the corrupted portion of the lineage factor, he had to pick a lineage factor that he was intimately familiar with. He took out his spear domain ring and had the silver tablet scan it. It was a ring that was always on his finger, and he felt that it was about time he comprehended its true depth. Even though unnamed wasn't corrupted, who was to say that it wasn't imperfect due to the corrupted nature of spear domain being part of its foundation? Due to this, it might very well be more important than just for the sake of his curiosity to get an understanding of what was going on. Leonel spent the next half an hour memorizing, analyzing, and teasing apart the secrets of spear domain. Not only did he feel like he learned a lot and even new methods, but he felt that he had nailed down the corruption of the lineage factor. There were two aspects to the corruption. The first was something that he had already expected: control. Spear domain was a lineage factor that gave one access to a weapon force with hardly any conscious effort. A weapon force was highly linked with one's very being, as it relied on the will of a person and the laws of reality to manifest. As such, controlling a person through their weapon force was as far a stretch as it seemed. The second aspect, though, was more surprising, and that was just the fact that the lineage factor was imperfect. This shouldn't have been as surprising to Leonel as he originally felt it was. Of course, the lineage factor was imperfect. That fit well with everything else he knew. He had a feeling that the existence of the domain rings mimicked true sovereignty because the original intention of the domain lineage factors was to birth true sovereigns. Leonel didn't know who had created this lineage factor, but they had to be a genius to get so close to a perfect product even though they hadn't succeeded. Lineage factors and ability indexes could provide affinities that could help one's comprehension, making the world of a certain force easier to understand. But this lineage factor was trying to take it a step forward, directly granting comprehension. Or, at the very least, making the path toward comprehension so easy that it was barely a step or two away. I see. The imperfection part of the lineage factor can be fixed just by becoming a true sovereign on your own. However, the control portion of the lineage factor, was designed as a failsafe. It allowed, assumedly the creator, to control those who had the lineage factor. Of course, their targets were likely those that could perfect the lineage factor by becoming true sovereigns themselves, which ironically meant that Leonel would have become one of their prime targets. In fact, he still might be their target even now, even more so since they couldn't control him. Just what he needed, honestly. More enemies in the dark. Who didn't love that? However, Leonel disregarded that. What he cared most about was the fact this control aspect also masqueraded as a dampener on the lineage factor, not allowing it to display its full strength once completion was reached. Now that Leonel thought about it, there wasn't any bump in strength in his spear domain lineage factor at all that didn't come directly from his spear force. But his spear force was his own. He could use it with or without the lineage factor. He hadn't thought much about it in the past because he didn't not of the connection. But now he realized that his lineage factor likely hadn't reached its full potential precisely because of these blockers. With a thought, unnamed appeared before Leonel. It was a complex, jumbled mess. Leonel got a headache just looking at it. It was so much more complex than even Goggles that it was hard to pay attention to the details he needed to. This was quite shocking for Leonel considering just how strong his dream force was, and he felt that it might be a helpless endeavor until he suddenly had an idea. My spear force fell out of true sovereignty after my recent comprehension. That means that if I reach true sovereignty again, I can compare the changes to the unnamed force art with and without it. That should help me pinpoint the location in the force art that spear domain made up. Once I do that, I should be able to find the corruption as well as they should be nearby one another. If I can fix the corruption on mine, fixing the corruption for Joel would be a breeze. Leonel got to work. It would take him forever if he was alone, but didn't he have a lovely wife that would be a perfect sparring partner? Unfortunately, he underestimated just how much this lovely wife of his loved to kick his ass. Chapter 238-1. Too heavy. Chapter 238-1. Too heavy. Leonel coughed, feeling like he was about to hack up a lung. Is all of this strictly necessary? Haven't you heard of being gentle? I'm not a masochist like you, Uni. Leonel quickly rolled to the side as a long-haired beauty descended from the skies like a war god. It seemed she didn't like what he was about to say even one bit. Since you can still run your mouth, you obviously haven't been pushed to your limits yet. Leonel rolled out of the way again. You know I'm doing this for you too. I don't need that damned corrupted ring. I can become a true sovereign on my own. It's easy. Leonel's lip twitched. If anyone else said this, he'd call bullshit. But since it was Ina, he knew just how true it was. Ina's body clairvoyance and soul clairvoyance abilities were absolutely broken. They did exactly as their name suggested and practically gave her the ability to see the future so long as it was related to her own body. He could barely look at his own unnamed force art without going into a tailspin. Looking at those two clairvoyance force arts felt like he was thrown into a black hole and forced to watch his body stretch across time. What was interesting, though, was that Ina's ability index and Goggles had great synergy between one another. However, he decided to leave this matter be. The one person who didn't need his help for her path was Ina. This was already how he felt before she died, but now it was even more exaggerated. She was on a completely different level. In just the last few days, Leonel felt that her strength had probably doubled, and she was still unearthing more strength every day. By this point, she could probably fold Alpha Clown in half and make Ringle her whipping boy. Leonel doubted it would even take much effort. He didn't know what had triggered this, especially since it didn't actually seem to be related to her blood sovereignty. But what else could he do but stay here and take a beating? There it is. A day later, Leonel finally felt the threshold again, his head filled with lumps that were growing their own lumps. His spear force regained its golden sheen, its power skyrocketing. At the same time, Leonel felt that he actually gained a little bit more control as well, not in terms of the spear force itself that went without saying, rather it was the ability to use the spear force even with his fragile body. By this point, even without having used caged body, chained soul yet, Leonel had a body that was almost as strong as it had been before his grandfather unceremoniously knocked him out. He had expected to be able to use his force by now, but he guessed that having a body strong enough to withstand powerful forces was about more than just a strong body, but the dimension of the body almost mattered. It was a metaphysical matter rather than a purely physical matter. Leonel crossed his legs and he entered the silver tablet, focusing his attention, and Ina reluctantly had to stop the swing of her staff. This staff was the latest weapon that Ina had decided to pick up. She usually alternated between her battle axe and other weapons. Once she mastered whatever random weapon suited her fancy, she would always go back to her trusted axe. It was true when she said she could become a true sovereign when she wanted, but until now, she hadn't. She trusted her instincts and followed what her body and mind told her to do. As far as she was concerned, it had never led her astray. In truth, for years now, for as long as she could remember, part of that nagging voice in her mind had been telling her to commit suicide. It was the one thing she had always ignored because she had too many things to do, too many things to accomplish, too many people to make pay for what they had done to her family. But ever since she had awakened, that voice had vanished, and without the constant bombardment, her clairvoyance was hundreds of times clearer to her than it had been in the past. She didn't know exactly what this meant, but she was happy. This meant that she would be able to keep up with Leonel's steps, and she wouldn't have to worry anymore. Even if this meant that she would leave Leonel behind in terms of strength, it would be even better. She would happily protect Leonel for the rest of her life if that's what she had to do. She smiled to herself. Of course, she would definitely enjoy whacking him on the head during said time. Leonel didn't know Ina's thoughts. He was far too focused on the task at hand. Plus, it wasn't as though he could use the dream plane to read her mind. She was the only one in the segmented cube aside from Aloran who could sense him with ease. That's it, this part right here. Leonel's eyes narrowed. With his mind focused on one part of the Force Art, and with this part being easier for him to comprehend now that he had regained his true sovereignty, the impact on him was far less. After a moment, he entered a deep state of meditation, one that lasted 3 days and nights. When he opened his eyes, they were bloodshot, and their disappointment was clear. He had overestimated himself a bit too much. How could he unwind this kind of thing in a short time? The task was far too heavy. He could hardly look at the Force Art directly. How was he going to modify it to any great extent? Leonel exhaled a breath slowly and slipped into a pod to rest. When he came out, his determination was renewed. He couldn't do anything about his lineage factor the conventional way, but that didn't mean the silver tablet couldn't. Chapter 238-2, Choice. Chapter 238-2. Choice, a Force Art, was essentially a series of symbols that acted like a programming language. This language could communicate with the universe to elicit a certain response that usually came in a combination of force. This corrupted section of the lineage factor was designed to dampen the overall structure and weaken it. So, what if Leonel fused it with several other Force Arts that could do the opposite? After some testing, he felt that it might be viable. This was because he didn't seem to have to fuse Force Arts as a whole. He could do so in parts, and even concentrate which sections to fuse where. He currently had 4 complete domain lineage factors on hand. He had the bow, glaive, axe, and spear rings. Although each was built on different concepts, they all had overlapping sections. So, his first thought was, what if he took these overlapping sections, fusing them into the lineage factor, and used quality to outmatch the corruption? While this wouldn't deal with the control aspects of the corruption, it might be able to deal with the weakening. This method worked, but the result was unsatisfactory. Not only was there the previously mentioned issue, but it was also lacking in something fundamental. Leonel understood what it was immediately. The only portions of the Force Arts he could fuse were general purpose and not specific to the weapon, so he chose a different approach. Why not just stack several of the same Force Art on top of each other? This worked much better, but the corruption actually seemed to feed off the Force Art, growing stronger in kind. This told Leonel that the corruption wasn't some inanimate object, it had some bite to it, and he had to be cautious of that. Trying to do this within his body might have had even worse effects, so that left Leonel thinking until he came up with another approach. He began rifling through the ability index until he found one. Energy Shield. Interesting, Leonel's eyes narrowed. Energy Shield was obviously the ability index of James and Milan, but it shared some characteristics with the corruption. He continued looking, and soon he found 3 more that triggered his dreamscape, and Leonel felt like he was beginning to put the pieces together. Could it be that this person is also a wise Star Order? Or was the person that created the Domain Rings king to begin with? Although Leonel didn't discount the possibility of there being yet another wise Star Order, the fact that King had done this was in line with everything he knew and easier to accept. Wise Star Orders weren't as rare as Northern Star Orders like his grandmother, and from what he had learned, even Northern Star Orders weren't exactly extinct either. He would definitely have to deal with others in the future. This wise Star Order combined the force of several ability indexes into one to create this corruption aspect. Leonel entered a state of focus again, mixing and matching the 4 lineage factors he had picked out until he compiled a perfect replica. Yes, this is it. Leonel had succeeded in reconstructing the corruption perfectly. By now, he was even more certain that this person was a wise Star Order. In fact, it should be a wise Star Order that was using their tablet to create a new Force Art, but they had ended up failing and took this approach instead. Now, though, Leonel understood the corruption perfectly and all the parts that made it up. What once was an enigma to him fell into a logical train of thought, and likewise, how it connected with the original lineage factor made all the more sense to him. So, when he reached forward and began to pull the corruption out of his Force Art as though he was plucking an apple from a tree, it all flowed smoothly and naturally. He was no longer confused about where the corruption started and where it ended, nor was he confused about which of his actions might ruin the Force Art and which one wouldn't. When he finished pulling the corruption out, he felt a rumble in his mind. Lineage factor, glaive domain, lineage factor, axe domain lineage factor, bow domain lineage factor, spear domain, not a single one had the corruption tag on it. It'll take a little more time, but I think I can do this one too now. Leonel looked toward Unnamed and grinned. Another 3 days later, Leonel stepped out from the silver tablet practically brimming. He could feel the energy coursing through him, though it didn't come from changes in his lineage factor. Although he had succeeded in changing the Force Art, he hadn't implemented the changes in his body yet. For one, this wasn't about him. He had promised to focus on helping his brothers to improve. If it hadn't been necessary, he wouldn't have wasted time on returning to true sovereignty either. Secondly, his lineage factor was dormant right now anyway. It wouldn't make a large difference in combat strength even if he did choose to be selfish again. All right, everyone gather up. I come bearing gifts. Soon, Leonel's brothers and some other interested participants came forward. Many didn't know how to face Leonel anymore, whether that be due to their own animosity or their own inferiority. But at the very least, that wasn't everyone. Joel, you have two choices. Well, this one isn't a choice. Leonel pressed a palm into Joel and passed on the heaviness ability index to Joel. Joel's brows raised up and he felt an extra hint of something special, but he didn't quite understand it. Think about this new ability index, how it's similar to your previous one, and what lines connect them. Once you understand that, I promise you'll have a huge leap in strength. As for what your choices are, it's quite simple. Leonel waved a hand and the glaive domain force art appeared. You have two. One is to learn this lineage factor by directly absorbing it. Two is to learn this lineage factor by meditating upon it. Joel's eyes narrowed. And what do you think I should do? Chapter 238.3, Simple Ability Indexes. Chapter 238.3, Simple Ability Indexes. Leonel smiled, feeling that Joel's question wasn't as simple as it seemed. It was almost like the latter was testing something. Well, that would depend on you, now wouldn't it? How would your opinion depend on me? I think you know. Still the same Leonel, Joel said, shaking his head. Indeed, the changes to Leonel were a bit subtle. He seemed more expressive than usual. No, he seemed more expressive than he had been originally. The Leonel of Royal Blue Academy was a lot more like this. It was enough that Joel was a bit skeptical of what was going on. The fact that Leonel was giving him a choice and not just telling him what to do was the most baffling. Since when did Leonel do that? The last time they had a session like this wasn't long after Ina left for Planet Viola. Back then, Leonel had just told them all directly what to do. This time, though, it was very different. Just checking to make sure you didn't have a brainworm. Leonel grinned. I assume that this choice is pretty straightforward. Absorbing it now will give me a more immediate strength increase, but waiting and comprehending it on my own will give me more potential in the future. I choose the first. Leonel smiled. He didn't question Joel's decision. Of his brothers, Joel was without a doubt the most insightful. Although Alan was the smartest and the closest in intelligence to himself, that was more so toward the physical sciences and mathematics. When it came to people or reading social situations, he was very much lacking. Joel hadn't chosen the option with seemingly less potential out of frustration or anything of the like. Rather, he read the situation quite well. Whatever this ability was, Leonel had only gotten his hands on it recently. By all rights, just like Leonel's advice for them had changed since back then, it would change again into the future. Leonel would likely also have changes in philosophy and gain more from the silver tablet than even what he had now. By then, even if he chose the path of greater potential now, the difference would be marginal as he benefited more and more from Leonel's breakthroughs. In fact, if picking to fuse with it was so detrimental to him, Leonel would have made a note of it. It was more likely that while it would be more difficult to comprehend by directly absorbing it, it wouldn't be impossible either. Without hesitation, Joel took the glaive domain lineage factor and absorbed it, sensing the changes within himself. Here, Leonel tossed the ring over. There are many glaives within that can help your insights, but be sure to be careful as you progress. I had to remove some corruption aspects of the lineage factor before I gave it to you. It's possible that there might be some more lingering traps within. Joel nodded solemnly before going off to focus. He didn't want to waste any time, as curious as he was about everyone else's improvement. All right, James, after thorough analysis, the evidence is conclusive. James wore a rare serious expression as he waited. It was clear that this would decide a lot of his future. You're a useless blockhead. James was stunned for a moment before he recovered to everyone's laughter. You son of a bitch, and here I was being serious for once. Leonel grinned. I'm only telling the truth. You focus so much on your lineage factor that you've neglected other things. Milan, by comparison, focused so much on his ability index that he has no other supplemental skills to go along with it. The two of you could learn quite a bit from one another. Leonel brought out two force arts, swapped them, and then pressed them into the two energy shield users' chests. Milan, I've given you James's self-created lineage factor. As for James, I've passed on to you Milan's ability index progression. James was speechless. What kind of BS is this? This useless lug has always had a worse ability index than me. You're selling my body for cheap. Milan, who was feeling quite happy, suddenly felt attacked. You trying to start something? And so what if I am? All right, Leonel spoke, trying to hold back his laugh. While your ability index used to be stronger than Milan's, that's no longer the case. You stagnated due to your focus on the nullification tier, but above the nullification tier there's still the reflection and amplification stages. Milan is a step beyond you and has grasped reflection. See that? Be a little more humble, shit for brains. Leonel shook his head. But there is something to be said about how deep James comprehended his tiers. He could probably use reflection, and maybe even amplification if he was focused on it. Isn't amplification a savant tier? Alan asked with a frown, clearly paying more attention than these two. It is, because James created a supplemental lineage factor. It's possible for him to extend the abilities of his ability index into realms he would normally be unable to touch. Alan's eyes lit up. That was possible too? I would give you 2 more, but I think that for now, focusing on this will help you to progress much faster. If you find a balance between your lineage factors and ability index, the benefits will be shocking. Leonel sent the 2 away and then turned his attention toward Emna. Emna, what terms would you use to describe your blade? Sharp, swift, agile, subtle. She spoke without hesitation. She felt far more like a soldier than a friend, but even so, Leonel was surprised by the directness of her response. With a nod, he pressed Joel's sharpness ability index into her chest. For now, I do not have the others you need, but I believe that this ability index will be of great help to you. Although Leonel was still speaking, Emma seemed to have already entered her own world, a whirlwind of enlightenment turning into sharp blades that threatened to slice Leonel apart. Chapter 2038-4 Pure Enlightenment. Chapter 2038-4 Pure Enlightenment. Leonel leapt backward, coughing a few times. Take her somewhere safe, will you, Anastasia? It's like I'm a maid or something. Unbelievable. Though she grumbled, she did take Emna away. Leonel nodded to himself. He felt that there was some great potential in these so-called common ability indexes and lineage factors, especially when it came to their synergy. It seemed that his calculations had been correct and everything was going smoothly. For Drake and his pure marksman ability index, Leonel didn't go the expected route and hand him the bow domain ring. This wasn't because he wanted to keep it to himself, but because Drake had never used bows or even crossbows. Drake liked guns and modern machinery. This had caused him no shortage of headaches because this path wasn't common in wider existence. But he obviously had Leonel by his side now. What weapon he wanted to use was irrelevant. Not only did Leonel give Drake a pair of pistols forged by him personally, he gave him a long-barreled sniper rifle. However, these were all ultimately external items. He fused Drake's pure marksman ability index with a telekinesis ability index, feeling that the synergy would be great, and that it was. Finally, Leonel gave Drake some general advice about weapon forces. He believed that if Drake wanted to continue down this path, he would need to create a new weapon force for himself, and that would require comprehending a new set of what Leonel was choosing to call simple building blocks. These simple building blocks were the aspects of sharpness, swiftness, and the like that decided the characteristics of various weapons. If Drake wanted to do and create a gun force, then he would have to first break it down into its individual parts and understand what a gun force would entail. Finally, he gave Drake the sharper eyesight character of the bow domain lineage factor, though not the whole thing. Afterward, Leonel moved on to Gil. Gil, aside from being a top-tier pervert, was a lightning elemental speedster. After absorbing the crimson lightning from an oceanic beast that Leonel had given him, his lightning not only gained the ability to boost his physical abilities somewhat, but also a life-stealing character. The first thing Leonel did was help Gil shed this unnecessary life-stealing aspect. It was only hindering the purity of his path. Then he helped Gil fuse with Norman's pure speedster ability index, raising him to an all-new level. This mutation allowed Gil's lightning to gain the ability to impact his nervous system direction. It made him sharper and allowed him to function at high speed with greater ease, on top of course, increasing his base speed a great deal. Leonel turned to Franco next. Franco had a simple strength buff ability index, but it made Leonel interested. If Joel's ability index could have such interesting effects, what about Franco's? So he tested it, fusing Franco's ability index with the pure speedster ability index. Franco Rohan ability index, pure amplification, incomplete. After the fusion of pure strength and pure speedster, this was the result. The incomplete tag intrigued Leonel even more, especially since it already raised Franco to a level of a black contribution. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any more matching sets until he looked toward Arnold. Arnold MacArthur, ability index, pure enlightenment. Then Leonel remembered. When he first tried to guide Arnold, he realized that the latter's comprehension of universal forces was off the charts. Back then, when he asked Arnold to describe his ability index to him, Arnold said that he could shoot energy out of his palms that vibrated, but clearly, according to the silver tablet, these two matters were completely unrelated, and looking at Arnold's lineage factor screen, that was explained quite clearly. Lineage factor, vibrating, strong, explosive, heavy. The list went on, so much so that Leonel was rendered speechless not just by the terrible naming sense, but the sheer number. Then he understood. Every time Arnold comprehended something, he would slot it into his body, and it would manifest into a lineage factor because his comprehension was so deep. However, he had so many lineage factors, many of which played such a small role in his combat style. They were holding him back, Leonel was certain. This was all because Arnold didn't have the knowledge that Leonel had. If he knew that his ability index was related to the mind and not the body, it would have changed his entire approach. Arnold's pure enlightenment ability index was, as a result, stuck at the first tier, and all of his lineage factors were even worse off. When Leonel learned this, he sighed. It was his fault. How could it not be his fault? If he paid just a little bit more attention, how could Arnold fall into such a hole? Leonel helped Arnold to sort it all out, and then he transferred over pure strength and pure speedster to him, while transferring pure enlightenment to Franco. Holy shit, Franco mumbled. His thoughts were racing at a mile a minute. It was no wonder Arnold was half a mute. When would you have time to decide what you wanted to say when you could think of a million things a second? Afterward, Leonel moved on to Raelian. Raelian had the telekinesis ability index, and among those that followed him, he had some of the strongest willpower that Leonel had ever seen. But it was also a bit difficult to help Raelian out. While he had given Drake the telekinesis ability index, he couldn't just do the reverse, and this was the same reason why he gave Franco pure enlightenment, but didn't give it to Gil. The foundation one started with was important. Franco was used to fighting with the body, but Gil was an outright speedster who evolved to use his lightning better. Meanwhile, Raelian was used to using his telekinesis to battle, but he wasn't a marksman. As such, Leonel had to help him out in a different way. Chapter 2385, Perfect Match. Chapter 2385, Perfect Match. After reviewing Raelian's path, his fighting style was fairly clear to Leonel. He was almost a mage of sorts. He liked to control a battle from a distance, and though he had recently begun using his body more actively due to the refinement of the demon pills that Ina had created, that was still not his preference. What was more interesting than this, though, was the construction of the telekinesis ability index. Then, he remembered how Yuri had masked her true ability index by using telekinesis as a cover. The telekinesis ability index was a method of imposing your will onto reality. It was far more like a weapon force than it was a manifestation of force. Meaning, a person with telekinesis didn't manifest telekinetic force and then move things. No, instead they directly thought about the movement of an object and moved it. This was why it was so similar to a weapon force, because it was precisely this that gave weapon forces their strength. One part was the fundamental laws, but the other portion was human ingenuity, or in other words, human will. This was another reason that Leonel had given Drake a telekinetic ability index to fuse with his pure marksmanship. The question was how he could help Raelian strengthen himself, and once again, he found an answer in an unexpected place. Alan, the smartest of his brothers, had an electromagnetic ability index. He was able to magnetize objects and targets, using it for anything from accelerating his speed, increasing his attack power, or amplifying his defenses. Due to his intelligence, Alan had thought of all ways to use this seemingly simple ability index. The two seemed entirely unrelated. Alan and Raelian's ability indexes, that is, but Leonel didn't feel it to be so. Giving non-magnetic objects magnetism was a method of imposing your will onto reality. After all, Alan wasn't relying on a force either, but rather his ability index entirely. The difference was scale. Alan focused on the quantum level, while Raelian functioned on a more macro scale. Of course, he couldn't just swap their abilities like he had done with others and call it a day. They were compatible in terms of function, but not in terms of concept. They wouldn't become crippled if they fused, but they would still be stronger overall. Instead, he began to look through the ability indexes that he had to see if he could find similar effects. Unsurprisingly, he did find some, each of them relying on imposing your will onto reality. There was a gravity ability index, a heat ability index, and surprisingly, Leonel's own ability index and that of King Alexandra's fell into this category, though they were not the exact same. The gravity ability index was self-explanatory, but what was interesting was the heat ability index. The latter could control the excited state of chemical bonds, either chilling them by removing heat or superheating them by increasing their state of excitement. These two mirrored Raelian and Alan quite well, and gravity was an especially good match for electromagnetic forces, though the latter was by far more powerful. Leonel gave Alan both the gravity ability index and the heat ability index, and only portions of the telekinesis ability index. As for Raelian, he did the opposite, giving him bits and pieces of all three. Alan's eyes lit up almost immediately due to the changes, while Raelian was a bit slower to get there. He didn't have the understanding of physics that Alan did, and he was probably the least talented of those present as well. But Leonel believed in his grit, and as such sent them off to meditate on the changes. That only left the more difficult of them. Of course, Leonel also had yet to help those of the Morales that were left, but he was still thinking about how to handle this matter. Sail was one of the new members of his party that he had known for quite a long time, even longer than Raelian. She was also Raelian's wife, and happened to have a particularly tricky ability index because it was entirely unique, at least in the dimensional verse. Sail Erouge Ability Index, Crowned Greenery. Crowned Greenery allowed her to use plant life abilities, and her battle form was akin to a queen flower of sorts. He found that her ability index had aspects similar to Hephaestus. Hephaestus was able to eat beasts and assimilate their strengths into himself, while Sail did the same with plant life. He helped her incorporate some of that assimilation aspect into her ability index, but the most important thing was the lineage factor he matched it with, a portion of his own, or, more accurately, the Flora family's lineage factor. As for Hephaestus, Leonel reversed it and gave him some of Sail's assimilation aspects. At the same time, he took portions of the Radix and Midas family lineage factors, which allowed one to give life to metals and the other to swallow flames for strength, and gave them to Hephaestus as well. Of course, he didn't give Hephaestus metal or fire affinities, he rather took bits and pieces that would be useful to him in digesting beasts for their abilities. Finally, he was left with Raj and Elthor. The two were quite similar. Raj had an extremely high Earth affinity, and his ability index allowed him to control Earth on a quantum level, changing its structure and strengthening or weakening it depending on his preferences. Elthor's ability index gave him a high Earth affinity as well, but mostly focused on just one force, chaotic particle force. The two were easily a match made in heaven. Chaotic particle force was called as such not only for its chaotic properties, but also the fact that unlike most Earth forces, it was powerful even as a single particle. But due to this, it was extremely difficult to control, and when Elthor fought, he often had to gather up all of his chaotic particle force into easy-to-manipulate shape, relinquishing one of the most powerful characteristics of his force. Raj, on the other hand, was stuck with using simpler Earth forces, but he could control them to a molecular level. How much more perfect could they be for one another? Leonel stored that one away for later. He was pretty sure that Raj was the one that took the picture of Joel sleeping in his arms. Revenge was abound. Chapter 28.6 Saber. Chapter 28.6 Saber. In a corner of a battlefield drowning in the scent of blood, a young man sat huddled, hugging a saber in one hand and a barely recognizable woman in the other. Whenever he had time, he could only check on her like this. Within his heart, there was a constant weighted fear that seemed to drive its erratic beating. It was a fear that she might breathe her last at any moment, that their next seconds might be their last seconds together. By some miracle she had managed to last for this long, but the bleak future ahead made every moment that passed only grow more suffocating. It was like the laws of probability themselves were toying with his fate. Every moment she survived should have been a happy event, and yet it was just a reminder that every following second only made it more likely. It was times like this that he wished he was stronger, wished he was more like his cousin, more unrestrained, more powerful, more capable. Half of his body tensed, the other half so gentle and unwilling to harm the woman in his arms that it split him into an odd dichotomy. Even so, he pushed so hard that his saber pierced into his flesh, tearing into him. He didn't seem to notice. He already had so many wounds. What did one more mean? What did 10 more mean? Weak. You're weak. He wouldn't have given up already. He would already have a plan, 10 plans, 100 plans. He would have already healed his woman. He would have already crushed his enemies. The voice of insecurity, inferiority, and rage bubbled within him. Every day they seemed to get more and more difficult to rein in. Hot tears streamed down his cheeks. It was impossible to tell beneath all the mud, grime, and caked blood, but the searing heat felt more painful to him than even the saber blade from earlier. He just wanted to be better, to be more capable, but every step he took felt lacking. When it was just about himself, he was able to maintain his calm outward demeanor. But now the life of the woman he loved more than anything in this world was hanging on by a thread because of his weakness. It was no longer just about him. He bit down on his tongue, hard, seemingly not caring even if he bit it off. What good was the ability to speak if it couldn't be with her? She should have been safe. She should have gone with the others and stayed by the side of his grandfather. But she had insisted on coming with him, on being by his side like she always had been, and he couldn't even reject her firmly enough to make her stay. He was always like that, unable to say what he really thought, what he really felt. This tongue of his was truly useless. Move. He needed to move. The words echoed in his mind. He couldn't stay here for long. He would be found soon. Those beasts had strong noses, and the scent of blood was accumulating too much. He got up, carefully tying her to his back again and raising his saber. Not a single part of his body was without a wound, and yet the most crimson part of his were his very eyes. He began to move again, and the battles raged on. He didn't know how long passed, but he did it again and again. He would fight. He would stop. He would check if she still lived. He would cry. He would fight. Then he came across a cave entrance that radiated an aura that enticed him. It was without a doubt the aura of a saber, but when he approached, it wouldn't allow him inside. He knew that he had to be cautious. His grandfather had informed him not to absorb any energy from corpses, and he had also warned him to be wary of any benefits that he might gain. What he didn't expect was that just when he had finally come across one of these benefits, even though it so very obviously suited him, he couldn't even enter. At that moment, he seemed to snap. A bubbling rage billowed out from within him as he raised his saber. He didn't care about anything else. He just wanted what was before him now to be split in two. Everything his path seemed to come with a roadblock. He couldn't advance as fast as his cousin, he couldn't protect his woman, he couldn't even tell his woman that she was his. At that moment, he seemed to realize that none of these roadblocks were even caused by others. They were all his own weakness, his own inferiority. He was tired of it. He was exhausted. His legs could barely stand beneath him. His ankles ached. His shoulders screamed under the weight of his saber. Even his eyelids felt heavy. The very blood that caked his body felt like too much for him to carry, but none of it mattered. He had had enough. And in that moment, he felt his saber force react to him in a way it had never before. The sword was a weapon of elegance, of nobility, of reservation and calmness. Maybe had he picked it, he would have sensed such a change long ago. However, he had felt that a sword was incompatible with his ability index. It wasn't a weapon that could expand in size and heaviness along with him and maintain its demeanor. A saber was the weapon of a savage, of a warlord that ruled over war-torn lands. It wasn't a weapon of reserved emotion and calculated steps. It was a weapon of fury and violence. He was weak. He was much too weak. And much of it was because his own steps were hesitant and lacking in conviction. In that case, he would just hack all of these barriers before him to pieces. His saber force flourished, and from a white silvery light, it became a blinding gold tinged with just the slightest sheen of a majestic green. The barrier before him was split in two, and he walked in with rage still on his mind, not facing any danger at all until he suddenly reached the end. On a pedestal ahead, a ring lay. Chapter 28-7 Blood Force. Chapter 28-7 Blood Force. Leonel and Ina stepped out into a stretch of desert. It was pretty easy for Leonel to hide himself and the others here, but the environment itself was quite annoying and oppressive. The heat was almost unbearable, and it seemed to sink into your body whether through the sand that hunkered your feet and ankles within, or in the perpetual mild sandstorm that pelted against their skin. This sandstorm felt like droplets of piercing molten metal were colliding against you again and again. It was a horrible feeling without a doubt. Leonel was especially quite uncomfortable with the situation, but Ina seemed fine, not even squinting her eyes in the midst of the gusting sand. In fact, to add insult to injury, little Blackstar seemed to be just fine as well. Yip, yip, a condescending and yet adorable chirping came from Blackstar. Hey, do you see whose shoulder you're standing on right now? Show me some. Little Blackstar hopped off of Leonel's shoulders and buried himself within Ina's bosom. Leonel's words could only be caught within his throat. Little Blackstar stretched and yawned before waving a paw and starting his nap. Unbelievable, Leonel shook his head. Ina smiled. This had always been Blackstar's favorite spot. Leonel was just overestimating his importance in the human transportation hierarchy. So, what do you want to do? Ina asked. Leonel sighed, pushing the betrayal to the back of his mind. At the very least, little Tali hadn't abandoned him. Well, I don't think there's much for us to do. I have a feeling that the first round will end very soon. We've spent quite a long time idle. So really, we're just here to gather information if there is any. If not, we'll just see if there's anything we can conveniently pick up and benefit from. Ina nodded, and they began to move. Leonel conjured some Scarlet Star Force and began to use it like a shield, deflecting away the pellets of sand and rock from colliding against him. He still had quite some way to go before he could bring it to the impetus state, so he thought that he might as well work on using it. What was interesting was that his control was actually so weak. With his innate node dormant, and now having the ability to directly compare and contrast it with his weapon forces, it was impossible for him to miss just how unruly this force was in his hands. Part of it was the gap between it being in the third layered state and the state of his weapon forces. Another part of it was the fact his innate nodes were dormant, but he felt the largest reasons were the characteristics of the force and his lack of familiarity with it. Scarlet Star Force already casually listened to him when his innate node was present, but this had clearly masked his own lack of control. There was something deeper, though. Leonel could just barely sense it. His Scarlet Star Force was unsatisfied with his current character. He was too nice, too laid back. The version of him it wanted was the one that had almost cursed Ina for charging at the Shadowtail. Interesting. It seemed that the change in personality was a two-way street. But he didn't like it. If he would have to change himself just to learn to control a powerful force, was it even worth it? Be obedient. Leonel constricted the Scarlet Star Force to be more in tune with his will, but it lashed out, quickly draining his focus and placing more pressure on his mind. It felt less like he was slowly using up his stamina, and more like the Scarlet Star Force was actively eroding it away. Up ahead, Ina suddenly said. Leonel and Ina's figures flashed, and they landed amidst a sea of corpses. Or, more accurately, it would have been a sea had the dense sands not turned an eerie rusted color while absorbing all of the blood. Even that color, though, was slowly fading as the sandstorm kicked up, moving and displacing the sand while covering up the scene that had been here. What interested you? Leonel asked. He had of course seen this scene, likely before even Ina had. She obviously also knew this. Despite the gap in their strength, the gap in their dream force remained firmly in Leonel's favor. The fact that she pointed it out meant that there was something special about it. The blood, it has no life force within it. Leonel frowned. In a lot of ways, blood force was to the body what soul force was to the mind, though there were some differences. Not everyone could make use of life force, so a vessel was needed to make it more manageable for the common person. The same was true of dream force, which was why soul force existed. Of course, it wasn't a one-to-one relationship, and there were clear differences. For example, soul force could completely replace dream force, but blood force would always just be a vessel for life force. This aside, isn't that normal? Leonel asked. They're dead, after all. They haven't died for long enough. Blood force is very good at retaining life force. It's designed to be like a filter for your life force. At birth, and after every breakthrough, everyone is given a certain amount of life force. Without blood force, the life force would be used up almost instantly. Blood force is like a limiter that allows you to only use as much life force as you need at a given time. Even after death, unless there's a blood sovereign that acted or a curse or poison of some sort, blood will continue to act like this. For people as powerful as them, it would take months for their blood to be completely devoid of life force. But if I'm correct, they've only been dead for 3 days at most. So is there a blood sovereign? Leonel asked. I don't sense any poisons or curses. Ina fell into silence. It doesn't look like a blood sovereign, but it's definitely someone with a high blood force affinity. Is that rare? It's hard to say, I don't know how things work out here. But that's not the main problem. The issue is that there's a hint of a twisted nature in the blood force. This was done by a demon. Ina had only just said these words when the world trembled. The first round had come to an end. Chapter 238 Aged as Milk. Chapter 238 Aged as Milk. Leonel was actually curious about how this matter would work. Ina was technically dead when this matter began, while James and the others were practically slaved. He wondered how the people of the vast bubble would parse these things. Everything felt too disjointed and unorganized, but he also felt that this might just be a feature and not a bug. Maybe they simply didn't care about the rules and how they were bent and twisted. They weren't here for the Fairness Olympics. The world wasn't fair, and the enemies that they would be facing would definitely make certain that whatever unfairness existed would be exacerbated. In that case, they preferred those that could thrive in unfairness and take advantage of loopholes there may or may not be. That should also be why they hid such methods of control within their round as well. Whether it was the energy-absorbing trap or the domain rings, both were methods of control. Leonel was even quite sure that there were many more pitfalls he just didn't have the luck of running into. As for Ina's conclusion that there were demons, he felt it was odd but not enough to be shaken up about. Didn't the dimensional verse also have demons? Who was to say that the other verses didn't also have such races? He simply tossed it to the back of his mind and looked into the skies as the world around him seemed to vanish. He grabbed Ina's hand subconsciously, thinking about putting her into the segmented cube again. He didn't want to be separated from her again after they had just come together, but he had thought too much. He found himself in a bubble again, but Ina was within his along with him, as was little Blackstar. It seemed that wherever they would be taken, it would be together. A sudden bright light assaulted his vision, and when it cleared, he cursed under his breath. He had somewhat expected this, but he hadn't expected it to come so soon. He also realized why it didn't matter if they were separated or not. They had all appeared in an arena. Tens of millions of participants were huddled together across what were only a few hundred arenas, each of which had dimensions of exactly 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. Above, the stands of this so-called arena were nearly empty. It looked like it could have housed billions of observers, but instead there were only a few dozen, all of whom chose to observe in a single skybox located at least 100 meters into the sky. Ina heard Leonel curse beneath his breath, and her gaze narrowed. She could understand his sentiment as well. Leonel probably thought he would have more time to improve himself before they reached this stage, and maybe he would have had he not diverted so much of his time to helping his brothers. They didn't explain what the later rounds would be ahead of time, or else Leonel might have made a different choice. However, there was no use in crying over spilt milk at this point. There was really only one objective: survive. He suddenly felt several powerful gazes land on him. Fantastic, he thought. It was impossible that he wouldn't be marked in some way. If he had a choice not to launch himself into this death trap, he would have taken it. Unfortunately, his Gramps was an asshole, and he was a glutton for punishment. Of course, Leonel knew the matter was more complicated than that, and he was just venting some frustration while his mind thought of a way out of this. What he didn't know was that this round wasn't meant to start so early. There were supposed to be another 2 selections before this tournament, but due to some variables, it was impossible to act as they pleased anymore, even with the time dilation. The observers above were separated into several groups. One looked like an array of colors and were the very same eugenicists that Leonel abhorred, the 4 great families. There was another section that wore robes embroidered with clouds, a section Leonel believed were likely the Dream Pavilion, not just from their style of dress, but also the fact they were not only the first to set eyes on him, but also the only ones that held animosity equal to that of the 4 great families. Even so, those uniforms, very cool, Leonel approved. Their robes were a somewhat reflective blue that looked trippier the longer you stared at it. Tiny clouds of white moved about, dotted its structure. It truly looked like a lucid dream. The robes themselves only covered about 3/4 the length of their bodies, revealing black pants beneath that were both baggy and comfortable. Even without touching them, Leonel knew that they were probably as soft as the clouds that decorated their robes. Each one of them wore a headdress that reminded Leonel of the turbans of Earth. They varied in colors from a gentle blue to a similar violet and even a dense black. The uniform came together quite well, and even though he hated their guts, Leonel couldn't help but approve. Ina snorted with laughter. Only her boyfriend would go from existential dread to this nonsense in a flash. There were several other groups that Leonel couldn't pick out the origins of instantly, but he couldn't help but sigh a breath of relief. Although it was a small win, at least that madwoman that was Ina's master wasn't here. He had insulted her pretty badly the last time they met, and if not for that mission that inexplicably brought her away, he might have already died at her hands. But then his pupils suddenly constricted. In one of the groups, a woman as aged as old milk sat in silence. She was the only one who was seated, and it wasn't normally either. Her legs were crossed upon her set, and her eyes were closed. What Leonel was focused on, though, was the object in her lap. A tablet, a black tablet. Occasionally missing content, please report errors in time. Chapter 2389, Madwoman. Chapter 2389, Madwoman. Leonel looked at the old woman for a long time. Or more accurately, the tablet. He didn't seem to register anything else that was happening around him, and he was completely focused on what he was seeing. At first, his initial reaction to a black tablet was just what maybe anyone else would think. His silver tablet seemed to be inclined toward the light side of the Northern Star lineage factor, so what if he had just run into someone with access to the dark side? But he threw that idea away almost the instant he thought of it. It was too ridiculous. There was simply no way that there would be someone stupid enough to body present themselves as an envoy of destruction. In addition, her aura wasn't like that in the slightest. She was for sure a wrinkly old woman, but more in the Mother Teresa sense rather than an ancient witch sense. That was when Leonel remembered. The rankings for contributions were common, black, bronze, silver, gold, and life. He had always assumed that bronze was the lowest ranked tablet, but what if it wasn't? What if there was a black tablet below bronze? And what if below that there was a common tablet, maybe carved of wood or concrete or something else inferior? Leonel thought of his silver tablet again. Although he had never put it in so many words, he thought it was a shame that it wasn't golden, and he felt even worse about it after he learned there was something even about gold. But what if he was luckier than he had initially thought? A flashbang seemed to go off in Leonel's mind as the old woman opened her eyes. She looked weak and frail, but her eyes were as pieces as a curious child's, large, bright, and carrying a hint of imposingness that was entirely unlike their childlike size. Leonel blinked once before recovering. He looked at the woman curiously. She didn't seem to be targeting him on purpose, but she had clearly sensed his gaze and reacted. That was odd, though. The reason Leonel was looking so openly was that there were millions of participants here and only a dozen or so observers. Even if everyone's attention was split evenly, this old woman should have millions of eyes on her. Plus, he wasn't stupid enough to observe her from the dream plane. For one, while the first round's world still seemed to be within an incomplete world, this one was not. So even if he wanted to, he couldn't. And secondly, he knew about the taboos already. He wouldn't try something like that on someone he suspected might also be a wise Star Order. A wise Star Order with far more experience than himself, at that. And yet, she was still obviously looking at him. Though another person would find it hard to tell considering the distance and the sea of people around him, there was no way Leonel would make such a mistake. In the end, he just gave the old woman a smile. At the very least, she didn't seem to be affiliated with those he hated, plus bonus points for being an adorable old lady, and he thought this was the most apt response. He didn't seem to realize that under the influence of his Scarlet Star Force, this most definitely wouldn't have been his reaction. At the moment, he was far more like the Leonel of Royal Blue Academy. The old lady was startled for a moment, but by the time she reacted, Leonel had already looked away and began to observe the others, taking note of each one of them. In the end, he turned his attention to Ina and Blackstar as though there was no one else in the world. "Did that brat just smile at me?" she muttered under breath. She could feel much more than Leonel thought, and what she sensed wasn't just his smile, but the intent behind it. Suddenly, she began to laugh. Adorable old lady? She had never been called such a thing in her life. She didn't know if she should have Leonel whipped to death on the spot or treat him like her own grandson. Among the dozen or so near her, not a single one managed to remain unfazed by this laughter. One of the experts of the Dream Pavilion who had been preparing to speak was startled into silence. The problem wasn't the woman's power. All of them here had their own shocking methods, and the internal politics of the human race was only so complicated because there was no top dog, so to speak. They could all be said to be of equivalent power. However, that didn't mean that there weren't certain people to be wary of, especially when one of them was the madwoman, Malexi. Even her name was eccentric. It was spelled with not one but two apostrophes because they represented not syllables, but rather a pulse of force, namely Dream Force. Not only did she want you to say her name, but you had to convey a pulse of Dream Force or Soul Force that would be in line with the image she wanted to portray. As for what that image was, well, she picked a particularly famous painting, one created by a figure even more famous, Northern Star Vanwellia. It depicted the last bloody war of the envoys of destruction and creation, a sea of blood, corpses, and strewn flesh. Vanwellia, in an irony of ironies, had her own pulse of Dream Force to go along with her name. The difference was that her own was a beautiful tapestry of a special force flower known as the Dream Lotus. It was hard to tell if Malexi was mocking Vanwellia or not, and quite frankly, no one dared to ask this mad woman. Maybe only she and few others knew the truth. And now, for some incomprehensible reason, this madwoman was laughing. Chapter 29 just now. Chapter 29 just now. Leonel could practically feel the laughter in his bones. He frowned and looked back up to find that the old woman was still looking at him. Her eyes were far brighter than before, her irises practically taking her, even her sclera. "Brat, my name is Malexi, if you can manage to remember it." That was all Leonel heard. In fact, he didn't hear anything after Mo. His eyes dulled and his mind seemed to shut down. He felt a trembling in his very soul, and when his vision finally cleared, all he saw was death and destruction. The blood came up to his shins, and yet it didn't feel like liquid. Rather, the flesh was so numerous, so minced and blended within, that it felt like he had stepped into pudding, as though much of the liquid of the blood had been evaporated, leaving behind a dense glob of death. He stood frozen in place. It wasn't that he couldn't move, though that might very well have been the case, but rather that he couldn't even muster up the intention to do so. He could feel the very psyches of each one that had died. The sludge that wrapped around his ankles and calves, seeping into his toes and clawing into his flesh, feeling like the bony hands of those the dead. Then the clawing began at his very soul, ripping him to shreds piece by piece. Had he known destruction? Had he known death? Had he known the heaviness that came with it? The pain, the horror, the sick and disgusting smells that twisted your gut? These people had probably sacrificed themselves for what they felt was a worthy cause. Maybe they had hoped that once they were gone, they would be remembered as heroes, that their tales would be sung across the generations, and that their will would impact the future into forever. And yet this was the reality. There was nothing beautiful about this dense land of rotting flesh. Not the sight, not the smell, the feeling. This was what true destruction was. There was no beauty to pull out from this. Even the skies above were dim and the sun was painted in red. Leonel suddenly snapped out of it. When he awoke, he found plumes of smoke and ash coming from his feet and eyes, his innate nodes, one in each of his kidney, thrumming with a searing pain that threatened to burn even him to ash. But hardly any of the participants noticed this, not because it wasn't obvious, but because so many of them had keeled over. The weakest of them were dead. They lay in a pool of their own vomit, their eyes rolled back, their skin pale, and the last vestiges of life slowly leaking from them. They released their bowels, and the last relaxation of life grabbed hold of them. This was the vast majority. Tens of millions died in fat swarms. And then there was the second group, the group that had collapsed to the ground unconscious. Many of them may never wake up again, and those that could would find themselves chained to their beds for the rest of their lives, whether as vegetables or madmen and women. The third group was incapacitated. They fell to the ground, also unconscious. They frothed at the mouth, and tears and snot streamed down their faces, but they were still alive, and given some time, they might be able to return to a normal life. And then there was the fourth group. Some of them kneeled to the ground, clutching their chests. Some of them kneeled and prayed to gods they had maybe not even thought of in the last year, and some of them hyperventilated. Among this number, there was Ina. She kneeled by his side, holding Blackstar in one hand and grabbing at her chest and rubbing it with the other. It was as though she was hoping that the pain would go away, as though it was a stubbed toe rather than a scar on her mind. And then there was Leonel. He was the only one standing, the only one that seemed to be clear-headed, and the only one radiating an aura of death and destruction all too similar to the echo of Molexi's name. But he was shocked by something else entirely. Half a day. It's been half a day, and they're still all in this state. What Leonel didn't know was that it had indeed been half a day, but what had happened in that half a day was unlike his original thoughts. He believed that everyone had come out of the illusion at the same time, then collapsed like this. In reality, he was the only one that had experienced the illusion so clearly and for so long. For everyone else, they received just a brief flash before collapsing. For the vast majority, and those of the first and second group, they hadn't even seen the illusion. Just the name alone had caused their deaths. Ina, don't touch her. A voice boomed in his mind. At that moment, he couldn't move even if he wanted to. When his head barely managed to turn back up toward the skybox, he found that every one of those over dozen gazes were on him. In half of their eyes, there was a dense killing intent. In the other half, there was intrigue and interest. In Molexi's eyes, there was nothing but shock. She wasn't the adorable old lady Leonel thought her to be at all. Usually, Leonel was exceptionally good at reading people. But what about when the target was a Dreamforce user leagues beyond him? It was impossible for him to pick up on his normal cues, and he had to take said person at face value. Just now, Molexi had, indeed, said her name aloud, but she had only allowed it to simultaneously reverberate in the mind of a single person, and that person was Leonel. To make a complicated matter simple, just now, she had tried to kill Leonel. Chapter 239.1, Numbers. Chapter 239.1, Numbers hours ago. What is the meaning of this? The man who had prepared to speak for the Dream Pavilion stopped his words, realizing that he had almost lost his temper toward this mad woman. Although he didn't fear her, he didn't want to offend her without reason either. Even so, this action of Molexi's was completely maddening. She knew how much weight her name held, and she seemed to have even put a little bit of extra oomph into it this time as well. Of their participants, she had killed off over 90% of them. Molexi was still frozen in shock, looking at Leonel. That was because everyone else had practically died immediately, while those that managed to survive were in an agonizing struggle with their own minds that manifested in waves of pain. However, Leonel just stood there in a daze. It took her a while to snap out of it and realize that she was being spoken to. "What are you moping about?" she said with a frown. "You wanted to kill at least this many regardless. We don't need numbers, we need elites. How can the numbers of even 1,000 incomplete worlds match the population of our bubbles? Let alone the fact we only have barely over 100. I just saved us all some time. Why have them fight one another when we can do this instead?" The man's jaw clenched. Molexi was correct, but only in part. The issue was that not everyone had such powerful resistance to Dreamforce, especially not if they came from an incomplete world. They might have strengths that were focused in other areas. In fact, for their purposes, they even preferred those with such weaknesses. It would make them far easier to control, almost superficially injured. Among those that had died just now, there were definitely geniuses that excelled in certain facets that simply didn't even know about the importance of Dreamforce protection. Even Leonel, who was practically a Dreamforce savant, hadn't known about the importance of protecting yourself against the Dreamforce of others until he, himself, entered the Dream Plane. How much worse off was everyone else? All of those geniuses were as good as dead now, only leaving a small number that could actually protect themselves. The issue was that the man Clarence Amerii couldn't just say this aloud. This wasn't because those here didn't understand this truth, none of them were fools. Rather, it was because he liked to uphold his public-facing image. Molexi sneered, clearly understanding this, and even more clearly not caring. Look over there, didn't I find a perfect little genius pawn for you? You should be thanking me. Clarence's eyes flashed as he looked down below. When he saw who it was, his expression darkened. Leonel stood in silence, unable to move. He was completely vulnerable. If he died now, he wouldn't even know how it happened. Suddenly, his feet and eyes began to smoke. Molexi's heart skipped another beat as Clarence stepped forward, grabbing the rails of the skybox. Destruction, Sovereign! Kill him! A red-haired woman, clearly of the Brazingers, spoke sharply. Her words practically came out in a bark. This woman was obviously not the same woman that Leonel's father had fought. In fact, none of the 4 representatives of the great families were. What the public didn't know was that those 4 were currently experiencing a great state of weakness. Clearly, aside from the strength of Leonel's father, the price to pay to descend to incomplete worlds, even with countermeasures, was too great as a 9th-dimensional expert. A hand was held out to stop the woman. I don't think that's appropriate, Rouge. The one who spoke was not Clarence, but rather a man from a group that Leonel didn't immediately recognize. He wore plain linen robes that were a slight tannish-brown color, and his words clearly held quite some weight themselves. He was Vivek Godlin, a representative of the Godlin family. What is inappropriate about it? Are you a fan of the Envoys of Destruction? I would remind you of the position of your so-called self-proclaimed great families, Vivek spoke calmly. You are experiments no different from those envoys. If there's any close relations to them, shouldn't your family be first in line to be put on trial? Rouge's expression darkened. It seems the Godlins want war. I would remind you who spoke out of turn first, Vivek said, unmoved. In the end, what's important isn't what the child is, but rather if he can be used. You've all already seen the traces of the demon activity in these trials. We might very soon be on the losing end of the optics battle. But optics are something only the powerful can care for. We've already made enough concessions in preemptively handing over all of the members of other races over. We do not have the luxury to also start shaving away at the few talents that do remain. If Leonel had been paying a little more attention instead of flirting with Ina, he would have noticed already. It might have also just been that he didn't care to put too much emphasis on the other competitors, and was much more interested in those that could actually control his fate. But there truly weren't anyone but humans remaining in the arena. There were no spirituals, no nomads, no rapacs. Although there were a variety of people of all shapes and sizes that made it seem like there was an array of races here, most of them were just like the Beastman dimensional verse, following an unconventional path. Due to the actions of the demons, the humans had no choice but to do this. A pawn that can't be controlled isn't one worth having, Rouge sneered. If you cannot control a 5th-dimensional child, then just say so, and be clear that you are speaking up only for yourself. A dangerous light flashed in Rouge's gaze once again, but she remained silent. Clarence, all the while, remained silent as well, his grip on the rails quite firm. With everyone to his back, no one could see the wild look in his eyes. Chapter 239-2, Tranquility. Chapter 239-2, Tranquility. Leonel frowned as the words descended to him. His body felt frozen in place, but his temper flared and the smoky heat of destruction coming from the corner of his eyes and his feet vibrated wildly. However, before he shattered the intention of the old woman, he restrained himself and closed his eyes. He didn't believe for a second that this old woman wouldn't know what would happen when she spoke her name. Even now, he didn't know that this was the true method of relaying her name. Instead, he felt that she had tried to distract him before levying this attack. Maybe she wasn't even interested in him at all, and this was the original intention of these people to begin with, ruthless slaughter. Why would she? Why was he mad? Leonel pressed his hand against his forehead, ignoring the fact that he shouldn't have been able to move. He had committed slaughter on an even larger scale, had he not? Did he feel bad about it all of a sudden? Still, no. Even with the changes caused by his vital star force, he simply couldn't bring himself to care. He felt like he was slowly starting to find his own baseline. He felt that he had his own justifications for doing what he did. Was he also throwing a tantrum? Yes, he was. But it didn't change a thing about how justified or unjustified he felt it was. As for this slaughter here, why did the old woman act at all? It was on a complete whim, trampling on caged animals that she herself had been a part of caging in the first place. And the worst part was that she had actually dared to get Ina caught up in her madness. Leonel was slowly starting to understand more about himself as the days went on. He wasn't some hero of morality as much as he had tried to be in his youth. Part of the reason he wasn't any longer was because the world had jaded him, but another part was that he was never this person to begin with. That shadow of his former self was in one part due to the culture of Earth, that being one filled with the philosophy of equality, and another part due to his father's teachings of respect and persistence. Who was he, though? As he had said, he was a selfish person. Where his bottom line was drawn was decided by his own self-interest. He was a normal person who had delusions of grandeur, a person who had normal convictions, normal goals, normal drives, and yet was granted power he thought could make him some untouchable deity that could pass judgment on everyone else. Leonel's breath became calmer and calmer. This wasn't a depressing realization, it was just the right realization. If for the largest segments of your formative years, you had your personality being torn in all sorts of different ways due to the strengths of things and people far beyond your own, how could you be anything other than normal? There had yet to be enough time for you to make anything unique of yourself. His Scarlet Star Force pulled him one way, his Vital Star Force pulled him another way, his future self had pulled him yet another way. His father had an ideal of the kind of man he wanted to be. And what was he left with exactly? Was his curiosity even him either? Or was that just his genes as a wise Star Order talking for him? He thought back to the scene of carnage. Those people had extremely strong convictions. They all died with their heads held high and their own thoughts of grandeur fueling their final breaths. How much of that conviction was truly their own? How much was it what their parents had told them to believe? How much of it was what their children hoped of them? How much of it was far more sinister, the puppet strings of organizations as terrible as the four great families manipulating their thoughts and pulling at their emotions? Was he even unique in this sense? Did anyone truly know who they were? He imagined what life would have been like had he stayed on Earth. His career path was already chosen for him. He would become a multimillionaire, probably marry some beautiful woman who was likewise elite in her field, and they'd have children who'd go off and do the same thing. Even if he had been born on ancient Earth, would it have been much different? There wouldn't have been the gene assessment back then, but there would have been plenty of people to push and pull him in all sorts of directions. Maybe his parents would have insisted that he become a doctor, or a lawyer, or an engineer, anything that could have made them proud. Who knew? Leonel suddenly relaxed. The push and pull and everything around him suddenly felt meaningless. Even the callous disregard of lives Malexi had displayed didn't move him. He wasn't special, not in this sense. He was so worried about how his forces were manipulating him, how his future self was manipulating him, that he had neglected the fact that everyone dealt with the same things to different degrees. Even Ina had a voice constantly in her head telling her what to do. He wondered if she ever wondered who she truly was as well. There was a fairly simple answer to all of this. He thought back to how lazy and unmotivated he was back when his future self was a heavy influence on him. Was it really laziness? Or was it a confidence in yourself? A confidence in knowing that no matter what you did or didn't do, it wouldn't matter because there was simply no one who could defeat you anyway. That state, that laziness, it was a beacon. When you finally reached that level, it was the moment you could be certain that the only one that could influence you was you. Leonel's dream force vibrated wildly, but as soon as it appeared, it vanished in a puff of smoke, and he opened his eyes. Within, there was nothing but the calmest reflections of tranquility. Chapter 2393, Patient. Chapter 2393, Patient Leonel felt a calmness that he had never experienced before. It was probably the case that not even as a baby, without even needing to worry about his own bowel movements, did he feel so free. However, he didn't explore what this chance was. He knew that he could. It was a large change, that was for certain. It was probably no less important than one of his force breaking into the impetus state. But he didn't have the luxury of finding out exactly what it was, because he felt that too many powerful eyes were on him. So he remained still, looking at the ground in silence and feeling the speed of his mind increase at least tenfold. At that moment, he could see it even more clearly than ever before, that man within himself that seemed to be almost drowning within a lake of blood. Go away, he thought, seemingly without much conviction. The lake of blood was suddenly blown into by a gentle breeze. As though the crimson was stripped away, all that was left was a gorgeous and radiant blue, so beautiful and perfect that it seemed to be droplets of heaven themselves coming together to form it. The once chained man, his hair covering his features, trembled, and waves of dream force threatened to roar out again, only to be suppressed by Leonel's will. The man entered a state of calm and finally looked up, or rather his head tilted upward as he adjusted himself into a state of meditation. As he did so, Leonel felt a strong pull on the atmosphere around him that he once again forcefully cut off. Just now, he felt a speed of collecting dream force that put his 3 stars to absolute shame. The gap was so large that Leonel almost thought that even if he never formed his stars again, he would be just fine. Ultimately, though, he shook his head and dispelled those thoughts. The stars he formed this time around would be so far beyond what he had formed the first time that it was unfair to compare. However, he still found it difficult to view a path that would allow their impact to be as great as this. This man should be me. As for what it is, I think it's a manifestation of my dream Ashura lineage factor. One of its abilities should be taking the amorphous soul and giving shape and function. It's no wonder every time it moves there's such a large change to my dream force output. But freeing it to work properly like this might not be a good thing. Leonel wasn't thinking about this in terms of his vow not to use his enlightened form, he was instead thinking about it in terms of what his father had said. When you escaped the chains of that woman, she would no longer treat you as a proper pawn, but instead as someone to get rid of. Leonel didn't know if he had truly escaped her control, but he felt that there was a good chance he had. However, he wasn't worried because he had an advantage his father did not. He was her only successful experiment while everyone else of the Morales were her prototypes. If there was one person she couldn't afford to kill, it was him. Leo. Leonel immediately knelt down by Ina as though he wasn't just having a world-changing realization. He cupped her face in his hands, and to any outside observer, he simply looked as though he was concerned for her. However, in reality, Ina felt some of her own dream force being steadily influenced by Leonel until her mind became completely clear. Ina, are you okay? Ina felt her heart skip a beat. I think my blood force. Ina didn't finish her words because she realized where they were. She didn't want to say the truth, that truth being that she felt her blood force enter the impetus state. She hadn't seen the scene that Leonel did, her dream force affinity wasn't as high as his, but she had felt it. The reason she had been down and out for so long wasn't because of the attack on her psyche, but rather because there was a visceral change taking place in her body, one that filled her with pain. In the end, she smiled somewhat weakly and grabbed onto Leonel's palm. Don't worry about me. I'm more worried about... She looked down toward little Blackstar, but found the little guy was actually still taking a nap. Unbelievable. All this time, she had thought that he was frozen like everyone else, when in reality, he might not even have woken up. Leonel stealthily put Blackstar away without saying anything. He had seemingly finally realized that there were no one but humans around, and he didn't know what they would do if they took an interest in Blackstar. There was a beast domain of the dimensional verse, so there were likely a few similar bubbles here as well. It was best to act more cautious now until he understood more about the situation. Ina weakly stood to her feet, leaning against Leonel. She felt much stronger now than she looked, but she didn't want to expose whatever Leonel had done, so she remained like this. Plus, why would she pass up a chance to be close with her man? The pair stood in silence as people began to recover one by one. However, even after another day passed, the number that managed to do so didn't exceed even 100. From tens of millions, barely over 90 people managed to retain control over their faculties. Most of the rest might only awaken months from now, and that was if they did at all. As for the remaining number Leonel didn't count, they were forever lost to this world. Why are they so patient, Leonel thought? And is this number of people even enough to help them? What are they playing at? Chapter 239-4. Wait? Chapter 239-4. Wait? Leonel frowned, waiting for the other shoe to drop, but the more he observed the situation, the more uncomfortable he felt. Not only did he finally notice that there were only humans present, but there was a distinct lack of Noah as well. His grandfather had said that he would make Noah participate in this as well. Could it be that Noah had died? Leonel's relationship with Noah could be said to be close, and they had also started said relationship off on the wrong foot. However, Noah was still family, and he didn't believe that his grandfather had spoken those words without reason. In all likelihood, Emperor Fox wanted Leonel to do what he could to help Noah if the opportunity was given, or else he might not have mentioned it at all. Leonel hadn't run into Noah during the first round, and now he wasn't here even during this gathering. It made him feel that maybe he had to prepare for the worst. His dislike of the situation grew, but the tranquility in his eyes remained. Finally, there was some movement above. Clarence stepped forward once again. Congratulations to those of you that have survived and regained your bearings. You have made it through the first cleansing. Leonel's gaze narrowed. He might have been out of it, but he could pick up some fluctuations from the outside world. Or at least he could now that his dream force had seemed to change again. This was a round they definitely hadn't planned for. That old woman, Mo something she was called, had acted on her own, and now they were pretending that this was the plan all along. But why should he be surprised? This was always what these people did. Now that you have made it to this stage, I will give you your task. Leonel's frown deepened. That was it? No more fighting? Or was this just the start of the battles? He looked around when he felt a gaze on him. After noticing that it was Alpha Clown, he shook his head and turned away. He didn't have the time or care to deal with this person right now. Soon, you will all be assigned to leaders and placed under your commanders. You will enter a battlefield, and your performance will decide how much care and attention you will receive from the gods. Something is off. What am I missing? Leonel's pupils jumped back and forth between a focused and unfocused state, his mind speeding along with numerous thoughts. Seated participants are different. You may choose a leader to be under the tutelage of right now. Step forward. Leonel's gaze landed on the tablet once again, his mind trembling. A huge arc of lightning connected several disconnected streams of consciousness in his dreamscape, and his eyes widened for a moment. It can't be. Could their main goal not even be support from them, but rather from what ability indexes and lineage factors they could provide? Leonel thought about Ina's clairvoyance, and his tranquility threatened to give way to rage, but he maintained his calm. Are you okay? Leonel asked Ina. Ina was weirded out by this question, not because of what it was, and definitely not because of who was asking it, but rather because Leonel had already asked this question earlier. Then, she suddenly realized that the words were reverberating in her mind, not her ears, and it all clicked into place. I'm fine, Ina thought. Leonel didn't expect this answer. Ina was the only one that could sense his movement in the dream plane. If something had been done to her, she would definitely know. But her answer effectively meant that no one had done anything to her mind, so it was impossible for them to have gained her ability index and lineage factor. Leonel felt like he was a novice slowly making his way into the realms of a practitioner. The more he learned about this situation, the more he felt he was just far too clueless. He watched as the seated participants were forced to pick leaders without knowing anything about them. And these gods, who were pretending to be lofty, obviously wouldn't deign to explain themselves either. Eventually, all of the seated participants had gone. They made up the majority of those that had managed to survive, and the three standouts were the youth from the Dimensional Eyes verse that Leonel had seen, Alpha Clown, and a woman who carried around that little pink-eyed woman like she was some sort of pet and called herself Mama Bear. As for the non-seated participants that caught Leonel's attention, there was only Alpha Blue Star, whose expression was just as placid as elsewhere. What was interesting was that he made a concerted effort to choose a different leader than Alpha Clown, despite the latter's gaze. At least, that was an intention that Leonel could feel coming from him, but whether he would get a choice was up in the air. Finally, there were the non-seated participants. Non-seated participants have yet to earn the right to be full members. You will be messengers and carriers. Seated participants will have a certain level of protection, but non-seated participants will have their lives and deaths decided by their leaders. Keep that in mind, lest you die for overestimating yourselves. Leonel almost thought that Clarence looked at him directly when he spoke these words, but he was still focused on trying to understand what this farce was. It was all so disorganized in Leonel's view, and that was because they insisted on trying to pretend like everything was still going to plan, when in reality things were barely holding up at the seams. First, their intention to have multiple rounds was thwarted. Then Molexi acted on her own, killing over 99% of them. Now they were still trying to act high and mighty. Leonel wondered if he was the only one that didn't fall for this nonsense. At the very least, Alpha Clown had seemed to sense something was off the last time they spoke. But just the same, neither of them could do anything about it. Now, non-seated participants will be randomly. Wait. Leonel's voice echoed out. At this point, even Ina's pupils shook. She knew that Leonel wasn't a fool, but what did he think that he could do here? Chapter 239.5, Dangerous. Chapter 239.5. Dangerous. Leonel gave Ina a reassuring smile. It seemed that even now, his top priority was making sure that she was comfortable. He knew exactly what she was thinking. In this kind of oppressive environment, especially one where these old men and women were doing their best to portray themselves as gods, any sort of dissension would be squashed with impunity. It didn't matter if Leonel had something clever to say. In fact, the more clever he was, the more inclined they would be toward directly killing him. Everyone knew that, even the greatest fool could read the room. No matter how useful they thought Leonel may or may not be to them, if they had to pick him or their prestige, the choice was obvious. It wasn't just a matter of face. This would quite literally decide whether or not they could maintain control over their subordinates. In the coming war, especially with all these variable chess pieces at play, they couldn't afford any sort of hesitation. However, Leonel wasn't an impulsive person. He might seem to be completely reckless, especially when he was under the influence of his Scarlet Star Force, but his recklessness rarely came back to bite him because he always had an exit plan. This time, he would just have to gamble to see just where the bottom line of these gods lay. Almost the moment he spoke, he was the subject of a great deal of pressure. He could already see the lips rouge flexing into what would, without a doubt, be a harsh reprimand. However, the first step was to not allow them to speak. Even if they were compelled by his words, if they had an outburst first, then it wouldn't matter. Making someone who hadn't voiced their opinions first change their minds was much easier than doing the same for someone that had made their opinion known. This was the same even for a god. So, Leonel had already begun to speak the moment the shock settled down in preparation for reactions. I have nothing to say about the rules of the esteemed gods. They are well thought out and filled with intricate details that I cannot properly understand with my station. However, I would still like to say that my talent would be wasted as a non-seated participant. Clarence held a hand up, stopping Rouge from jumping in again. What makes you think your talent is worth a damn? I can't say anything for certain, Leonel said with a solemn expression. The only thing I know is that the Elder Miss Goddess used a strong pulse of dream force just now, and I was the only one that remained standing. Alpha Clown's pupils trembled. He didn't bother to believe that Leonel was lying. How could he be before these people? After he got over the shock of the fact that Leonel actually dared to speak, he began analyzing everything as he usually did, so this much he was certain of. Clarence fell into silence. This was obvious to all of the gods, but eagerly pushing Leonel forward to become a seated participant would once again make them seem too desperate. It was easier for them if they pretended that they didn't care to waste Leonel's talent. This, however, did make some things more interesting and other things more difficult. As a seated participant, Leonel would be able to pick his own leaders. He didn't want that. He wanted Leonel for himself. However, it was also inconvenient to use Leonel for some things if he wasn't a seated participant either. What if he instead found a middle ground? That way he could. Ho-ho, Molexi's chuckle echoed through the empty arena. She was having a grand old time. Before, she could read Leonel like a book. Now, even after all her attempts at flipping the pages, she found nothing but blank spaces. On top of that, Leonel was calling out to her so respectfully now, when she had just been an adorable old lady. She was fascinated by this change. Sure, boy, you can be a seated participant under me. Clarence, who had been about to say the exact same words, felt his temper flare up again, and he only barely managed to calm himself. Before he could react, though, Leonel spoke again. Your confidence in me is a heavy weight on my shoulders, goddess. However, this is not the sort of acknowledgement that I want. I've noticed that there are no non-human races here, and this brings warmth to my heart. I was born and raised in a verse where humans were nothing but the heel of other races, to be oppressed and suppressed. To see the power of you human gods lets me know that there is a world where humans reign supreme, and I want to help in that endeavor. My own father died under the joint attack of several shameless non-human experts, and the blood in my heart burns. When I say that I do not want my talent to be wasted, it is not out of selfish reasons, but because I do not want to be lost in the backline while my brothers and sisters shed blood for me. The more Leonel spoke, the redder the gazes of the remaining participants began. It was as though he was doing a better job galvanizing the youth that these so-called gods had. The vision that the goddess showed us all, one of blood, carnage, and the violence of war, I've understood it, and I'm willing to take that responsibility onto my shoulders. Molexi's gaze narrowed. Was this why he was doing all of this? He wanted her to know that he had seen the vision. She didn't believe for a single second that given Leonel's dream affinity, he wouldn't be ignorant of how rare it was for him to sense anything, let alone see a vision. Leonel's fists tightened and his eyes seemed to be lit with passion. Molexi chuckled inwardly. This little boy is dangerous. Chapter 239-6. No sense. Chapter 239-6. No sense. What happened next, without a doubt, enraged a large segment of the gods. Molexi didn't seem to care about propriety as she entirely ignored the words of Clarence and the others, taking Leonel under her wing. In fact, when Leonel took Ina's hand and made it quite clear that he had no intention of letting go, Molexi turned a blind eye to Clarence's rage, while Clarence himself couldn't say anything too boldly about it. For a moment, he had thought that Leonel was doing his best to draw a dividing line between himself and his father, even going as far as to say he died at the hands of non-humans as opposed to the four great families. In fact, he even somewhat believed it. But in the end, Leonel had gotten exactly what he wanted. Or did he? Leonel had no idea. His grandfather had told him about the Godlands, the four great families, the Dream Pavilion, and the cult, but he had no idea who this woman was a part of, though he had a good guess, a guess that was confirmed not long later. Brat, you think yourself to be very clever, don't you? Molexi chuckled. At the moment, Leonel, Molexi, and Ina stood in a room of pitch blackness. And yet, in an odd method that completely defied the laws of physics, Leonel could see them both as clear as day. It was as though someone had photoshopped them out of reality, leaving them as the only light and heat sources in existence. Leonel blinked, seemingly not understanding what Molexi was getting at. Goddess, Stop. It's getting annoying. Molexi plucked at her ears. Leonel blinked again and looked down. Seeing that Leonel's act was still ongoing, Molexi didn't know whether to praise him, slap him to death, or if she was making the wrong assumption to begin with. What was fascinating to her, though, was that even this close, she truly couldn't tell. Now that she thought about it, Leonel's only slip-up was in thinking that she was an adorable old lady. Anyone with reverence for a god would never have this thought. But then again, after that slip-up, she had immediately said her name and didn't get a chance to test his true intentions any more than that. As a result, Leonel still had plausible deniability on his side. That said, there was a second slip-up, though this one was more of a quasi-mistake. Molexi looked toward Ina. No matter how you looked at it, the fact Leonel had insisted on bringing this beautiful little girl would be seen as an attempt to use her. Even so, she had ended up accepting it, the end result being that she couldn't even choose anyone other than these two, while the other groups had at least a dozen to their names. So you're going to insist on this act then? That is fine. Molexi smiled somewhat evilly. Regardless of what you do, I'll be working you to the bone one way or another. Welcome to the Three-Finger Cult. Leonel didn't really get the chance to decide how he felt about his current circumstances. When Molexi spoke about working him to the bone, she meant it. He and Ina were forced into a hybrid role. The battles hadn't even begun yet, but they were ordered around like slaves, picking up and moving heavy artillery and large vessels of resources. One would think in a world like this one, there would be easier methods of moving things. But it felt like Leonel had gone back to the primitive times. Now that he thought about it, in the Cataclysm Zone, they hadn't had large machinery like the starships either. Instead, they rode on the backs of huge beasts the size of which Leonel had never seen before. Likewise, here, there was no technology, at least not in the natural sense. Even so, Leonel didn't care. His mind was still on exactly what the purpose of these human race powers were. What were they trying to do? Molexi had explained it in part. The gaps between bubbles were a lot like the void battlefield, filled with dense anarchic force. The difference was that in complete worlds, anarchic force was so thick and viscous that it took on a liquid form. This anarchic force was especially potent against powerful individuals. Much like the anarchic force of the dimensional verse, it tried to consume all of the force it came into contact with, turning it into nothing. But liquid anarchic force worked in a contradictory sort of way. It sought balance, and it was hard to reach a balance when the target was too weak. As such, it acted much more like gaseous anarchic force against weaker sub-ninth dimensional existence. If it was a quick trip, a ninth dimensional existence could make it across with ease. But if it was a prolonged battle, they would be in far more danger than even a seventh dimensional existence. This was why the gods wanted to use them to gain an advantage in this war before their bubbles were invaded. Bullshit. That was the conclusion Leonel came to. Unfortunately, he had a feeling that most people would believe it. Unfortunately, he didn't know what the real reason was, and he was too busy sweating his life away carrying these mountain-sized crates to investigate anything further. Then the time came. Leonel and Ina called again, one of them looking much more tired than the other. Not only was Leonel unwilling to let Ina do such mundane tasks, they had the strongest chance at survival if one of them focused on raising their strength. The best choice was obviously Ina. So, in these past weeks, Leonel had done the work of two people on his own, while Ina focused on nothing other than strengthening herself. Molexi's eyes flashed like lightning when they landed on Ina, but in the end, she said nothing. The first mission has been prepared for you, Molexi spoke, her lips quirking into a smile when saw that Leonel practically looked like death. We're entering alone? Leonel frowned. This was once again outside of his expectations. Weren't they afraid that he would escape? Molexi laughed again as though she could read Leonel's mind, though he was certain that right now she most definitely couldn't. Esteemed goddess, what is our task? Nothing too big. Come back with the heads of 3 demons and I will be satisfied. Leonel and Ina were eventually led to a hidden room with a door on one end and a swirling portal on the other. Confusion consumed him. It was a novel feeling, one that he didn't like in the slightest. They hadn't seen any other geniuses of the Three-Finger Cult. The people he had worked with over the last weeks were all old men and women at the end of their potential. Molexi hadn't given him any sort of guidance or even resources to improve himself, just what was going on. Weren't the incomplete worlds supposed to be the final trump card of the humans to deal with their enemies? So why were they being treated so casually? There was no structure, no sense, no common thread linking everything. He was being led by the nose, and he couldn't even do anything about it. He and Ina entered the portal under Molexi's bright smile. Chapter 239-7, Love Affair. Chapter 239-7, Love Affair. Ina's chuckle pulled Leonel out of his thoughts, leaving him speechless. They had entered another world of darkness, and a gaseous blackness flew all around them. On top of that, their lives were being plucked along under some unknown symphony, controlled by composers that likely didn't have their best interest in mind. What could this little vixen possibly have to chuckle about? Look at your face, so serious and so confused. You've spent the last almost 3 weeks doing nothing but thinking. What is that worth to someone else? A couple months? A couple years maybe? You're still not tired? Leonel didn't even know how to respond to this. For a second, he thought that someone was trying to whisper doubts into his mind and that they were using Ina's voice as a convenient in. But soon he realized that it really was this future wife of his that was teasing him. Seeing Leonel's expression, Ina laughed harder. Aren't you having too good a time with this? Leonel finally responded. What can I do but have a good time? Leonel felt a hand rub at his crotch and squeeze a few times. I know what it is, Ina said seriously. You're too pent up. I haven't been doing my wifely duties. Leonel blinked, then turned and cupped Ina's face. Seeing the serious look in his eyes, Ina almost stopped her joke completely until he spoke. Who are you and what have you done with my Ina? Ina scoffed. You become a completely new person every other day and I can't change just a little bit. Although Leonel could tell that Ina was joking again, his eyes dimmed somewhat. I'm sorry. Ina's heart skipped a beat. I know. I've been pulled in a lot of directions lately. He never really thought about it, but if he changed so much and so frequently, would Ina even like him anymore? He had been too neglectful. He thought a lot about how he would react to things, but not enough about how everyone else would. Just Joel's probes alone should have alerted him to this, but Ina actually had to make a joke about it before he registered that it might be a problem. Leonel opened his mouth to say more, but Ina's hand had already covered his lips. You're thinking too much about it. Do your parents know what your personality would be when you had just been born? Huh. Staring into those beautiful eyes, Leonel was completely in a daze. He didn't have the brain capacity remaining to even understand what she was saying. Ina giggled. Not everything has to be logical. And don't give me some nonsense about evolution and protecting your offspring. You'll make me annoyed. Leonel couldn't help but laugh. Looking at that pouting face, it seemed that she was already annoyed. Your child will undergo a myriad of changes in their life. Your parents were different people before they had you, and as you grow, they would grow too. If we marry and have children, how many changes would I undergo? How many changes would you undergo? My love for you became unconditional a long time ago. Why are you worrying about stupid things? Leonel blinked, remaining silent for a long time. After a while, his lips parted. You're trying to seduce me, aren't you? What gave you that idea? Ina tilted her head to the side. Was it the heartfelt words? The fact we're all alone now? Or was it my hand on your... Ina squealed as she was swept up again. In the depths of flowing darkness, a group of demons moved. There were 4 of them, each one of which had powerful crimson bullhorns, skin as dark as night, and flaming golden eyes that looked as though they deserved to be floating in the skull of an undead. Whether male or female, they were all extremely muscular and walked around bare-chested, having nothing more than a beast skin cloth covering their lower bodies. There didn't seem to be a leader among them, even down to their heights. They were all of perfectly equal height and build. If not for the slightly puffier chests and longer hair of the women, it wouldn't even be possible to tell their genders apart at all. At that moment, they all came to a stop at once. Moans drifted to their ears and they looked toward one another. Their blood began to boil somewhat before they shook their heads. Unbelievable. It's got to be those lust demons. Despite his harsh words, one of the bull demons was already pitching a tent, and his eyes had already stopped looking off into the distance and were entirely focused on the female bull demon by his side. Look at me like that again, Larkin, and I'll chop it off. Ariza pulled a chipped axe from her back and glared at Larkin. Larkin cleared his throat, it sounding akin to an avalanche. Those lust demons are truly despicable. The second male bull demon fell into a booming laughter as Larkin shifted uncomfortably. Let's go over there and deal with that, Orisa snarled. This matter is too important for them to get swept up in such nonsense. The group of 4 moved and they closed the distance quite quickly. But they were a bit stunned by what they saw. It was a storm of dense black feathers, swirling like a tumultuous storm. The sounds of the moans were just as feverish, but the power coming off of them made their hearts sink. Run! Ariza barked, turning and rushing away at her fastest speed. She had only just spoken when a few black feathers peeled away from the group and 2 of them died almost instantly. Ariza spun back, leaping with all of her strength away from the fierce attacks and swinging down her axe with all her might. She reacted quickly enough, but she felt the bones in her arms crack and almost shatter entirely. Listening to the moans fade as she rushed into the distance, she was speechless. She knew the only reason she hadn't died was that woman was far too engrossed in her love affair. Chapter 2398 Web. Chapter 2398 Web. Orisa took deep breaths, a solemnity painted between her brows. She gripped her axe so hard that blood seeped between her palms, her forearms trembling beneath the pain of her fractures. There was a ferociousness on her expression that could only be matched by a demon. She abhorred running from battle, but she also wasn't a fool. Whatever that was had been so far beyond her she couldn't even properly understand it. She had felt only one aura, but there had definitely been 2 shadows within that storm of feathers. Plus, a demon that powerful stopping in their tracks just to masturbate in this land between worlds was far too ridiculous. Not that 2 such demons having sex in the middle of this battlefield was any less ridiculous. The aura felt demonic, but also not. It definitely wasn't a lust demon either. That aura didn't have the effect of charm force at all. Who? Horiza's head snapped to the side, and she only relaxed when she saw that it was actually Larkin. He was far more beaten and bloodied than she was, but she still felt that it was a net positive that he had managed to survive as well. What was that? Larkin said between breaths. Oriza frowned, clearly not having an exact answer, but then her eyes suddenly flashed with light. Could it be? She mumbled. We need to report this matter. What are you thinking about? The seal. The seal that divided our worlds from theirs and kept those shitty humans, it was located here. It spanned across this entire region and somehow managed to stand strong under the barrage of anarchic force. And Larkin was confused. During that time, this place was practically a world of its own, and it's even possible that it formed its own ecosystem. Larkin frowned. Would there be enough time for that? For humans, no. But it's been, what? At least 3 or 4 generations since the seal first appeared? That's almost 40? 50,000 years? There were definitely some of our kind left behind and trapped here. Those inferior demons are unlike us. They eat whatever they can get their hands on, improve however they can, they have no bottom line at all. If they were stuck in an environment like this one for so long, it wouldn't be surprising if a completely new race of demons was formed, especially since there would also have been other races left behind and trapped here. The higher-ups probably didn't care to consider this matter too much, because the odds that they could have become a threat in such a short time were minuscule. But obviously, the situation's changed. Larkin was enlightened. Inferior demons were none other than the so-called ranked demons that Leonel and Ina had faced during their first stint into the Cataclysm Zone. Demons were well known for their adaptability, and they followed numerous paths, much like the humans and, to a lesser extent, the nomads. I think it's possible that a new race of chaos demons has appeared. Larkin's eyes opened wide. I'm sorry, didn't I already say it? It's not sincere enough. I think you need some more punishment. Leonel and Ina's voices continued to echo as though nothing at all had happened. They seemed to entirely forget that they were supposed to be on a mission. Eventually, though, they did stop terrorizing the world with their passion, and they stepped out from the tornado of black feathers. Ina pouted. I took so much punishment because of these 2, they better have something interesting on them. Leonel almost choked on air. He really didn't know how this woman could be such a masochist. It fit with literally no other part of her personality. Even when she said punishment just now, her eyes lit up with excitement as though she was trying to goad Leonel into doing it again. In the end, he chuckled to himself. Just wait, he thought to himself. Once he started breaking through the dimensions again, he'd have far more stamina than she could handle. The two walked up to the corpses of the bull demons, checking them one by one. There didn't seem to be many interesting things to find. They didn't wear spatial devices, which was odd at first until Leonel concluded that it must be due to the environment. Other than that, there was just the best skin that acted as their skirts, their weapons, and a map? Leonel was more shocked that he could memorize it with a glance. It actually took him 2 scans. The paper on it was odd, and it seemed to obscure his senses. When you looked away, it was easy for you to forget what you had seen. Leonel had to imprint it into his mind using a unique method to make himself remember, but then that formed an odd connection with an ethereal feeling he didn't like, so he wiped his memory a moment afterward. What was that? Leonel's brows trembled. He had reacted quickly, but he had a wake-up call in that instant. He couldn't do things as casually as he had once done in the dimensional verse. Just now, he could have really put himself and Ina in some serious danger. They're mapping out the region, and they feel that it's important enough to protect. If my guess is right, these 2 maps probably aren't even identical. Leonel picked up the second map and confirmed his guess. It was likely that the 2 that had escaped had 2 more of these maps, and in all likelihood, that wasn't everything. His internal sight was incredibly limited in his in-between world, though due to his improvement, it was still in the hundreds of kilometers. He had seen these bull demons even before they heard him and Ina. They're preparing for battle? Ina asked. It makes sense to map out the terrain, but why isn't that our task as well? Why tell us just to kill? The lines on the map, though it's subtle, look like a huge force art. Those lines should be a defensive-type force art, one created to stop the inflow of demons. However, it's fragmented and broken. If I'm correct, this seal was used to hold the demons back, and it only recently gave way, allowing the demons to take action. If that's true, then whatever terrain is here has likely already been thoroughly understood by the humans, and there's no point in sending people in to map something they already understand. Ina sent a glance at the map, and her lips pursed. She had no idea how Leonel had concluded that from all the swirly and squiggly lines. She was familiar with force arts as well, but this looked nothing like one. Even so, she trusted Leonel's judgment. What a powerful seal, Leonel thought. Why does it look so familiar? His eyes widened. These runes. They were the same runes that were on the chains that held down that image of himself in the Blood Lake. Sparks of lightning rippled through Leonel's dreamscape. He felt the web he was stuck in had suddenly become marginally clearer. If he had known that the shattering of this seal had coincided with the shattering of the chains within his mind, he would have been even more certain. Back then, it was precisely because this seal shattered that Leonel and Ina had been saved from the wrath of Ina's master, the head of the Endless Twilight Pavilion, Pavilion Head Ophelia. Chapter 239.9, Top of the World. Chapter 239.9, Top of the World, a seal. It's all a seal. They're trying to map it, and what? The Three-Finger Cult wants me to stop it? But those chains in my body should have been placed there by the demoness. So shouldn't that mean that this seal was created by her as well? Isn't she a demon? So her own people are trying to undo her work? But then why is she so entangled with humans? Leonel felt another headache coming along. The web had become just a little bit clearer, but he still didn't have enough information to see the whole picture. It felt like he was still being suffocated. At first he was a frog at the bottom of a well, but now he was slowly climbing up the walls to find that not only was he buried far deeper than he thought, but the world outside was probably vaster than anything he could even begin to imagine. Well, we've killed 2 demons, but we definitely can't use them to meet our quota of 3, Leonel finally said. We'll have to find some more. Ina nodded. She had killed them both too swiftly and far too easily. It didn't make sense to try and add some wounds to it either. Who knew what kind of means those powerhouses had? They could even read your mind if you weren't careful, let alone if you handed them a body of evidence to use against you. Luckily, Ina could protect her mind thanks to soul clairvoyance, and Leonel's dream force had improved greatly as well, at least enough that he felt like he could maintain some semblance of control over his life in the short term. The gap in the strength they expected Leonel and Ina to have versus the strength they actually had was too far apart. It had to be understood that the demons Ina had just treated like playthings were on a level beyond the fiend demons they had once had to risk life and limb to defeat. The geniuses of the vast bubble would have found themselves killed several times over if they had met that group of 4. Although Alexei was still far stronger than the 2 of them, Leonel still didn't want her to know just yet how much potential they truly had. This was especially so for Ina. Luckily, they hadn't ended up in the hands of the people of the vast bubble. Had they would have recognized Ina once Ophelia got her hands on her, and then much of their secrets would have been revealed. I'll fight, Leonel said. You don't worry your pretty little head. How chivalrous of you. Ina giggled. The 2 set off, Leonel's internal sight doing a wide sweeping search. He found several demons. It actually wasn't that difficult. If it wasn't for the fact he and Ina had chosen to take a break, it was likely that they would have already been in multiple battles by now. However, he didn't want to just target any demon. Firstly, he needed demons that were particularly weak. Second, he was also hunting these demons for the same purpose he and Ina had initially. This was an excellent chance to bolster the strength of his brothers, not to mention add to his silver tablets collection. He wasn't worried about his things being found out. Anastasia was particularly good at hiding her aura if she chose to. The finger sleeve on his hand looked like an ordinary ornament, and some people might even assume he just used finger martial arts, or that he had weird tastes. There was another thing on Leonel's mind as well as he completed these tasks, and that was the changes to his body. Firstly, his dream force was still at the same stage of the impetus state, the lower state. This was odd to him, at least at first. Secondly, his dream Asura lineage factor was under his complete control. Thirdly, he felt like he could think of the demoness now without feeling those constant pair of eyes on him. Fourthly, and the one that took him maybe the most to come to terms with, not only because of how shocking it was, but how difficult it was to confirm, he had become a dream sovereign. His dream force gained an almost milky character to it, as though it was a smooth cream flowing through his mind. If he had to describe it, it was as though someone took the purest white and the most subtle of gold and melted them down into a substance that didn't quite fuse together perfectly. He didn't quite know how to feel about this. He was born a destruction sovereign. That made sense. The domain rings opened up a path for him to become a weapon sovereign, and that made sense. But wasn't this too casual? Too easy? However, when he really thought about it, when he really felt it, he understood. Weapon forces were an exception because they relied on one part, the universal laws that dictated everything, and the laws created by humans and intelligent creatures. As such, becoming one after birth was a matter of comprehension. He had obviously been born with his destruction sovereignty, so there was nothing much to think about there. Then, what about his dream sovereignty? Well, didn't it fall into the same category as his weapon sovereignties? His dream force was personal. It was even more personal than any one of his other forces. So long as he had the affinity not to get lost in dream force like so many others would, if he could find himself, his true self, wouldn't he naturally become a dream sovereign? But that was the thing. He didn't feel that he had found his true self. Rather, he felt that he had come to peace with the ways of the world pulling him in every direction, and he felt confidence in one day reaching a point where he could rise above it all. Was that really enough? It seemed that the answer was yes, and this made him feel like he was on top of the world. Chapter 2400. Errand, Chapter 2400. Errand, that's 3. Leonel exhaled a heavy breath. That was difficult, but it was within his expectations. He didn't have the strength to face these demons head on. It felt like he was in the midst of all those fiend demons again, bringing back memories of being eaten alive. Facing these creatures that were so much stronger than him, he focused on hit-and-run tactics using his bow and arrows. He was still trying to get his bow force back up to the level of true sovereignty, and he felt that it would happen in due time. In the meantime, using the lower-ranked bows in the bow domain ring was actually quite an eye-opening experience. Leonel had always practically been a savant with bow force. It was the weapon he felt the highest inclination toward, and it was also the weapon he would have focused on had he not been born with the spear domain lineage factor. As a result, he had never had to rely on others to help him improve. His path had been smooth and without blemish. Seeing the thoughts of these experts, though, he was intrigued. There was so much he hadn't really thought of, not because he wasn't intelligent enough, but because others simply had different experiences than himself. For example, there was a primitive female archer born into a tribe where all of the bows were longbows used by hyper-masculine men. How could a petite woman like her pull a bow that would require 200 pounds of force to reach a full moon? Rather than creating a smaller bow, which Leonel himself would have advised since it was objectively the smartest thing to do, she insisted on using the longbow, eventually gaining the ability to pull it to about half moon. This experience reminded Leonel of when he first got his hands on a black-grade bow. He, too, had been unable to pull it to full moon. But it hadn't been necessary for him to make up for this. After all, half moon of a black-grade bow was more than enough to kill his enemies at the time. But with such a primitive bow, such a weak force would have a hard time penetrating armor at all. So the woman swapped power for precision. She even learned to shift the arrow's butt away from the middle of the bowstring, as was convention, and change the angle of attack. All of her solutions were mind-numbingly stupid in Leonel's view, but that was also why he would have never thought to use the bow in such a way. Because he had so much strength now, he practically always pulled his bow to the full moon. In fact, even when he wanted to use less force and rely on his skill instead, rather than pulling the bowstring less, he just downgraded to a weaker bow, like this one. Seeing the different philosophies amused him on one part and made him wonder what his complacency had caused him to miss on another. The primitive female's method of using the bow wasn't interesting to him at all, but what about others? It would probably take some time to pick out some interesting pieces, though, as he felt most of them were silly. Alright, it's been like a week. We should probably return. You haven't thought of escaping? Ina asked. I have, but that woman was too confident. Ina nodded. It even felt like she expected them to die, but then all of this wouldn't have made any sense at all. It was too hard to understand what they were planning. Their haul wasn't bad, honestly. Not only had they managed to kill and store quite a number of demons, but Leonel had managed to get some interesting ability indexes. Namely, he had found swiftness to help Emna out further. Also, I want to understand what they are planning before we do. So you have a way out. Pretty sure, Leonel grinned, earning him a pinch. He had made it sound existential just now, but he just wants to play with fire. Soon, they returned to the marked entrance, and they waited. It took an entire hour before the portal opened up, and Leonel's gaze narrowed at that. But he immediately returned to normal as he stepped inside. Malexi sized the two up, a hint of surprise in her eyes. It seemed like she really did expect them to die. Leonel looked like death, and Ina, who he was carrying on his back, looked like an unblemished little doll. Malexi didn't know what to think about this young man. He seemed so smart, and yet he was so willing to be a guard dog for a woman who clearly didn't care as much about him as he did her. She had heard that he didn't even allow Ina to help him carry boxes around. A man with such a golden heart is bound to die early, she thought with a sigh. That little girl by his side is too beautiful. As Malexi was sizing them up, so too was Leonel doing the same, because Malexi had not come on her own. She had 3 young men by her side. It seems that there was a uniform of the cult after all, and Malexi just couldn't be bothered to wear it because all 3 wore the very same thing. Looking at the puffy, fabric-made shoulder guards that they wore, though, Leonel wanted to gag. Very uncool uniforms. They looked like they just stepped out of a Renaissance painting. "I've completed my task, goddess." One of the young men covered his mouth when he heard Leonel's form of address, while the other 2 just had an amused light in their eyes. These 3 were quite inexperienced if they weren't capable of controlling their emotions to this extent. Malexi nodded. "You 3, go on. That's what you're here for." The 3 young men unceremoniously snatched the corpses that Leonel had painstakingly gathered. Then Leonel understood. Was this just another errand? They sent us to gather resources for their young? His pupils constricted when the 3 young men unceremoniously bit into the corpses and began to suck their blood dry. Chapter 2401. Opaque whiteness. Leonel felt a spark fly through his dreamscape, but he said nothing. Other than a slightly odd expression, which is about what one would expect for seeing such a scene for the first time, he gave nothing else away. Ina's reaction was even more visceral. Leonel knew how Ina had ignored her blood sovereignty for much of her life for fear of how it might appear, namely to him. Even after he said having a vampire girlfriend was cool, it took her quite some time to come into her own. Seeing this sort of scene, and how truly disgusting it was, she felt all of that suppressed disgust come back up all at once. One of the young men laughed. "Haha, little beauty, have you never seen a real masculine man before? Real men eat flesh and drink blood." Leonel's gaze flashed with undisguised frigidness. "Real men catch their own prey. If you want to flex your muscles, go do it elsewhere." Leonel's words were biting, and the embarrassment on the young man's expression was clear, even as it quickly turned to rage. "What did you say to me, slave?" Leonel didn't respond, staring at the man as he stood to his full height. The latter's embarrassment returned when he realized that he was actually half a head shorter than Leonel, but that didn't stop his blood-covered snarl from echoing. The young man seemed to remember that Malexi was there and restrained himself somewhat. He glared into Leonel's eyes and spoke word by word. "Watch your mouth in the future. You're nothing but a butcher, a farmer, a convenient transport. Am I supposed to catch every meal I have with my own hands? Don't give yourself more credit than you deserve." The young man snorted, feeling that his appetite was ruined. He placed the demon within his spatial device and then left after bowing to Malexi. The other 2 laughed to themselves and then left as well after giving Leonel a glance, though he didn't miss how their eyes lingered on Ina at all. Malexi didn't say anything as they left, but she looked at Leonel with an amused light in her eye. "That look in your eye? Those are your real eyes, huh?" Malexi asked. Leonel had already gone back to his servile expression and didn't seem to understand what Malexi was getting at. "Still with the games, If you see me as a goddess, then anyone I bring along with me should have that status as well, no? Why did you not give them their due respect?" Leonel's eyes widened. "Is that so? I was unaware. I will apologize to him immediately." Leonel spoke seriously and seemed to have completely forgotten about his initial rage. "I assumed that they were seated participants like me, but with a more official title. I'm sorry." Molexi's eyes narrowed. "Here is your list of duties for the next month. For the both of you," she emphasized. "Yes, I understand," Leonel nodded. Molexi disappeared, and Leonel immediately left, his target quite obvious. He was going to go and apologize. "Excuse me, sir," Leonel called out, swiftly catching up to the young man. Molexi saw this and shook her head. After a sigh, she truly vanished. She didn't have the stomach to see this sort of thing. The young man's eyes flashed with confusion when he saw that it was actually Leonel, and he was even more stunned when he saw the expression on the latter's face. What happened to him? Wasn't he just so arrogant? In truth, he had been planning to find Leonel after Molexi disappeared to teach him a lesson. He couldn't even react as Leonel apologized profusely and then rushed off to do his duties. For some reason, the young man felt so completely unsatisfied. "What was that, Bogram? The little twerp actually came to apologize to you?" Another one of the young men came in with a laugh. Bogram, Brian, and Alec. These were the names of the 3 young men of the cult. In truth, their status wasn't very high, despite Bogram's arrogance. They were quite surprised when they were called over for such a reward. To be able to drink demon blood, what kind of boon was that? They were highly excited. It was too bad that Leonel had ruined their moods. "Yes, he did," Bogram replied somewhat slowly, still not quite understanding what had just happened. Suddenly, he felt angry again, but he didn't know where to vent it. "Ah, Senior Alistar." Brian and Alec's reaction snapped Bogram out of his daze, and he quickly bowed as well. Their current location would probably be best described as an airplane hangar, although there were definitely no airplanes in sight. The floors were smooth and a shade away from glossy. The ceiling was tall and filled with glass, and crates were piled up everywhere, formed of wood, though some were made of stone. There were huge lanes between these crates, and it was possible to see for tens of kilometers ahead without end. Alastar had easily been almost 50 kilometers away from them, but they were already bowing. And soon it became clear why. Alastar appeared before them in no more than a few seconds, pausing for a moment and then sniffing the air. The three froze, their fists clenching. They thought that maybe their reward might end up being stolen by Alastar, but what he said next caught them off guard. "I smell a woman, an excellent woman." They weakly looked up at Alastar's face, only to see those eyes of white opaqueness. "Oh God, I think I'm going to die. Massage a little bit firmer, please." Leonel's voice echoed out as Ina massages his temples. He really felt like he might vomit any time now, not because he was sick or hurt, but because the cringe was about to kill him. Ina giggled. "Who asked you to be so forthcoming? That woman already disappeared after you called out the first time. You didn't need to follow through on the apology." Leonel was about to make another joke, maybe even con himself into a few cheap kisses, but his expression turned unprecedentedly serious a moment later. "Go inside." Ina didn't say a word and vanished into the segmented cube. Barely a moment later, a hulking man appeared, his shadow looming over Leonel to the point the latter had to look straight up. Variant Invalid. Erdiul's notes. We are truly going full circle. Chapter 2002, A Shame. Chapter 2002, A Shame, where Leonel's gaze flashed with a cold intent. If there was one thing that could still get him riled up even in the midst of all this tranquility, it was matters related to Ina. He had allowed the previous matter to slide without saying much, and even apologizing because he understood the kind of situation they were in. Plus, that young man had only said some slightly crude words at worst. However, even without this variant invalid completing its sentence, he knew exactly what it was trying to get at. Standing before it and looking it in the eyes, the coldness within his own only grew colder and colder. Alastar wasn't quite prepared for this sort of response. Although his face didn't show anything particularly different from his norm, sensing defiance was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Leonel was undergoing his own confusion. From his understanding, variant invalids were the result of a failure to awaken. But this awakening process, meaning the so-called dimensional descent or the metamorphosis, should be something that only happened in incomplete worlds where they had a wide division between world types. Essentially, variant invalids came from invalids, and invalids could only appear during a world's awakening process. This would happen in incomplete worlds, where there were several separate planets and folds of reality that needed to awaken individually. However, in a complete world, this matter should have only happened a single time countless trillions of years ago. Considering the fact that no new complete worlds had been formed in an exceptionally long time, and even the number of new incomplete worlds forming was dwindling drastically, the number of variant invalids that could possibly exist should be an impossibly small portion of the population, and any that did should, at the very least, be incredibly old. Leonel didn't actually know if invalids had lifespans, but weren't they a form of living creature regardless? It was impossible for them to be truly immortal. Even those born with the immortality ability index weren't truly immortal, so how could they be? Then, Leonel thought of only two possibilities. Either this variant invalid was one of those old monsters and had a strength rivaling that or maybe even surpassing Molexi. Or they gathered up all the variant invalids from the incomplete worlds as well. Leonel's gaze sharpened. After his run-in with the Puppet Master, the only other variant invalids that he had met came from the cult. He didn't believe that this was a coincidence. Variant invalids were essentially cheat codes, similar to savants, and yet having the ability to progress in ways savants could not. In that way, they might actually be closer to a god Childi. At the same time, though, variant invalids had very difficult progression paths. They were shunned by most of society, and they had to consume powerful individuals to progress. This made them far easier to control than other races as well. If the human powers wanted talents that they could easily manage, and yet packed a heavy punch, were there any better options than variant invalids and savants? Leonel's gaze only grew colder as Alastar looked around. "Woman, where is she? I don't know what you're talking about." Bang. Leonel's throat was grabbed so forcefully that his body would have flown out at an impossible speed had Alastar not clamped his hands down. His body swayed as the feeling of having his neck forcefully stretched settled in. Had his body not improved back to its original level, just the move of grabbing his neck would have directly killed him. Even so, Leonel's gaze didn't lose its sharpness as he was lifted into the air to meet Alastar's gaze. Alastar looked like he wanted to talk, but his words came out in a jumbled mess. Where? Woman. Now. All of the variant invalids Leonel had ever met had intelligence equal to that, or even surpassing, humans. This Alastar, though, seemed to be a simpleton through and through. This didn't make Leonel any more sympathetic. Instead, watching this bumbling fool trip over itself, even salivating at the thought of Ina, he felt a killing intent welling up in his heart. "You don't, Shofir." Alastar finally growled something somewhat intelligible. Leonel's initial instinct was to say, why should he fear an idiot, but he refrained. There was no point. Alastar, put him down. Molexi's voice suddenly echoed, and she appeared right amidst the two of them. She was by far the smallest of them, and yet her aura was without a doubt the strongest. Alistar's gaze flashed with a hint of defiance, then a hint of fear. He placed Leonel down a bit too forcefully, almost causing him to fall over completely. Alistar gave Leonel another glare, then Molexi a fearful glance, before he disappeared into the distance. Molexi frowned, not really understanding what was happening. If she didn't feel a wave of killing intent, she wouldn't have noticed what was happening here at all. But when she arrived, she felt that the killing intent wasn't coming from Alistar at all, but it was hard to prove. Again? Molexi asked. You're lucky I didn't get very far. Leonel looked toward Molexi respectfully. I'm sorry, I didn't expect this to happen either. Aren't you going to apologize? Molexi asked. Why? Leonel blinked in confusion. Didn't you apologize to Bogram? Yes, but Bogram is a god, Leonel said seriously. And Alistar is not? I do not believe someone so stupid can be a god, Leonel said equally as seriously. He can't even complete a full sentence without drooling over himself. Plus, aren't variant invalids just failures? Would he even understand my apology? Molexi was speechless for a moment before she burst into a fit of laughter. She laughed so hard that the crates Leonel had worked so hard to organize and stack almost fell over, despite the fact each one weighed as heavy as a mountain. Leonel's ears began to bleed, but he continued to stand respectfully, not daring to laugh along with Molexi. Molexi was starting to find this Leonel more and more interesting. It was almost a shame considering their plans for these youths. Chapter 2003-03. Why? Chapter 2003 Why? Leonel left the region with a sharp look in his eyes after Molexi vanished once again. That killed intent she sensed was indeed from himself. He had released it far and wide, though a hint subtly through his dream force, so that she would sense it and return. His gamble was that she would interfere. But now, more of his cards were being released one by one, and he didn't believe that the woman he was meeting now was some amiable old lady. The worst part of all of this was that even if he really did take Aina away and escape, something he was heavily considering, where would they go exactly? He doubted that humans were widely accepted in wider existence. They were scourges that had been the tools of the god beasts, and those that remained were usually only powerful due to some experimentation from that era. Ever since the fall of the Fox family, there really were no other human powers remaining that could hold up the sky. He was surrounded from all sides by enemies, and he couldn't even trust his own kind. It was the worst kind of situation to be in. Invalids, the seal, the demoness, his mind churned, trying to piece everything together. He was still missing some pieces, he knew he was, but he was running out of time to figure it out and options to explore to preserve his and Ina's lives. Ultimately, he just wasn't strong enough. If he was as strong as his father, would any of this even be a worry? Leonel took a breath and exhaled slowly. He moved toward the next set of boxes he was set to deal with, and he began to rush around with them. Only one of his millions of minds was focused on the task while the others were focused on his body, trying to understand what was happening. I need more information. Maybe these boxes, this wasn't the first time Leonel had thought this. The trouble was the boxes themselves. Each one of these crates were the size of small hills at worst, and huge mountains at best. And yet, each one was just constructed of a simple 6 sides. There was no extra reinforcement, no extra limbs, no nothing. One of Leonel's fundamental tasks as a crafter was understanding structural engineering like the back of his hand. At a certain size, even wooden crates would react no differently from cardboard boxes. They would collapse beneath their own weight without a doubt. Whatever these crates were made of, and the links holding them together, was exceptionally strong, and Leonel's internal sight couldn't penetrate them at all. He assumed the reason they were so comfortable with him holding what was obviously a large well of wealth and importance was because these crates were nigh indestructible, and whatever was within was highly protected. That said, Leonel thought of an idea. It was a higher application of Dreamforce than he had ever used before, but he felt that theoretically it could be possible. Why was it that Y Star Order had warned him to be careful of his Scarlet Star Force? It was because it had a life of its own. Its force had a certain signature that was ingrained into its very being, a signature that made it Scarlet Star Force. In that case, all forces had their own signatures and their own life. That meant that they should have an imprint on the second dimension as well, and as such, enter the dream plane. Leonel would normally be unable to enter the dream plane in a complete world like this one. However, was that still the case now that he had become a dream sovereign? Just like Elrion had said, those with sovereignty have a small smidgen of the life state, the state above impetus, within them. Leonel continued running his errands, his body threatening to collapse under him, but he kept pushing, kept pressing. There. Leonel finally succeeded in sensing a hint of something, and it felt like a flashbang had gone off in his mind. He collapsed, the enormous crater above him falling onto his body and crushing him. Leonel coughed, but managed to slow the crate's descent with a push-up. He grit his teeth, pushing it back up. The boom had caught a lot of attention, but the hangar was huge. No one managed to see much of anything but a mountain-sized crate moving down 1.5 meters, which was nothing compared to its size. Leonel felt dizzy, and his mind held a heavy weight on it. That short glimpse had taken almost everything out of him. It wasn't just stepping into the dream plane, but rather that he was trying to peer into a layer even deeper. Luckily, his memory was nigh infallible. Although it was just for the briefest of moments, he remembered everything. The first thing he saw was actually a trio of things. 2 balls of flaming red gold and 1 of silver white. He knew what they were immediately, his innate nodes. They burned particularly brightly, but this made sense. There was no purer form of a force than its pure crystal or innate node form. Leonel even felt that if he could hold this state for a little longer, his ability to comprehend his forces would improve dramatically. The second thing he saw was a jumble of mangled forces, ones that he assumed had to be his lineage factors and the poles of affinity they had on him. It seemed that so long as he saw through this layer of the dream plane, he might be able to tell a person's affinities at a single glance. He could even come to understand himself better. Then there was the third thing. It too was a mangled mess of forces, but it was much larger and not quite clear in an instant. Even so, it reminded Leonel of something quite clearly, something he would never forget, the Valiant Heart Zone. Why did it remind him of the Valiant Heart Zone so much? Why? Leonel froze. Chapter 2404, Tired. Chapter 2404, Tired. You've got to be kidding me. Leonel unleashed a groan and pushed the crate off of himself, pushing it into the air with all his might and ducking for cover before the wind could knock him off his feet. He slid to the ground, gasping for breath. He pulled one knee to his chest and rested his forearm on it. With the way his pale violet hair drifted over his face, his eyes were entirely obscured. In that moment of silence, it was truly as though he had been cut out from the world and placed in one of his own creations entirely. And within it, his heart felt a frightening cold, one that chilled him to the bone and made his flesh feel as fragile as a thin pane of glass. If Leonel had known that Y-Star Order used the silver tablet to create the Legend of Merlin, he would have figured this out long ago. If Leonel had known how zones worked in complete worlds, rather than assuming that they couldn't exist at all, he would have figured this out long ago. But now, he felt like it was all rushing to him at once, and he also felt that it just might be too late for him to realize all of this. These people were truly monsters. His breathing calmed, and the tranquil look in his eyes returned. He understood why they had all been so casual, why they didn't react much to the deaths of so many of the youths that were supposed to be their last. Hope, why Lexi didn't seem to care even about sending Leonel and Ina off to their deaths, so much so that she had even casually allowed them to hunt demons for such insignificant characters. He could tell. Compared to Alistar, those 3 young men could be considered trash. There was absolutely no way that Leonel's own potential was seen to be weak enough by Lexi to risk his life just for their sakes. If anything, shouldn't Lexi be trying her best to raise Leonel from the 5th dimension? She knew that his dream force affinity was greater than maybe anything she could have hoped from someone raised in an incomplete world, and yet she ignored it as though it didn't matter in the slightest. All of these disjointed actions, all of these inexplicable choices, could all be explained in a single sentence. They wanted to ring them up like farm animals, place them on a plantation, then work them to death. And the worst part was that even if they died, it still wouldn't be an escape. He had known something was wrong, he just couldn't fathom what it could be, until he finally understood. He could still remember how he felt after he stepped out of the Valiant Heart Zone for the first time, how much existential dread he felt watching all of the subordinates he had just watched die for him, suddenly available again like floating characters in a game, tap to unlock. It was like human lives were worthless, as though they were a joke. That was the impetus for his own change, one where he swore to become a king, just to ensure that such a thing would never happen to anyone else. And then he killed them. He had erased them like the unspawned game characters that they were, trading their lives for the much more real lives of his own brothers, killing millions to save 8. What a trade that was. He must have felt like some sort of god, pressing his finger on the scale like that and skewing it in favor of himself. Maybe this was what he deserved. Those boxes, that zone, they all pointed in a single direction. The incomplete worlds could only be so useful. The people within had potential, but it was hard for them to have as much potential as the truest elites of the complete worlds, even among the humans. And worst of all, their numbers were far too inferior. Of the millions that might be barely worthy enough to reach a middling standard in the complete worlds, there were only a handful that might be just barely good enough to make a small change. It was too insignificant. But what if they could make the life of one worth more than that? What if they could pluck them out from their words, throw them into a frying pan, and force them to be revived again and again just to be herded like cattle? What if they could create a zone much like the Valiant Heart Zone where their lives and deaths were based on the whims of the zone itself, like a game that could be played again and again, like characters that could be reset and reloaded whenever they felt like it? The Valiant Heart Zone was always a zone that Leonel couldn't probably place. Was it a variant zone, a normal zone, a mythological zone? He didn't know. He had always assumed that maybe it was mythological, based on some legend of Planet Valiant that he wasn't aware of. But what if it was none of the above? What if that was precisely the reason the silver tablet was within it to begin with? What if one of the abilities of the tablet was to create these worlds? The god beasts of creation had always been trying to revive the world to its original state, to fight back against the fading of the northern star, and to allow creation to continuously flourish. They had tried many things, and they had ultimately failed in the end. What if this was yet another one of their families? Leonel's eyes were closed, his tranquility becoming as deep as a bottomless well. A choice? He bet that there was never a choice to participate in this event at all. He bet that anyone foolish enough to not take these gods up on their offer was unceremoniously brought into the zone of the human race's creation. There was another piece to this as well. Why didn't the humans do this with their own people? As arrogant as they were, there were certainly those of lesser birth that they would find useful. Leonel felt that he had the answer to this as well. There was something special about those born in incomplete worlds, something that made their lives so flippant and worthless that they could be used in this way, a way that the geniuses of complete worlds could not be. With this method, the humans of the complete worlds could continuously farm them, continuously breed them, continuously wring them dry, and then toss them back in to be ripened again. The worst part was they might not even remember it happened, much like Goggles and the others didn't even recognize Leonel. The more Leonel thought about it, the calmer he became. His breathing seemed to fuse into the world around him, and the web that he was in was suddenly fully detangled. He could see everything but the faintest edges of it, the faintest edges that flashed with the silhouettes of the masterminds behind it all. Leonel slowly opened his eyes and looked up from his seated position. The first thing he saw was a pair of bright eyes and an amused smile staring right back at him. Lexi squatted before him, her grin wide and her expression relaxed. "What is it, little boy? Suddenly tired?" That smile that looked no different from the smile of an adorable old woman held a completely different weight to Leonel right now. Chapter 2004-05, A Moment of Rest. Chapter 2004-05, A Moment of Rest. Leonel met the gaze of the old woman and didn't even flinch. "Just a moment of rest," he said with a peaceful smile. "I will be back to it very soon. I apologize for the inconvenience. My body isn't as strong as I would like it to be." "Oh? I think that it's actually very strong. I've never seen someone in the fifth dimension as strong as you are." Lexi didn't hold back her praise in the slightest, and if Leonel didn't know better, he would have thought that she truly cared quite a bit for him. It was just a shame that what she was more excited about was locking him in his zone and ensuring whatever secrets were on his body were immortalized for the cult's future use. Whether he died now or died later, it didn't really matter much, now did it? The most important thing to her was that Leonel would be in her palms. The more she observed this boy, the more she felt that she had won out even though she didn't get to personally select anyone else. "Where's the little girl?" Lexi asked, seemingly only now realizing that Ina wasn't present. "She's doing her own work," Leonel said with a bright gaze, as though a boy madly in love. Lexi shook her head and sighed. "I would keep that treasure of yours capable of storing life as secretively as you can. The fact that it can work in a complete world like this one is quite the shock." Leonel's eyes widened in shock, as though he was surprised that Lexi knew. "Haha, little boy, not much you can do can escape my sights. Be a little more careful in the future." Lexi vanished again, and Leonel hurried to stand with an embarrassed expression on his face. His acting, given his controllability index, was entirely unmatched. There wasn't a single aspect of his expressions that he couldn't control with perfect ease. He continued to go about his work as though he couldn't feel Lexi's gaze on him at all. What was that? Did I imagine it?" Lexi mumbled to herself. She had felt Leonel's dream force quite clearly before. In her opinion, he had managed to break into the impetus state after hearing her true name, and that was the reason his emotions became a bit fussier to her. As expected, after she began to focus a bit more on him, there was no aspect of himself that he could hide from her. She could read him like an open book. But just now, she felt a flash in the dream plane, and it caught her off guard. She had been on edge these last few days and completely focused on making sure everything went perfectly. However, those demons, their ability to use the dream plane was far beyond her own, and it made many things tricky. It also didn't help that they were also relying on ticking time bombs like the variant Invalids to get things done. It was a nightmare through and through. It must have been the demons again. Are they investigating what we're doing to such a thorough extent? If they're able to penetrate our world already, their understanding of the seal has already deepened considerably. We need to hurry. Lexi's gaze flickered. It might be time to move up the timeline of events, but first, they would still need to stall a little bit more. The truth was that even with the seal protecting the human worlds from the other bubbles shattered, the seal was still having a hindering effect on the demons. The combination of anarchic force and the trenches of the seal was muddying the teleportation pathways and making it difficult to secure a line to enter the human bubbles. However, with the demons investigating and doubling down on their efforts, and even succeeding in breaching her dream plane realm for a moment, she realized that there truly wasn't much time left. This would decide the fate of humanity, and she had no intention of becoming a slave for the rest of her life. All the while, Lexi didn't even consider the fact that Leonel had entered the dream plane because even she could not enter the dream plane. Her dream force had yet to enter the life state. Her so-called dream plane realm was just a protective measure that most learned about as they moved up in the world. It made it difficult for others to breach their and their subordinates' minds and learn of their plans ahead of time. Lexi had been able to cut off the connection before it solidified, but who said she would react fast enough next time? And what about the time after that? There was simply no time to lose. Leonel's gaze turned cold when he felt that Lexi had truly left. He was conflicted and not sure of what to do. If he really escaped, then what about the other humans of the dimensional verse? What about his cousin, if he was still alive? He didn't have any love lost for many of these individuals, but the shift in his perspective made him hesitant to just abandon them all. At the same time, he knew he wasn't strong enough. His mistake just now had hurried along Molexi, that he was certain of. Escaping would be easily 10 times harder than it had been in the past. I need a plan, Leonel's mind churned, but he shut down everything he thought of. These plots would be good enough in the incomplete world, but this was a completely different ballgame. He would be playing with fire, trying to outsmart everyone here. He had to finally admit that he wasn't the smartest in the room anymore. There were plenty of people with the capability of outthinking him, whether that be due to experience or sheer dream force. If he wanted this victory, he needed to think outside of the box. Leonel grit his teeth, then his mind suddenly wandered to his spear domain ring and his gaze narrowed. Chapter 2406, Perfect Woman. Chapter 2406, Perfect Woman. Leonel handed Ina a letter. Here, go give this to those 3 bastards. Looking at Leonel, who was gritting his teeth as though someone had just beaten his mother half to death, Ina didn't even know how to react. She wanted to ask Leonel what was wrong, but when she saw that deadly sort of look in his eyes, she stopped. Okay, she said after a while. Taking the letter, she turned and left. Leonel went back to work. One part of his mind focused on Ina, and the other focused on his tasks. He looked completely focused and dutiful again, as though he was never enraged to begin with. Molexi suddenly sensed a flash of rage that rippled outward, but it disappeared just as quickly. When she checked, she found Leonel working alone as usual, but to her surprise, there was also that little girl. Oddly enough, she wasn't with Leonel. Instead, as he completed both of their workloads, she had gone off to do gods know what. Molexi sighed and shook her head. She had seen this sort of scene play out 1,000,000 times before, so she shut her mind off to it. It didn't matter. Ina didn't know what Leonel put in the letter, but judging by his rage, she had some guesses. Even so, she didn't ask. She would just have to teach that man a lesson when she next got a chance. How dare he do this to her? The 3 young men Leonel was referring to were without a doubt Bogram, Brian, and Alec. These 3, aside from Alistar, seemed to be the only others in the hangar. And unlike Leonel, they didn't spend their time lifting heavy loads, but were rather responsible for double-checking that he had stacked everything correctly. As a result, their lives were quite leisurely. They didn't expect that Ina would come up to Bogram all of a sudden, hand him a letter, and then vanish into the wind like she was never there. Bogram was dazed by Ina's beauty and couldn't even react properly to her approach, not to mention the fact her speed was ridiculous. If not for the fact his hormones were raging, he would have questioned how someone from the lower worlds could even possibly be so quick in the first place. But he was completely enraptured. He would have only looked like more of a bumbling fool if drool began to leak from his lips. He had known that Ina was a beauty just by half her face. After all, the other half had been pressed against Leonel's back, so he hadn't seen clearly. To make matters worse, her figure had been obscured by Leonel as well, but now, seeing her in full view, he felt a heat within him that wouldn't die out. How could there be such a beautiful woman in this world? Everything about her from top to bottom was so... Bogram shook his head, suddenly remembering the letter in his hands. Those 2 hounds, Brian and Alec, were already staring at him with unfriendly gazes, looking like they might pounce on the letter at any time. He sneered and taunted them before slowly opening the letter. He held Brian back with one leg and Alec back with his free hand, reading the letter like a fiendish demon. His grin couldn't have been wider and laughter rang out. His reaction only made Alec and Brian more jealous and furious. You 2 plebs can stay here. I have some preparations to make for tonight. He smoothed out his clothing and strolled away like he was a king on top of the world. Ina returned to Leonel with a gloomy expression. When Leonel saw her, he tried to greet her with a happy smile, but she gave him a death glare, grabbed his hand, and then disappeared into the segmented cube. Leonel's gaze flashed with rage soon afterward, but then he sighed and shook his head. Molexi, who had said that she wouldn't watch anymore, couldn't help but shake her head. None of it would matter in the end anyway. Leonel continued to do his job as the hours ticked away. Soon he called Ina out and she left again without a word. Done? Leonel asked. About as finished as it could be, I guess. That's not the vote of confidence I wanted to hear, Leonel said. Humph. Anastasia turned and ignored Leonel. Welp, it seemed like everyone was too mad at him to ask questions, and that was just fine by him. He'd just have to coddle them a bit later. He continued doing his work. Ina walked through the shadows of the crates, her expression quite cold and off-putting. Soon she saw Bogram in the distance and continued forward with even slower steps. Ah, Ina, my darling. I was happy to learn your name through your letter. A beautiful name indeed. Morales is also a beautiful last name. I'm sure your parents were wonderful people. Seeing Bogram stumble over himself, Ina felt disgusted. But when she heard the name Morales, her temper flared again. That shameless bastard was pimping her out, but he couldn't help but leave his mark behind. Ina Morales? When had she changed her last name? He was really getting on her last nerve. Don't touch me, Ina said coldly. Ah, right, yes, I apologize. Bogram giggled like a little high school girl and scratched the back of his head awkwardly. Right, it's a bit too fast. We should get to know each other a little bit. This isn't the best environment for a date. How about I bring you somewhere better? Bagram turned and escorted Aina down the path. So, Aina, what kind of hobbies are you into? Bagram tried to break the awkward silence as he continued to walk forward. Killing, Aina responded. I particularly enjoy killing. Bagram paled for a moment, sensing a hint of bloodlust, but when he saw Aina's beautiful silhouette, he seemed to forget all about his fear. Suddenly, Aina stopped, her eyes widening. Bagram was taken aback, and when he looked toward the direction Aina was looking in, his eyes widened too. Senior Alistar. What are you doing out so late? Alistar didn't seem to hear Bagram at all as his gaze locked onto Aina. Woman, Perfect Woman, Chapter 2407, Holy Hell, Chapter 2407, Holy Hell, Perfect Woman, Perfect Woman, Perfect Woman, Perfect Woman. Alistar's words practically came out like the chants of a religious fanatic. The more he looked at Aina, the more the lust in his eyes burned. But he was a variant invalid. The things that normal creatures of flesh and blood felt weren't the same things that could move him. Instead, it was because he could sense Aina's blood sovereignty that was going so crazy. It was the scent of her blood that drew him completely over the edge. Bagram turned completely pale. He was so close to going on a date with such a beautiful woman, but then Alistar just had to appear. How could he not be aggrieved? Alistar. Aina is my... His words were caught in his throat as Alistar turned his gaze toward him. Scram, Alistar roared. Bagram was sent flying backward by the wind pressure alone, crashing into the heavy crates and yet being entirely unable to budge them even an inch. The result was his body taking the full brunt of the impact and his bones shattering like fragile, rusted metal. Alistar turned back toward Aina, his gaze burning with a fiery passion. Keep looking at me like that and I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces. Aina's voice was even and didn't carry the slightest fluctuation of an emotion, and yet the atmosphere itself seemed to chill considerably. Alistar didn't seem to register Aina's words at all as he reached forward, seemingly about to grab her. Aina's gaze flashed with fury as she struck out with a heavy palm. Bang! She and Alistar both took one step backward, causing the latter to blink in slight surprise. Clearly, he hadn't expected this sort of result. Since he came to this world, he had yet to sense someone as powerful as himself that wasn't also beyond his dimension. Woman, Aina struck out again, her disgust pouring out in a rain of attacks that caused the air to clap like thunder. Her arms blurred, her palms descending as though meteors ripping through the atmosphere. Alistar had no choice but to meet these attacks with fists of his own, his surprise giving way to rage, and his rage giving way to fury. Bang, bang, bang! Aina took 3 heavy steps back, her body vibrating along with everyone. It truly hurt to fight on surfaces she couldn't destroy with a single hit. Because the walls of the hangar were so strong and sturdy, just stepping on the floor felt like 100% of the force was dissipated into her body alone, and it made her expression drain of blood. Alistar pressed forward, his towering might suppressing Aina every step of the way. A wild, fiendish aura billowed out from him, and his strength only seemed to increase further and further with every strike. Molexi frowned, looking up. She was completely focused on finishing the last steps when she saw what was happening. Bagram was half dead, and that variant invalid was causing trouble again? He seemed to be trying to subdue that little girl? Molexi sneered. Didn't you want to climb onto a higher tree? Why don't you let the variant invalid take you to bed then? She didn't make a move immediately, almost as though she wanted to watch Aina suffer first. But she was also curious. Why was the variant invalid going so crazy? What was it about Aina that it was seeking? She turned her attention away to lock onto Leonel. He once again leaned against a crate, his aura gloomy. It seemed that the reason Leonel was so tired before was because he had had a fight with this lover of his. What a pitiful little boy. Molexi seemed to truly feel bad about what was happening. She sighed and turned her attention to Aina and variant invalid again. By this point, Aina had lost all ability to resist. Her face was pale and her neck was caught in a vice grip, blood draining from her face. Molexi was content to let her die. It wasn't a big deal. They would all end up in the same place anyway. But then she froze. Indeed. Why was the variant invalid so interested in a girl? Although she could admit that Aina's beauty was the kind she had only seen among spirituals, beauty didn't move variant invalids in the same way it did other humanoid males, at least not the majority of them. The sole focus of variant invalids was evolution. Their failure was like an ingrained mark on their souls, pressing them onward to be better and better. Molexi watched as Alistar took a huge sniff of Aina's hair. He looked like he was intoxicated. When he grabbed her wrist and sunk his teeth into her as though she was a bar of chocolate rather than a human, and his eyes rolled back like he had entered a high, Molexi's eyes widened. Blood sovereign, Molexi immediately vanished. In that instant, Leonel, who had been brooding in his own sorrow, suddenly flashed, moving so quickly that he left blurs in his wake. Don't be mad, Aina. I'm sorry, ye. Leave me alone, an annoyed voice entered Leonel's ear. It was just a letter, Leonel protested. I'm ignoring you. Leonel appeared before a door, one that was quite familiar to him. It was this very door that Molexi had led him and Aina into for the sake of entering that in-between world. Of course, it was under tight lock and key. There wasn't even room for the slightest air gap to make it through. However, the level wasn't exceptionally high either. It was a measure that Molexi had clearly casually put together. Don't ignore me, you know I love you. Go love your foot. If that's what my lovely wife wants me to do, I'll do it. Nobody's your wife. Call me Morales again without my consent and I'll chop it off. Leonel shivered. Yes, wife. Aina snorted as Leonel broke through the restrictions and sped inside. With a wave of his hand, the restrictions were back to normal as though nothing at all had happened. Leonel stepped forward and crossed into the portal again. Standing in the world of flowing darkness again, he looked at the spear domain ring on his finger. Well, it's about time I unleash some holy hell. Chapter 24-8 Hell. Hell. Chapter 24-8 Hell. Hell. Leonel had, of course, not sent Aina into the jaws of danger just to distract everyone. He had been noticing the odd gazes of the old woman for quite a while now, and she seemed a hint hostile toward Aina. In the past, or namely when they first met, Leonel hadn't been able to grasp any of the woman's thoughts at all. Even now, it was difficult to do so, but he could nibble at the edges. When it came to her truest, most secret thoughts, those were well guarded. But Molexi never found a reason to hide her dislike of Aina, and that dislike only grew every time she saw that Leonel was working while Aina was unexpectedly absent. Of course, that old woman couldn't possibly understand the kind of relationship he and Aina had. From her perspective, Aina was taking advantage of Leonel thanks to her beauty. What was odd to Leonel was that an old lady like this, who seemed so adorable, was willing to get mad about this matter, but somehow also willing to turn the lives of so many into that of farm animals for her gain. There were really only one of three reasons for this, all of which could be exploited by Leonel. Either she had something in her personal past that mirrored what she was seeing from Aina, she was just an outright hypocrite, or she felt like their sacrifice was worthy for the sake of the whole human race. Either way, it didn't matter. The Aina that was sent on a date with Bogram was one of her abilities as a blood sovereign. The level of clones that she could create with her blood were impossibly lifelike, and it was practically impossible for even someone with life-state dream force to tell that it was fake. Aina didn't usually use these clones because she preferred to fight herself, and she didn't very much like her blood sovereign abilities despite warming up to it in recent months. So, it could be said that she was doubly mad at Leonel, one for using her, and two for making her use such an ability. The clones were quite useful aside from fooling people. They could be used in conjunction with escape, but most importantly, if Aina went all out, she could even create up to 3 clones that had 90% of her battle strength. This clone in particular only had 50% though. Leonel would have asked her to make a weaker one if possible, but the unfortunate truth was that if she made it any weaker, it could be possible for someone with impetus state dream force like Leonel or Molexi to see through them. All of this set the stage perfectly for Leonel. It could be said that the first half of his plan had already gone smoothly, and if it came to it, he and Aina could just escape from here. But then what? Humans were the pariahs of wider existence. It would be hard for them to be accepted as anything other than slaves if they left here. If they went to another one of these human organizations, their endings wouldn't be much different than they would be in the cult. They'd be thrown into a created zone and reared like cattle for their abilities. If they just became rogues, which was probably the best choice for them, it would be highly difficult just the same. They'd have to live in wildernesses, surrounded by creatures, wildlife, and plant life that could take their lives at any turn, and their progress just might slow to a crawl. The only real choice was to stay with the humans, to learn from them, to take advantage of them. But the question was how? Leonel rolled the spear domain ring through his fingers. This ring was a trap, but it was also a flaw. He bet that whoever had created it had kept it a secret from the other human powers, or else it would have never gotten so far. For one, it was because of this ring's existence that Leonel learned that his world was nothing but a breeding ground for the benefit of these gods. Without having entered the tribulation, he might have never learned about this matter at all. By then, he would have had to rely on his father or grandfather to explain, something they couldn't do because of how easily exploitable his mind would have been. Leonel was sure that had he been a dream sovereign back then, he might have already gotten all the details from them long ago. There was a second flaw of his ring. How was he able to enter that tribulation world? How was he able to suddenly expand the world inside the ring by defeating those other geniuses? If he had known that Noah also disappeared after getting his hands on a saber domain ring, he would have come to this conclusion far quicker as well. These rings, they were all connected, not just in their nature, but through space. Of his possessions, if the segmented cube and silver tablet were of the highest order and could be considered his best treasures, then below that, ranked third, would definitely be these rings. They were covert, and it was hard to think of them as some supreme treasure, but the more he learned about crafting, the more he understood just how incredibly high level they were. He couldn't do anything with this knowledge. He was still far too weak. However, he had 2 advantages. First was the advantage of theory and his father's AI to bounce ideas off of. Second was the engine that would make this whole operation go, Anastasia. Ready? Anastasia snorted, but a push of force began to pour in the domain rings that Leonel took out. There's pushback. That should be the lingering effects of the seal, Leonel confirmed. Crush it. Anastasia did as she was told. If someone well-learned was present, they would feel that this sort of pressure wasn't much different from a world spirit swallowing another. Bang! All hell broke loose. Chapter 2009. Loose. Chapter 2009. Loose. Leonel blinked. Man, I'm a genius. Anastasia and Ina snorted at the same time. Maybe Leonel was right, but the moment he was running for his life as the world collapsed around him was most definitely not the time he should be thinking about this. And that was running for his life, that is. Plumes of anarchic force rose like vicious tides as though a nuke had just gone off. But the worst part wasn't this gaseous anarchic force, but rather the liquid that billowed forth from the ground like ancient hidden geysers. Leonel sprinted, ducked, and rolled every which way, taking advantage of his strong senses to make it through. Out of Molexi's range of influence, he could slip into the dream plane much more easily, though it was greatly taxing on him. However, right now, he didn't have the luxury of worrying about his dream force consumption. His body was in a terrible state from all the labor he had put it through, and he hadn't been able to eat a proper meal in weeks. Setting aside the fact Molexi and the other higher-ups wanted to rear them like cattle, she took advantage of the fact they were in higher dimensions to not feed them either. But Leonel was in the third dimension right now. His body really couldn't make do without food, making his situation even worse. Unfortunately, Ina and Anastasia were still mad at him, so he could only continue to run without their worry to bolster his morale. Still going in the right direction? Leonel asked and received another snort in reply. He took that as a yes and kept pressing forward. Just now, what Anastasia had done wasn't too complicated. Just like her aura had said, she tried to use her status as a world spirit to consume the world spirits of the domain rings. But just as Leonel expected, the true world spirits were located off-world in a completely separate location. Demons couldn't even make it through this in-between world easily, so how much more difficult was it for Anastasia to try and establish a connection and then absorb those world spirits through a mere few rings? Thankfully, Leonel hadn't needed Anastasia to succeed. What he needed her to do was to throw a seal that had already shattered even more off balance. According to his original calculations, the seal's latent energy should have dissipated slowly. During that course, it would begin to display more and more flaws until the demons could bring in large streams of armies. Once it completely collapsed, the demon worlds would finish their fusion with the human worlds and all hell would break loose. The only reason Molexi had been able to teleport Leonel and Ina in and out like she had was because the flaws were more well known to the humans in the first place. That was why they had been able to enter, and it was also why Leonel had to wait hours for Molexi to open the portal, as she had likely been doing her due diligence to ensure that they weren't followed. Anastasia's pressure, though, in trying to force a connection between what were two different human bubble worlds had thrown the balance completely off. The last piece of the puzzle was Leonel's experience in the Cataclysm Zone, or the Vast Bubble, rather. That world seemed to be torn into pieces, and their locations rife with demon activity that could only be defended by strategically placed cities. All of those demon worlds were real. The reason complete worlds were called bubbles was because they could act exactly as such. These bubbles could be fused and separated under the right kind of power, leading to drastic changes in the landscape. What Leonel had done firstly formed a connection between two human bubble worlds that had never been there before. Second, he had disrupted the latent energy of the shield, causing its stabilization of the situation to falter. And thirdly, because of these two factors, the attempt of the demon worlds to fuse their bubbles with the human bubbles, which had been paused for a very long time, had suddenly sped back up once again. So when Leonel said he had let all hell break loose, he might have even been a little too humble. Right this moment, what must have been at least half a dozen bubbles were being forcefully pressed together and would soon merge into a whole new complete world, and it was all because of him. Another snort sounded. Okay, all because of him, Ina and Anastasia. There, Anastasia suddenly said. Leonel grinned, diving forward and just barely sliding past two boulders that quickly smashed against one another. He saw a demon in the distance running for their life, but he sped right by them, not even giving them a second glance. He found a seemingly ordinary location that was a little bit too stable given the chaos in the other regions. Please open it for me, Anastasia. Another snort resounded, but he eventually felt the world being pried open. This was his second goal, to use the commotion as an excuse to enter another world outside of Molexi's, where it would be easier for him to blend in. In fact, he might not have to hide his identity at all depending on how things went, but it would all depend. It's time to find out who's on the other side of those domain rings. Leonel's gaze sharpened as he jumped through. There was only one other world that Anastasia could find so quickly, and that was the world that she had formed the connection with in the first place, the world that gave power to the domain rings. The commotion that Leonel had caused could only be said to be devastating, but the most shocking part of it wasn't what it did to the world, but rather all of those crates. One after another, under the rampage of anarchic force, the worlds were split open, and the crates that Leonel couldn't even manage to dent were destroyed one after another. Chapter 2410, Greater Good. Chapter 2410, Greater Good. Molexi's head snapped up, her expression changing. No! It was too late. The center of the explosion was none other than the room that held the portal, and the backlash was devastating. Space itself was worn and torn apart. There was nothing calm and tranquil about two worlds fusing together, let alone more than a half dozen. While lives away from the edges of these worlds would be mostly preserved, those so close to the edge, as was in this case, would find themselves teetering on the blade of life and death. Lexi could only watch in shock and horror as the crates that had been so diligently worked on, combining countless centuries of resources from the cult, were unceremoniously shredded to pieces. Alistar was blown away, as was Ina's clone, but it was like Lexi had lost her soul. How could this happen? According to their calculations, there were still several more months before the demons could map out the in-between worlds, and several more years after that before the seal's lingering energy would truly collapse. Whether it was one or the other, there was time, so much time. She stood in a daze, the tears in reality unable to harm her, at least not at this level. Suddenly, the situation just felt hopeless. Leonel entered the portal and found a huge commotion on the other sides. The first thing he spotted were the skies. After so many weeks in the hangar, where the only breathing room he got was in the dark trenches of the in-between world, he felt like he could finally take a breath. He had never thought himself to be one who pined for the sun so much, but it seemed that anyone could become claustrophobic when their freedom was being restricted. The next thing he noticed were the enormous stone platforms. These platforms clearly had defined grooves and complex mix and matches of various ores that formed a very delicate balance. At least they did before the storm of energy shredded them all to pieces. Leonel had a feeling that this was another piece of the puzzle, a part of the human race's plans to turn them into convenient farm animals. It felt good to see them blasted apart, but while everyone was running around like headless chickens, he grinned. He had all this crafting skill and nowhere to expel it all because the resources he had on hand were all of an incomplete world standard. In his time since coming back to these complete worlds, he noticed a lot of things that he had entirely missed in the past. For example, it wasn't just the worlds here that were complete, but even the forces as well. It was why, when he first stepped into the Cataclysm Zone, it had felt like both an eighth-dimensional world and yet not at the same time. If Leonel had to make a guess, he would assume that if there was a ranking of bubble worlds, the human bubbles would be nearer the bottom. However, because the forces were more whole and complete than Leonel was used to, it had still felt to him like an exceptionally high-level world. Regardless, he felt that Anastasia would probably know about this. He'd have to remember to ask her later. The point was that since the forces were more complete, so were the resources born from them, such as force herbs and ores. Even the weight of a grade was worth more here than elsewhere. In fact, if Leonel was correct, this was likely true across worlds. Meaning, a black grade treasure that came from Elrion's world might be stronger than even a life grade treasure that came from here. As he thought, his steps never stopped. He unceremoniously stored away large pieces of flying rubble as he scanned the region, trying to get an understanding of what was going on. In just a few seconds, he had already stashed mountains worth of these precious resources. Thinking about all the things he could create with these alone, he felt like he was floating on a cloud. This wasn't because of the resources themselves, per se, but rather because he felt like he was finally gaining a bit of control over his life back. He might have realized that maybe being a king wasn't the path for him, but one mainstay of that process remained. He still hated to kneel. Leonel's figure flashed behind a large falling piece of rubble, his gaze sharpening. He felt that someone was coming over in an attempt to control the situation. The current region was pretty much filled with people on the same level as Bogram and those other two. They should have had positions similar to Leonel's role in the hangar. The rest of them were participants from incomplete worlds that Leonel recognized. That meant that whoever was coming should have a role similar to Lexi's. Out from one frying pan and into another, but he had been ready for this. In this volatile environment, the control these experts had over the dream realm was limited, so he had more control over using it. At the same time, even if he was found, so what? He could just say that Lexi had sent him into the in-between world, and when everything started to break down, this was the only place he could escape to. He had options, and he liked options. Leonel's senses swept over. As a dream sovereign, he was far less affected than everyone else, but in the end, he restrained himself, communicating with Anastasia. This wasn't the time for him to get cocky. "I'll need you to be my eyes and ears, Anastasia." Leonel didn't get a response, but he knew that she would listen. Soon, a stream of energy about the surroundings began to enter his mind. He was overwhelmed at first, but Anastasia pulled back until he was able to bear it quite easily. Anastasia was able to scan an entire incomplete world in just a few seconds. Her senses were obviously far beyond Leonel's own. Leonel saw the one who was approaching and his eyes narrowed. It was Vivat Godlin. While he was out, Leonel hadn't been able to listen in on the conversation of the so-called gods, but Anastasia had. She had heard enough to know this man was of the Godlin family. So it was the Godlins, huh? Leonel thought to himself, then remembered his grandfather's words. The Godlins were aligned with the greater good? No, his grandfather's exact words had been, "The Godlins are the most aligned with goals that you might describe as the greater good." What did those words mean? Why the hesitation? And how could they be good if they were part of these plans as well? How could they be good if they hid corruption within their lineage factors? Chapter 241 Wem, second round. Chapter 241 Wem, second round. Leonel still didn't know what that meant, even now. But he was also thinking about it harder than he would have in the past now that he knew the Godlins had such sinister intentions. Did his grandfather just not know about the domain rings' secrets? That wasn't impossible. It wasn't like Emperor Fox had to be infallible. He was human too. He was allowed to make mistakes. Just as Leonel was thinking, he heard Vivek begin to bark out orders, and in the corner of Anastasia's sight, or at least the furthest corner he could comfortably compute, he saw something that made him curse under his breath. Noah and Jessica. Fuck. Leonel could see the Saber domain ring on Noah's finger from here, and he didn't have to guess very hard to understand what happened. The Godlings must have used the flaw in the domain rings as a benefit to themselves. Noah likely found the Saber domain ring in the first round and had a breakthrough that caught the attention of the Godlings. The reason why he hadn't seen him when the second round began was because the Godlings had already snatched him up in secret. Now, Noah was walking around with a somewhat dead look in his eyes that only lit up when he heard Vivek's command. Only then did he have a burst of speed as he began to corral the large masses of rock and debris, making sure that none of them were lost in the tears in space. The only slight hint that he had any sort of humanity left was the fact Jessica was still strapped to his back. Leonel didn't doubt that they had probably tried getting rid of her several times, but it hadn't worked for them, so they gave up. In the end, Noah didn't have enough of his faculties left to continue taking care of Jessica properly, so she would likely die soon. The fact she had lasted so long in the first place was a miracle in and of itself. I have to do something. Leonel was constantly moving, using the large pieces of debris to hide, and taking advantage of the volatile force in the air to escape from an internal sight sweep. In this sort of environment, the only ones that could still use senses other than their eyes to see things were those with life state dream or soul force, and Leonel had already concluded that maybe the only one at that level in the entire human alliance was probably King, but his father had killed him. Leonel continued to store away large amounts of resources without anyone knowing. By the end of it, he had so many that he could probably build his own little asteroid with them and float off into space on a cloud, but he knew he couldn't. He sighed inwardly. There was no way he was leaving his cousin behind. At that moment, Leonel's calm face became panicked, and he flew out from a crack in space. Vivek's expression changed as he looked over, only to find that Leonel was speeding headfirst into a large piece of debris that would probably shatter his body into pieces. Vivek could save him, but at that same moment he saw another important piece about to fly into a spatial tear. He decisively gave up on Leonel even though he was curious about the latter, and immediately corralled this piece into his control, pulling it down from the air. When he looked back, expecting to see Leonel become a piece of earth, his eyes widened in shock. A bead of golden spear force came from Leonel's fingers, tapping against the stone as he spun out of the way. Spear sovereignty. He looked at Leonel's finger and noticed there was a spear domain ring there, and he was even more shocked. How had they failed to bring him in? They had only managed to get a return of 2 people when they activated their hidden plan. Of course, this didn't include Jessica, but it was rather Noah and one other person who wasn't currently present because he was less of a hassle to deal with. Noah held on to an obsession related to that woman on his back, so they could only allow her to die naturally so that they could continue with their plans. They wanted to be more forceful about it, but with how fragile the matter was, it was impossible. But now, this boy had suddenly come out and he was a sovereign as well, so how had they missed him? Could he have comprehended it after the call? No, we would have still sensed it anyway. Then, Vivek's gaze flashed as he corralled the last large piece of the formation. Everyone retreat. This is a dead zone. Vivek's speed flashed, and Leonel couldn't even react as he was picked up by the scruff of his collar along with Noah. He could only sigh toward the situation. Being treated like a little kitten who had done wrong did not make him happy at all, but what could he do? This was what he got for being too weak. He had never really experienced this sort of helplessness before. Of course, he had been weak before, and he had even been forced to watch as others died before him, but this constant and perpetual impugnment on his own self-sovereignty was beginning to make him angry. He took a breath and calmed himself. He would play these people to death one by one. He would definitely get the last laugh. Minutes later, Leonel was put down beside Noah and pretended to be disoriented. Who? Where? Where? He looked around, his eyes widening when he saw Vivek. Ah, Sir God! Vivek's lip twitched. This young man was a little too eager, but none of it mattered. You! How are you here? Didn't Mo? The man paused, not wanting a round 2 of a previous situation. Leonel smirked inwardly. That had worked once on him. It wouldn't work again. But that was just fine. At least he didn't have to pretend to be a dull mute for another few hours. In the end, he explained with the previous reasoning he had already thought up. It seemed it was time for a second round of games to begin. Chapter 2412, Impossible. Chapter 2412, Impossible. So you were thrown into the in-between worlds to collect demons for the juniors, and this happened while you were inside? Vivek's gaze narrowed. You're quite lucky. Leonel laughed, scratching the back of his head. My dream force is quite good, and my reaction speed is excellent. Plus, I was lucky enough to find a spatial tear-out and took my chances. Vivek nodded slowly. Leonel's dream force was indeed powerful, abnormally so. It should also explain why he managed to become a spear sovereign. A destruction sovereign and a spear sovereign in the same body. He's exactly the kind of specimen we were hoping for. No, he's more than we could have ever hoped for. But that doesn't explain why we didn't sense him. Your spear dom. Ah, Noah! Leonel's eyes opened wide as though this was the first time he noticed his cousin by his side. Noah was a bit sluggish to react, but he looked at Leonel with a dull gaze before nodding lightly. "Oh, hello, Leonel." He nodded and then lowered his head to the floor. Leonel blinked in confusion, before he pursed his lips and pretended to be peeved by Noah's reaction. "We're cousins, and you still act like this every time you see me? Is it that big of a deal that I was named Crown Prince and you weren't? You even went and changed your last name." The nonsense flew out from Leonel's mouth with a practiced ease. He had thought about pretending not to know Noah at all, but he tossed that idea to the back. For one, he didn't know how much information these people had about him. If he pretended not to know Noah, and then they found out that they were cousins, then wouldn't he be shooting himself in the foot? But this was a perfect compromise. It gave him a reason to expose their relationship without appearing to be too close to him. Plus, if they investigated, they would find that he and Noah were indeed not that close. Though, their relationship also couldn't be said to be bad either. What Leonel really needed was an excuse to help Jessica out. He couldn't let her die just like that. If Noah ever snapped out of it and found out what happened, he would never forgive himself. Cousins? Vivek's gaze narrowed. "Yes, my mother and his father are siblings," Leonel said lightly, still a bit annoyed. Vivek's eyes seemed to flash with a fierce light. "This sort of thing," he pushed it aside for now. "Your spear domain lineage factor, how is it?" "Spear domain," Leonel's eyes lit up. "Oh, you mean that. Sorry, I haven't called it that in a long time." Vivek raised an eyebrow. "Why's that?" "Well, everyone in my Morales family calls it that, but when it awakened for me, it was different. I think it might be because I have too many lineage factors, it might have mutated." Vivek's brows shot up. "I see. If this was true, it would explain everything." It was no wonder they didn't sense it. This brat managed to evade them by luck. In truth, Vivek wasn't necessarily wrong. At the very least, the first avoidance was due to sheer luck. Leonel never finished the bow domain lineage factor, so he didn't suffer its corruption. And then his spear domain lineage factor fused with his metal synergy lineage factor and the Midas, Radix, and Flora family lineage factors as well, so he was completely in the clear. "Tell you what, Leonel, is it?" Leonel's eyes brightened. "Sir God remembered my name. I'm flattered." Vivek chuckled. He found that he quite liked this kid. "How do you feel about going with me instead of Malexi?" Author's note, spelled like that on purpose. This. Leonel was hesitant. Vivek observed Leonel. He really couldn't tell that anything Leonel was doing was an act, but he still felt a hint of suspicion. It was difficult to reconcile this Leonel with the Leonel that boldly spoke to all of them and demanded to be a seated participant. But then he remembered something, that beautiful young woman who was by his side. He was a man, so he understood. Men did stupid things all the time for their women. If Leonel had only acted back then to make sure that he and Ina went to the same place, it would be easy to reconcile this Leonel and the one of back then. "Tell you what, I'll even contact Malexi about bringing your little lover over too." When Leonel heard this, his face sank and tears began to pool in his eyes. Vivek understood immediately. Something must have happened to that little girl. Grasping this weakness, he changed his tactics immediately. "I won't ask you what happened, young man, but I can tell you that in this world, power is everything. If you want to seek revenge, all you can do is make yourself as strong as possible. The Three-Finger Cult only treated you as half a seated participant, even making you run errands for them. But I'll take it upon myself to give you full rights as a seated participant so long as you comply with some experiments my family scientists will hold. You will grow far stronger under my wing as opposed to theirs." When Leonel heard this, he looked toward Vivek with his red eyes. "Thank you, I accept," he spoke through gritted teeth. It wasn't long before Leonel and Noah were escorted out of the region of destruction. Leonel even got his own room and board, and it was semi-luxurious at that. He sat onto his bed, his gaze flickering. He was really playing with fire right now, but what else could he do? He wondered what kind of experiments they would try to run on him. Regardless, there was one thing Vivek said that was correct. He had to get stronger. He had stalled their preparations, and soon the fusion of the worlds would be complete, and these higher-ups would be entirely occupied by fighting off the armies of the demons. It would be all hands on deck. He felt that it would at most be half a month before the world stabilized, and there would be a full-scale, all-out war. In that time, he had to finish his father's first 3 tasks. Even if they were impossible, he had to make them possible. Chapter 24 1/3. Underestimated. Chapter 24 1/3e. Underestimated Leonel took a breath, and his mind sharpened. He focused his attention. There were 2 things he had to do before he could start building his nodes again. That being raising all of his forces to the impetus state and comprehending the constellation within him. Thanks to Malexi, his Scarlet Star Force had risen to the impetus state, and his destruction sovereignty had taken a huge leap forward. If not for the fact he was stuck in a 3rd-dimensional body, he would be a true force to be reckoned with. His Dream Force was already in the lower impetus state. His Vital Star Force was also there. His weapon forces were in the middle impetus state, and they were actually his strongest forces currently. This only left 2 targets. He had to raise his Dark Force to the impetus state along with his emulation spatial force. Leonel hesitated. There was a hidden 3rd thing he had to do, and that was an unspoken requirement of his father's list. That was to confirm his path. Every force he brought to the impetus state was like another confirmation of the path he was headed down. Right now, all of his innate nodes were in a dormant state. He had already figured out that this was because he had yet to activate his nodes yet. He was in a similar state to before he had created even his first node back in the Jones Zone. Did that mean that if he wanted to abandon his innate nodes, this would be the best time to do so? Should he consider abandoning emulation spatial force entirely? He was hesitating. Emulation spatial force wasn't a pure spatial force, it was mixed with dream force. It allowed him a method of projecting his dream force out of his body, something his ability index didn't allow alone. But much like Elryon had said, there was definitely a price to pay for taking the innate nodes of others. In fact, there was even a price to pay for having your own innate nodes as well. So should he move forward with it, or not? Leonel made his decision. I will keep it. For one, there was no guarantee that if he got rid of the innate node right now, that it wouldn't still impact him. He believed his grandfather had used an ingenious method to return him to the third dimension, but he highly doubted that that method was absolutely perfect, or else everyone wouldn't see him as being in the fifth dimension. Second, he felt that emulation spatial force was an excellent conduit for his current path of dream force. If he wanted to use King Alexander's ability index to its fullest degree, this might be a key cog. Okay, then these are the last two. Dark force, emulation spatial force. Of the two, they were closer than he thought. Thanks to him raising his Scarlet Star Force and Void Star Force simultaneously at one point, his Dark Force was already at the fourth layer, a step from the impetus state. His emulation spatial force was at the third layer, 2 steps from the impetus state. Leonel's thoughts went back to that feeling that he had gotten when he entered the dream plane. He felt that comprehending his own forces had never been easier, even in that brief instant. After thinking for a while, he had an idea. Anastasia was right, he tried to do everything alone too often. How do I avoid the suppression of other dream forces? Malexi wasn't in the life state, but her impetus state dream force was stronger than his own. As such, she was able to create a domain around her that disallowed others from slipping into the dream plane. He had almost exposed himself when he made the attempt. He doubted that Vivek was also some dream force master, but he knew that there were other ways to protect against dream force. Plus, the Godlin family was a strong enough crafting family that they created the domain rings. How could they not have some dream force experts too, even if they were weaker than Malexi? Due to this, he was stuck. He couldn't enter that wonderful feeling again. Not here, not if he didn't do something first. Idiot. Anastasia's voice came before Velasco's AI could respond. You have me, don't you? Their suppression can't reach me. You want to observe your own forces from the dream plane, right? There's no better place to do that than in the segmented cube. Leonel felt like he had been struck by lightning. Indeed, why didn't think of that? Ultimately, he knew why. He treated Anastasia like a chubby-faced, annoying older sister, not what she truly was, a world spirit. He was carrying his own independent world around with him. It was time he started acting like it. Leonel stood. Okay, I will go to the library Vivek mentioned and use it as a convenient method to check on Noah. Aina, can you please use my blood to create a clone of me? A snort echoed in Leonel's ears, and he smiled bitterly. It seemed that he still wasn't forgiven. He gripped his fists. Soon he would be strong enough that he'd never have to put her through that again. Without a word, he left his room and strolled forward. When Anastasia told him the coast was clear, he slipped into Noah's room. When Vivek was here, Leonel had pretended not to care about where Noah was going, making the matter less suspicious. But he had had Anastasia keep an eye out. Luckily, to keep up appearances, Noah also received his own room along with Jessica. Looking at his dull reaction to his sudden entry, Leonel shook his head. What do you think, Anastasia? Can I free him? Leonel knew a lot about the corruption, enough to know that it was still beyond him to deal with. That was why he had to go through all that effort in the first place. Now that it was activated, it might be even more of a headache to untangle. But to his surprise, after a while, Noah's dull eyes suddenly sharpened. Leo, you're here? Leonel blinked. Then he grinned like a madman. It seemed he had underestimated this cousin of his a bit too much. Chapter 2414, Tell You. Chapter 2414, Tell You. Leonel was more than a little bit pleasantly surprised. Although it was unfortunate that he had allowed himself to be caught for Noah's sake, there wasn't much he could do to change that. It wasn't like Noah could snap out of it in front of Vivek and tell him to run. If that happened, they would have both been screwed. That aside, this wasn't the end of the world either. If he could take proper advantage of the Godlin family, he could likely advance faster than if he was on his own anyway. In a way, being here was much safer than just being out and about in the wider world. At least here, Vivek and experts like him could be used as a buffer while Leonel worked in the background to improve his position. That's a relief. It seems I thought too much. It's good you're doing fine. Noah smiled a bit bitterly when he heard this. He was doing fine, but Jessica, he hadn't been ignoring Jessica all this time. It was just that he couldn't do much about her. He didn't have any healing abilities, and all of his attempts to help her ended quite awkwardly. He had a hard time feeding her, he was a bit embarrassed to bathe her, and he was careful with how he moved her around to an almost anal degree. Back then, when Vivek had just grabbed them and run, it took everything within him to not snap. Leonel looked at Jessica and then brought Aina out. Can you do something about her? Leonel asked. Aina ignored Leonel, clearly still a bit angry. She turned her focus entirely on Jessica. It was harder for her to target her pills toward others. Her clairvoyance was perfect for her, but much like her healing abilities, it only worked on herself and no one else. That said, she did still have great skill as a force kill crafter regardless. If it was just a task to create a general-purpose healing pill, it wasn't too complicated at all. Jessica was still in the 7th dimension and was at the standards of the incomplete world. She wasn't hard to heal at all. Ina nodded after a moment and then disappeared. A few minutes later, a pill appeared in Leonel's hands. It should dissolve easily enough in her mouth. You can also press it into any open wound if you're worried about her choking. So long as it makes contact with her blood, you should be fine. Noah took the pill, his green eyes filled with endless gratitude. But just when he was going to feed the force pill to Jessica, he hesitated. If Jessica suddenly became perfectly healthy, wouldn't they be exposed? The idea of leaving her in this state on purpose ripped his heart out. But if they were exposed, wouldn't they all die? By then, let alone pain, they would simply cease to be. Don't worry about it. Aina controlled the efficacy of the force pill so that its main property would be sustaining her life. Once she's recovered enough, we can draw her blood and create a realistic clone of her to act injured on her behalf. Then, I can place her into the segmented cube where she'll be safe. Noah didn't know what to say. Thank you. No need to thank me. We're all family, aren't we? Leonel's grin made Noah's heart skip a beat. Leonel seemed to have changed. This Leonel was much more like the Leonel he had first met. Well, the Leonel that wasn't enraged about him fighting Ina, that is. After nodding firmly, Noah fed the pill to Jessica. Almost immediately, he could sense her situation stabilize and a weighted stone on his heart finally fell. Over the next week or so, she would slowly begin to heal. After that, she should be strong enough for them to draw some blood for Ina to create a blood clone. Then he wouldn't have to carry her around like this. Finally, the two men got serious. What's your goal? Noah asked. Get stronger and then escape, Leonel replied seriously. Is that all? Well, not really. But due to the circumstances, there's not much else I can explain to you. Is it because of the dream plane? Leonel's brows raised. He didn't expect Noah to mention this. Yes, you could say that. Leonel eventually nodded. I understand. I've thought of a method to deal with it. That dull state I was in previously was triggered by the domain ring, I think, or maybe the changes its lineage factor caused to my body. I could feel it taking over my mind, and that was when I learned about the dream plane. I managed to awaken an ability of the Emperor's Might lineage factor that allowed me to hold my mind up. Unfortunately, it's at the weakest level right now, so that's why I can't keep my faculties. But this ended up being a blessing in disguise because that dullness is exactly what they were expecting. Leonel's gaze sharpened. It seemed that he had neglected something. When he got the Emperor's Might tablet, there was a whole store of techniques. Other than a handful of the first few, he had skipped all the ones in the middle and jumped right to the 3 strongest techniques: breathe, assimilate, and arise. All this time, he had been focused on gathering more merits so that he might find a technique in the silver tablet so that he could protect his mind more easily, when he had a perfect method with him already. Noah managed to stumble into the method by accident, likely because he had the pure Emperor's Might lineage factor while Leonel had a mutated version. But even so, this was a big deal. I see, then I'll tell you some things. Leonel began to speak, explaining the zone farming plan to Noah. Noah's expression was serious the entire time despite the shock in his heart. Not only was he in shock toward the real goal of these humans' powers, but also that Leonel had actually managed to figure all of this out on his own. Chapter 2415, Sneer. Chapter 2415, Sneer. I've managed to stall their plans quite considerably, and if I'm correct, I highly doubt they could get it back up and running without at least several more years. In addition, that should only be if they could focus their full attention on it. With the demons coming, I doubt they'll have the luxury of planning something so big. Things are relatively calm now, but they'll be crushed under the weight of battle after battle soon enough. When that time comes, they'll really have no choice but to use us as normal warriors for the time being, likely while they collect the corpses of the dead for the future. This was all caused by you? Noah's eyes widened in shock. Ah, Leonel waved a hand. Just a little. Noah was speechless. This man had single-handedly ruined everything for these powers, and they probably still didn't know that they had been played. Worst yet, he had just been invited by one of them to benefit from their resources on top of that. 2 snorts echoed in Leonel's ears, causing him to rub his nose. That aside, before I knew you were fine, my plan was just to save you. The second thing was to understand what the Godlin family wanted to do with the domain rings. Now that I have you here, though, what experiments are they running? Leonel asked. Noah frowned. It's hard to remember clearly when I'm in that state, but I've been trying to improve my retention as well. I think that their original intention was to separate my mind from the dream plane. Although it's also a method of control, I think they also wanted to hide me and Ameri. Ameri is the other? Leonel asked. Yes, he is the other, Noah confirmed. As for the experiments, it seems that their focus is on the mind and the soul. I believe they're looking to perfect the domain lineage factor, not just giving one an innate ability to use Spear Force, but a step beyond to use Sovereign Spear Force. Leonel nodded slowly before he heard a snort echo in his ears again. It seemed that the 2 women in his life right now couldn't use their big girl words, so this was about the only warning he would get out of them. It was likely that there was someone coming soon, so he should be on his way. Someone is coming. We can try and discuss this again later. Let me know if you have any ideas, Leonel spoke as he opened the door a crack and slipped out, unbeknownst to anyone but Noah himself. Noah sighed. With a shake of his head, his gaze slowly turned dull as his room door was opened once again. A woman who was just a few years shy of her middle-aged rushed in. She wore what should have been a lab coat, or what these bubbles took as their own spin on the concept. Though the long coat was white, it was also embroidered with countless runes that formed a force art spanning the whole fabric. It made what was once a white coat radiate more like a steely blue. She unceremoniously stepped forward, grabbed Noah by the tricep, and then pulled him out of the room. Leonel watched this from a distance down the hall silently. He took mental note of the woman and then flickered and vanished, rushing toward the Godlin family library. He didn't have time to waste. As he did so, he was mindful of a number of things as well. The Godlins were one of the families he had had conflict with in the dimensional verse. It would be hard to say what would happen if he ran into Simona, or her mother, or that annoying old man who didn't know better than to keep his father's name out of his mouth. However, he also couldn't just hole himself up either. He quickly thought of some countermeasures to deal with him as he slipped into the library. He displayed a token that Vivek had given him and was granted access. It seems that there are likely very few people that know about the situation with the incomplete worlds. That's probably why only the elite of the elites appeared during the second round. In that case, they probably treat me like I'm any other disciple, which was why they gave me so much freedom. I'll have to be more cautious, though. Leonel was sharp. When he went to Noah's room, he had left his token there. He wouldn't be surprised if it had a tracking function of sorts, but he didn't try to tamper with it in case there were measures against that as well. He quickly found a book on exactly what he was looking for. It was titled Universal Forces, a comprehensive breakdown. The title couldn't have been simpler, and it was very much beginner-friendly. Truth be told, Leonel didn't know how much of these books to trust. These human powers had turned everything into an opportunity to suppress the masses and pass down their own teachings. They had even changed the name of the dimensions so that their underlings wouldn't understand the importance of those words. However, Leonel had a facade to keep up. If he was suddenly given a wealth of knowledge and yet didn't use it, wouldn't they be suspicious? It was only for a moment. While he was reading this book, he was consulting his father's words, trying to understand more about it. Ultimately, he came to an odd conclusion. If I use caged body, chained soul, it'll give me a stronger grasp over my body, and I'll be able to sense the constellation within me easier as well. If I match that with a trip to the dream plane, I should be able to sense and comprehend the constellation as clear as day. That makes my path to understanding the constellation clear, but what about my two remaining forces? Leonel's eyes narrowed, and he decided to go over something he almost never did, techniques. He had spent quite a long time in this world of battle and blood, but the number of techniques he had learned could be counted on two hands, and most of them were self-created at that. It was a neglected aspect of his combat prowess, if he was honest. But he wasn't looking to bolster his strength right now. If there was one thing that these powers couldn't hide, it was the intricacies hidden within their techniques. If they stripped those techniques of even that, then they wouldn't just be gaining control, they would be crippling themselves. He didn't have enough contributions to spend on the techniques in the silver tablet, so this was the best he could do. You! A voice made Leonel's eyes narrow, and he looked up to find Simona and a young man about 15 or so meters from his seated position. What an annoyance, Leonel thought to himself. The problem with running into Simona wasn't her strength. The problem was having someone here who was intimately familiar with his true self. It would make fooling these people hundreds of times more annoying. That said, he could use this as well. Leonel sneered inwardly. Chapter 2416 Triplet. Chapter 2416 Triplet. Leonel didn't say anything and only gave Simona a cursory glance before continuing to read what was before him. This, unsurprisingly, caused Simona to be agitated. She was usually a calm person, but everything Leonel did seemed to throw her off that steady rhythm. The young man by her side was familiar to Leonel. He was the very same young man who used that black flaming lion during the air wars. Leonel had never bothered to learn his name, but it was still of some interest that he was here. Leonel couldn't help but wonder how much the Godlin family and the other powers had personally taken out of the dimensional verse or the other universes. Seeing that Leonel was planning on directly ignoring her, Simona clenched her teeth before taking a breath to calm down. Then she turned and directly left, the young man giving Leonel a glance before following after her soon afterward. Leonel didn't need to look up to know that Simona was entering a higher level of the library than he had access to. He didn't mind this. What he was more so paying attention to was that she could. That meant that her father's standing wasn't very weak. In fact, he had never met her father before. For all he knew, Vivek was precisely him. I'll need to find a way to sneak into those higher-tiered rooms. I think I can manage it. Anastasia scanned the force arts protecting these things. It was clear to him that everything worked based on the token he was given. He didn't have the confidence to tamper with it himself, but he felt that maybe he could trust Anastasia with the task. Leonel put the book down and read another, then another. These people already knew that his dream force was exceptional. If he stayed too long on one book, it would only harm him. In fact, the best use of his time would be distracting them with the thought that he was soaking in all of their knowledge. Leonel got up after 3 hours and made a move. "Father," Simon's voice called out. Vivek looked up from his desk. There was a hint of gloominess between his brows, not because he was seeing his daughter, but rather because of all the trouble that kept piling up on his desk. They had lost at least 20% of the formation steel that they had labored over for decades to create. If they wanted to return it to its previous state, it would take first creating an action plan to fuse together the pieces they had, then they would have to gather the missing materials before fixing all the damage. Each stage could easily take years to complete, but that wasn't even the worst part. Molexi sent a report that she had lost at least over 60% of her prepared resources. She had by far the worst losses, and it might take upwards of a decade to recover. To experts of their level, a decade was nothing. In fact, it was quite fast. That was because they already had all the plans ready, so they'd only be focused on gathering what they already had. The trouble was that they still didn't have that kind of time. The only saving grace was that the Godlin family had only ever been using that plan as a cover-up. What Vivek was so worried about wasn't the fact it failed, but rather that now there was no buffer for them to roll out their real plans any longer. They were already on a tight schedule, but now it felt like they didn't have the luxury even to take an extra breath. "What's the matter, Simona?" Simona could sense her father's displeasure with being interrupted. However, she still grit her teeth. "Leonel Morales? I thought he went with the cult. He was caught up in the whirlwind." Vivek frowned and met his daughter's gaze. "Didn't I tell you to forget that man? But you've run all the way here to ask about him?" Simona became a bit angry. "Father, I've already told you, I have no feelings for Leonel." Vivek continued to look into Simona's violet eyes, but then nodded slowly. When a man's daughter came from far away, and one of the first things she didn't was speak about another young man, how could a father's mind not wander? The problem wasn't Simona falling for someone, but rather who she was falling for. That couldn't be allowed. "I came here to tell you that you've given him too much freedom. He is very dangerous. The family will suffer if the leash on him is not tight. He is a dog that will bite back." Hearing these words, Vivek finally set his last worries at ease. It seemed he had really thought too much, and in the end, he actually chuckled, some of the shadow over his expression dissipating. "I've taken proper precautions. You don't need to worry about that," Vivek said lightly. Simona hesitated, but she bit back her words. Instead, she spoke simply. "Father, when he was in the fifth dimension, he was responsible for reversing the plot of the cult and sending us all back to the dimensional verse. When he was in the sixth dimension, he entered the Air Wars, and even when I escaped, he stayed behind and faced off against a planet-destroying weapon on his own and won. When he was in the seventh dimension, not only did he unify the human domain on his own, he shattered the efforts of the Shield Cross Stars, the cult, and even our own efforts in stopping him from doing so. I do not know how he has returned to the fifth dimension somehow, and you might be right that he's just been crippled. I know it's not my place to say or try to correct Father's actions, but whatever you've done, please double it or triple it. He is a danger to everyone." Vivek's smile faded. Chapter 2417, Follow Me. Chapter 2417, Follow Me Mind Sanctuary. Leonel went through the ability quickly and picked up the Force Art as though it was as easy as breathing. This was the very technique that Noah had naturally awakened, and it was one that would protect his mind. It stopped others from easily prying into his thoughts through the dream plane, and it was likewise a method that he could use in stages and tiers. Noah had said that the only reason his expression was dull when he used this technique was that he wasn't proficient with it. The technique at this stage was best used when going to sleep so that you could be protected even while you weren't aware. But who said it didn't have its uses? With his controllability index, Leonel was able to fake the dull expression if he needed to, but he would have a hard time faking the dream force waves within him. This technique would help him to do that if it became necessary. He looked at the other techniques within the tablet, but he changed his mind after a while. He didn't have time to delve into all of these techniques right now. The best use of his time was his constellation. Leonel took a breath and exhaled. He sunk his mind into the deepest parts of himself and entered the dream plane. It was a bit difficult, but it wasn't nearly as difficult as when he was under Molexi and Vivek's influence. Surprisingly, he saw it almost immediately. It was a valiant warrior made of stars, wielding a spear prepared to pierce through the veil of the world itself. It was a gorgeous sight. Leonel, though, felt like it was missing something. He had seen the daunting auras of the Shadow Tail, the dusky steel bat, and the Aurora Black Panda when he first grasped the dark side of his lineage factor. He had also seen the Snowy Star Owl in that vision when he first awakened the light side. They had so much life, so much imposingness. It felt that the planets around him could be crushed with a single movement of theirs. It's not the same though, right? Leonel was a bit conflicted. Somewhere in his subconscious, he felt that they carried some similarities. But logically, he felt that this was ridiculous. One represented a living, breathing creature, while the other was just a manifestation of a family's pride. It was amorphous and nebulous. It had no real form, no real substance. It was meant to be a supplement, not an existence all to itself. What was this discomfort then? Starforce seemed to lay the foundation for so many things. The only reason that Leonel hadn't bothered to comprehend it separately, much like he had ignored Light Force, was because he already had two Starforce-related forces that he had brought to the impetus state. But this, now that he thought about it, he could remember ever hearing of anyone using Starforce. He had heard of pure Light Force before, pure Dark Force, he had heard of pure Spatial Force or pure Dream Force, but why had he never heard of pure Star Force? Universal Force? It all seemed to be building up to the stars. The Four Seasons realm, then Heavenly Body, then Natural Light, then Cosmos, then Constellation. It felt like a disordered mess to him when he first learned about it. Shouldn't it be Natural Light, then Four Seasons, the Heavenly Body, then Constellation, and only finally then Cosmos? But he'd been proved wrong about that, and it opened up another realm of understanding for him, but even that was just surface level. He felt like there was something deeper, something hidden deep within. Leonel, someone is coming. Leonel snapped out of his meditative state and left the segmented cube in a single step. But he frowned instantly. 3 days? How did 3 days pass? That's Impo. Knock, knock, knock. Leonel got up and opened the door, finding a familiar woman wearing a lab coat waiting for him. Shit, this is a problem. What happened to Noah while I was out? How did 3 days pass so quickly? Was it because I was so focused on the dream plane? He didn't blame Anastasia. Whatever that feeling was, it was akin to an enlightenment that was easy to hear of and yet difficult to grasp. Another person might have been enraged by this loss, but Leonel didn't feel it to be so. With his controllability index, even if he lost that moment of enlightenment, he could perfectly replicate the series of feelings, thoughts, and emotions that had led to it. Unfortunately, it seemed he didn't have the time to do so. You've been in your room for 3 days, the scientist lady spoke lightly. Leonel smiled. I didn't even notice the time. I was digesting all the information I got from the library, and 3 days passed in a blink. I'm kind of surprised. The lady said somewhat coldly. My name is Liana. You may call me head researcher. Leonel chuckled inwardly. What an odd woman. Why introduce herself if she wasn't going to let him use her name? Follow me. Leonel did as he was told, his senses on full alert. What Liana didn't notice was that a finger sleeve that was almost always with Leonel had disappeared. Of course, it was still there, just not visible or tangible. Anastasia was using up ambient force every second to keep herself within this intangible state. They entered a lab, and it looked like it was plucked right out of Earth and placed here. Please strip. Everything, even your understanding. Lie down on the table. Leonel's lip twitched. They really did want to treat him like some kind of animal. In a few seconds, you will feel pressure on your mind. This is a simulation event that I put all my patients through. It will separate your mind and body and make it feel as though you've gained a perfect clone of yourself. Do not resist. Leonel's eyes narrowed somewhat when he heard these words. Chapter 2418, Needle. Or Chapter 2418, Needle or Leonel eventually did as he was told, stripping down. His body was as vascular and ripped as it had been after he entered the fourth dimension for the first time. In fact, right now, it felt even more exaggerated. He actually found it to be a bit amusing. Back on Earth, those with a bodybuilding gene analysis used to be some of the people he looked to. He remembered that Alan used to be very disappointed that he didn't get such a designation because it was the designation his father and brothers had received as well. The idea of starving yourself for weeks at a time just to get down to a few percentages of body fat was insane to him. He loved food too much, though in an irony of ironies, he rarely ate these days. Now, he was one of those lean fitness models. It was funny sometimes how life came full circle. Leonel shook his head. What was he thinking about? He took off his pair of boxers, silently apologizing to Ina. I won't let them take advantage of me. Leonel sent his voice into the segmented cube, but he could tell that Ina was even angrier now than she had been before, causing him to smile bitterly. Leonel slid onto the bed as Liana turned around. Her gaze flickered with an odd light, but she didn't say anything as she came back to hook Leonel up. Hey, wait, you don't really need to put a probe down there. Leonel's words were cut off as Liana tried to shove a probe up his ass. Please unclench, Liana said, pulling back with a frown on her face. Just now, that clench of Leonel's had almost broken her finger. She was in the 8th dimension, and Leonel was only in the 5th, so she had just pressed forward, trying to get it over with swiftly, as this was something her patients always complained about. Truthfully, the probe wasn't strictly necessary, but she liked the potential extra data she could receive. No way, Leonel shook his head. Liana frowned. This isn't a choice. That probe is hardly necessary. My body is in the 5th dimension. It has little to no resistance to anything. I can tell that the rest is enough. This is not for you to decide. Am I being forced? Leonel asked. Just as Liana was about to say yes, her words caught in her throat. She remembered her orders, and she knew that pushing the patients too far, especially when they had all their faculties about themselves like Leonel, would be more of a detriment than anything else. Eventually, she chose to take a step back. No, but I'll have to replace it with something else. Liana took out a long probe. Please open your mouth. Leonel chose to comply this time, but the feeling of a tube stretching down into your throat was the kind he didn't want to have to experience ever again. Even then, Liana wasn't finished as she placed what looked like electrodes all over his crotch region. She had brought forward 2 initially, but as though she felt it wasn't enough, she took out 2 more, then another 2 for a total of 6. Leonel could only shake his head. This woman is crazy. Okay, please lean back and relax. Liana moved behind a wall of curved glass that took up about a quarter of the white room. Behind it, there was an array of monitors and a standing desk she stood behind. I will begin on the lowest setting just to test your reflexive resistance tendencies. Then we'll move deeper and deeper. Leonel closed his eyes, but his mind was on full alert. He could deduce some things from Liana's words. By reflexive resistance, she was obviously referring to whether he would fight back against the feeling or not. Anyone would have some subconscious resistance to their mind being probed at. Leonel, if he wanted, could turn his inhibitions down to zero. He had perfect control over himself. But the question was, should he? It was hard to make deductions when he didn't know exactly what would happen, and in her stealth form, Anastasia was limited in how much help she could give him. He hadn't managed to spot any obvious force arts, and he was hesitant about using Mind Sanctuary just yet. Let's dial it up to about 10%, Leonel decided. He felt an odd energy descend toward him and blanket his ethereal glabella. It was like it was wrapping the crystal in a cocoon, making it both a part of his body and yet somehow separate at the same time. Leonel resisted. His eyes snapped open to find that a crack had appeared in the glass Liana was hiding behind, and her hair even looked somewhat disheveled. Liana pressed a hand to her chest and took a breath. She slowly came out from behind the glass. Your reflexive resistance is very high. I'll have to feed you quite a high dose of sedatives. I wouldn't normally want to do this as it might impede the later results, but we have no choice. Leonel nodded. Okay. He wasn't very worried about sedatives. His blood circulated through his heart and into his kidneys. Once it did that, it would have to pass through his Scarlet Star Force nodes. Even though they were dormant right now, he wasn't worried. Would you prefer a needle or needle? Leonel quickly said before this woman could try to shove a finger up his ass again. Liana blinked, feeling that Leonel's reaction was odd, but she still followed through with using the needle. Leonel heard a giggle in his ear, though it stopped quickly. He couldn't help but grin. I knew you couldn't stay mad at me forever. We'll go again, Liana said. Leonel's expression became serious once again. He didn't expect his 10% resistance to have such an exaggerated result, but it was still enough to know what was happening. These people were quite annoying. Chapter 2419, All Roads. Chapter 2499, All Roads. Leonel could feel what they were trying to do. Noah was right about their attempts to find a method of isolating the variables that made them a sovereign and then duplicating it. But the method in which they chose to do so was quite sinister. Ultimately, they understood that the truth was located within the soul, and they wanted to grasp this. The trouble was that the soul was almost impossible to observe for a human, namely because it was fused with the body. They were using a method that separated the two, and they even told Leonel not to resist it. The problem was that if this method was perfectly safe, they would have used it on themselves already. Unfortunately, their methods had a fatal flaw, and that was that it completely separated the soul from the body. This sounded like it was a positive thing. After all, wasn't that the goal? The trouble was that that was only true when Leonel or anyone else was explaining the matter casually. In reality, completely separating the body from the soul meant only one thing: death. After Leonel had completely succeeded in separating his soul, there was always a lingering connection remaining. It was this lingering connection that gave him life. The method of the Godlings would have him walking around like a zombie. Still, these were matters that Leonel had already guessed before he came here. After all, Noah's existence was an obvious red flag. The fact they pretended like he was normal told him everything he needed to know. No, what was truly shocking to him was something entirely different. If he had to describe it, it was like they were concentrating the vileness of the human race's plans into a single foul action instead of a genocidal one. Leonel couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Was this what his grandfather had meant by? They had the greater good in mind? They were trying to isolate his soul and turn it into a rune not too dissimilar from a portion of the force arts that Ryu had seen so many times in the silver tablet. The trouble was that it didn't seem like the Godlings had a tablet, so for all intents and purposes they were using all of this machinery to replace its function, and they were going to try and turn Leonel into the core of it all. Essentially, he was just becoming a different kind of farm animal, one they used to study and observe the path of sovereignty, so that they could hopefully replicate it. Okay, I gotcha. Leonel turned his attention away from what was happening around him to pay attention to the serum they had injected him with. It wasn't necessarily what they said it was either. It was too late for regret, not that regret would matter much. Liana definitely wouldn't have allowed him to reject the serum. In that case, the best option was to let them assume that they were close to succeeding, when in reality they were quite far away. Then they would try to tweak the setup rather than getting rid of him entirely. Leonel smiled bitterly. The life of the weak was truly hell. He didn't know why they had suddenly tried to take the final step with him like this. According to his guesses, it would have been at least a month or two before they went so far. But he didn't have to think long to understand. Who else could have put her finger on the scale if not Simona? Leonel slowly drifted off to sleep. According to the reading Liana was getting, he had entered quite a deep sleep as well. After a few minutes, she nodded to herself and began another round. The instrumentation shuddered and a soft light began to glow. It grew larger and larger until it began to pulse and vibrate. Liana frowned. Even now, it was actually struggling so much? How could the mind of a fifth-dimensional existence be so powerful? Unbeknownst to her, Liana was perfectly conscious. He had sensed the strength of the instruments before when he broke through them the first time. This time from 10%. He lowered his inhibitions further until just about 0.1/3% was still active. If he was correct, this should be just enough to make it a struggle that he barely won in the end. Of course, he didn't believe himself to be infallible, so he was constantly paying attention, not wanting to completely fall through the cracks. In a separate space, there was a gathering of just two, both of whom Leonel would recognize. One was Vivek, and the other was Matriarch Pius, Simona's mother. Vivek had a slight frown on his expression. Leonel should have been the perfect specimen, but he had ended up listening to his daughter's words and trying to limit the potential variables by getting things over with as swiftly as possible. Seeing things now, he felt that he had been correct to do so. Why were they still unable to corral the mind of a fifth-dimensional brat? Bang! The sound reverberated, and though Vivek's expression didn't change, he knew what happened. They had failed. Vivek stood in silence as he watched Liana duck for cover. "I've said that I don't believe he's the best tool to use for this job," Matriarch Pius spoke lightly. "His soul is tainted with destruction sovereignty. It's hard enough to isolate one variable without having to worry about others. I understand. I mostly pressed forward because of Simona's warning. You believe him to be a danger as well? I believe that in these moments, any variables can ruin everything. Something that can't be controlled isn't worth having around. Since we can't take his soul, it's best to just directly kill him and store what remains." Matriarch Pius fell into silence for a long while before she replied. "How do you want to do it?" Vivek's eyes narrowed. "I want to see what this child is hiding first. I feel that the more I think about Simona's words, the odder he is." After some thought, he spoke again. "Use him as a sparring partner for the young. They don't need to hold back. When someone is forced into a corner, they'll reveal their true colors. And then what? If his true colors are as Simona says, then we'll kill him. If they're not, we'll see if Liana can improve her methods and then try this again. If she cannot, then we'll kill him." The matriarch's gaze flickered. It seemed that her husband had decided. One way or another, all paths led to death. Chapter 2420, He's Dead. Chapter 2420, He's Dead. Leonel found himself sitting in a room, though this sort of description was far too neutral and maybe even positive for where it really was. It might as well have been a dungeon. There were no chains around his wrists and ankles, but it was effectively the same. He had simply been told to wake here in this dingy room while something was prepared for him. He was also told that he would have to be here for a few weeks depending on his performance. As for what his task was, he was apparently meant to be a sparring partner for the youths of the Godlin family. Well, honestly, this was just Leonel's translation. In reality, this was introduced to him as a training opportunity. He was also told that he would have to do his best to protect his life, or he might lose it. Toward this explanation, Leonel could only chuckle. Well, it seemed that Simona had brought him more trouble than he gave her credit for. What should have been a few weeks' buffer became a steaming hot pan of frying oil. The more the situation was like this, though, Leonel found himself becoming calmer and calmer. If it wasn't because he was still worried about his cousin and Jessica, he might have already entered a perfect state of tranquility. Why a sparring arena instead of just directly trying to kill him? Wasn't it obvious? They wanted to see the real Leonel. They had even sent him here with the serum still running through his veins. They were clearly hoping that it would lower his inhibitions enough that he would display his true feelings outwardly. Leonel took note of all of this silently as the doors to the dungeon — that wasn't a dungeon, that was definitely a dungeon — finally opened. He stood without a word and stepped out. The arena was quite empty, as one might expect from one set aside for a sparring session. The only individuals present were Simona, the young man that always followed her around, and three others that Leonel didn't recognize. "Primrose, you'll go first," the young man by Simona said. "Remember that this is supposed to simulate real-life combat." Primrose's figure flickered and vanished, appearing 20 or so meters away from Leonel. The sand and dirt in the arena kicked up before settling down slowly. Primrose's head tilted to the side, observing Leonel. "He looked a bit slow," she mumbled. Primrose looked like a little girl in a woman's body. It wasn't that this was the case literally, but rather that her face was far too overly innocent. It was like a fairy tale princess had come to life. Her personality, though, wasn't quite the same. At the very least, she didn't flinch at the scent of blood and sweat that hung in the air, nor did she seem squeamish about battling Leonel. Leonel looked up and met her gaze. At the moment, he seemed to have just rolled out of bed. He wasn't wearing a shirt, and his pants were loose-fitting, barely hanging from his waist. His mind, however, was as sharp as it could be. What to do in this situation? Seventh dimension? Tier 6? Ah, does it matter? She's strong. Probably stronger than any of the ancestors of a dimensional verse by a decent margin. What a farce. He didn't know who thought of this brilliant plan, but what did they think they were going to get out of sending a seventh-dimensional genius after someone in the fifth dimension like him? "Begin," the young man said coldly. Primrose pouted, but at that moment a beast seemed to manifest from nowhere. It lunged forward, attacking viciously. Leonel barely had time to register that it was some sort of panther beast before he sighed. Bang! Leonel went flying. His chest exploded into a rain of blood and gore, and his bones were all shattered. When he collided with the wall of the arena, the back of his skull was violently ripped apart in an even worse mess. Primrose froze, as did all the other geniuses. What the hell just happened? He was dead? Just like that? In a separate space, Vivek's frown deepened. That was it? His gaze was sharp, he had the strength of a ninth-dimension behemoth, and he wasn't the kind of person that could be fooled easily. It made perfect sense. Leonel was in the fifth dimension. What else could possibly happen when he fought someone in the seventh? Everything, even down to that helpless sigh Leonel released in that final moment, sounded like someone that had resigned to his fate. Unbelievable. You two had us all come down here for this? Those incomplete world pieces of trash couldn't handle even a single strike before. Even that cunt who called himself an alpha was almost ripped to shreds. What was someone in the fifth dimension going to do? A young man named Orion was completely disgusted by the situation. He felt that he had lost valuable training time on this. Primrose, down below, called her beast back. Despite her cute appearance, she didn't even blink when Leonel went down. Shaking her head, she agreed with the young man above. This really was a waste of their time. A long while later, Liana came forward with a team of 3 men. Be careful, don't miss a single drop of his blood. If it's soaked into the sand, I want it all. Put it in a separate container if you can. Try to keep him together as much as you can. I'll do the dissecting later. Leonel's remains were brought to a new lab, one different from the original one he was brought to in the first place, before he was placed in a special container with all of his remains carefully shelved around him. Well, Leonel thought, at least this is better than being eaten alive. Right? Leonel groaned inwardly. This pain sucked. Focus. Now, how do I get out of here? And what do I do about Noah? As Leonel was having these thoughts, a meeting of the higher-ups was called once again. Vivek and Molexi were caught off guard because it was about a young man they were both quite familiar with. Imperatress Anselma appeared before them, her face somewhat pale. It was clear her injuries were still quite severe. Even her makeup could do nothing to hide it. I'm contacting you all about a young man who calls himself Leonel Morales. I would have informed you all about this ahead of time, but I didn't believe that he would actually participate. Anselma and many of the others familiar with Leonel thought that he might do everything in his power to avoid taking part in the selection. They even had contingencies to deal with it. They never thought that he would actually just jump headfirst into the fiery pits, and that was surprisingly what saved him, potentially. As for why it was just potentially, that was because despite their efforts, they couldn't seem to find a pathway into the dimensional verse any longer. This is a matter of utmost importance. According to our intelligence, he snatched the Emperor's Might Golden Tablet during a trial that we held. Even to this day, we aren't sure of how he did it, but we need that tablet back. Molexi, I've heard that he was taken under your wind. Where is he? Anselma had entirely changed the true reason the 4 great families were looking for Leonel, but it didn't matter to her. As far as she was concerned, this question was good enough. He's dead. Molexi and Vivek spoke simultaneously. Chapter 2421, see it. Chapter 2421, see it? The 2 powerhouses looked toward one another. Of them, Molexi was the only one confused as to why the other would speak for her, and Vivek was already prepared to explain. What Vivek didn't expect, though, was that Molexi's gaze would turn almost fiery when he spoke. Sent him into the in-between world? I mean, I did do that, but he had already exited by the time the incident was triggered. He was actually quite close to the center of the explosions, so when I didn't find him afterward, I thought he had died. Vivek's gaze narrowed. That was definitely not how Leonel had described it. Leonel had said he had been in the in-between world at the time and was lucky enough to escape. But if what Molexi said was true, didn't that mean that Leonel had lied to him? It wasn't that Leonel hadn't thought of the possibility of Molexi and Vivek exchanging information, but he had chosen to lie anyway for a couple of reasons. First, Vivek knew that he was Molexi's subordinate and still chose to take him in. That means he was already fine with lying to her, and the odds that this would slip out was slim to none as a result. After all, Vivek would be doing his best to gloss over the matter so that Molexi couldn't demand to have him back. Second, it was impossible for him to tell the truth anyway. Even if he cut out the part where he broke through Molexi's restrictions and made it into the portal, just surviving those spatial tears would be unbelievable. It had to be understood that the spatial tears resulting from the bubble worlds fusing and the stable spatial portal that connected them to the in-between world were 2 completely different things. If a normal person entered the latter, they would be fine. However, if a normal person tried to enter a spatial tier, they would be shredded to pieces, the sections of their body being flung across space and time. The only exception would be if you were powerful enough. This was to say that if Leonel admitted he hadn't been in the in-between world at the time, he would be admitting to one of 2 things. Either he would be admitting that he had been able to decipher Molexi's restrictions, or he would be admitting that he could survive in a spatial tier. The latter was obviously not true, but either one would put far more eyes on him. In fact, the latter would be so unbelievable that most intelligent people would assume the first, even though it was highly unlikely as well. This sort of attention was something Leonel didn't want, so he had obviously lied. But even he couldn't imagine that he would be exposed in this way. Not that it mattered, though. Hadn't Simona's words caused Vivek to take action to kill him? Molexi suddenly laughed her familiar, hearty laughter. That little brat. Her grin was as wide as it was savage, but then she remembered Vivek's words, and her thoughts of torturing Leonel went out the window. What do you mean he's dead? If he made it to you, what happened? Vivek realized then that he had been too eager to speak. If he had just remained silent and let Molexi speak, the end result would have been the same. After all, one way or another, Leonel was dead. But now he had to admit to what he had done. Vivek sighed. He managed to come out of our own portal, and I caught him while he was trying to survive in the carnage. I couldn't save him as I was focused on trying to keep as much of the formation's original foundation as possible. Vivek left out the fact he had recruited Leonel and mixed fact with fiction. There was no need to let Molexi get a leg up on him, and lying completely to a Dreamforce master was almost imp. You're lying, Molexi growled. What really happened? Vivak almost rolled his eyes. Whatever, was he scared of this old woman? I wanted to save you some face, but since you exist. I recruited him for a time. My daughter said he was dangerous, so I took her advice to see what his bottom line was. He ended up being pushed too far and was killed during the sparring session. You dared to steal my people from me? Molexi looked like her eyes might spit out fire. Your people? Have some shame. You act like you wanted to take him in as your grandson. Don't try to twist my words. I gave up recruiting anyone else just so I could have that boy. Even his corpse and his ethereal glabella belong to me. Do you think that the cult is a pushover? Hand what's left of him over. Now. Molexi's booming words carried the weight of her peak impetus state dream force. It looked like she might drown everyone in rivers of blood if Vivak didn't comply. At the moment, Vivak himself was quite troubled. His slip of the tongue had caused all of this. Unfortunately, he wasn't some innate high-level cognitive genius. Not everyone had minds as sharp as Leonel. And when most everyone's minds were more than half taken up by protecting themselves against poking and prodding from the dream plane, they didn't have the normal advantage they should have in terms of thinking speed either. Now, he really only had two choices. Either he could double down or he could try to compensate Molexi. Regardless, after all of this, how could he possibly give Leonel's corpse back so casually? At the very least, he couldn't do so until Liana had finished the autopsy, and even then there would definitely be some parts they wanted to keep. I can compensate. I don't want your damn compensation. I already gave up. Enough. Anselma said coldly, his corpse, where is it? I want to see it. Chapter 2422, Pressure. Chapter 2422, Pressure. Vivak frowned. Pressure from one Molexi he could handle. But if he was being pressured by multiple powerhouses now just for this one child, how could this still be an easy situation to deal with? This was far too frustrating. How could this one Leonel cause so many issues for him? He realized not just how right he was to follow through on his daughter's words. Honestly, Vivak was very good at fighting, but when it came to all the miscellaneous matters of management, he usually gave it to others to accomplish. This was why Liana was his head researcher and practically handled everything on that front. It was why he had been willing to listen to his daughter's advice, because he was quite open to taking advice from others, as this was already his style of rule. But it was also why he could make such a stupid slip of the tongue at the same time. Now he was in a bind, and it was impossible to get himself out of this one unless he wanted to have a falling out with everyone. What he didn't expect was that yet another person would speak, and this would be the straw that broke the camel's back. If Vivak still had some intention to resist before, it completely collapsed after a third person appeared, Clarence Amerii, representative of the Dream Pavilion. I would like to take a look at his corpse as well. Back then, it was Clarence who was the most heartbroken about missing out on Leonel. It was all because Molexi had taken the initiative back then that he had missed it. He had a feeling that something was going on here, and his intuition was kicking at him. However, he couldn't grasp what it was, so he chose to follow the tide along. Maybe this corpse would come with the answers he needed. Vivak took a breath and then exhaled. This was a sign that he had already surrendered. There was no fighting against this. Fine, I will be expecting your visits tomorrow morning. Vivak left the call without giving them the opportunity to refute. He thought about extending the time, but he realized that he couldn't. They would definitely show up early just to spite him if he gave a time like next week or next month like he had wanted to say. He suddenly raised his hand above his desk like he was about to slam down, but in the end he clenched it and took a breath. This time it was his fault. He had no one to blame but himself. However, while he wasn't the smartest or sharpest leader out there, he was willing to be the boldest. He lowered his clenched hand and pressed into a force art that lit up with his stream of strength. Liana, I know that it will be harsh on you, but start the autopsy as quickly as possible. Also, store the most important parts of his body away and keep them in a separate room. But Patriarch, I don't have the time to. I understand, but this time it's what we must do. Okay, I will start in an hour. That's my fastest speed. Understood. The call ended, and Vivak had already regained his calm. He pressed a finger into another force art, and the rooms of Noah and Ameri appeared before him. If all else failed, these two specimens were excellent. The blonde one was a bit inflexible, but the swordsman, he had helped them make the most progress they had in hundreds of years. Vivak closed his eyes. If he could become a sovereign, he would be able to finally enter the life state. Once that happened, the human race would no longer be dregs. They would be able to stand on the world stage again. Too many ninth-dimensional experts were stuck at this step. The only one of the humans who had managed to reach that state was King, but he was too busy philandering with the enemy as though they were all too stupid to notice. But what else could he do? King was a tragedy in and of himself. He had reached that ever-unreachable life state, and yet it was done through Dreamforce. Not only was it done through Dreamforce, but he was restrained to an ability index that disallowed him from projecting it outside his body. Ironically, King was much like Leonel in this way. The difference was that Leonel was already working on a method to project his, while King had never been able to. What did that mean? It meant that King was only able to plot and scheme, but in terms of those that had reached the life state, he might as well have been the weakest. He could crush the likes of Vivak or the others with a single finger, but on the world stage, he was a pitiful worm. However, if he, Vivek Godlin, was able to take that step, his halberd would sweep through the enemies with a blade that could rend the skies and the earth in a single stroke. He had to succeed. He had to reach that step. Leonel had no idea that a coincidental event had caused several ninth-dimensional experts to converge toward one location for the sole purpose of meeting him. Had he known, he would have probably cried real tears. At this point, he felt like the mighty overlords of the world were just monkeys throwing piles of shit at him. Even so, regardless of the situation, his goal was pretty much the same: escape. However, he couldn't just do so casually. Setting aside the fact that leaving such a place was probably more difficult than entering, how could he leave empty-handed? He was pissed, but he couldn't allow his hatred to cloud his judgment. If his innate node was still in control, he worried about what he would do. Luckily, he was clear-headed. Hey, Anastasia. How fast are you? Chapter 2423, soon enough. Chapter 2423, soon enough. Anastasia had two speeds when she entered her flying ship mode. One was where she pulled in ambient force to propel her, and the second was where she used her own internal force, or rather, force Leonel provided, to go instead. Leonel bet that the first type would be far faster in this situation, and that was because this world was obviously far stronger than the incomplete worlds had been. After all, Leonel mostly used Anastasia in her flying form in the depths of space where there was little to no force around, but in a bubble world was land and an abundance of force at that, so he was somewhat optimistic. Fast, Anastasia said. It would be impossible for anyone outside of the life state to catch me, and even if they are in the life state, they would have to have wind force, spatial force, light force, or something of the sort to bolster their speed for it to matter. Leonel nodded when he heard this, but he wasn't as giddy with joy as one might expect. He didn't need Anastasia to tell him the limitations. For one, the segmented cube's defenses were limited. Even if he was faster than Vivek, it was a different matter entirely as to whether he would be faster than Vivek's attack speed. Second, top speed and instantaneous speed were two different things. Before Anastasia would need to accumulate force form the surroundings, there would be a small build-up time until she could hit her top speed. That small time frame, to a ninth-dimensional expert, might as well have been an eternity. That meant if he wanted to use Anastasia to escape, he would both need time and space. That's doable, I can manage, now I need to get out of here. Leonel couldn't cast instantaneous recovery for obvious reasons, but truthfully he didn't need to. He had a third-dimensional body and yet had impetus state vital star force at his beck and call. It took all his concentration for him to not heal. As expected, the moment he unleashed his vital star force, his body began to wiggle about with a vibrant energy, and he was made whole in an instant. He pulled himself out of the box Liana's henchman had put him in, and then pulled out a perfect replica of himself from within the segmented cube. Of course, he had had Ina make this. Sorry, bud, bear with me. Leonel rolled his eyes before he was unceremoniously shattered by his true body. Leonel's ability to recreate the exact same injuries was absolutely frightening, but this was no time to admire his handiwork as he needed to go. Blood clones were very good, but they had their limitations. For one, they had no ethereal glabella. Second, when the blood force used to create them ran out of life force, they would turn into a lifeless pool of blood again. Third, when the main body was far enough out of range of the blood clone, it would begin to act oddly. Without the personality of the main body as a foundation, it could easily become twisted. That said, the last problem wasn't really a problem. That was because without an ethereal glabella, this blood clone, after suffering the same blows Leonel had, was already dead. The only reason Leonel had survived was that his body and soul were perfectly separated. Obviously, this blood clone didn't have the same luxury. Leonel pulled on a pair of sweatpants and glided across the floor barefoot. He narrowed his eyes when he made it. It seemed that outside there was a pair of guards. After some thought, Leonel looked up and found an air duct above him. In a clean room like this one, Liana was obsessed with making sure no contaminants or pathogens entered. This world was so advanced in some ways, and yet so primitive in others. They had all sorts of force arts Leonel had never seen before, and yet also used beasts to travel and had used air ducts for air filtration. Perfect for me, Leonel thought. I'll have to be cautious, though. There's probably a contaminant detector in there, and if I'm using the air ducts to move, I'll be a contaminant that could be detected myself. Leonel found the hidden force art soon enough and destabilized it. Then he leapt up and entered swiftly, disappearing. Help me monitor everything going on in the Godlin's family compound, Anastasia. Only send me what my mind can handle, of course. I'll have to leave the rest up to you. Anastasia snorted. Seemed like she was back to being mad at him. She and Ina had formed quite a united front. It seemed that even almost dying hadn't saved him. He could only smile bitterly. Soon, a stream of information entered his mind. Truthfully, he already had a perfect map of the compound in his head. He was more so asking for this, so he could see the movement of people without getting stuck in a dead end himself. Shockingly, though, Leonel wasn't making his way toward the outside of the compound, but rather toward the center. He had said he would check out the techniques of the Godlings already, but now that they had gone so far, he might even directly raid the entire library. He didn't care about the passive information on things they had, but the one thing they couldn't ruin were their techniques. The air ducts will come to an end, soon. It's too bad Liana isn't anal enough to fill the entire compound with them. But this is already enough. Leonel slipped out of the air ducts, landing in a huge room filled with the loud noises of machinery. There were a couple of furnaces, air conditioners, and a large air filtration system that almost shredded him to pieces. "Little Black Star?" Leonel suddenly whispered. "Yip, yip," Ymil chuckled. Not covert at all. Luckily, the little guy appeared swiftly around Leonel's shoulders, and then they vanished into the shadow world. This wasn't infallible, which was why Leonel hadn't used it to get past the guard. Just like the Dream Plane could be countered by non-Dreamforce experts, so too could the shadow world. However, when he was out of people's sight already and wasn't trying to pass right in front of their faces, it was perfect. I'll need to kill some time until Noah is allowed to exit his room again. Then I'll snatch him up and put him in the segmented cube before we make our escape. For now, let's clear out this entire technique room. Consider this as some interest for what you've put me through. I'll come back to have you pay the full debt soon enough. Chapter 2424. Who? Chapter 2424. Who? Leonel frowned. Why can't anything be easy? He had already entered within striking range of the technique room. It was actually part of the library, just in a higher space. He had scouted it the first time he came here, and that had been enough to know that it wasn't a place that was frequented often. This made sense. A person might spend years trying to perfect and grow with a technique. Unless you were sprinting through the dimensions, something only a stupid person or one lacking background would do, a technique would need to stay by your side for at least that long. Due to this, the technique room of the Godlings was one that was only visited once in a blue moon, and yet the moment Leonel wanted to raid them, he found that Simona and that young man he still didn't know the name of had actually entered. Maybe it's not bad luck, but just poor timing, Leonel said with a sigh. Simona had only just returned from the dimensional verse, and her foundation was probably lacking due to the fact she hadn't had her little violet puppy by her side for much of her life. It wouldn't be a surprise if for the first few weeks she'd been focused on readjusting her foundation, and only now did she think about gathering a few techniques to strengthen herself. This isn't necessarily a bad thing either, Leonel thought, looking at the silver lining. Under normal circumstances, he would have to break the restrictions on the technique vault in order to enter. There were a million things that could go wrong if he did that, and he knew he was being quite reckless just thinking about doing it. But now, wouldn't there be a convenient doorman to let him in? Leonel sneered and flashed forward. The young man suddenly looked back, but all he saw was empty space, causing him to frown. Leonel hung from a balcony down below. Although he was in the shadow world, he still did his best to not allow others the chance to look at him directly, at least not for now. He flipped himself back up after the two started moving forward again. He landed gently, moving along the balcony's lane as he followed them upward. He wasn't worried about little Black Star's stamina running out at all. Back when Black Star first met him, he was only able to help Leonel out for a brief instant. Now, however, he could probably spend days like this without issue. "Elder Vero, I would like to enter the technique room," Simona addressed an old man. Elder Vero sat behind a desk that was off to the side of a thick vault door that looked as though it had been plucked out of a bank dungeon. He hummed slightly to Simona's request. "You know the rules," he said lightly. "Eduardo, are you using your entry on this?" The young man nodded before Simona could reject. "You don't have to follow me everywhere," Simona protested, but as usual, Eduardo didn't even respond. He just gave her the same unmoved look. "All right, you may both enter. You have 1 hour. Don't try to force it. Not all the techniques in there are meant for you. Protect your mind properly." Hearing these vague words, Leonel's eyes narrowed. It seemed that this technique room would be more like the Void Library than a real library like the one below them. That might make things more troublesome. The heavy vault door began to roll to the side, and Leonel hesitated. Should he still enter? His feet moved him. He was agile and quick, hiding behind Eduardo's shadow in a blink. Elder Vero looked over and raised an eyebrow, but he didn't seem to see anything as the three of them slipped inside. The vault door slid shut with a boom, and Elder Vero went back to his business. Leonel felt that his gamble had paid off. The technique vault didn't separate them. They appeared in the same space. The difference was that all around them, there were techniques floating in odd balls of light. Leonel had felt that since Eduardo insisted on following Simona in, it didn't make sense that they would be sent off to different places. If the latter was true, then he wouldn't be just protective, he'd be a bit insane. What would be the point in following her if he couldn't even see her? Eduardo looked around again, feeling that something was off. It just felt like someone was constantly looking at him, and yet this time, when he turned around and stared right at where Leonel was standing, he couldn't see a single thing. Was he losing his mind? This whole hiding in the shadow world thing is really not what it's cracked up to be. I've been sensed so many times already, and now their senses are on alert. But that's fine. Bang! Leonel's fist slammed into the back of Simona's head with lightning-quick precision. Her eyes rolled back before she could even understand what was happening, and the instant she lost consciousness, he pulled her into the segmented cube. He would have attacked Eduardo first, but he could feel that this young man was exceptionally powerful. Taking control of Simona, who he was clearly tasked to protect, would throw his mind into disarray and help him deal with him quicker. WHO? Eduardo's voice boomed and his eyes widened as he watched Simona disappear from right next to him. None of this was part of Leonel's original plan, but he was more than willing to go with the flow. Since the goblins had changed their plans for him based on Simone's words, then he was even more certain that her father was likely to be Vivek himself. How could he pass up on such a useful hostage? Leonel appeared, and Eduardo's eyes opened wide. How else was he supposed to react when a dead man suddenly appeared before him as though everything was fine? Chapter 2425. Frustration. Chapter 2425. Frustration. Leonel's gaze was completely different from the last time Eduardo had seen him. In the air wars, he had been playful. In the arena, he had been somber as though he had lost all hope. But right now, his gaze carried a frightening sharpness to it, as though the depths of hell itself were hidden within him. His destruction sovereignty erupted, plumes of smoke coming from the corner of his eyes and the soles of his feet. Eduardo barely managed to snap out of his daze when a fist appeared before him. Was that a mental attack? What just happened? Eduardo hurried to put up a defense, crossing his arm before him and preparing to summon his lion beast. Just when he formed a connection with his spatial device, it was shredded to pieces. It was like his mind couldn't reach any further forward even if it wanted to. This feeling made Eduardo's eyes widen. Not having his beast by his side made him feel like he had lost an arm. It had to be remembered that the beast companions of the Godlin family weren't normal beasts. They had come from the womb of the same mother. They shared life and death. They were closer than even twins would be. To say that they were like an extra limb was an exaggeration in the slightest. Unfortunately, if his spatial device couldn't sense his intention to take his beast out, then the only other way would be to physically touch it, but Leonel didn't seem to be giving him that sort of leeway. Leonel's strikes weren't exceptionally powerful, but they cut deep. It disrupted his flow of force. No, it completely shattered it. It was as though all the force he wanted to gather was burnt to ash in an instant. This was impossible. It was all impossible. How could someone in the fifth dimension suffocate his soul force? How could someone in the fifth dimension, destruction sovereign or not, destroy his force? Enough. Eduardo roared, but Leonel directly turned a deaf ear to it. As quickly as Eduardo pushed Leonel back, Leonel closed the distance once more even faster. Eduardo found himself being pelted from all sides, his arms, his torso, his head. He suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, the shock in his heart enough to make it turn over. He could feel that Leonel wasn't powerful. If he was, a single one of his fists would have been enough to shred him to pieces. One punch wasn't nearly enough to cause any damage to him, but Leonel kept hitting the same dozen spots again and again and again, relentlessly and without even the slightest hint of fatigue. The cold look in Leonel's eyes was only becoming sharper and sharper. Oof! A solid punch collided against liver. All the air was sucked out of his body, and he could almost feel the flex of his ribcage. His vision blurred, everything turning to white but that pair of violet eyes. He felt that the moment he lost the initiative in the battle, he had been on the back foot. Like an army trying to come back against all odds, or a chess novice being cornered by a grandmaster, he was smothered and suffocated. What he didn't even realize was that any attempts to make a comeback wouldn't have mattered in the slightest to begin with. That was because this entire time, while Leonel was raining a hail of punches on his body, venting his frustration of several weeks, there was a little mink hiding in the shadows. Leonel's attacks could only pelt against his body and slowly accumulate damage. But a single surprise strike from this little mink would have ended his life. Bang! Eduardo collapsed to a knee, not capable of seeing clearly. He felt something grab onto his hair and suppress his will. Then he was ripped into another space entirely. Leonel exhaled a breath, the coldness in his gaze taking quite a while to calm down. It seemed that he had suppressed more frustration than he even knew. That liver shot had been open to him for a while, but he purposely wailed on Eduardo for an extra few seconds. He took another breath and exhaled. His stamina was too great to actually need these breaths, but at the very least, they helped him calm down and pulled back the dark intentions of his destruction sovereignty. Liver shots were quite effective against third-dimensional existences, but they were less so against true powerhouses. The real reason that liver shot had shut Eduardo down completely was that he had built a node there. Eduardo's Dreamforce control and Dreamforce protection methods weren't nearly strong enough to stop Leonel from prying into all his secrets at this distance. He was practically an open book to Leonel. Not only did Leonel know where that node was located, he knew where all of Eduardo's nodes were. That ability is more useful than I thought. While my destruction sovereignty is still in this weak state, its strongest benefit is in destroying force it comes in contact with. If I know where everyone's nodes are, I can easily crush them like I did him. Yip, yip. Little Black Star landed on Leonel's shoulder, licking his cheek. Leonel chuckled. You're a mink, not a puppy. Yip, yip. Little Black Star licked more vigorously, his sounds of protest sounding something like, I'm the master here. I can be whatever I want to be. Leonel smiled. He bet Black Star had picked up this habit by secretly watching the interactions between the Godlins and their beasts. All right, now I have an hour to figure out how to rob these bastards blind. Leonel stood with arms akimbo, staring at the floating techniques. The more he stared, though, the more solemn his expression became. He only had an hour to figure this out, but it didn't seem like things would be easy. Although this place wasn't exactly like the Void Library, it was similar enough in that without a certain level of strength, most knowledge wouldn't be available to you. The problem was that if he wanted to scar the Godlins, leaving a wound they would remember, he had to take their best techniques. But their best techniques could only be touched by those in the ninth dimension. Chapter 2426, Godlin Codex. Chapter 2426, Godlin Codex. Leonel stood in silence. The concept was quite simple. Target a technique with a vibe that matched with your path, then attack it. Once you attacked it, so long as your attack met a certain standard, the technique would break open and the contents would be given to you to rent for a time. This was far more annoying than what Leonel was expecting. He hoped that he could just pick up and scoop everything into a bag and make out like a bandit. But since when were things in his life ever so simple? He sighed. Maybe he should just try and find some techniques that were actually compatible with him. If he released Blackstar and Ina as well, maybe they would be strong enough to steal some techniques that would make the Godlins feel the burn. Leonel shook his head. Not good enough. Leonel, Noah was just brought out of his room. I'm a bit worried about what's happening. What do you mean? I don't know, but that head researcher looks stressed about something and like she's in a rush. A Mary was brought out as well. It feels like they're doing something big. Leonel fell into silence and looked toward the vault door behind him. He cursed under his breath. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to leave this place until that elder opened the doors again unless he was willing to be exposed. He couldn't interact with the world while he was in the shadow world. That was why things phased through Little Blackstar when he entered this state. So, he obviously couldn't open the door and hide at the same time. But he could slip out of the door mostly undetected if it was opened for him. Now, however, Leonel's frown deepened. He had been waiting for Noah to be taken out of his room because he had a feeling that he had been too reckless the first time he entered it. But now, he was in a bit of a predicament. As strong as Eduardo was, that old man would definitely make him look like a child. There was no way Leonel could escape if he exposed himself like this, and there were no air ducts here to take advantage of. Trouble came knocking on his door again. What Leonel didn't know was that Liana was taking Noah and Ameri out at this time because of him, or more accurately, because of Vivac's slip of the tongue. This was part of her preparation to dissect his corpse. Is there anything you can do? Leonel asked. Nothing, Anastasia replied with a frown. Nothing that wouldn't make it obvious there was another expert in their midst. You're barely skating by when they don't know they should be looking for you if they were aware you would be finished. The only reason I didn't stop you from coming here was that I could tell you were frustrated, and Vivac does indeed have a method to look into Noah's room. Leonel's gaze flashed. It was as he thought. You have 17 minutes, Anastasia suddenly said. You're going to have to figure something out. From what it looks like, they might attempt what failed on you on Noah instead. Leonel's gaze flashed with a suffocating coldness. Vital Starforce had taken the edge off of his temper, but these human powers were slowly chipping away at that again. He was finding it very hard to not spin out into a rage again. 17 minutes. He didn't ask Anastasia how she came up with the number, but he trusted it. Somehow, he had to get out of here in that time, but there was still more than 50 minutes until the doors would open. The more pressure there was, the calmer Leonel seemed to become. The calmer he became, the more tranquil his gaze was. At that moment, his hair and eyes began to give off a silvery starlight. When he inhaled, the air moved, and when he exhaled, a foggy breath would come with it, sparkling with more silvery stars as though the air was frigid. I got it. Leonel pulled out the silver tablet and approached the first technique. If these floating orbs were just normal balls of force, then it wouldn't be able to read and react to the proper style of combat. How could it know the difference between a fist attack, or a spear attack, or a sword attack? Clearly, they weren't just balls of energy. They were complex, interconnected networks of force arts. Leonel didn't have the time to sit here and analyze every single one, but he had a cheat code now. The silver tablet analyzed and absorbed the essence of each force art. I was right. In order for these force arts to have such character, they had to be left behind by an expert. Only someone familiar with the technique and understood its core could put up a proper barrier test for it. In doing so, the force art would have some spirit of its own, almost like a soul. And because of that, the silver tablet could latch onto it, analyzing it like it did ability indexes and lineage factors. The actual force art didn't need to come from a living being, so long as there was some small connection of dream force that Leonel or the tablet could pull on. Leonel's gaze flashed like lightning as he memorized every one of the force arts. It was as though he was staring at a series of locks, and he just needed to pick them. He grabbed the first force art, then grabbed a fist-related force art off the shelves. He shed the fist force art of much of its properties, leaving behind a tiny sliver that was barely a fraction the size of the lock it was trying to unseal. Leonel slammed it into the lock force art, and, as expected, it crumbled at the slightest touch. Leonel pulled his mind out of the silver tablet and flung the small force art toward the technique, and it shattered into a rain of motes of light. His speed was fast. He repeated this action again and again and again and again. Even as the locks became progressively more difficult, he seemed to only become faster, as though he was improving even faster than his mind and hands were moving. Suddenly, only the last few remained. Leonel swung out a hand, and they were all shattered at the same time. The entire Godlin compound was lit on fire. This was a momentous occasion. Someone had unsealed one of the Godlin Codex techniques after so long. No, someone had actually unsealed all three of them. A fire was lit in their souls. Chapter 2427, enough. Chapter 2427, enough. This was about what Leonel expected. He knew that there had to be techniques in here that the Godlins placed much higher emphasis on than others, and so long as he managed to unlock them, a huge commotion would break out. He knew nothing about the Godlin Codex, nor did he care at this point. Quite frankly, he had acted mainly out of spite. Only when he knew that Noah was in danger did he begin to unlock these techniques with a real purpose, and it worked. Not even a few seconds later, Leonel could hear the gears of the vault opening up, and he made a move instantly. He leapt to the top of the huge door, sliding through the narrowest crack he could. Elder Vero frowned again as he seemed to sense something, but he didn't even look up. The Elder wasn't even 2 meters tall, but the vault doors were over 5. With him controlling the mechanisms to open it up, he was so close to it that looking up in an attempt to spot Leonel would literally mean looking straight up, to the point his chin would have to point to the skies. It was an uncomfortable movement to make, especially when nothing in your peripheral vision moved. So he ignored the feeling once again, allowing Leonel to slip away. By the time Elder Vero realized there was no one in the vault, especially with how deep the technique room was, Leonel wasn't even in the library any longer. He stood in shock, looking around in a bit of a daze. His Godlin family techniques, where had they all gone? There was only one entrance to this place. Even if you wanted to dig a tunnel in an attempt to create another one, you'd have to dig through hundreds of meters worth of thick reinforced herby ore. That simply wasn't possible to do if you were below the 9th dimension, but even if you were in the 9th dimension, the commotion you caused would make any sort of stealth meaningless. Of course, the reinforced herby ore was likewise filled to the brim with protective force arts. Even if Blackstar didn't bring Leonel with him, it was impossible for the little mink to phase through it all. Even if Elder Vero was willing to accept that someone had managed to do it anyway, there were no marks on the wall, no sign of forced entry, no real sign of struggle. He suddenly thought back to that odd feeling he had had, the one he directly ignored both times after a cursory glance. Could it be that someone had sneaked right by him? How was that possible? Who could even do that? A Shadow Sovereign? There was no way his senses would miss such a thing, though. The young miss and Eduardo? The panic hit Vero in waves and he rushed out, his gaze flashing like lightning as he scanned everything, everywhere. His soul force descended like a tide, and yet he couldn't find a single thing that was out of place. To make matters worse, everyone, from young to old, were rushing toward the library because news that the Godlin Codex had been unsealed had caused chimes to spread throughout the compound. Damn it, Vero roared in his mind. Liana frowned as she looked up. The chimes reached her as well, and as a Godlin, how could she not understand what this meant? The last person to unseal the Codex was Henri? No? That was 30 years ago? He should be on the verge of the 9th dimension now. Is there another? Her eyes flashed with someone's face. If her mind was being peered into right now, it would definitely be with Eduardo's face. A shame, she said under her breath. That would be the second branch family member in a row to awaken the Codex before a main branch family member. And it's the same branch at that. If this continues, I'm afraid that the main branch will be replaced. Just what is that big brother of mine thinking? Simona was the next generation of their family, and the only child of her brother. But that madman had actually sent her to an incomplete world in her most important formative years. Now, a second branch family member had unsealed the Codex, and the pressure the main family was facing would only increase now. Action. To make matters worse, because Simona's foundation lagged behind others, she was still playing catch-up. If not for the fact Eduardo followed her around all the time, those branch family kids might have humiliated her 1,000,001 ways by now. Liana shook her head. She didn't want to go and watch her main family take yet another blow. The more this sort of thing happened, the more focused she had to be. She looked down at Amari's unconscious form. She had to succeed. The Godlin family compound was huge, and this was even given the fact a bubble world that existed on this sort of scale was enormous in and of itself. It wasn't enough to call it a city, it was almost like its own country, if this country spanned an entire planet, controlling the skies and the sea on a whim. It was toward this enormous compound that a crimson bird with a tail of feathers that stretched kilometers headed toward. On its back, there was a pale red-haired and red-eyed woman and an old man with his hands clasped behind his back. They were none other than Imperatrice Anselma and one of her most trusted subordinates, Butler Halvar. Miss, this is inadvisable. This was the third time he had said this, yet Anselma had yet to kill him for it. Considering her temper, this was enough to show how much value she placed on him. Appearing uninvited and an entire day before we are meant to will only strain relations between the powers. We of the great families are not liked very much to begin with. This will only make things. Enough. We are here, Anselma said coldly. Chapter 2428. Someone, Chapter 2428. Someone, Ina, we're going to need a change of plans. How far away can you control the blood clones from? If I'm outside with you, probably a few kilometers without issue. Oh, someone's finally talking to me again. Leonel grinned. Ina rolled her eyes. He was currently running for his life, but he still had the time to tease her. Plus, the only reason she answered was that she knew that this wasn't the time to be petty. You should be careful, Anastasia suddenly said. There's at least one person who knows that there's a problem right now, and that number will only increase as a factor of time. Even if Ina can control them from miles away, there's no way an expert wouldn't sense the connection. You'll be exposed. Leonel nodded. That one person was obviously Varro, and he didn't believe that that man would give up after just a single scan. As for why Varro couldn't see through Little Blackstar's shadow world, that was in one part due to Blackstar's overwhelming improvement and another part due to Leonel's help. Blackstar's dark force had entered the impetus state firmly. In fact, Leonel believed that his dark force was no weaker than Leonel's dream force at this point. To match that, Leonel's dream sovereignty matched with the King's Might technique made it difficult for others to use their minds to lock onto him. It didn't help Varro at all that he was a Soul Force user and not a Dream Force user. He couldn't match up to Leonel at all even if his Soul Force was at a higher state. Soul Force was simply the inferior force type. However, regardless of all this, if Ina used her blood force on such a large scale, there was no shot that they didn't get exposed. He had no choice but to close in on the original location of his body, but that would make his original plan more difficult to execute. The wave of people kept coming toward Leonel's location, but he had acted fast, returning to the furnace room that he had originally left the air duct from. He slipped into the air ducts once again without a word, zipping through on his elbows and belly. Suddenly, his ears twitched. Damn it. Leonel cursed, feeling that the flow of force here was different. He understood immediately. It was likely that Liana was about to begin her experiments and had turned the air filtration system on. Leonel hadn't really paid attention to it before, but it seemed that the airflow now was far stronger, and there were likely blades of energy he would need to deal with. Almost the moment he thought of it, an illusory fan of greenish blue appeared in the distance, rushing toward him. This is karma. Leonel would have laughed at himself if not for the situation. He had accused the air ducts of being too primitive, only for this to happen. Not only had a sharp spinning fan appeared, but it moved linearly as well, rushing toward Leonel. Looking behind him, Leonel realized another fan had formed and it was rushing away from his feet. It seemed that this air duct formed a conveyor belt of fans that both spun and moved, speeding up the movement of airflow out and keeping the air clean. U9E was 0 clean. U9E was 0 quarter. U9E. U9E. U9E C. U9E. U9. Sui. They weren't exactly powerful weapons. Someone in the 7th dimension could probably destroy them with a snap of a finger. After all, they weren't designed to attack people. However, not only was Leonel not in that state any longer, if he destroyed these fans, he would almost certainly be exposed. He weighed his options. Be exposed by Liana or by Varro. Or he could try to make his way through the compound using another method, but the odds he could manage to do so without being caught was slim to none. Leonel's mind raced at a mile a minute, and then his eyes suddenly sharpened. He understood now why he hadn't noticed the more complex force arts of this air duct before. They weren't located in the air duct at all. Instead, Leonel slid backward at his fastest speed, the spinning fan threatening to slice at his nose just before he jumped out the end he had come from. He looked around and found the source. It was one of the machines, and it controlled everything, even pulling in the impure air, purifying it, and then sending it back through a different mechanism. Action. With a thought, Leonel brought out Ina and entered a state of meditation. Seeing him sit before her cross-legged, Ina was a bit confused. But then Leonel's words echoed out. I'm like this so that I can expand the lockdown of my dream plane to include you as well. That way, you're unlikely to be noticed if someone's soul force sweeps by. Leonel had only just said this when a soul force did indeed pass through, but nothing happened. The furnace here is connected to the room my corpse is in. Leonel pressed a hand to it, his eyes still closed as he took deep breaths. After a few seconds, he nodded to himself. He didn't do much, he just reversed the flow of the fans. The spinning green-blue fans began to appear from his side and rush toward the clean room instead. Liana would definitely have to come here to check what was happening, and in addition to that, he could do something else. Use this furnace as a conduit. Do you think you can control the blood clone through it? Leonel asked. Ina thought for a while, seemingly calculating something. Then she eventually nodded. Good. Ina took action as Leonel remained in a state of meditation. Liana had definitely already noticed the problem. They didn't have much time. And if things went like this was probably the last time he'd be able to use the air ducts as too much attention would be brought to it. But you couldn't make gains without taking losses. What do you want me to do? Ina asked. Heal my blood clone so that it can try to make its own escape. Leonel opened his eyes with a grin. Ina smiled and did as she was told. After a while, Leonel put Ina back into the segmented cube and then timed his jump back into the air duct. He had only left for a few seconds when Liana came rushing into the furnace room, a tight frown on her brows. Someone? Chapter 2429? Spinning? Chapter 2429? Spinning. Leonel deviated from his original path, heading toward the room Amory and Noah were in. At the same time, his blood clone opened its eyes. The blood clone was still in a mostly sorry state. Leonel hadn't let Ina heal it completely, but pain wasn't a restriction that would hinder the blood clone anyway. Though, thanks to dream sense, pain didn't hinder Leonel all that much either. After opening its eyes, it looked around and seemed to receive signals from Leonel himself. It understood immediately and pushed itself up. Then, ignoring the door as there were guards, it too leapt into the air duct, moving in a completely different direction than Leonel. Leonel jumped down, landing in the room with Amari and Noah. He wasn't surprised to not see Jessica, as Anastasia had already informed him about those things. Without much hesitation, he scanned the region, checked to see if there was anything untoward attached to Noah and Amari, and then he placed them both inside the segmented cube. He wasn't the biggest fan of Amari, but he also wasn't the biggest fan of Hutch's grandson either. Since he was here and it was convenient, not to mention the fact it would ruin the plans of the Godlins as well, why not take it? Leonel didn't do much thinking about what it meant to ruin the plans of the humans. He knew quite well that whatever they were trying to create was an attempt to fight back against demons, and every plot he destroyed would just be another notch toward the demons, but quite frankly, he didn't really care. For one, he wasn't some race fanatic. Just because everyone else in existence was obsessed with race didn't mean that he was. Those that harmed him were his enemies. Those that didn't harm were neutral. Those that helped him were his friends. Simple. Since the human powers wanted to step on his toes, they would pay for it. When the demons came knocking, he would make them pay as well. Leonel slipped out of the door without a word. This room didn't have any guards before it, likely because Liana was here, and this was a top-secret operation of the Godlin family. Having guards here would only complicate the matter. With the help of Little Blackstar, he slipped back into the shadow world, and with Anastasia's help, he ducked and avoided the direct line of sight of many people. Due to the fact so many had swarmed toward the technique library, though, the halls were far less populated, mostly filled with workers and lesser agents of the family who didn't have the right to suddenly leave their posts to partake in the fun. The technique library was lively, and no one seemed to notice that there was a storm cloud over Elder Vero's face. Even with the pressure he was under, Vivek had no choice but to appear as well. The weight of such a matter was great, and he had had the same thoughts as his sister when he heard those chimes. Action. The main family of the Godlins had been taking some hits recently, mostly due to his choices. He acknowledged that himself, but he felt that when they came out the other side, they would be better off for it. Even so, the growing pains were there. The Godlins had 3 quite powerful branch families within them, and each one had at least one expert just shy of Vivek's strength. However, their younger generation was blowing Vivek out of the water. Only Vivek and a few others knew why he would choose to send his only heir and even his wife to an incomplete world, but right now he seemed to be suffering for it. Gene C way she shizi 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 way shizi czz shizi he zzz harca shoes easy she's to seize the czz shizz he zzers knew why he would choose to send his only heir and even his wife to an incomplete world. Shizz. He was Eduardo's grandfather, and his deductions were about the same as everyone else's. He believed that the only one in the family in a position to unlock the Godlin Codex techniques was his grandson. He found it all to be very amusing. Vivek thought he was clever, sending his grandson to that godforsaken, incomplete world, but in the end, had it mattered? Of course, these were just Raimondo's own thoughts. Eduardo hadn't been sent into the incomplete world until he had already laid his foundation in the family, and he only remained there for a few months. It could be said that Raimondo was just trying to rub salt into a gaping wound. Haha, Vivek, it's good to see you, brother. Vivek smiled politely and nodded. Nothing in his expression seemed to give anything away, as though he had no idea what was happening. The two strolled into the library together, and the sea of people, rightfully, parted. But very soon, they were greeted with 2 other branch heads and an ashen-faced Vero. What's going on? Vivek asked with a frown. Vero took a breath and explained what happened. Raimondo's smile slowly faded away, and his expression even became several measures more firm. His grandson had just disappeared into thin air? Along with that useless little girl? Was that a joke? His gaze landed on Vivek like a flash of lightning. When he saw the confusion and worry in Vivek's expression, he sneered inwardly. What a good family patriarch. Your acting is excellent. It felt like acid was rolling around in Raimondo's gut. How could he not assume that Vivek had finally had enough of the rise of the branch families and took action to take them out? He was practically seething. What other information do you have? Vivek asked. The only explanation I can think of is that this person slipped right by me. I had the odd feeling that someone was watching me, but I couldn't see anything, and my soul force also didn't. The Codex, where is it? Raimondo asked coldly, cutting him off. Varro's expression twisted, but he still grit his teeth and answered, The Codex, all of the techniques, they're gone. Before Vivek could even respond or comprehend what that meant, he felt someone trying to contact him. Patriarch, Anselma of the Brazinger family is here to visit. Vivek's expression changed, but the tsunami of information didn't seem like it was going to end anytime soon. Brother, the corpse, it's gone. Vivek felt his head spinning. Chapter 2430, Death Flag. Chapter 2430, Death Flag. Vivek felt his head spinning. Too much information was coming at him at once. First, his daughter was missing. Second, the Brazinger family had suddenly appeared out of the blue, and now Leonel, who was supposed to be dead, was gone. Wait, did that mean he was never dead in the first place? No, that was impossible. He had used his soul force to check personally. How could a fifth-dimensional existence possibly escape his senses? So did that mean that someone else had stolen his corpse? This was very possible. He had many issues to deal with as the patriarch, and the problem of his branch family members was only one aspect. Given the less-than-perfect relationship between the human powers, and given the sheer size of the Godland family, there were without a doubt several spies. He had done his best to hide the true intention of the Godlands from the world, and he only trusted a very small few, mostly his little sister, to deal with these matters. However, it wasn't impossible that something might leak. The more Vivek thought, the darker his expression became. Even as someone in the ninth dimension, he was quickly feeling overwhelmed, but he eventually took a breath and pulled himself together. He might not be the most intelligent patriarch there ever was, but he knew how to lead, and he knew how to delegate tasks. His gaze sharpened as it landed on Raimondo. Raimondo, I don't care if you believe me or not, but I did nothing to your grandson. The Godland family is in a crisis situation right now, and if you dare to step out of line at such a crucial moment, I will personally slaughter you and every member of your immediate family. Do you understand me? Injin. Dot C Jin. Bivak's voice boomed, his halberd force spiraling within his eyes. Despite the loudness of his voice, only the four before him could hear him at all. Even so, the somberness of the atmosphere caused the other excited members of the Godland family to fall into silence, their energy murmurs fading. Raimondo felt that he had been struck by lightning. He didn't know that Vivek had such words in him, and he felt a fear take hold of his heart. He only seemed to remember now that Vivek was the patriarch for a reason. Vivek turned away and looked at Elder Varro. Elder Varro, you will lead the search for the traitor. Raimondo, Aizen, Butrid, you three will come with me to welcome the Imperatress. Everyone else, the patriarch's voice boomed, go about your business. Keep the matters that happened here to yourselves. The family has eyes and ears everywhere. Don't test my bottom line. Vivek turned and flashed. Come, action. Liana stared into the distance in a daze, not believing what she was seeing. She had only just managed to fix the situation with the rotating fans, and she was certain that someone had tampered with it. So instead of returning to Ameri and Noah, she came here first, only to find that the worst had truly happened. Someone had lured her away on purpose. Liana, retreat and find somewhere safe. Elder Varro will take over this situation. If you get involved, you could lose your life. Whoever dares to do this is likely a great enemy of the Godland family. They can't be underestimated. Liana trembled after hearing her brother's message. She grit her teeth, wanting to argue back, but she knew she couldn't say anything. There was really nothing that she could do. Leonel snuck into a familiar hallway and found Jessica. She was currently being hauled over the shoulder of a man, and it wasn't hard to guess what he was about to do. However, the man soon seemed to realize that something was wrong long after Leonel had. The number of people in the hallways was slowly starting to increase, and it was difficult to hide his dirty deeds. After Vivek gave everyone the order to return, this was inevitable. Clearly, the man hadn't expected this outcome. Panicking somewhat, he looked for a room to enter. Leonel shook his head, feeling that this man was truly too useless in all aspects. There were at least 3 nearby supply closets. He should be more familiar with this compound than Leonel was, and yet he was like a headless chicken right now. Without a choice, and not wanting the situation to get more complicated, Leonel took the risk and bore down on the man from the dream plane, pulling at his thoughts and reminding him of where the nearest supply closet was. The man finally burst into action, not realizing that Leonel was right behind him, and they both swept into the closet just in time. However, relief couldn't come to the man in time as he found a sharp blade severing his neck in two. Leonel didn't have much sympathy for men like this, so he didn't even think twice, though his Scarlet Star Force was no longer dictating his actions. However, he didn't just leave the corpse here either. He had a better place to plant it. He quickly put Jessica and the headless corpse into the segmented cube, then stepped out of the closet when the coast was clear. He slipped into the shadows once again and moved agilely through the halls. Then, when he was ready, he took out the corpse of the man and planted it before leaving in the other direction. How many escape routes have you seen? Leonel asked. There are many, but there's only 4 gates and only one real path to get to each one of them. Unfortunately, the Godlands follow more conventional defensive methods, so there is no one straight path from the gates to the core of the compound, where you are now, unless of course you take off in the skies, but that's inadvisable. You should do your best to not be discovered until after you leave the territory, or else the Godlands could put up their formation and trap you on the inside. Don't say that, Leonel mumbled. You're trying to give me a death flag, and I don't like it. Chapter 200431. Got you. Chapter 200431. Got you. The location was quite a grand hall. Compared to the places of the Godland family compound that Leonel had been in, this looked much more like the location of a truly powerful family. The rest of the Godland family compound looked more like a school, with plain tile, walls, and even long blinking lights. It felt like Leonel had been transported back to 21st century Earth. Leonel guessed that this was because Liana had taken over the region and had co-opted much of the compound for the sake of her research. This seemed stupid considering Vivek was doing his best to keep these matters a secret, but Leonel didn't agree with this. He actually felt it was quite smart. Keeping everything a secret was almost impossible, but pretending your secret was part of the norm could make others easily overlook it all. Regardless, this grand hall wasn't like what Leonel had seen previously and looked much more regal and ancient. It had tall pillars, floors of heavy, polished stone, each 10 meters wide, tall, and thick, and seemed to be capable of fitting the ambiance of a throne room or a dining hall depending on the situation. Auction. In this case, the grand hall wasn't prepared at all due to Anselma's abrupt arrival, but it wasn't untidy either. Instead, the large and mostly empty room gave it an imposing feeling, making it easy for one to feel small and insignificant. It was in this room that Anselma and Vivek met, both the former and the latter looking exceptionally serious. "What is the meaning of this, Anselma?" Vivek asked calmly. "Are the Brazingers fond of being uninvited guests?" "I was in the area," Anselma responded calmly. "Were you?" Vivek sneered. "6 bubble worlds are in the process of fusing right now. In order to cross from the vast bubble to my codex bubble, you would have had to surf through at least 2 cataclysmic level regions. But you were in the area, huh?" Anselma seemed unmoved by Vivek's words. "It's a simple matter. I just want to see the corpse. Just allow me this, and we can leave on good terms." Vivek's sneer deepened. "You must think that my godman family is just here to be at your beck and call. I said tomorrow, so you will wait until tomorrow. If you don't like that, then you can scram." Anselma fell into silence. In truth, what she had done was more than a little rude. It wasn't smart to try and antagonize an important member of their alliance in this critical situation. She was also surprised that the 3 branch heads of the Goblin family had actually come forward as well. It made her feel like the Goblins were more united than she had initially thought. However, she also couldn't put down her worries. That man, Velasco, had put a shadow in her heart. Despite the rumors that they had spread after the fact, she knew that she, nor the other 3, never had a chance at harming Velasco. He was toying with them. If not for his insatiable desire to kill King, he would have come out entirely unscathed. Who would have known the consequences if he actually came out? And now his son, despite having had a path to avoid them, purposely chose to appear right in their territories? How could she not feel uneasy? She simply didn't believe that Velasco would leave nothing behind for Leonel. In truth, she even had a hard time believing that that man was dead at all. Anselma took a deep breath and didn't explode like Vivek had thought. In truth, he had been hoping she would. That way, he would have an excuse to kick her out by force, something that would be relatively easy considering she was clearly injured, and he had 3 more 9th dimensional on his side, not to mention the entire Godlin family at his beck and call. "This matter is very important, Vivek. This could decide the life and death of the Alliance. Things are already spiraling out of control, and as crazy as it sounds, my gut tells me that it's related to that kid. I have to make sure that he is truly dead." Vivek hesitated. Imperatrix Anselma was known for her arrogance. She killed without blinking and didn't put anyone in her eyes at all. The idea that she would speak so softly was unheard of. She probably didn't speak this softly even to her own children. However, how could Vivek admit that she was right to be so worried? That Leonel's corpse had suddenly and inexplicably disappeared. She Suddenly, he felt that maybe he had jumped to some conclusions. Could Leonel really be alive? Just as he was hesitating about what to say, a new message came from his talisman. Patriarch. "We found a corpse in the family halls. No one knows who did it." Vivek's eyes widened. "A corpse? Who?" His heart leapt into his throat. "I'm not sure of his name, but he was a regular security guard and one of head researcher's henchmen." Vivek sighed a breath of relief, but then he immediately frowned. Whoever had snuck into the Godlins had to be a top-level expert, no? After so long of not being caught, and even sneaking into their treasure room, avoiding detection by several 8th-dimensional existences, and a 9th-dimensional existence like Elder Varro, how could he only now slip up and leave behind the corpse of a mere 7th-dimensional guard? Unless, could it really be Leonel? But then the techniques, Vivek's eyes darkened, his gaze landing on Raimundo. Who else could it be? Maybe all this time Raimundo was pretending and the real person who stole the techniques was his grandson Eduardo all along? Could Elder Varro be in on it? Had he been betrayed? Leonel ran, blood-soaked and panting. He dove around a corner, met the eyes of a few people, and reeled back immediately, rushing in another direction. Not far away, Elder Varro had already gathered his task force and was delegating tasks. All the while, he was constantly sweeping with his soul force until he finally picked up on something. "Got you," he growled. Chapter 2432, so close. Chapter 2432, so close. Elder Varro moved like the wind. His task force looked toward one another and gathered at once, following after his swift steps. Although they lost him almost immediately, they followed after his aura, moving at their fastest speeds as well. "Shit," Leonel mumbled beneath his breath. He didn't manage to make it far, but he was forced to slip back into the furnace room, dodging behind the large pieces of machinery. With the most speed he himself could muster, he appeared beside a familiar furnace, the very same one he had made changes to previously. The blood that covered him and the irregular shape of his chest made it clear he was nearing the end of his rope, but his gaze was still sharp. Bang! The door to the furnace room was ripped open so forcefully it flew off its hinges. Varro rushed in like a wild beast. When he saw Leonel, he couldn't believe it. Had he really been tricked by a mere fifth-dimensional existence? How could he not see red? However, seeing that Leonel was cornered, he took a breath to calm himself. He knew that he couldn't kill Leonel now. At the very least, he needed to bring him back to be studied. Stay back. The sudden command from Leonel left Varro without words. Was this brat stupid? Why did he have to do as he said? Varro shook his head, feeling that this previous rage was really too silly. How could he allow a brat like this to threaten his baseline? He thought that Leonel was clever to be able to make it so far, but maybe he had overestimated him. He continued to move forward anyway, not giving a damn about Leonel's words, until he heard what came next. All right, keep moving. I'll be sure to blow this entire place sky high. Varro's steps paused. He looked around, seeing the collection of various furnaces, AC systems, and boilers. He was confused. Was something like that possible? He wasn't sure. He wasn't a crafter. But just theoretically speaking, with all the heat and various systems in this place automated, there was a great deal of energy stored here. If it was disrupted, then, Varro sneered. Am I supposed to believe that you can do something to change the equilibrium here? Do you have any idea who designed these? Then call her here and ask her. It's not like I'm going anywhere, right? Leonel sneered, standing tall and straight despite his injuries. At the same time, you can ask her who it was pulled her away from her lab and brought her here to fix an issue. At that moment, the rest of Varro's team caught up, but he raised a hand and stopped them from approaching. Go fetch Liana, he said coldly. The task force looked toward one another, and one of them was eventually tasked with the duty. The seconds ticked by, and Liana was eventually brought in. When she saw Leonel, her eyes opened wide. Impossible, she mumbled. Action, Leonel sneered. It's very possible. Liana snapped out of her thoughts and frowned. I just fixed that furnace. It's impossible for you to have had time to do anything. Varro, capture him. Varro had heard enough and was ready to move, but Leonel laughed. Did you? Did you fix it? Liana frowned. What? You think that I just reversed the flow of the fans? Liana stopped Leonel, her delicate brows furrowing. She looked at Leonel hard, trying to see through him until her expression twisted with horror. It seems you finally noticed. I didn't reverse the flow, I mirrored it. A technicality, but a huge difference. Especially if someone came by and tried to fix it based on the mirrored image. You, Leonel smiled. Yes, me. If you didn't notice until now, that means the new force art is 2 transformations away from what it's meant to be. If it becomes a third, Liana's heart trembled. Transformations could be considered to be an exceptionally high-level concept, one that only those with an intimate understanding of the life grade could grasp. All force arts were formed of shapes, not just in the 2D, but the 3D as well, and sometimes a fourth if you were sharp enough to comprehend it. At the level of Liana and Leonel, to keep a complex matter simple, you couldn't just draw a triangle shape randomly when a force art called for it. You had to be careful about which form of the triangle shape you were using, especially if it was an irregular triangle. UWY, USS.UW.U.U.U.U. The further away from its proper form the triangle came, the further from the perfection of the life grade you got, and the more stable the overall formation would become. Leonel had mirrored one of the runes of the force art, causing the system to act as though it had been reversed. But rather than mirroring it again to take it back to its original position, Liana had reversed it, causing a core part of the formation to be 2 transformations away from its most ideal state. The formation was already highly unstable. Leonel didn't have the strength to force a third transformation. In fact, he hadn't had the strength to force the second one either. He had to rely on tricking Liana for that. However, in this unstable state, if he gave the formation a little nudge, it really would all explode. Varro sneered. This level of explosion couldn't even guarantee the death of an 8-star existence, let alone the true powerhouses of the family. Do you think this is enough to threaten us? And what if I have your patriarch's lovely daughter in my hands? Liana's eyes widened and Varro's brows twitched. Also, you can fool me, Leonel sneered. Whatever this whole operation is, it's clear that it's highly important to your people. If I blow it up, all your hard work will go up in a puff of smoke. Liana paled considerably. Not only her niece, but her research? This was too much. What are your demands? Varro finally said. You can't plan to stand here forever, right? It's simple. Build me a formation out of Godland family territory. I'm sure Miss Liana can tell you that my crafting skill is high enough that it's impossible to fool my eyes, so be diligent about it. Once you do so, I will leave this ring holding your little heiress here. The codex. Where is it? Leonel sneered. 1 step at a time, old man. If you want that, you'll need to pay up some more. Varro gripped his fists hard. Was his Godland family really about to be toyed around with by this boy? At that moment, 5 powerful auras descended, and Varro's expression changed. In an instant, 5 more powerhouses stood at the edge of the furnace room. If not for the fact Leonel's eyes sharpened when they appeared, they might have directly attacked to subdue him. Somehow, this boy could react even to their speed. Boy? Vivac's rage was towering. His eyes had actually been fooled by this brat? Pipe down, Leonel said coldly. My eardrums aren't as reinforced as yours. If I'm suddenly deaf and can't hear what's going on around me anymore, my hand just might slip. Vivac's eyes bulged. Anselma frowned. This isn't a real person. This is a blood clone. Leonel froze. Son of a bitch. So fucking close. Vivac's heart skipped a beat, and he seemed to put something together. ACTI 8 The Formation. Chapter 2433 Not Easy. Chapter 2433. Not easy. Vivac felt his heart beating out of his chest when he looked at this young man. He had listened to his daughter, and yet he had still almost suffered such a terrible loss. No, was he even out of the woods yet? The playfulness on the blood clone's expression vanished, and for the first time, Vivac saw what he was looking for. He wanted to see Leonel's true face, and he had finally been granted his wish. Capture him, Vivac barked out an order. But in response, Leonel just sneered. What's the point of that? Plus, have you forgotten that I still hold some cards here? Stop, Liana called out. Brother, if he triggers an explosion, all of our hard work will go up in smoke. Vivac grit his teeth. The blood clone didn't seem to be surprised by this result. This was a stalemate. The difference was that there was a slight imbalance. His main body had already escaped the main compound. The trouble was that the formation had gone up now, trapping him inside Godland territory. But this wasn't the only issue he was facing. Soon, the distance between him and this blood clone would be so far that he wouldn't be able to control its every action. Once that happened, he would not only lose control over this situation, but his threat would become empty. Before he could even decide what to do about this, though, Anselma spoke again. This blood clone still has intelligence. He must still be within a few kilometers. Your Godland family territory spans hundreds of kilometers. He's still close. The blood clone's gaze turned dark as he looked at this woman again. If not for her, he would have been able to stall for more than long enough to make it out. They might not even realize that his blood clone became a bit dull. The Godlands obviously didn't have any blood sovereigns in their ranks, and this wasn't necessarily to say that Anselma was also a blood sovereign, though she might be. Rather, it seemed that she had a deeper understanding of blood force than anyone Leonel had ever met other than Ina. It could only be said that his luck was truly poor this time around. Anselma sneered when she felt the blood clone's gaze, but her gaze was also filled with an insipid venom. She seemed to have transferred all her hatred for Velasco onto Leonel. It's quite easy to deal with this situation. It's impossible to create a blood clone without using a large amount of our own blood. This blood clone might as well be a beacon that'll lead right to his real body. Just kill it and commandeer the blood that's left over, and I can easily make a tracking force art. Whatever method he's using to hide would be useless at that point. Vivac's eyes glowed when he heard this. Stupid, the blood clone suddenly said. Anselma's eyes narrowed. She barely allowed Vivac to talk to her like this, and that was only because she was invested in making sure that Leonel was dead. Who did this boy think he was to talk to her like this? The coldness in the blood clone's gaze deepened. Are you mad? But aren't you a stupid woman? You think you're being so clever, but exposing yourself like this, detailing your plans in front of everyone just for some cheap thrill of satisfaction? For what? Because you were never a match for my father? Well, let me tell you. You aren't a match for me either. You can wait patiently for the day that me and my wife come to raise your Brazinger family to the ground. The blood clone snapped its fingers just a moment before its gaze went dull. No, Liana called out. Boom. Everything went up in flames, and as the person closest to the explosion, the blood clone, the weakest of them all, formed by mere third-dimensional blood, was shredded to pieces. UHT. What blood were they going to use to track him exactly? Damn it, the real Leonel cursed under his breath. He had indeed been only a few kilometers away, though since then he had exploded with speed. It was much easier to rush through an open city than a compound. He could cover several kilometers quite quickly, and he was already dozens away. The problem was that as fast as he was, the ninth-dimensional existences would be even faster, and he also didn't have a method of dealing with the huge fort he was suddenly trapped in the middle of. In addition, although he had painted the illusion that he had already dealt with the blood problem, he had left blood in too many places not knowing that this would be a problem. He could only hope that the explosion was enough to deal with all the blood he had left in the morgue. The problem was that Liana had been too diligent. She had carefully stored everything, and they were in containers much more robust than his third-dimensional body. So long as a drop survived, he would be in trouble. There was only one silver lining to this. According to Ina, the smaller the amount of blood, the shorter the distance he could be tracked from. In addition, his weakness was also a benefit. If he was in the ninth dimension, his blood force would have far more power, and even a drop could allow him to be tracked a great distance. But because he was in the third dimension, he had lucked out, somewhat. Although his body was in the third dimension, his vital star force was exceptional. It was just a good thing that his blood clone didn't have full access to this, and as such, its blood force was far weaker than his own. Odd action anything, Anastasia? Leonel asked. There's only really two ways of dealing with this. Either going to the core of the formation or an important root of it and destroying it, or finding a flaw to slip through. Both aren't exactly easy. Chapter 2434. Increasing. Chapter 2434. Increasing. The core of the formation is back in the direction you came from, deep underground. There were 12 large kernels that stabilized the formation, and probably a dozen times that in smaller scale nexuses. Every single one of them is heavily guarded. Leonel shook his head. What paranoid pricks. But it made sense. Even in a time of peace, they wouldn't allow anyone to casually approach such important areas, let alone now that they were about to enter a full-scale war with the demons. Action. The other problem was that these nodes and nexuses would be obvious points. They'll know that with him being trapped inside their territory like this, the only thing he could do was try to break the formation. That meant that very soon, all of these places with already robust security would likely become even more difficult to deal with. The other path was finding a flaw in the formation, but this wasn't the dimensional verse anymore. Leonel was no longer head and shoulders above every other crafter he came across, and if he wanted to find a flaw, especially one that he could fit through or take advantage of, it would take hours of study, and that was in the best-case scenario. More likely than that, it would take days. In fact, for the people of the Godlands, they probably wouldn't even consider this. Even a seasoned crafter wouldn't dare to hand out such short timelines. It could only be said that Leonel was either far too arrogant or very confident in himself. As for creating a flaw like he had done with the surface, that was even more impossible. That formation had been much smaller, not to mention one with far fewer checks and balances. And yet, it had still taken almost everything he had to cause some small changes to a minor part of it. Once again, this wasn't the dimensional verse. He couldn't just casually change things because he felt like it anymore. There was a possibility of holing up and creating a large-scale teleportation formation he could use to leave the protective formation in an instant, but that thought was also a joke. He could already sense how solid space was here. How could such an important formation not have contingencies against spatial force masters? What about going underground? Leonel asked. Maybe if he found a home to commandeer, he could build an underground path out of the city right from under their noses. The ground is far too solid. In addition, part of the formation is designed to defend against underground operations as well. There's a net solidifying the ground, and it's even more powerful than the formation exposed to the air. You can only see a hemisphere now, but it's more like if a bowl had a lid placed on it and then was flipped. Imagine the city being trapped within it. Leonel shook his head. Unfortunately, Anastasia was a world spirit, not a crafter. She might surpass Leonel in sensory abilities, but his crafting skill was far beyond hers. He couldn't make use of her to find the flaw he needed. Well, now this is a predicament, isn't it? Leonel chuckled. Do you two regret being mad at me now? How about some apologies from everyone? In response, Leonel got 2 snorts, causing him to laugh. Who knew how the Godlands would react if they knew he was laughing rather than panicking? But as far as Leonel was concerned, he hadn't run out of cards to play just yet. For one, Simona was still in his hands. Of course, because of the variable of Anselma, he couldn't hope to use this alone to escape. He doubted that Vivek would let him get away with it, even without her pressure either. In truth, even Leonel felt that Simona's life was useless in this situation, but it was still a nice reminder that he hadn't completely run into a dead end just yet. In this huge city, he still had a chance. For now, Anastasia, start feeding me the bits and pieces of the formation. I'm going to find that flaw. The compound situation was odd. In the middle, there was a flaming ball of fire that was slowly being suppressed. The walls and hallways were still in decent shape, having been forged of materials that were too excellent to completely collapse under this level of attack. In addition, everyone in the furnace room had also survived, although some of them were in far sorrier states than others. The blood clone, however, was completely gone. In addition, Liana knew with how much fragile equipment was connected to the air ducts that spread out from this room, there was no chance all of her research had survived. Her expression was completely ashen, drained of all color. She wanted to roar with rage, to stamp her feet and throw a tantrum. She knew that Leonel's last words had been true. Had Anselma not pressured him so hard, there might have been some room for negotiation, but because she hadn't had any propriety, Leonel chose to deal with this situation in the only way he could. 9e UE.9, Shifty.9e UE.9c. Vivek's expression wasn't good either. It wasn't just a matter of the research, but that young man had his daughter. If he continued to let this woman do as she pleased, would Leonel suddenly kill his only heir too? His jaw set? Anselma and the elder she had brought could feel the shift in the atmosphere immediately. The Imperatress herself had already been suppressing her displeasure. From the moment she came, Vivek had disrespected her, and now they seemed to be trying to blame her for this as well. What are you? Butler Halvar quickly cut Anselma off before the situation got worse. This is the territory of the Godlands. We'll take a step back. If you need our help, please feel free to approach us. It was only after hearing this that Vivek's brows relaxed slightly. Never do that to me again, Halvar, Anselma growled, her red hair whipping in the air. Miss, please, Halvar dabbed at his forehead. We've already pushed things too far. If we push any more, it will be that child that benefits. He did this on purpose. He wants to drive a wedge between us. Halvar frowned. He didn't understand why Anselma was so fearful of this boy. It was more likely a coincidence than anything else. How could a child have such deep schemes? It was fine if he was a bit clever, but manipulating the thoughts and emotions of ninth-dimensional existences was a bridge too far. However, he had learned long ago not to refute his miss. Then we should do our best to not have his plans work any better. If you snap now, then it will only strain relations further. It's better if we take a step back. The miss is the best counter to the boy now, but if we offend the godlings now, they might not even let us help. Hearing these words, Anselma slowly calmed down, taking a deep breath. She knew that her butler was right. She had been on edge these days, and she wasn't thinking clearly. Leonel clicked his tongue when Anastasia's relayed these images to him. How annoying! The difficulty of his escape just seemed to keep increasing. Chapter 2435, Droplets. Chapter 2435, Droplets. Anastasia, lead to the node second nearest from the walls. There are several that are equidistant. Show me the landscape around them. Leonel's mind began to be flooded with images. All right, show me the path to the second one. After some thought, Leonel picked and then slipped into the shadows once again. He knew quite well that being near any formation nodes right now was highly dangerous, but so long as he picked his spot well, it would be a simple matter for him to hide, in his opinion. As the saying went, the safest place was often the most dangerous place. Plus, he didn't particularly have a choice. He had to study the nodes one way or another, and without proper comprehension of the path of crafting, there were some details that he would need to see that Anastasia might miss. After all, it had to be remembered that Anastasia was doing her best to scan the region while also hiding her scan from the ninth-dimensional experts. Although she could do so, there would inevitably be some gaps caused as a result. As Leonel moved, he could already sense the shift in the atmosphere. Like he had thought previously, it was wartime. The godlings already had several guards on high alert, and it was child's play to activate them for a situation like this one. The godlings didn't need to create a net to surround him, because the net already existed. Luckily, the scope of their territory was so large that it was likewise easier for Leonel to hide. But after 3 close calls in a row, he realized that it might not be so easy to continue doing so. While little Blackstar could bring him into the shadow world with much greater ease now, that didn't mean he could do so indefinitely. Leonel could sense that the little guy would reach his limit in another few hours. It could be said that the only reason he had lasted so long was that Leonel was just in the 3rd dimension, any stronger, and he would at best be able to help for a handful of minutes. At least there's some benefit to being weak, Leonel thought to himself. Though he thought this, there was a fire burning in Leonel's gut. Everything always came easy to him, and he never really had a burning desire to get stronger. Sure, he had a vague goal in his mind, but that grit and fiery determination one might have when they came from the bottom wasn't something he ever really resonated with. But the more things happened to him, the more people he lost, the more these strong overlords stepped on his head and pressed him down, the more he felt like the first time he met King Arthur. In the past, Leonel had never cared much about kneeling. It was in the culture of the Ascension Empire to do so, and it was only natural considering they had just a single emperor. There would, of course, be days where they would give Emperor Gervais Fox his due respect. However, something shifted in him when he kneeled before Arthur. He could feel that the king was using it as some sort of power play, even to the point of expecting Leonel to continue kneeling even long after the natural time had passed. That boiling sort of distaste appeared within him, and that same thing was happening now, just on a much larger scale. He lost his father, he lost his woman, he lost his brothers again and again. His family was all but destroyed and ruthlessly humiliated. The cult saw him as a useful puppet. The godlings saw him as a valuable lab rat. He had never felt such clear rage before. It wasn't a rage tainted by his Scarlet Star Force. It was true rage, true fury, a true anger that came purely from Leonel Morales, the man, and it smoldered within him. With another step, he entered the range of his destination, and he slipped into a building. This building looked reminiscent of an apartment building of Earth from the 21st century. Leonel was starting to realize that much of the things that shaped the Ascension Empire came from these human powers. But that made sense, after all. It was under the control of his grandfather, who likewise came from these places. It was natural that there would be some or even a ton of overlap. Another matter that was reminiscent was the fact that this building was entirely devoid of citizens. While it looked like a normal apartment building from the outside, this was just a front. This was a common matter on Olden Earth as well. Often, these fronts would be centers for power line companies or things of the like to provide their services without ruining the ambiance of the residential area. In this case, this building was a facade that hid the winding underground tunnels that connected the nexuses of the large-scale formation. The empty halls of the apartment building were patrolled, but most casually. It was more heavily guarded near the actual entrance of the tunnels themselves. In the shadow world, it was a simple matter for Leonel to leap into an apartment he chose at random and slip into a closet. Rest up, Blackstar. I don't need you for now. Leonel took a breath and appeared back in the real world. It wasn't exactly safe to allow Blackstar to take a rest now, but it was about the best chance he was going to get. After taking a breath, he reached down with his internal sight, using his dream sovereignty to once again mask his own presence. According to Anastasia, there was at least one ninth-dimensional expert overseeing each Nexus node, making it difficult on him. But none of them were Dreamforce experts, and this matter was still firmly under his control. Leonel, it's as you feared. They managed to find a few droplets of your blood. Leonel cursed under his breath. Chapter 2436, go now. Chapter 2436, go now. If Aina is right, they'll probably be able to sense you anywhere within 50 or so meters with that amount. If they find another drop, it could be upwards of 100 meters. But Aina also does say that those are to her standards. Leonel's gaze flashed when he heard this. Send me an image when the force art is in the process of being completed. I'll double check. After saying this, Leonel seemed to close himself off to the rest of the world. He was entirely focused on what he was seeing below. The Nexus node was quite large, or so it seemed. Much of it was bluster, as it required a large amount of energy and cooling to function properly. Much of the outer structure, as a result, were force arts designed to control the flow of energy and also to send excess heat outward. If he wanted to see the true formation, it would require him going in deeper. This was why he had to come in person. The force art was quite complicated, but Anastasia had no idea what parts were important to what he needed and what parts weren't. Leonel sucked in a cold breath when he saw the true depths of the force art. It was far more complicated than anything he had ever seen before, and just looking at it, while not as bad as taking a look at Goggles' ability index, still made him feel like his dream force was being sucked down an endless vat of darkness. What Leonel didn't know was that most of the large-scale formations of the Human Alliance were set up by King personally. The Goblins were willing to pay an exorbitant price for this former overlord of the Dream Pavilion to help them out, and now it was Leonel's problem to deal with. The gap between the impetus state and the life state was too enormous to put into words. Even if King was casual with his attempts and didn't put in his full effort, it was incredibly far beyond Leonel's means to deal with. It could be said that Leonel was lucky he was able to recognize the portions that were used for energy control and cooling at all. As for the rest of it, do I really have no choice but to try and destroy it? Action, Leonel grit his teeth. It had only been a few seconds, but he knew it was helpless. His crafting simply wasn't on this level yet. He had been too arrogant in assuming that he would definitely be able to do something about it. Leonel took a breath and forced himself to calm down. In truth, forced might be too heavy-handed. He seemed to be able to pull himself out of the pits of despair quite smoothly, returning to that sweet lull of tranquility again. There are at least 50 warriors down there. The weakest is in the 8th dimension, and there's one 9th dimensional general overseeing them. This doesn't really matter much, honestly. Even if they were only 7th dimensional, I'm not sure I could easily handle so many, especially not without exposing myself. At the entrance to the tunnel, there are 4 8th dimensional existences with their full attention placed on it, and there's only one entrance in. Leonel's mind quickened. Then he asked a question. Aina, how many blood clones can you make? Making blood clones is easy. It's the collecting blood part that's difficult. Leonel nodded. That's about what he expected. Universes.shin. Since they were going to try and track him, he might as well make it a living nightmare for them. Is there an easy way to tell the difference between a blood clone and the real thing? Using that detection device, I mean. Not if it's a 50% clone or better. Almost impossible if it was a 90% clone. Alright, the other thing you have to consider is how much your mind can handle. If you're overloaded, even if you're close enough to them, they'll become lifeless puppets. That's not an issue. I only need a small subsection of them to actually do anything. The rest will be decoys. Leonel took out the very same vial that Kira had given him, the one that once held an ocean's worth of void beast blood. These days, it was the home of the golden-scaled koi fish, but he displaced it for the sake of this. Then, he cut his wrist open, gritting his teeth. It was about time he found out how far his vital star force could take him. Leave it to me, Anselma said, taking the droplets of blood. With one hand, the air under her palm seemed to solidify. Under the other, she shattered the vial and sent the droplets of blood in. Soon, a force art began to take shape, and the blood fused into it slowly. I need something solid, preferably at least 8th star level. Vivek nodded and gave some orders. Soon, Anselma had a piece of reinforced herbe ore she imprinted the force art into. This should work. Within 30 to 40 meters, it will be able to lock onto his aura. 30 to 40 meters? Vivek asked with a frown. The blood is too little. This is already an excellent result. Your city is large, but that's only a consideration for the weak. Even if you sent something of the 8th star out, it'll only take an hour at most to scan the entire city. And what if he moves? Does it matter? Would he be faster than someone you sent out? And even if he could manage the same speed, so long as you pick your search pattern properly, you can force him into a corner. Vivek nodded and agreed. Then he barked out some orders. Keep searching the rubble. Salvage what you can. Inform us immediately if you find any more droplets of blood. The workers continued their task, and Vivek called his sister over. Quite frankly, he wanted to do this personally, but the optics of a patriarch scouring the city for a 5th-dimensional brat just didn't look good. It was impossible for Leonel to escape, and he just needed to set someone he trusted on the task, especially since his daughter was involved. Liana, you will be the head of this matter. Go now. Chapter 2437, pay it forward. Chapter 2437, pay it forward. We found him. The voice came suddenly and with far more speed than anything could have expected. Liana was caught off guard and immediately made a move. They made a move to circle around the apartment. At the same time, feeling that there was something odd about this occurrence, Liana contacted her brother as well. Vivek frowned when he received the message. Found him already? What were the odds of that? He shook his head. No, it should make sense. He had been monitoring Leonel all the while, which meant that there was no way he had swapped a blood clone in before the arena battle. The only time he should have had to do so was when everyone thought he was dead and the security was more lax as a result. That should mean that the real Leonel was likely heavily injured. It made sense that he wouldn't be able to make it far. After some thought, he got up and made a move as well, giving Anselma and her butler a glance. The building was yet another apartment building, but this one was full of residents. When they saw so many covert ops surrounding their building, they were immediately on edge. Liana swiftly controlled the situation. Clear out the building. Liana wasn't very worried about the situation here. No one had seen Leonel's real strength, and in her opinion he was currently just a heavily injured fifth-dimensional existence. Even children of the Godlin family were stronger than that, and that wasn't even taken into account of the fact that just being born in a complete world made you far stronger as well. Back when Leonel was in the fifth dimension and he first stepped foot into what he had called the Cataclysm Zone all this time, he had come across villagers that didn't seem to have a dimensional level at all. They should have technically been in the third dimension. And yet, they were so powerful that he didn't dare to meet them head-on and could only observe them from afar as he accustomed himself. Liana was logically correct to assume that the situation would be about the same here. As such, worry of casualties was quite far in the back of her mind. She didn't think that Leonel could harm people, at least not on a large scale. Of course, she had also been informed about the disappearance of Simona and Eduardo. However, she had her own theories about how that matter had gone down. During the acceptance of a technique, one would be fully focused on the task at hand, and their mind would be completely co-opted by a flood of information. Usually, the technique room was a completely safe environment, so they obviously wouldn't hesitate to be completely at ease. She believed that Leonel had hid and waited until that moment before kidnapping them both. This was very possible. The only reason she was leading an evacuation in the first place was out of an abundance of caution. There was no reason to not take this extra step and cover all her bases. Soon, large streams of people were being escorted out. With the blood compass in hand, none of them were worried about Leonel slipping through the cracks amongst this stream of people. If he tried to do so, then he would be too foolish. Just minutes later, the task was complete, and Liana commanded the team to close in. They swiftly did their jobs. They had already located the exact room that Leonel was hiding in, but none of them were surprised that Leonel hadn't made an attempt to escape. He probably thought that they might accidentally pass him by. A man kicked out with a strong black boot, shattering the door into countless little pieces of wood. They stormed inside, only to find Leonel calmly sitting in a corner. The wood fragmented pelted against him, tearing into his skin and even breaking his bone in some places. But even so, he didn't react. The man, a certain Sergeant Mo as his brothers liked to call him, frowned. He had come ready for a battle, but he got this in return. He walked forward and roughly picked Leonel up, but the latter was practically a limp doll moving around without resistance. Mo's frown deepened, and after some hesitation, he chose to carry Leonel out. Head researcher, this is him? Liana frowned as well when she saw the situation. She didn't understand the intricacies of blood clones, so she once again sent a report to her brother. It's another blood clone, Anselma said, her gaze flashing with a hint of killing intent. Vivek had returned soon after and had no choice but to ask for Anselma's opinion. The answer, however, was the last thing he wanted to hear. Are you telling me that he can make more than one of these? How is that possible? They were so lifelike and real. In fact, he had thoughts of letting Leonel live so long as he could gain the method. Of course, that was only if he was under lock and key for the rest of his life as well. Blood clones only need two things: blood and someone with the skill to forge them. Technically speaking, the only limiter is how much blood a person can produce. Is it a small amount? Is that how he made two? Anselma's frown deepened. No, the amount needed depends on the skill of the person. To make one blood clone that's realistic enough to fool your senses or the compasses, it would need to be at least a 70% clone. That would likewise require 70% of your blood. For a normal person without blood force affinity or at least high vitality, this would kill them. Then how is he alive at all? Anselma fell into silence. There were only two explanations. Either Leonel somehow had better vitality than most of the people Anselma knew, or he had a far higher skill in creating blood clones than she did. What she didn't know was that the answer was both. Vivek cursed under his breath. He hadn't really begun to feel it until now, but he was starting to understand it. Molexi, his daughter, Anselma, each one was obsessed with this boy that he had only really casually wanted to take advantage of himself. And yet, his entire world for the past few days, in one way or another, was revolving around this boy. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. He's giving us so much of his blood. Now, let alone 30 to 40 meters, it's possible for me to create a compass that can sense him within hundreds of kilometers. Vivek nodded slowly. This should be a good thing. It wasn't. Soon, the situation only got worse. The reports started to come back again and again. After creating a compass that could easily scan 10% of the Godland city at once, Vivek found his eyes going red. There were hundreds, no, thousands of Leonels, each one dotted across the city, and each one registering as the real him. The compass that should have been an easy cheat code in helping them find Leonel had quickly become a headache instead. Action Vivek was even beginning to feel that Anselma was lying to him. According to everything she said, this should be impossible. By now, Leone should have died 10 times over. His distrust in her was reaching the point that he didn't even bother to report matters back to her at all, a fact that only raised Anselma's frustration. Miss, this still isn't our territory. The situation isn't as bad as it could be. Tomorrow, the other powerhouses will arrive and it will balance it out somewhat. You can use their opinions for more leverage and control when the time comes. Vivek won't be able to do as he pleases by then. Hearing these words, Anselma took a breath and slowly nodded. This made sense. It was impossible for Leonel to vanish in a day. He was already a fish in a barrel. Once the others arrived, she would be able to exert more pressure. Anastasia passed information about this conversation to Leonel. At first, he was annoyed by the old man calming Anselma down yet again, but when he paid attention to the contents of the conversation, he couldn't help but frown. Why is my luck so bad? He shook his head. This could be an opportunity, though. Ch2351. If there were people scheduled to come in tomorrow, didn't that mean that they had to open up the formation? Of course, he wasn't naive enough to believe that they would shut down the whole thing. A formation of this level definitely had a method of opening up a small area. The question was whether he could take advantage of it or not. Leonel's gaze flickered. It would be impossible for him to get out of this situation without taking some risks. In that case, let's move forward some of my plans a bit. In the far-off distance, Leonel's blood clones began to set their own formations. Soon, they would realize that it wasn't just Simona and Eduardo that were his hostages, but rather the whole city. Leonel no longer felt himself to be some moral arbitrator of justice, nor was he the fiend that could genocide entire races. He wouldn't go out of his way to kill, but he also wouldn't just turn a blind eye to all the useful pawns around him. The Godlands treated the people of the incomplete worlds like sheep to the slaughter. It was time to pay some of that forward. Chapter 2438, The Best Scheme. Chapter 2438, The Best Scheme, boom. The situation had just reached a lull. The task force under Liana had entered a rhythm, slowly and systematically taking down one blood clone after another, hoping that the next one would have Leonel without. In the end, Liana realized that it was far too slow, so she separated the group and expanded the task force, even giving them the right to act on their own. The swifter they were, the better, because something told her that Leonel had actually not stopped creating blood clones yet. If he created 2 for every one they found, would this ever end? However, no one could have expected the first explosion. Liana stood in a daze, watching an apartment building go up in flames. It was a brief instant, practically a flash bang that appeared and vanished in the next second. But as fast as it was, what it left behind was even more devastating, that being nothing at all. It was nothing more than a pit in the ground, a well of nothingness, empty air and fluttering strands of dust and debris. Dead? They were all dead? Just like that, Sergeant Moe, the task force member that had been about to clear this building, stood in stunned silence. Everyone looked toward the direction of the explosion with solemn faces. They knew what this meant immediately. Leonel was fighting back again, they just didn't know how he was doing it. Anyone trusted enough by Liana to work on this task force was in the know about Leonel's origins. They were all still working under the assumption that he was a fifth-dimensional brat from an incomplete world that just happened to have some more difficult-to-deal-with abilities. It should be hard for Leonel to leave a scratch even on normal dirt and clay, let alone their structured buildings. It should be even more difficult for him to harm their citizens. Even the weakest here should be able to kill Leonel with a well-timed sneeze. If it wasn't for the fact they didn't want to alert the population and publicize their incompetence, they could have already released wanted posters and felt confident in letting their people hunt him down. The fact they hadn't done this was part of the reason Leonel was able to move through the city so freely, but now they felt that it was almost good that they chose against this. Just what would happen to their people if they were so careless? Sergeant Moe's gaze went red. Just how many women and children had been in there, and yet their existences had been snuffed out? Just like that? Boom. He had only barely managed to register what happened here when it happened elsewhere again. Boom. The series of explosions continued. Each one was perfectly controlled, eviscerating just the building being targeted alone, and only activating when the task force member entered range. It was predictable. It was repeatable. It was a weight on their conscience that sought to pull them into a fiery abyss. The message was clear. Keep looking for me, and your people will die. Liana had no choice but to call back the task force, her eyes red. So many innocent people were dying all for this one boy's life. Was it even worth it? Your she, 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 Bayang, your she, Vivek threw his desk against a wall, its body shattering into countless pieces. By this point, his rage had bubbled over into an endless tide. His blood itself practically boiled beneath the surface of his skin, his fury towering and endless. He had retreated to his office in order to display his true emotions. He couldn't handle the looks of confusion and doubt being pointed his way again and again. He had endured silently for so many years and never expected that things would ever reach this point. "I want him dead," he roared, the entire compound quaking despite the fact his voice was isolated. Leonel took a glance at his segmented cube. Within, large groups of unconscious people lay. Those flashes had actually been mostly a facade for a forced teleportation. While he couldn't teleport out of this barrier, It was possible to use Anastasia as an anchor to teleport people within this city so long as he had strong enough material to withstand it. After gathering so many of those high-level ores the Godlins were using to create those farming zones of theirs, Leonel had a lot of such stabilizing material in hand, more than he could even use. He didn't really do this out of the kindness of his heart, though. These people were useful for many reasons. One, and most obvious, their disappearance would enrage the Godlins further and potentially open up a path for mistakes to be made. Two, their ability indexes would help to bolster his contribution points, and he might be able to find something useful within to help his brothers and the others. Three, and most importantly to this task at hand, he could use their blood. Of course, if he had wanted, he could have just kidnapped these people the normal way, but how would he piss off Vivek that way? These people aren't you, I can probably only make 1 or 2 clones with each of them. Because you don't want them to be controlled by their original selves, I'll need more blood than usual. I only really need 1 each, and I don't even need all of them at that. After all, if they all appear at once, then it'll actually ruin my plans. I just need a handful. And then it began. A storm of cries and pleas for justice, for explanations and reassurance. Dozens of people who had just lost their families appeared one after another, raising hell, and why wouldn't they? Their families had just inexplicably been wiped off the face of the world, and the Godlin's main family was actually trying to stay quiet about it. Worse than that was that Vivek, who was too infuriated even to speak to Anselma, had no idea that they were blood clones. The worst part, though, was that even if he had known, it wouldn't have mattered. The best scheme was the kind everyone knew was right in front of them, and yet had no choice but to step into anyway. Chapter 2439, Someone Else. Chapter 2439, Someone Else. We demand answers. Give me my babies back. Where is the patriarch? We demand to speak to him. Why has he said nothing? The roars of protest outside the Godlin family estate quickly grew into a fever pitch. The blood clones that Leonel was controlling didn't even need to stir up the crowd for much, and they quickly slipped away after their damage was done. The goblins weren't used to having to deal with public relations much. Their city was mostly harmonious, but rather than this being due to their excellent governance, it was mostly because of the power disparity. In a world where everyone carried explosive power in their hands, it was harder to find concepts like democracy. Usually, the powerful ruled, and the weak accepted it. When that was the sort of dynamic at play, even if things weren't perfect, or even if they were practically in a state of perpetual war, the discontent of the people wasn't often a factor that was weighed in unless it was a matter of face. Vivek was hesitant to take action personally precisely because of this. The more of an ethereal god he was in the eyes of the people, the easier it was to maintain his air of indomitability, and the less he had to worry about such things. It was a lot like an empire that had just conquered a territory. If you wanted to expand your territory, you had to have far more power than the land you were trying to take. This was because assimilating a land that didn't properly fear and revere you was difficult. It would often require dividing the population and forcing them to migrate. That said, after a territory was already integrated, the power needed to maintain that state was minimal so long as the faith of the people was intact. If the entire Godland city suddenly revolted, it would take quite some effort for the main family to suppress everything. And now, with the people being rightfully pissed off about what was going on, Vivek was feeling pressure from all sides. Quite frankly, he was just a moment away from lashing out much like Anselma. However, it seemed that he had a calming voice by his side as well. Rather than it being a butler, though, it was his wife. I will handle it, Matriarch Pius said lightly. The matriarch did surprisingly well. Not many knew her, as she had spent so long in the incomplete world. But that wasn't to say that no one knew her. After all, the time dilation between the two worlds was enormous. She reassured the gathering crowd that the situation was being handled, and that this was just a desperate attempt by the demons. She used the opportunity to paint the demons as weak cowards that would target the most vulnerable populations without scruples, also telling that since they were willing to stoop so low, they wouldn't stand even a single chance. Action. How could someone with hope of victory possibly use such methods? Wasn't it too shameful? Finally, she ended by saying that there might very well be more casualties, but they were taking this into account, starting a citywide retreat that would protect the largest numbers of people possible. The citywide evacuation began. Vivek's pride was more than a little bruised, but he knew that this was the smartest choice. If he was stubborn and didn't allow his wife to do this, then when the next explosion was triggered, the entire city would be overrun with riots. This approach was the best, but not. What they couldn't have known, though, was that Leonel hadn't bothered to set up any more explosive formations. He had already guessed that this would happen, and he didn't feel the need to waste any more resources. This was only to his benefit. Liana and Vivek were correct about one thing. The people of complete worlds were strong. Removing them from the equation was just one less problem that he would have to deal with. Plus, he had managed to sneak some of his blood clones inside. The best part was that because these blood clones had been formed with the blood of different people, creating a blood compass was useless. Anselma would have to literally scan these billions of people one by one if she wanted to find all the blood clones inside. Now, the only things left in the city were Leonel, the task force, and the guards tasked with protecting the Nexus nodes. Well, and Leonel's thousands of blood clones. It's time. Leonel's eyes flashed open. He might not be able to decipher the weaknesses of the formation, but he could just barely make out its various functions. He had found the parts that cooled and controlled energy, and after a few hours of analyzing the main force art, he was able to find the function that opened up a small hatch for people to move in and out without shutting down the entire formation. From what he could tell, there were 12 locations, one to each. In order for these hatches to be opened, you either needed the strength of the ninth dimension or a key to open it up. Leonel couldn't even analyze the whole force art, so he had no shot at making a key for it. In addition, he obviously didn't have the strength of the ninth dimension. There were two options he thought of. After a while of running through a brick wall, he had ended up asking his father's AI if it could help. It had all but told him to piss off and figure it out for himself. Leonel's lip twitched at the response, but it was expected. His father definitely wouldn't have baked in such a convenient function. He was still the same bitter old man. The second thing he wondered was if Anastasia could silently build up enough force to explode with the strength of a ninth-dimensional existence for a small moment, but he threw that idea away as well. That idea had the same problem with the destroying a node idea. He would have to actually somehow make it close to succeed, but the security was far too heavy. That left him with the final hope, waiting patiently for someone else to do it for him. Chapter 2440 right now. Chapter 2440 right now. I've duplicated the compasses. So long as you stand in different regions across the city, it should make it possible to get them all at once, Anselma explained as calmly as she could. If it wasn't for her butler's constant mention of the fact there was already just a few hours left until she wouldn't have to deal with this anymore, she would have already completely lost her temper. Vivant didn't even communicate with her directly any longer. Instead, he sent this weak wife of his that she could snap in half between two fingers. Did he forget who she was? How much power she wielded? In addition, I've limited the range to just 30 meters so that the compasses will not interfere with one another. Like this, there shouldn't be a case where they go haywire again. Thank you for your help, Imperatress. The Godlins are ever grateful. Matriarch Pius bowed slightly and swiftly walked out of the room, holding a spatial ring filled with blood compasses. Unfortunately, the blood compass was too easily fooled. Because it could only point in a single direction, he could easily be confused. As such, the Godlins were forced to restrict the range again and instead use the large amounts of blood they gained from the clones they had captured in an attempt to catch all of the Leonels in one sweep. Matriarch Pius's expression became steely. This had to work. There were tens of thousands of blood compasses here, and they had taken Anselma hours to make. What they didn't know was that Leonel found all of this quite amusing. His blood clones couldn't hide themselves from detection of internal sight like his main body could. What was the point of all that effort? If they just swept their senses around, they'd eventually find them all since the city had been mostly emptied by now. They had falsely assumed that since Leonel could hide himself, all of his blood clones could do the same. They had tunnel vision and were stuck on the uses of the compass. However, why would he stop them from being foolish? They'd probably kick themselves when they realized, but by then he would be long gone. It should be soon, Leonel thought to himself. I've already broken my connection with some of the blood clones that snuck into that bunker shelter they evacuated everyone to. Soon, people should notice their dull eyes. It couldn't be helped. Leonel's range of control was limited, and he had to retreat from the region in order to protect himself. However, this was a part of his plan. Once they realized that he had snuck in, their focus would be alerted elsewhere. Yegia. Is it really that brat? A familiar voice echoed, catching up to Matriarch Pius. This was none other than Mauve, the very same old man Leonel had fought back when he first charged into the Pius family. However, he seemed to look about 10 years younger now than he had back then. Mauve was Matriarch Pius's younger brother, which was interesting since he looked so much older. This wasn't due to a talent disparity, but rather time dilation. Their history was a bit complicated, but even now they were quite close as siblings. Yes, the matriarch, Aminta, replied. Son of a bitch, Mauve muttered. Still, he felt a bit good knowing this. He had lost at the hands of that brat, but it was good to know he wasn't the only one to suffer a loss. This is still a problem. You've given up too much for things to continue like this. We're the last of the Constellation families, and Aminta waved a hand. This isn't the time to consider such things. I am not a Pius. I am a Godlin. All there ever was of the Constellation families is gone now. You have to accept that, Mauve. Mauve's gaze flashed. His sister said that, but hadn't they resurrected the Constellation families within the incomplete world? But then she left and turned her back on them without a word, and now they would be farmed within that zone. Was this really all the former Constellation families could be now? Just as Aminta was about to hand the compasses to Liana, another shocking whirlwind swept through the upper echelon. Aminta and her brother rushed back, only to find that they were holding yet another blood clone in their hands. But this one wasn't Leonel at all. Eyes widened in realization before their hearts went cold. This young man, every turn, every scheme, every trap, it felt like they hadn't trapped Leonel within the city, but rather that they were trapped in the city with Leonel. Aminta placed a hand on her husband's arm. I will speak with Anselma. We'll weed out all of the blood clones as quickly as we can. Action Bluvok's expression was as dark as night, but he nodded. Before all these people, he couldn't afford to lose his composure. Like this, the Godlins found themselves delayed once again. They did find all the blood clones, but by the time they got to the fourth, they realized they might not need Anselma at all. They were all so obviously dull-eyed that they could be spotted from a long distance away. However, they couldn't take the chance. What if only some of them were like this, but there were sharp-eyed ones under Leonel's control elsewhere? When they checked the last person and realized that all of the blood clones had indeed been dull-eyed, these experts who sat at the top of the world could practically feel the humiliation seeping into their bones. They were being toyed with. They knew it, and yet they could do nothing about it. Patriarch, several powers have arrived and have requested entry. After all the news that he had received in the past day, this was honestly only the semi-positive thing that Vivek had heard. Molexi and Clarence were both Dreamforce experts. With them here, this matter would come to an end right now. Chapter 2441. Too late. Chapter 2441. Too late. Molexi and the others waited outside for the formation, each one in their own vessels, and each one wearing a confused expression. Why was the Godland family formation activated? Had the demons attacked? But there didn't seem to be any sign of that. They had arrived from different directions. But seeing the oddity, they ended up converging, knowing that if the Godlands were going to let them in, it would be from one location. Soon, they saw Vivek arriving from a distance, but to their surprise, Anselma and her butler were also with him, causing them to frown once again. Clarence had been interested in Leonel from the moment he saw him, but he didn't have any right to him as that fell to Molexi. So, he could only come to see if he would have an opportunity later. But he didn't expect that someone would arrive so far ahead of him. Could Anselma have only been a couple of hours early? But Clarence looked up into the skies, finding that the sun was only just rising. If Anselma had arrived any earlier, she would have come in the dead of night. Could it be that she had arrived the previous day? For what purpose? Molexi was having some of the same thoughts, and she was immediately unhappy. What is the meaning of this? She asked with an angry growl the moment Vivek was in range. Come inside first, and I will explain everything, Vivek said calmly. He pulled out a key and held it out in his palm. It vibrated, sensing the activation of the formation, and rushed forward, ready to open a small passageway. Vivek knew that Molexi and the others' senses couldn't penetrate through the formation. It wouldn't be much of a formation if it couldn't block the use of the dream plane and other similar things. However, he wasn't worried at all. He and Anselma stood on one side, and Molexi and Clarence stood with their own subordinates on the other side. There were over a half-dozen ninth-dimensional existences guarding a small sliver of this enormous formation. What chance did anyone have to take advantage? As the formation opened up, Molexi snorted and took a step forward. However, she frowned again soon afterward. The city below had a strikingly small number of life signatures. She could usually feel a vibrant world all around her, but now she sensed practically nothing but the nexus sources below. Was this a trap? That was her first thought, and it made her steps pause. The formation, the lack of people, the fact Anselma had arrived here at a time that was completely inappropriate, it all pointed towards something more sinister. In addition, despite the fact he was hiding it well and could protect his mind against Dreamforce detection, Molexi felt a hint of something odd coming from Vivek. Agitation, discontent, a hint of anxiety? When she was sensing these things, so too was Clarence. Everything about this felt off. Action, Anselma, and Vivek were stuck in a whirlwind of emotions, and they had missed something right in front of them. The optics of this situation truly weren't something anyone who didn't have full trust in another could possibly feel good about. Let alone Molexi and Clarence, even Anselma and Vivek weren't on good terms right now. Not Baresha. Boom. It had suddenly a volatile explosion so explosive that it almost made the ninth-dimensional existences take a step back. Although it wasn't strong enough to do so, it blinded Anselma and Vivek completely, while Molexi and Clarence, along with their people, retreated explosively. They had been hesitant to step into the city in the first place, but with their sharp minds, they had already retreated the instant they sensed the first fluctuation. They didn't even have time to register that this explosion wasn't strong enough to harm them. They acted first and thought about it later. It was in the midst of this explosion that a little mink wearing a familiar brace on its little wrist shot through the gap, spiraling through the shadow world and through the small gap. Molexi and Clarence had the senses to see through the explosion and spot the little mink, but that left them in confusion. They had never seen Blackstar in action and had directly ignored it after it seemed to pass out after Molexi said her name. What they didn't know was that Blackstar hadn't passed out or died. He was sleeping. It was just that Blackstar had a habit of protecting his vital organs within the shadow world as he did so, making it seem to them as though he had completely lost all vitality. When Leonel had first spotted Blackstar, he was also sleeping like this. Back then, Leonel had tried to kill Blackstar only for his attack to go right through the latter's body. This was a habit that Blackstar had held on to even into maturity. Due to this, neither of these experts immediately thought of Leonel when they saw this shadow, nor when they realized it was a little mink. Their first assumption when seeing this little beast was that it had been startled by the explosion and was running away. Either way, their senses swept over the mink and landed on the two people they truly found to be threats, only to find that they were caught completely off guard as well. The confusion of the two increased several times over. What the hell was going on? Had they been too cautious? That wasn't too much of a big deal. It wasn't as though anything terrible had happened. It was best if they waited here and prepared to deal with whatever enemy there was. They would have never thought that a mere 7th dimension mink could have warranted all of this anyway, so they directly ignored little Blackstar, until it was too late. The brace on Blackstar's wrist trembled and formed a vessel amid the smoke, then it quickly shot off into the distance. Chapter 2442, Thoroughly, Chapter 2442, Thoroughly Mo, Lexi and Clarence reacted at the same time. A little mink was fine. Although this enclosure was called a city, it was more accurate to say that it was a world of its own, just one that happened to be excellently protected. There were plenty of spots with large forests filled with beasts for both hunting game and training. The fact that a beast had been inside the city didn't faze them, but how could they not feel that something was off about a little mink suddenly taking out such a flying treasure? A beast was one thing. A beast with enough intelligence to do this shouldn't be a normal beast. In fact, it could very well come from one of the beast bubbles. After the situation with their selection, and the demons having a chance to expose what happened, the various overlords of this region were on edge about other races. They had their hands full with the demon race already. They couldn't afford to garner the ire of everyone else, which is why they immediately removed the other races from the selection. Obviously then, they wouldn't be bold enough to outright kill little Blackstar, but they also couldn't just let him off scot-free either. They needed to at least capture and question him. But who would have expected for the vessel to suddenly expand and for the ship that seemed to have been under the control of a little mink to gain a very much human pilot instead? Leonel didn't even look back. He took control of the vessel with one hand, and just as Lexi was about to attack, she froze. It was fear. Fear from the deepest depths of her heart. The corpse of a void beast appeared. It was so large and looming that it could have crushed a tenth of the Godland city in an instant. No, it wasn't the corpse. It just felt like that. In reality, Leonel only held up a single scale, one as large as dozens of meters across. It shielded over the segmented cube held up by a mysterious power. Just a small glance at it made Lexi and Clarence feel as though they had been dipped into an ice-cold hell. If they had just used their eyes, they might have still been fine. But because of all the lights and smoke, they could only use the dream force, and that only made the backlash worse. It was said that when one laid their eyes on a void beast for the first time, some might feel so much dread that they would never get over it, even committing suicide to escape their thoughts. This wasn't a full void beast corpse, but sinking your senses into a piece of the god beast of destruction's body was asking for trouble. The two froze in place, their subordinates even worse off. Leonel didn't pause the vessel even once, blazing into the distance as he put the scale away. Not once did he look back. He didn't need to. He had already sworn in his heart. "What the hell is this?" Vivek roared, sweeping a hand through the air and forcefully blowing it all away. When everything cleared, he found Lexi and Clarence frozen. If not for the fact they were taking deep breaths, he would have thought that they had died. "Lexi, Clarence, are you two all right?" Suddenly, Vivek panicked. It definitely wasn't a coincidence. And Selma, the compass, the large one. And Selma understood immediately and pulled it out. They had used most of the blood to create many small blood compasses, but they had created this one large one before. Unfortunately, the process couldn't be reversed. Once the blood was sacrificed to make the compass, there was no going back. So, there had been no way to undo this compass and make more smaller ones instead. Zajanaya. However, it seemed that that was a blessing in disguise now. This compass had a range of about 100 kilometers. And Selma's pupils constricted when she realized that the city was actually empty of blood clones. It detected nothing at all, which meant that Leonel had to have taken them all away at some point. He really was playing them all. All this time, they could have just directly found him? No, that wasn't what she should be focusing on. And Selma's expression fell. The compass was pointed hard and to the left. The harder it vibrated, the greater the distance your target was from you. It all happened in an instant. 80 kilometers, 90 kilometers, 99. The compass's vibration stopped completely, and it fell into a lull. Nothing. In just a few breaths, Leonel had already cleared over 100 kilometers and left their range of influence. And Selma's chest heaved, her red eyes turning redder. It looked as though even her sclera might be painted in crimson. Unable to take it any longer, she screeched, her roar causing the walls to tremble. She felt her blood boiling and her veins popped all across her body. She coughed up a mouthful of blood, having agitated her injuries, but she didn't seem to care in the slightest. Auction. Her hair became disheveled, sweat beginning to drench her body as her breath came in heavy, panting puffs of steam. Vivek knew there was only one reason for this sort of reaction, and he clenched his fists so hard that his bones nearly cracked. The Godland Codex. No, the entire technique room. His daughter, his face, Leonel Morales. His roar split the clouds above a wild vortex forming in the skies as his halberd force spread out in all directions. Who would have thought that they'd hear uproarious laughter? It echoed from dozens of miles away, and yet it was as clear as day. Whose laughter could it be, if not Leonel's? He didn't say any words, he didn't need to. The laughter was enough. The ninth-dimensional existences, overlords of this region, have palms that could cover the skies and feet that could split the earth, had been thoroughly outplayed. Chapter 2443, Bonus Wisdom. Chapter 2443, Bonus Wisdom Bonus Chappie. Thanks to Douglas Bell 3111, Leonel was having a great time. Honestly speaking, he would have much rather punched them all through their faces. He wouldn't even have minded if his knuckles exited out through the back of their skulls, but he wasn't strong enough for that yet. In that case, he would just have to settle for making them spit up blood in anger. Of course, he could tell that the real reason Anselma spat up blood was because of her internal injuries, but who cared? Minor details, minor details. Anastasia, find us a relatively safe place. I need to sleep for like a decade. A snort came back as a reply, leaving Leonel without the words. How were they still mad at him? Back then, he really didn't have much of a choice. He was enraged about the matter too. That was why he had looked so angry when he handed the letter to Ina. Although he knew that he would never let anything happen to Ina, just the idea pissed him off greatly. Honestly speaking, had it not been for his breakthrough in Vital Star Force, the thought would have filled him with too much fury to even execute. By then, it would have been a much worse ordeal to even make it out of there alive. Simply put, his best chance at dealing with these ninth-dimensional powerhouses wasn't to outsmart them, and it also wasn't to overpower them. Both were far too difficult. His best chance was to prey on the one thing they couldn't change, the fact they were human. They had emotions, they had faults and flaws, they had relationships, both good and bad. This was what he had to exploit. With Lexi, he had seen that she didn't really like Ina because of assumptions she made. He and Ina were as close as could be, and yet from an outsider's perspective, it looked as though Ina was taking advantage of Leonel. For whatever reason, this really seemed to get under Lexi's skin, so that made it a flaw that was easily exploitable. It was her Achilles heel. For Vivek, his flaws were more obvious. He was being stretched thin in too many places, and he was trying to play both sides. He had the human alliance to worry about on one hand, and on the other he was considering the benefits of his own family. Better yet, he was a man comfortable with himself, and he was more than willing to delegate out tasks that most would have completed on their own. Underneath that lay a thin veneer of insecurity. Anselma was also easily readable. She was an arrogant, vindictive woman. Leonel didn't even need to interact with her personally to know that. He only needed to see what happened with Ina's mother to know action. He didn't know the relationship between Anselma and Ina's father, or even how a sixth-dimensional expert like him, last Leonel met him anyway, could have a relationship at all with that ninth-dimensional witch. But this information was enough for him to understand her thoroughly. This woman didn't even let a mortal who didn't even understand what force was, like Ina's mother, go. How could she possibly consider letting Leonel go? There was Anselma, who was obsessed with Leonel, and Vivek, who was used to delegating tasks to others. Anselma had been too consumed with seeing the other powerhouses so that she could finally put some pressure on Vivek, so she didn't even consider the optics of the situation. Vivek was eager to pull the other overlords in to help him out and deal with Leonel, so he didn't even stop Anselma from coming and was in too much of a rush to let them in. This culminated in Lexi and Clarence's wariness, which caused them to explosively retreat from a bomb that wasn't even a threat to them. Leonel realized that in the past he might have been smart, but he was lacking in wisdom. He did well in outsmarting people, but rarely did he take into strong consideration the kind of character that person had. If he had learned to do this long ago, many of his battles might very well have been won with much greater ease. The suppression of his Scarlet Star Force and the elevation of his Vital Star Force made him realize just how much character and personality played a role in how a person acted, and this gave him the inspiration he needed to survive that sure death scenario. Yurzelmashi. Now, he was on a completely different level. All right, I'm sorry. Please forgive me, I won't do that again. I promise, Leonel pleaded. This wasn't something he learned recently. Instead, it was in the Morales Man Handbook. Always apologize profusely even when you weren't completely in the wrong. It never failed. Anastasia snorted again, and eventually an image flashed in Leonel's mind. Across a mountain range about 1,000 or so kilometers northwest, there was a serene region. Leonel adjusted his flight path and shot ahead. Hey, Anastasia, how far can you see? I can see everything so long as it's one world, but that doesn't mean I should, she replied. Oh, yes. Vivek and Anselma aren't Dreamforce experts, so they won't be able to sense me, but that's not the same for everyone. And what if you don't care about them sensing you or not? Well, I guess that's not too much of a problem, so long as they aren't in the life state, that is. Someone in the life state could both use my senses to track me and even harm me if they're vindictive enough. I see, Leonel nodded. Is there any way to tell who or what areas to avoid? Not until you touch the edge of their domains, but otherwise, no. Usually, experts just have their own etiquette and keep the range of their senses within a reasonable range. The more powerful you are, the more flagrant you can be. Leonel nodded slowly. In that case, let's be a bit more cautious. Keep your range to 1,000 kilometers. At this point, I'll need resources, and you're the best metal detector there is. I wasted too many of those precious ores making that flashbang. What did you just call me? Leonel's laughter echoed again. After a nice sleep, I should check on that golden codex they were talking about. Chapter 2444, Bonus Kitchen. Chapter 2444, Bonus Kitchen, Bonus Chappie. Thanks to Dragonman09A3216. Action. Leonel collapsed almost immediately. He couldn't be bothered to care about anything else. He barely had the strength to appease Ina for a bit and calm her before his heavy eyes fell closed. He was in the third dimension now. The fact he could even stay awake for so long in the first place was nothing short of a miracle. He was completely relying on his strong dream force and his vital star force. The two were able to bolster his baseline, but there was only so much they could do. His dream force right now was in the higher impetus state, but it could barely exhibit the strength of the lower impetus state, and that was only because of his dream sovereignty. If not for this, it wouldn't even be that good. His vital star force was in a similar state, as were his other forces. His current body was just too much of a bottleneck. These were some of the last thoughts Leonel managed to have before his body ran to the end of its rope. Ina stood watching Leonel sleep with a hint of a sad smile. She took a seat by their bed, stroking Leonel's hair lightly. She found her previous thoughts to be a bit amusing. She was so much stronger than Leonel now, and yet, wasn't she still being protected by him? There was a part of her, a deeply feminine part that liked the feeling, that trust she could place in Leonel to handle everything. But there was another part, a part that was equally as feminine, full of care and nurturing, that didn't want him to have to constantly carry such burdens on his own. In the end, though, what other choice did they have? She was strong, much stronger than she should be at this stage, but she still wasn't a match for an 8th-dimensional existence of the human bubbles, let alone a 9th-dimensional existence. There was just something about Leonel that made his lack of strength irrelevant. On the surface, it seemed to be that it was just because he was smart, but Ina felt that it was deeper than that. There were a lot of smart people out there, and you couldn't enter the 9th dimension without being an absolute genius. And yet, hadn't they still been outplayed by Leonel? He just seemed to always find a way, as though he was a guiding light. Ina made a move to carry Leonel to the time dilation pods. He was so scatterbrained that he didn't even realize that it was probably best that he rest in there. But when she tried to do so, she found herself being pulled into his arms. In the end, she smiled and just let it happen. At the end of the day, what was the difference between a few minutes and a few days at this point? It wasn't like they had anywhere to go. Even if the world was ending around them, what did it matter since he was here? Ina hadn't always had this sort of faith. This sort was different from love. She had been in love with Leonel for a long while, but it had never been a blind love. She had been willing to leave that love behind at several points in her life. First, when she thought to place revenge for her mother first, and was worried that Leonel following her would only put him in danger. Second, when she felt that she couldn't emotionally handle Leonel risking himself for the sake of others again and again. Her love had never been blind. It might have been irrational at times, but never blind, so a blind faith had never come with it. If she had blind faith in Leonel's abilities, she would have never doubted his talent to keep up with her. If she had blind faith in him, she would have never doubted that he could keep his life no matter how many unrelated people he tried to save. But now, it could be said that her faith had truly reached that level, and she was almost intoxicated by it. It had started when she woke up. When she did, she knew that somehow, that undefeatable beast, capable of wiping out a galaxy on a whim, had somehow been killed by him. Then, he escaped that woman who could make her freeze with just her name, and now he had escaped almost a dozen 9th-dimensional experts, and he had saved them all on top of that. If she couldn't have blind faith in this man, then who could she give it to? Leonel was startled awake. His mind seemed to flip on like a switch when he finally had enough rest, but for the entire time, he had truly been out of it. Even if there was danger, he was certain that he would have probably just died. That sort of fatigue was something that he hadn't felt in a long time, and he reminded himself to take his rest more seriously. Luckily, there were still the pods. He'd have to make better use of them in the future. After a glance around and using his connection with Anastasia to scan the world, he realized that Ina was in training, so he didn't bother her. "I'm so hun, go to the kitchen," Anastasia's voice echoed in his ears. Leonel did as he was told and found a spread of food that made his mouth water. His future wife was truly the best. He devoured it all. His vital star force churned in his body, and his digestive system seemed to roar with life. After just the first bite, Leonel felt his cells singing. Every bite revitalized him and felt like his body was quickly soaring past its previous strength. He had thought that his body was already finished adjusting to his soul, but it seemed that he was wrong about that. There was actually still so much room, and Ina's cooking was helping that along greatly. Chapter 2445, Bonus Codex. Chapter 2445, Bonus Codex, Bonus Chappie. Thanks to Dragonman09A326, Leone shook his head. He was neglecting something so important. He hated to put so much on Ina's plate, but he hoped that they could make such a meal plan not just for himself, but also everyone else. Action. His brothers had been completely focused on training. He didn't tell them what was going on outside so that they wouldn't feel guilty about it. Although they would know that the best way to help him was by growing stronger, logic was one thing and emotions were another. Since he could help them by keeping them ignorant, he would do so. To them, it had only been less than a month. And since Leonel popped in from time to time, they felt that things were just fine. Leonel was content with that arrangement. After he finished eating, Leonel took a deep breath and exhaled. Yep, he chuckled as little Black Star appeared for a moment, licked his face, then went back to his own training. That little guy had been a lot more serious recently as well. Leonel felt a bit guilty about it because he felt that part of the reason why was because little Black Star could sense his own frustration and agitation. He had to be calmer of mind in the future. A plan, Leonel thought to himself. It was hard to tell what to do from here. He had dealt a strong blow to the human alliance, so at the very least, in the short term, they wouldn't be farming anyone. At the same time, he had basically crippled the future of the Godlins by stealing all of their techniques. There was no doubt that they were looking for him like a bunch of feral animals right now. Of course, their little compass was useless while Leonel was in the segmented cube. What good was a 100-kilometer limit when Leonel was in a whole different world? He still had to be careful about keeping the segmented cube itself hidden. But after this incident, Anastasia had learned methods of using spatial force to hide herself, so he was good on that front. He could probably hide indefinitely if he wanted, but he obviously couldn't do that. For one, whatever his grandfather's plans were, Leonel would eventually have to be strong enough to help that endeavor. Second, he still wanted to do his best to find a path for his father to come back to life. Third, he needed to grow strong enough himself to not allow such things to happen again. He had stolen basically the entire foundation of the Godlins, and their citizens had provided him an easy outlet to gather contribution points and new ability indexes to make use of, but this wasn't enough. He had seen the gods, the real gods. The gap between him and El Ryan still felt like an unapproachable chasm, and the likes of Sean Ray had made it sound like the impetus state was the basic requirement to even make eye contact with her. All the while, Sean Ray's ancestor had made even a regulator yield for a sum of time. There was far too much out there, and it was clear from the situation in the human alliance that these complete worlds were anything but harmonious. The demons were attacking them now, but that didn't mean they were only enemies the humans had. It was likely that the demons just happened to be the nearest. Sean Ray had made it quite clear. Humans were disdained across existence for their involvement with the god beasts. This effectively bottlenecked Leonel to this place until he grew strong enough to protect himself against the monsters out there, but that limited his options even more. For now, he'd have to rely on his father's teachings. He had perfect trust in him. As for the Godlin's foundation, well, in truth, he was only interested in it for two reasons: curiosity and revenge. This was the best way to strike a blow to the Godlins. Well, other than snatching his daughter, that is. And he had completed his objective beautifully. He'd like to see how the Godlins raised those arrogant bastards in their younger generation without these techniques. Nanoavial slicking. Nanoavial slicking. Nanoavial slicking. Nano. I guess they can have some uses too. But I'm not delving into any techniques until I finish those 3 tasks on Dad's list. Though he thought this, Leonel chose to take out the so-called Godlin Codex. He had some thoughts about there being traps hidden within, but he also thought that if there were, they would have already appeared after he snatched them the first time. Luckily, within the segmented cube, everything could be controlled quite easily. While Anastasia's power was limited on the outside, she was nothing short of a deity within the segmented cube itself, which could be considered its own world. Domain Universe Finality? What weird names. It was hard to tell immediately whether these names were chosen out of a false bravado or if it was something else. Though, Leonel leaned toward the former since he didn't have much respect for these human powers. Even so, he didn't look down on them entirely. Judging by the fact Malexi had a black tablet, Leonel concluded that there should be some lingering influence of the god beasts left behind. If the cult had a tablet, maybe the Godlins had something similar. At the very least, the lineage factor the Godlins created had been able to fuse with his other lineage factors to form a true 9th-dimensional lineage factor. They had to have done something right to get to that point. In the past several days, while they had still been trapped, Leonel had been having Anastasia scan the entirety of Godlin territory. As such, she had overheard a lot of information about these techniques. For one, it seemed that there hadn't been anyone in the Godlins that could use all 3 for several generations. In fact, it had been so long that most thought it was impossible to do so. Second, the earlier one could get recognition of these techniques, the stronger potential one would have. Usually, the earliest one could was the 7th star, or rather the 7th dimension. At such a level, one would be touted as a once-in-a-generation genius like Eduardo almost was. Chapter 2446, Bonus Stacked. Chapter 2446, Bonus Stacked Bonus Chappie. Thanks to Dragonman09A333, CC Leonel scanned the introduction of all 3 techniques, and his somewhat curious expression became a hint more serious. He sat up, wondering one thing. Was this true? Domain, universe, finality. Domain seemed to be where inspiration from the spear domain and the other created lineage factors came from. It was clear after reading it a bit that the Godlins hadn't exactly created the lineage factor from scratch. Domain required impetus state force, which was interesting since it was apparently the easiest to get access to. It was only after reading a bit further that Leonel realized there was a rudimentary form that you could use with half-step impetus state force. Only then did it make a bit more sense to him. If the description was correct, then Domain was capable of doing what every person dreamed of. It had such a simple name because it was completely malleable. So long as one had an impetus state force, it could take it and mold it into a domain. This domain would allow you more influence over a region, suppress all other forces, and bolster your force by a quasi-level state. Essentially, it could take a lower impetus state force and give it the strength of a middle impetus state force. However, it couldn't give you the comprehension or the flexibility a higher state force would allow you. Domain truly began to shine when you had more than one impetus state force. Every additional force was an exponential increase in strength. If you had one, you could already suppress an enemy by 5%. If you had two, you could already suppress them by 20%. If you have three, over 50% wouldn't be a problem. If you had four, you could suppress an enemy by over 90%. If by some miracle you had five or more, an enemy would find themselves completely at your mercy, unable to muster any force or combat skills. Leonel thought he read wrong the first time, so he read it again. He had a perfect memory. The fact he would even waste his time doing things just went to show how ridiculous this technique was. If the Godlings had such a powerful technique, why weren't they the overlords of the human race? Why were they sharing commanding rights? Was this a joke? According to the description, the only restriction on this domain wasn't your dimension, but rather the strength of your enemy's forces in comparison to your own, that being in both quality and state. For example, if Leonel met an enemy who used Fire Force at the same state as his Scarlet Star Force, he would crush them 10 out of 10 times. Even if the Fire Force was a step beyond his Scarlet Star Force in terms of state, it would be hard-pressed to help its user break out of the domain. Of course, Leonel was already limited by his dimension. Although the description said that dimension wasn't important because Leonel's dimension was so far below his force comprehension, the limitation was so great that it ended up affecting domain. Could it be that the Godlings are still so weak because so few make it to the impetus state? Leonel had hit the nail on the head. Even the strongest of them, Patriarch Vivek, only had one impetus state force. Of course, this impetus state force was already at the higher impetus state. However, if even he was only at this level, the others were even worse off. Leonel suddenly felt that these techniques were only rotting on their shelves because Universe was even more exaggerated. As the name seemed to suggest, this was a technique related to universal force and the universal cycles. Action. Usually, universal force could only be used as an amplifier. If you tied your universal force to a weapon force, then only your weapon force would be amplified. However, if you had true universal force like Leonel, then all aspects of combat would be enhanced for U.non olvigashlik c, not non-4. The basic requirement of Universe was to both have comprehended true universal force and to have elevated it to the cosmos realm. A rudimentary form could be used if you had stepped into the natural light realm. Once again, Leonel found these requirements silly. Was this really the second hardest? If anything, Domain sounded like the harder one. In the past, Leonel used to have very specific techniques that he would use with his universal cycles. These tended to match well with the imagery created. For example, when he was in the Four Seasons realm, he had a technique he called Withering Snowfall, and 3 others that matched well with it. Universe was similar, but it was a pure movement technique, or more accurately, a movement method, as it was more than just about speed and agility. According to its description, it quite literally used universal cycles to warp universal law, or in other words, the fundamental laws of physics. The more powerful your universal cycles, the more change you could force. You could instantly change momentum, whether that be of yourself or even your weapon. This meant that you could accelerate to your full speed on a dime, change an attack's target mid-strike, or even turn full assault into a full retreat nigh instantaneously. However, momentum was just one of the universal laws you could control, and it was one of the weakest of the laws. From weakest to highest, there was friction, velocity, momentum, waveform, and finally, folding. Friction, as the simplest, allowed you to negate all forms of friction or increase it to extremes. This was the only tier available in the rudimentary version. It sounded lackluster compared to the others, but Leonel's mind instantly thought of thousands of complications in battle. Air resistance was a kind of friction. Being able to move without worry for the wind would be huge, especially considering his body was still in the third dimension. Just with air resistance alone, there were countless applications, especially if it was matched with domain and applied onto an enemy. That was the scariest part of these techniques. They stacked. Chapter 2447, Bonus Finality. Chapter 2447, Bonus Finality, Bonus Chappy. Thanks to Dragonman09A3446, velocity allowed one to instantly change their velocity's direction. Although you couldn't speed up or slow down, you could choose the direction at which. If used with enough precision and confidence, it might even be possible to make it look like you had come to a sudden stop. But the consumption of mental fortitude, universal force, and dream force would be astronomical. Momentum was the evolution of velocity. Instantly controlling momentum allowed you to not only choose the direction at will, but also the speed. The flexibility was much greater, and the results far more devastating. Waveform allowed you to phase in and out of reality, similar to Blackstar's Shadow World, but this time firmly under Leonel's control. He could even focus on just a single part of his body if he was competent enough, minimizing the consumption. And finally, there was Fold. This one had the most wide array of applications, and it folded space and twisted distance. This wasn't just for movement, but for attacks as well. If applied cleverly, the strength could easily be beyond the previous 4 in total. For someone with Leonel's battle style, one that was highly analytical and liked to analyze every aspect of combat, this sort of technique was absolutely perfect for him. He almost wanted to apologize to the goblins for looking down on them, even though he was still a bit skeptical. Descriptions were one thing, but would the technique actually be that powerful in practice? It was hard to tell until he actually put it to good use. Then there was finality. This technique was the oddest of them. It had no starting requirements at all, and yet it sounded like the one you would least like to use. The use was simple. It stored up a great amount of energy over time. This happened passively or actively depending on your mood. Some who used this technique would accumulate energy for many years, decades even. The reason it was called finality was that this energy could be released all at once and in a single instant of time. Even enough ants could bite an elephant to death. Granted, it would take an obscene number, but that number was theoretically something you could calculate. It wasn't like it was impossible or outside the bounds of reason. By the same token, this technique could be used to defeat those far above you in strength. Even if you were in the 3rd dimension, theoretically, if you could extend your life into infinity and you were patient enough, you could eventually accumulate enough energy to explode with it all in an instant and kill a 9th dimensional expert. The problem was that you'd die too. The trouble with finality was that while it had no minimum requirement, the requirement of raw skill was exceptionally high, and it was divided into tiers. If you wanted to erupt with double your strength, which would be the minimum, Leonel would personally use this sort of technique for as anyone any weaker than that he felt he could defeat with his mind. The force stored within the technique had to at least be of the impetus state. To suffer no backlash at 3 times your strength, you needed to be in the middle impetus state. This continued until the life state, where at the lower life state you could instantly erupt with 10 times your strength without backlash, 20 times at middle, so on and so forth. 905 lick 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 10,000 times at the higher and 100,000 at the peak. This was a bit depressing to Leonel for a few reasons. Firstly, it was difficult to tell exactly how much stronger a person was than you exactly. He would have to do an analysis of his strength versus their defenses to see what level he should use. Secondly, a 9th dimensional expert, even those of the human race, was definitely more than 100 times stronger than him now, and he didn't feel that was an exaggeration. But how far was he from a creation state force? If he tried to use a 100 times finality strike, now the only silver lining was that his death would be instantaneous. Third, just because you could strike didn't mean that it would land. So what if you could use a strike 100,000 times more powerful than your best? If it hit air, it would all be for naught. I'm looking at this wrong, Leonel suddenly thought, his eyes narrowing. Sure, this technique was presented as a final strike or trump card sort of technique, but did it have to be used like this? There were 2 ways to fill the technique. The first way was passively. For Leonel, or at least the Leonel who once had dimensional cleanses stars in his ethereal glabella, he would be quite fast. Even so, it would take a day to fill it passively. That meant that he would be able to use finality at double his strength once a day if he only relied on passive activation. He had another advantage, and that was his innate nodes. His innate nodes were even faster than his stars, far faster. They could fill finality once an hour. Because he had 2 Scarlet Star Force innate nodes, he could do it at double that speed. For context, a normal person would take anywhere from a week to an entire month to do the same. However, other than that, there was the active activation. This could be done much faster, especially with innate nodes, anywhere from a few seconds to a few minutes depending on your force state. Another hidden advantage that Leonel had in this context was the fact he was a dream sovereign. His ability to split his attention in battle was unparalleled, never mind double. What if he only used finality in its active state to continuously increase his strike power by 10, 20, or maybe 50% increments? Wouldn't he instantly raise his combat strength by that measure just by measure of this technique alone? If he matched that with the suppression of domain and the physics breaking of universe, he, who could already battle far above his level, would become all the stronger. Chapter 2448. Prison, Chapter 2448. Prison. Leonel leaned back on the dining room chair and chuckled. Quite frankly, this was an unexpected find. While he still didn't know if these techniques were as exaggerated as their descriptions claimed, he was beginning to warm up to them. Regardless, he knew that Vivant's organs were twisting with regret right about now. One thing that Leonel learned while he was stealing the techniques was that each barrier wasn't just a force art created by a crafter. Instead, they were each formed by a person who had come to comprehend the technique. The reason he hadn't taken these techniques seriously at all was because the difficulty of breaking the 3 barriers around domain, universe, and finality weren't nearly as complicated as they should be given their descriptions. If they had been, Leonel might have wasted the entire hour that he had been given and still not been able to break in. This painted the image that the Godlings had truly regressed a great deal since these techniques were shown to the world at their peak. They were wholly inferior in every way, shape, and form, and their comprehension of the techniques was far too inferior. It wasn't just this either. Based on his analysis of the barrier force arts that protected these techniques, Leonel could roughly guess when they were created. This estimate should tell him when the techniques were last comprehended, or more accurately, when the last person who claimed the techniques managed to understand said technique enough to create a new barrier. According to that, Domain's barrier was last reformed around a decade or so ago, Universe was last reformed around half a century ago, and finally, Finality was last claimed over 5,000 years ago. Leonel didn't actually know much about lifespans. They changed too frequently based on a series of factors. It wasn't like so long as someone reached this dimension, they would definitely live for such and such long. For example, Leonel had vital star force. Just by virtue of this, his lifespan was impossibly far beyond that of other third-dimensional existences. By vitality alone, he would probably still be considered a newborn now, even though he had already begun leaving his mid-20s. In the past, she had even worried about outliving Leonel due to her blood force and life force stealing capabilities, but that was obviously less of a worry now. The other difference was an incomplete world versus a complete one. There was definitely a difference in body composition between the two, but also the environment as well, the quality of the force, and the various ailments of the worlds. It was actually difficult for Leonel to deduce whether you would have a longer life or a shorter life just by virtue of being born in a complete world. It could be that the more complete forces of this would mean that every step forward taken would be far more robust and thus increase your lifespan. Or it could be that the pressure of the world around you was so great that the benefit of the improved force was outweighed by it, thus impeding your lifespan and decreasing it. It was hard to tell without having exceptional knowledge of the region, and considering the matter of lifespan was probably common knowledge to everyone who lived here, it would probably be tough to find material on it out in the wild. Action. This was all to say that Leonel wasn't sure how to use this information on when the barriers were last reformed to take a guess at which ones Vivek could control. That said, Anastasia had heard enough to conclude that Vivek shouldn't have been the one to claim finality last. It was possible that the Godlin family could have some hidden aces stored away like the overlords of the Morales, and he would cross that bridge when he got there. But it was likely that Vivek could only use Domain and Universe. In addition, based on the barriers, he only had one true impetus state force, and he could only use the rudimentary level of Universe. This was great news for Leonel, though bad news for the overall state of the human race. Leonel stood to his feet and put the techniques away. They were great, but ultimately they took second fiddle to the foundation of his power. These techniques would definitely shine in his hands, but he had to actually start making it out of the fourth dimension first before he even considered any of that. He had felt that he was on the edge of a breakthrough in his path to the Constellation realm earlier before he was interrupted back in the Godlin compound. He planned to use his ability index to place himself right back in that state of enlightenment. Unfortunately, the duties of a leader couldn't just end there. He had found more ability indexes that would help his brothers after scouring the Godlin citizens, and he also had a few prisoners that he should take a look at. Leonel spent some time with brothers, passing along the new ability indexes and help he had gotten for them, and before he could even say goodbye, they had already rushed off to do more training. He could only chuckle in response. Although he hadn't said anything about what was going on, it seemed that they had figured it out all on their own already. Leonel shook his head and went off to a separate space. The prison that held Simona and Eduardo was a place one would be hard-pressed to call a prison at all. Because of Anastasia, they could do nothing at all in this world, even if they tried to run to the ends of it. Truthfully, only Leonel could come and go from this world as he pleased, and that was only because Anastasia had recognized him as her master. As for these two, they were stuck in a spring garden of sorts, not really knowing what the next day would bring until Leonel suddenly showed up. Chapter 2449. Gotcha Simona stood in a violent rage, her purple eyes flickering with fire. She attacked immediately, but she paled a moment later. She watched as her force died out within her body. It was like she couldn't even control her own thoughts anymore, and her force couldn't hear her cries. At the moment, both she and Eduardo were nothing more than a pair of mortals. Even their bodily strength didn't work properly. When they tried to run, they were like a pair of amateur half-marathon runners from back on Earth. They were entirely helpless before Leonel. Leonel smiled and took a seat on a tree stump nearby. The scenery wasn't bad. There were gorgeous flowers and tall trees. There was even a stream of water and a small meter-tall waterfall that gave even the sounds it produced some soothing ambiance. He was in quite a good mood right now. The only thing that would make it better was having Ina by his side, but he didn't want to disturb her training. He knew well that she had her own thoughts and aspirations. Seeing the strength of Anselma had probably also caused her to redouble her efforts. Even clearly injured, Leonel knew that he couldn't put up a fight against that woman. Through the eyes of that blood clone, he had felt her strength, and it was beyond his imagination. Nice scenery, don't you think? Simona scowled and didn't reply. She was usually such a calm and composed person, but every time she ran into Leonel, things always went horribly wrong. Leonel should already be dead, she had seen it with her own eyes, but somehow he was here. Worse than that, he had somehow snuck into her family's vaults and even kidnapped Eduardo. Herself, she was fine with. She knew that she was weaker than Leonel. Of course, this wasn't something she was resigned to. She felt that the only reason Leonel had surpassed her was that she lost her beast companion for over 20 years. Though it would take some time, she felt confident in catching up and surpassing her peers. However, Eduardo, he was a real genius. It just didn't make sense to her. With Eduardo's personality, he never liked to embellish anything and simply told the truth as it was. Leonel had caught him off guard and used an odd method to stop him from summoning his beast companion. It was a simple explanation, but how could it truly have been so simple? She couldn't help but look toward Leonel with a hint of fear in her eyes. She still didn't know how or why Leonel was suddenly in the fifth dimension, but more importantly than that, how could he still display such power? No need to look at me like that, Leonel continued to laugh. Aren't I treating you too well? I could have just thrown you into a dungeon, you know. What do you want? Simona said coldly, trying to maintain her composure. If you want to use us to escape Godland territory, you should stop dreaming. Leonel's laughter suddenly became uproarious. It was the same laughter that probably echoed in the dreams of Anselma, Vivek, Molexi, and Clarence now. Escape Godland territory? I already did that. Bullshit. Simona lost her composure again, but for some reason, she could tell that Leonel was telling the truth. I don't really care to lie to you. I'm only really here because I'm interested in something. Tell me, the Codex. Leonel held out a palm, and 3 complex and floating spheres of force art appeared, each one more dense than the last. Who's the last one to claim them? This time, even Eduardo's eyes widened. The only way for Leonel to have these would be if he broke the barriers. But how could he? Simona paled considerably. No matter how she evaluated Leonel, it felt that he was always larger, always more imposing, always more impressive than her thoughts. It was suffocating. Gotcha, I appreciate it, Leonel nodded as the two froze to his words. Eduardo's expression suddenly became a bit twisted and uncomfortable, one that was incredibly odd for him. You can use the dream plane, he said, more like a statement than a question. He knew it sounded completely ridiculous, and yet he had felt it just now, as Leonel had been entirely brazen. Leonel smiled. Action within Anastasia's world, of course he could use the dream plane. Of course, it was also partly due to the fact he was likewise a dream sovereign, but they didn't need to know that. It was also easier now that they couldn't use their force to protect themselves. Regardless, now he knew that the last person to claim finality was Simona's grandfather and Vivek's father. It turned out the man was already dead as well, falling at the hands of a demon warrior. Vivek was truly the strongest presence in the Godland family. That was interesting. Now, let's get to what I really want to know, Leonel smiled. I heard your mother talking about the constellation families, so they exist in the complete worlds too? Simona was in a daze and still couldn't quite compute, so Leonel asked again, and she was startled back to reality. Gotcha. Leonel stood up and patted his beaten and ruined pants. He should take some time to switch them out. Then, without another word, he vanished, lost in thought. Anastasia had been paying attention to everything happening in the Godland city and only relayed back to Leonel what she deemed important. The conversation between Simona's mother and uncle was one of them. It seemed, though, that Simona's information was limited. All she knew was that the constellation families were very important to her mother, that they had been destroyed during the final war, and that, unsurprisingly, their greatest strength and reliance was in their constellations. Leonel wouldn't be surprised if they had their own version of universe that maximized the use of their constellations even more. Likely a method perfectly matched to their lineage factors. But Leonel wasn't really interested in it for that reason. What he found interesting was that Simona's mother was sneaking around trying to resurrect these families. He wondered if Vivek was involved, and there was more to the Godland plans than he knew, or, if even more interestingly, Matriarch Pius was going rogue. Now, wouldn't that be a sight to see? Chapter 2450, Dream Enlightenment. Leonel sat in silent meditation, slowly pulling himself into that state of sudden enlightenment that he had touched upon just days before. If for no other reason, this sort of ability was one that others would kill for. Who knew how many sudden enlightenments were ruined in the past by a stray thought or an interruption? And yet, this couldn't faze Leonel at all. He would call this ability Dream Enlightenment. It could be used for anything as simple as catching a strand of sleep before wild thoughts put you into an awake state again, all the way up to resurrecting a true state of enlightenment like this one. The four-season realm, the heavenly body realm, the natural light realm, the cosmos realm, the constellation realm. He pulled himself back to those thoughts once again. Starforce. It was the only force that always seemed to be attached to something else. It didn't usually come alone. The disorder of the realms. Leonel quickly found that rhythm again. He thought about how he had always assumed that the progression should be the natural light realm first, then four-season, then heavenly body, then constellation, before only then cosmos appearing. But he had been proved wrong, and Y-Star Order had even laughed in his face when he said so. But why? Why 4 seasons first? Why was natural light not more simple than the seasons? If you thought about it, the seasons could decide the light, could they not? In winter, the days were shorter, and in summer, they were longer. Then why would constellation come after the cosmos? It was a similar problem. The cosmos was formed of many constellations, so how could constellations come afterward? It didn't make sense. It didn't make sense unless the main idea here wasn't the phenomena themselves, but rather the title they came with, universal cycles, star force, universe force, the northern star? Why was the northern star the arbitrator of chaos? Why was its descent so important? Wasn't it just one star? What force did it embody? Why was it called the Northern Star and not the Chaos Star or the Death Star? Those two latter names seemed to be far more appropriate. Why was it moving at all? Why was it growing larger and shifting its position? Why was it that in a constantly expanding universe, something so far away initially was actually coming closer instead? There was something deeper, something hidden deep within, action. This was the point where Anastasia had interrupted Leonel before, an interruption that had saved his life. It took 3 days to reach this state before, but now it only took a matter of minutes, his thoughts moving and flowing like water. Maybe his definition of the realms had been wrong all along. What if he changed their names? What if the progression was instead 4 seasons, planet, energy, nebula, and only then constellation? Would he still have the same problems with it? No, he wouldn't. If heavenly bodies solely referred to rock bodies, if natural light referred to the presence and disappearance of heat, if the cosmos referred instead to the gooey, soupy state of unbirth that a universe was in during its infancy, and if constellation referred to the first signs of order, would he be able to accept it? Yes. Who knew how many languages were out there, how many times these words and meanings had been translated, how often the deeper truths hidden within could become murky due to a game of telephone? Universe was the perfect example. It was exactly the example he needed. Universal cycles didn't refer to comprehending the universal cycles around it. It referred to creating your own, to manifesting your own seasons, your of heavenly bodies, your own kernel of light, your own breath of cosmos, your own constellation, or more accurately, your own northern star, your own guide. The name Northern Star didn't come because the word north was important. Before anyone learned of the danger it posed, everyone knew it for one thing, its consistency. No matter where you were, what world, whether complete or incomplete, it would always be there, pointing due north. It was the true Star Force. The reason Star Force was always attached to something else was because it was akin to Urbi Or. It was an enhancer, a constant and steady hand, a foundation that things were meant to be built upon. The seasons were the cheapest form of this foundation. It showed you that the slightest changes in the amount of Star Force 1 received could lead to drastically different results. The heavenly body was another foundation. Many were weak stars or failed stars, some were a step away or many steps away, but each one could only bask in the glory of the true stars they orbited. The natural light was of greater substance than the Four Seasons realm. It wasn't just the result of a change in Star Force, but it was the emission of Star Force itself. Although it was still a distance away, it could paint a picture of what a world with and without Star Force would be like. Cosmos was the result of Star Force's work. He had been so obsessed with incomplete worlds that he didn't even realize that these large slabs of Earth didn't have endless skies of stars. They had just one star. Endless stars was the sign of a weak world, an incomplete world. The cosmos wasn't a tapestry of endless weak stars. No, it was the harbinger of a real star, a single star that could sustain a world as large as an entire universe. And then there was constellation. It was the strongest form. A collection of true stars that didn't just act as a foundation or a support, but became something of their own. Leonel's gaze flashed with a blinding light as a subtle thought crept to the back of his mind. Could the Northern Star just be one of many? Was the strongest star there was, truly alone? It was a fleeting thought, one that he paid little to no attention to because he had already found what he needed. A raging aura erupted from his body, and the Morales constellation appeared high in the skies above him, trembling with an undying might. Chapter 2451. Bonus Trap. Bonus Chappie thanks to Dragonman09A356. Leonel's eyes flashed open, an overwhelming pressure coming from him. No, it was from him. It felt more like the stars were shining down on him, elucidating his path with a level of clarity and strength he had simply never experienced before. It was only after entering the constellation realm that he understood that it was just the beginning. The constellation gave you the right to finally start forming your own path. Everything leading up to it was just a precursor. However, that didn't mean that the power it provided was mediocre or lacking by any stretch of the imagination. Leonel felt that if he channeled his constellation realm, even if he had this third-dimensional body, he could shatter an eighth-dimensional existence of the dimensional verse with a single fist. The greatest benefit was probably universe. Right now, he felt that he could use up to the momentum tier. Although it would be taxing, especially considering his current dimension, it would be easy. Leonel also felt that even without his dream sovereignty, just by virtue of this comprehension of his, he was almost entirely immune from the simplest forms of manipulation and coercion. It was like his constellation was a guiding lamp that laid the foundation of his will. With it, his mind was a nigh impregnable fortress, unmoved by outside forces. Maybe only someone deep into the life state could hope to move him now, at least with those simpler methods, that is. For all Leonel knew, much like the techniques of domain, universe, and finality, there were other techniques out there that worked similarly but for the mind. At the very least, he believed that if the Godlings could manage to protect these techniques for so long, the gods, the real ones, likely had their own methods that were at the very least equal. Of course, it was possible that the lingering influence made many unwilling to try and deal with the humans directly, but Leonel put less stock in that considering the Void Race actually dared to use the corpse of a Void Beast for travel. Leonel exhaled a breath and smiled. That was two things on his father's list completed perfectly. That just left bringing his emulation spatial force and dark force to the impetus state. Then, he could finally begin to move through the third dimension again, unlock his nodes, and eventually enter the fourth once more. He was looking forward to it. Leonel, Anastasia called out to him, seeing that he had come back. Lightsville 1. Yes, I've sensed a few people in the past few days looking over the region, but they don't all seem to be from the Godlands or those powers. Leonel nodded slowly. He expected that this sort of thing would happen, but he found the priorities of the human alliance quite amusing. The worlds were fusing, and the demons were about to launch an all-out assault on them. Whether they found Leonel or not should be the least of their worries, but they were actually so obsessed. Leonel chuckled. If Vivek heard his words, he might be enraged to the point of fainting. Leonel had taken his daughter and the three most important techniques of their family. If he wasn't worth hunting down, then who was? I assume you saw something interesting? Leonel asked. He had asked Anastasia to keep the scanning region quite short. He didn't want to accidentally alert some powerhouse of their existence, but he also didn't want to hide completely blind. The blood compass was probably just one method these experts had at their disposal to find him. Although he felt that none of those tracking methods should work while he was in Anastasia's world, it never hurt to be more cautious. Yes, they're demons, actually. It seems that they've already begun to infiltrate Godland territory. They're only scouts. Leonel nodded. And? You mentioned looking for resources. A fight broke out between a group of humans and the demons over some stuff in this mostly desolate region. They're fighting over a special force herb. I was curious and paid some attention to the fight since none of them noticed me. The force herb is pretty good and seems to have the ability to allow people to enter a state of enlightenment and progress their forces. It should help someone in the impetus state move it forward by one grade, so from lower to middle or higher to peak. Leonel's brows raised. That was indeed excellent, and he was also looking for force herbs that Anastasia could nurture and help to mass produce in the future. The trouble was that Anastasia didn't seem to really be contacting him for the herb, and he could tell why. He was too weak to fight for such a thing. Since others had already found it, it was his turn to try and snatch it from them. Plus, it wasn't worth it to be exposed right now. On top of that, the humans already hated him. He didn't want to be on the radar of the demons as well, so he waited for Anastasia to continue. The force herb is great, but its power source is more interesting. Remember, we chose this region because it lacked wildlife and things of the like, so it was easier to avoid problems. But what's odd with that is that the senses of beasts are far beyond that of humans and demons. Long before we found it, a beast should have already staked this place out as its territory. A trap? Leonel asked. Something like that. Under the force herb is a deposit of what looks like mutated evolution ores. Leonel's brows shot up. Evolution ores were foundation-type ores capable of elevating the dimension of companion ores by a half step. He had always incorporated them into his divine armors, making them stronger than they should be. But what did Anastasia mean by mutated action? You'll have to learn to be more careful in the complete worlds, Anastasia explained. Forces all have minds of their own. Although it isn't as complex as a consciousness, they all have an instinct toward survival more similar to plants. This mine of evolution ore learned to use blood to fuel its growth. That's why this region is so desolate. Chapter 2452, Bonus Week Bonus Chappie. Thanks to Dragonman09A3666, Leonel fell into his thoughts. He could understand this. Long ago, Wise Star Order had warned him that if he was too careless and relied too much on his innate nodes and not enough on his own comprehension, he would eventually suffer for it. Years later, he had felt those effects firsthand. It seemed that in complete worlds, this was even more exaggerated. He was fighting against not only his fellow man and other races, but also the environment itself could kill him. He had a feeling that these human bubbles were on the milder side of things. He remembered when he was first captured by the Olidarch family and forced to work for them. Back then, when he entered the demon world for the first time, it felt like the world itself was trying to kill him, let alone the demons themselves. There were definitely even more dangerous worlds out there if even collecting resources here was such a pain. You have a method? Leonel asked. You have that domain skill of yours now and a constellation. It's very difficult for that mind to influence you now. I can feel that it's even a little bit more difficult for even me to do so. Leonel mulled it over. Soon he would have to reforge his divine armors, a thought that made him chuckle. In the beginning, those armors had seemed permanent, but in the last few months, he had to reforge them again and again. Sometimes, he didn't even get to use them properly before they broke again. Even so, this was a blessing in disguise. Now he could do it all over again with everything he knew now, hopefully for just one last final time. All right, I'll go. How strong are the people? Well, it probably won't be that easy to skate by them. I can see that there's been human activity down there, but for whatever reason, whoever found the mine first didn't decide to take full advantage of it all immediately. It's odd. Leonel's gaze narrowed as he stood. He finally pulled off his beaten and broken pants, jumping into a nearby stream and basking in the cleansing waters. Although he was going to quickly become dirty again, he might as well benefit a bit now. After he was clean, he hopped out and pulled on a new pair of sweats, grinning. How nostalgic, how comfortable. Luckily, his mother wasn't here to scold him after all that effort she had gone through to make him dress prim and proper. Leonel thought about throwing on a shirt but then waved a hand. What good would a shirt do him anyway? Wasn't like he was a king of modesty. Just a couple of days ago, that lady tried to shove a probe up a place where things should only come out. His chastity was gone. Laughing to himself, Leonel stepped out of the segmented cube and into the wild. He didn't use his constellation realm, it was far too flashy. It was powerful, but it was also the kind of ability that could be sensed from far and wide. That was the unfortunate part about relying on universal force for your strength. A thought flashed through his mind. Hey, Anastasia, do you think it's possible to channel universal force through you? And then you pump it right into me? Anastasia thought for a moment before a thought that felt like a nod came through. I don't see why not. Though, it will probably be a little bit weaker than normal since it'll be filtered through my will as well. Universal force at your level works best when there's a clear intention, as you know. Leonel chuckled. Since you knew that, why didn't you tell me? Anastasia pouted. There are a lot of things I don't know. I'm only naturally able to understand it now because I have perfect comprehension of everything that happens in my world. You could say that I only understand because I observed you. The only things I have natural comprehension of are the most fundamental forces that make up the bounds of my world. That being space, time, and a few other abstract things. Oh, did my old man never? He did, but Anastasia felt a hint embarrassed. After I regressed, I lost most of that natural comprehension. You lost your memories? No, the best way I can describe it is like your mother. She was able to understand Camelot's magic system perfectly because she has Earth's world spirit. That innate comprehension came to her naturally. She didn't have to memorize or consciously understand anything. If the world spirit suddenly disappeared, so too would that innate understanding. It's like a severe spinal cord injury and how you'd have to learn how to walk again. Leonel was enlightened. Anastasia never really understood his father's path, at least not in the same way Velasco would. For Velasco, so long as his memories were there, he could retrace those steps. But to Anastasia, although she had the memories, the feel was entirely gone. That's probably also why Anastasia's factories were able to craft for Leonel, but only things that he had crafted in front of her before. Leonel suddenly came to a stop. Even though it was a long distance away, he could already feel the fighting. The world just felt far more clear to him. There's an entrance you can use nearby. It's very well hidden, and even protected by a few force arts. But I think you can manage. Leonel found it as soon as Anastasia mentioned it. Up ahead, there was a blockage of foliage that looked very natural. It looked like overgrown shrubbery met palm trees in an oddly picturesque scene, but inside there was an open-air mine that was booby-trapped to hell. After scanning it, Leonel understood why Anastasia felt he could handle it. The force arts were actually so weak. He was already at this level the first time he grasped the essence of life-grade crafting, let alone now. He chuckled to himself and flashed forward. He passed right through the formation without even alerting anyone and slipped inside, the rumbling above ground growing more fervent. Almost immediately, he felt an insatiable desire bear down on him. Chapter 2453, Bonus Greed, Bonus Chappie, thanks to Mr. Ham A316 Leonel, was wowed for a moment. It wasn't that the desire emitting from the mine was impossible for him to handle. Just like Anastasia had predicted, it was actually quite a simple matter for him to deal with it. Instead, this was the first time he had felt the influence of forces on the mind so clearly. Back when his innate nodes deactivated and his vital star force crossed into the impetus state, the realization wasn't so clear. That was because the influence his Scarlet Star Force had on him was so well executed and so subtle that he hadn't even noticed until the contrast of Vital Star Force enlightened him. However, this was on another level. It was direct, flagrant, and almost offensive. Leonel realized that even though this mind was so amazing, even capable of imposing its will onto the world, it was quite rudimentary and almost childlike. If you had the ability to protect your mind like Leonel did, and could see through the attempts, it was more amusing than anything else. If I could find a mind like this that focused on dark force or emulation spatial force, I have a feeling I'd be able to enter the impetus state even faster. It wasn't just that Leonel could feel the pressure of the mind trying to act on his mind, but he could also clearly feel the character and personality of the force. It was greedy, insatiable, it always wanted more, and nothing was enough. This seemed perfect for an ore title with the word evolution. It was always seeking to improve, and it could take this will and use it to elevate everything around him. Leonel bet that the force herb that had caused all the fighting was just like this as well, forced to evolve by the mind and then used to lure in unsuspecting victims. Some would die, and their corpses would be left behind for the mind to soak in and strengthen itself. As for why it was mutated, Leonel had a feeling that it was incorporating more than just the strength of the experts it was taking in. It might be likely that it was snatching up their potential and their paths as well. Interesting. Leonel shot into that mind more deeply. He wanted to understand more about why the person who found the mine before him didn't act to take it all for themselves. Soon, he got his answer. Deep in the mine, what must have been at least several hundred meters below ground, there was a rainbow array of ores. Here, the feeling of greed and insatiability was even more flagrant. The mine was pulling and tugging at itself, trying to follow all sorts of paths all at once. I see. The mine is collapsing in on itself. Not all mutations were positive, and the fact that something had mutated shouldn't be a sign that it had become stronger. This mine had been allowed to grow, it became an apex predator all to itself, but because there was nothing to push back against it, it had become a microcosm of the folly of too much greed. It wanted everything to the point of wanting to elevate itself to a new level, but it couldn't decide what path it wanted to follow. It didn't want to choose at all, so the center of the mine had become a war zone. Then there was something else. Someone is trying to manipulate the outcome. After some observation, Leonel noticed that there were very carefully selected mining lines. These selectively weakened some of the areas by proxy strengthening others. There was an array of paths here, but from what it seemed, Leonel grinned. This person seems to want the mine to focus on light force. A light force expert died here previously and became one of the many paths fighting it out down here, and this person is trying to selectively strengthen the light path and influence the mutation of the mine. Whoever this is, their crafting and comprehension of force arts is garbage, but they're clever nonetheless. Leonel had his father to guide him along his path of crafting, but not everyone had the same benefit. This person might be lacking in skill, but it wasn't due to a lack of talent. This sort of ingenuity was excellent. It was the kind of thing Leonel might have thought of if the circumstances were correct. The goal of this person was quite clear to him. What if the insatiable greed of his mind was focused down a single path and it swallowed up everything along said path? In that situation, if you could resist the corruption of the mine, wouldn't the mine become a perfect haven of improvement? It would collect all sorts of light force and light force comprehensions for this person, and even start creating ores that would be perfect for the kind of treasures this person would most like to use. It was perfect. However, Leonel didn't need light force comprehension right now. He needed dark force comprehension and emulation spatial force comprehension. He thought about it for a moment and then shook his head. He was far more adept at crafting than this person. Honestly, now that this idea had been presented to him and the ores were here, he didn't need to wait for the mine to naturally take these steps of progression. So long as he mined the ores, he could create his own simulated training room. Since you don't need these, I'll take them. Leonel focused on a part of the array of rainbow colors that had a distinct darkness to them. Evolution ores were usually balls of gold, and they could easily be mistaken for the far inferior precious metal, but this area was tinged with darkness that almost made them look like unmined coal. Leonel was curious about who this person was. He had seen the crafting of Molexi and the Godlands. It was at a much higher level than this. This seemed to mean that this person wasn't from those large factions, or was at the very least only a peripheral member of them, and that made Leonel curious. This gave him many ideas, but whether any of them would bear fruit would depend on what origins this person had. Chapter 2454, Bonus Half-Baked Hacks. Bonus Chappie, thanks to Mr. Ham E326 without disrupting the little array the mysterious person had going here, Leonel began to mine the dark force-tainted evolution ore. The number was quite a bit and could only be measured in kilograms, as per usual. Anastasia, what do you think would happen if I dumped these in cleansing water? Would they become a purer version of whatever this mutation is? Or would they return to the original evolution ore they came from? It's hard to say, you'll probably just have to test it out. Leonel nodded. The deciding factor would probably be if these ores had fundamentally changed enough in character to become a new type of ore entirely. If not, the latter would occur, but if so, he might be able to create a far stronger version of what was in his palms now instantly. Well, this experiment will decide whether I continue to be a good person or not. Leonel smiled and tossed one of the ores into the segmented cube, then observed it from outside. There was a hint of a sizzle, and Leonel raised an eyebrow. It actually looked as though the ore was trying to fight back against the influence of the cleansing water. No, more accurately, it was trying to absorb the character of the cleansing waters as well, something that made Leonel chuckle. He had come a long way since Ina gawked at the fact he used cleansing waters to flush his toilet. He knew just how valuable these waters were now. It was doubtful that these cleansing waters came from the crafting of the Minerva race. It was more than likely that the reason the Minerva race picked Anastasia to craft the segmented cube in the first place was due to the existence of cleansing waters in the first place. If he was correct, everything else was secondary to its existence, and cleansing waters were definitely a huge deal. Speaking of which, Anastasia, you probably comprehend cleansing waters more than anyone else, right? You aren't holding back on me, are you? Lights first. Vala's snort echoed in Leonel's ears as he continued to watch the situation of the ore. You finally think to ask? You know, sometimes you can just tell me things out of the goodness of your heart. Anastasia laughed, but quickly stopped. It seemed that she felt that she would prefer to try and pretend to be stern instead. There's nothing much to explain. Like I said, my mind isn't as flexible as yours is. I might be able to speak and interact with you, but I'm ultimately a world spirit. I can only tell you that cleansing waters are the ultimate cleansers of the world. They have no match. Anastasia said this quite simply, but Leonel suddenly felt a hint of sadness. It didn't come from Anastasia, but rather himself. Sparks flew in his dreamscape, and connections he had ignored until now formed one after another. He had come across so many world spirits now, especially after the wars he waged in the dimensional verse. They were all simple blobs of instinct, each one not having thoughts of their own. He had always dismissed this as a matter for incomplete worlds. Anastasia was a world spirit from a complete world. She was different, no? But now, in this one conversation of hers, she first mentioned how odd her memory was and how, when she regressed, she lost much of the context of things. When she helped Leonel look for things, she could find them, but she couldn't analyze them and logically break things down like Leonel could. Even with her own cleansing waters, she could only give Leonel a rough description of it and couldn't even decide for him whether it would work for his plans or not. These all sounded like things that should frustrate Leonel, things that he should reprimand Anastasia for, but that wasn't how he felt at all. He just felt sad. All of these things made it feel like Anastasia was one step above a normal animal, but a step below a human. She could interact with the world on a higher level than an animal, but her mind was less flexible than a true intelligent being. Soon, Leonel's sadness turned to discontent. That Minerva race is filled with nothing but half-baked hacks, Leonel suddenly spat, his good mood spoiled. Anastasia was stunned. Why did he say that all of a sudden, and why was she crying all of a sudden? You idiot, the Minerva race was well known to have the greatest crafters to ever existence, she said between sobs. Action. Then existence is filled with nothing but half-baked slobs who could have never been allowed to pick up a force quill in the first place. What do you think, Tolliver? Bloop Bloop Tolliver had been mostly silent these days, but Leonel could tell that he was taking in this new world. The sights and feelings were all new, and Leonel could feel that the little guy was passively sucking up a large amount of force every second. Unfortunately, Leonel couldn't wear it as an arm sleeve like he liked to do before, in case it caused him trouble. But now he had gone back to doing so Tolliver heard him loud and clear. Although Leonel didn't say it in so many words, Anastasia understood his intentions quite well. One day he'd improve the segmented cube, and instead of Anastasia's prison, it would become her home. Leonel continued cursing under his breath as he mined. Best crafters in existence, my ass. They crafted Anastasia as the final hope to save their race, apparently. But this incomplete prison was the best they could do? The more he thought about it, the more furious he was. Anastasia slowly calmed down, and the two got their answer. The mutation had indeed progressed far enough, and the ore became an even purer form of what could now only be called dark evolution ore. Someone is coming, Anastasia suddenly said. An image of a young man wearing a pair of goggles that reminded Leonel a lot of Goggles' own pair appeared. He looked a bit flustered, and even a hint guilty, but the excitement in his eyes shone bright. Chapter 255 Destination. Leonel didn't really expect this. The young man was probably around his age, give or take a few years, but he still seemed bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. He was quite quick and seemed to have strength deep into the seventh dimension. Of course, that was at the standard of these complete worlds, so the weight of those words was much greater than usual. He hurried forward, rushing through the forest before stopping at his enclosure. He scanned the region carefully, then double-checked to see whether there was anyone else that had messed with his restrictions. When he found nothing, he nodded to himself, then finally slipped in. Leonel moved himself, sliding into one of the many offshooting tunnels of the mine. He was paying attention to the young man, but he didn't want to run into him just yet. This place was in the middle of nowhere. The nearest settlement should be Godland City, but it was quite a distance from there, at least a few thousand kilometers. Crossing that distance without a treasure like the segmented cube was impossible, not at the strength of this young man, that is. Between there would be countless dangers. Now that Leonel thought about it, the only reason he had survived in the wilderness the first time he came to one of these worlds was firstly because Oleodark City was so nearby, and secondly because he was in a relatively weaker part of the world where a sixth-dimensional family like the Oleodarks could be the overlord. But both things were untrue here. Not only was he a far-off distance from such a center of power, the Godlands were also located in a portion of this bubble world with the highest concentration of force. The dangers were unprecedented, and this mine was only one of many examples. The young man rushed into the core of the mine, slapping what looked like talismans across his body. Leonel assumed that these were methods of transferring the effect of a force art directly onto your body without a medium and without tattooing it into yourself. Fascinating, back in the Jones Zone, Leonel had had a force art etched directly into his skin, one that was meant to control him and potentially provide him with more force arts into the future. He didn't expect to see a far better method of doing the same here. These could have interesting applications in battle. Usually, force arts needed a medium to work. You couldn't just draw on in the air and hope for the best. The only thing Leonel knew of that was somewhat close to achieving this result was the Camelot magic system, but even then one was using the mage core as the medium. It was even better if you used a wand like Modred did. But the special material these talismans were made out of seemed to take the place of that medium for you. Leonel slotted this into the back of his mind and thought to take advantage of this in the future. This seemed to be another way to make maximal use of his crafting skill without needing a ton of materials. The young man paused, stunned for a bit when he saw the situation in the core of the mine. But soon, he smiled. As Leonel expected, his first assumption was that his previous methods were working well. After the young man double and triple checked the situation, he took out a shimmering mining tool and began to carefully hack at the other sections again. Seems he's patient. He wants to slowly peel away the other layers one by one until only light force is remaining. But that's interesting because I can't sense any light force affinity coming from this young man at all. Is he doing this for something else? It took an entire 2 days before the young man was finished. Truthfully, Leonel couldn't be bothered to watch for the entire time. The crafting methods were making him physically hurt, and the caution of the young man bordered on anxiety instead. It was good to be cautious, but when you were too cautious, it could easily become timidity instead. Leonel could guess a lot about the young man's character just from this alone. It was funny though. Goggles also had a very cautious character, but he was still far more valiant than this young man when he had to be. Though Leonel felt that he was being a bit harsh. The fact that this young man dared to come here in the first place was a sign that he had more than enough courage. When that 2-day period came to an end, the young man wiped the sweat from his brows with a forearm, stretching his back. Then he put the mining tool away and took a gaze at the talismans he had slapped onto his chest. It looked like they were just about to run out of juice, so it was time to go. He pivoted and rushed toward the exit. Leonel finally stepped out of the segmented cube as he rushed by. After waiting on the young man for a moment, he rushed after him. "Why are you following him?" Anastasia asked. Leonel smiled. "Intuition. You're not a woman." Leonel almost stumbled. You had to be a woman to have intuition now? Wasn't that sexist? Where was the justice? Leonel could only ignore the little fiery world spirit as he rushed after the young man, who Leonel realized now was actually quite fast. He didn't have light force, but he did have other talismans capable of increasing his speed a great deal. On top of that, he had more talismans to hide his presence. Even Leonel, due to the distance from which he was following, found it hard to focus on the young man's presence. Of course, Leonel wasn't lagging so far behind because he feared the young man. Rather, he had a healthy dose of caution toward where the young man might be going. When Leonel saw the destination, he raised an eyebrow. Chapter 2456. Fun. There was a vast expanse of wilderness. The mine was located in an oasis of sorts, a small patch of forest about 100 or so kilometers from edge to edge that also happened to have a few mountains that surrounded it. Outside of this oasis, though, the land was mostly barren. This was probably in part due to the evolution ore, another part due to the godlings hogging much of the force, and only finally due to the natural environment. But it was within this endless expanse of dull, unkempt, and dry lands that the young man kept running, and in the opposite direction of Godland City at that. Soon, Leonel could see the destination, probably even before the young man did, and it was mostly because of Anastasia, because it was simply too well hidden. He could have called this land a desert if not for the fact there was no sand. It was that barren. It was simply a wasteland. But within this wasteland, there was a hatch. It was too perfectly hidden, a 1 by 1 meter patch of perfectly covered land in the middle of nowhere. Even if you knew what you were looking for, it would be impossible to find without senses like Anastasia's. But even then, Anastasia would have overlooked it if not for the fact Leonel had told her to look closely. Leonel simply didn't believe that this young man would run any further. Not only was he nearing his limits, but the wilderness extended tens of thousands more kilometers. Whatever he was looking for had to be here, and he was correct. The young man rushed up to the inconspicuous piece of land, stomped his feet in an odd rhythm, and then the hatch opened up. He looked around, probably out of habit, then hopped inside. The hatch closed after him, and he disappeared from the world without a single word. Leonel stopped and didn't continue. According to Anastasia, there was an underground city down there, but he didn't have her observe it any more thoroughly. If the young man's strength was anything to go by, there was nothing impressive about this city. However, it was his turn to be cautious. Right now, he was too weak to just hope into enemy territory just to satisfy his curiosity. Plus, if there was someone who was accidentally alerted by Anastasia's sweep, he would be pissed. He knew that the odds there was anyone who could sense Anastasia was minimal, but since he didn't have the strength, there was no point in finding out. After confirming where the young man went, Leonel nodded to himself, then retreated. He had no intention of getting himself into another ridiculous situation he would have to escape from, at least not until he had more strength. He might as well break his dark force into the impetus state first. After that, he'd create more training rooms using the evolution ore. Once that was done, he'd probably take out the core of the mine and have Anastasia deal with it. It was a valuable resource. There was no point in leaving it here. Leonel returned to his cozy spot and finished crafting his dark force comprehension room. With the purified dark evolution ores, he could feel an insatiable desire around him, one primed for more darkness, greater darkness, seeking it and rejecting everything else. He sunk into a state of meditation, entering the dream plane. At that moment, the violent pulls were even more obvious and clear. He couldn't just feel exactly what the evolution ores wanted to accept, but also everything they wanted to reject. This gave him context that he had never had before, especially when he felt the dark force begin its attempt to suffocate his light force. It was then that he felt a flash of enlightenment and things changed around him. In the universe, darkness was the absence of light. At least this was how he had always been taught. However, after Leonel realized that it was his education as a human of Earth that held him back for so long when it came to his universal cycles, he chose to scrutinize every foundational piece of knowledge he had, thoroughly. For dark force, that led him down an interesting path, dark matter. Even modern-day Earth didn't have a thorough understanding of it. It supposedly made up the majority of all that was, and yet he never heard talk of it. Leonel felt that this meditation room he had created of black and gold crystals was tugging at this fabric as well. Dark force wasn't just the absence of light force, it was its own existence. It had its own meaning, its own character, and it was powerful. A flash of darkness pooled in Leonel's eyes, and his pale violet hair turned a deep magenta for a moment before it slowly pulled back. He exhaled a slow breath. His dark force affinity was especially high now that the dark northern star lineage factor had been awakened within him and the fact his scarlet star force innate node was dormant. So, Leonel wasn't surprised that he managed to step into the impetus state so quickly, though he obviously had this room he forged to thank as well. This place's help is minimal. I have a feeling that it should only be able to help me reach the middle impetus state at most. Beyond that, I would need something else, or have to improve the evolution ores. Leonel turned his attention toward the golden-scaled koi fish for the first time in a long while. He wondered, that's right, I should try to analyze the ability indexes of those two in the silver tablet as well, and see if I can help them improve. Hey, Alan, Leonel called as he stepped out from his training room. How free are you? I'm good, a voice came back. Leonel was probably easily thousands of miles from Alan, but thanks to Anastasia, they could talk like they were right beside each other. Good, let's go have some fun. Chapter 2457. Lit up. Leonel and Alan stood in a lab. Leonel realized after seeing the young man that he couldn't be the only crafter of his skill in his group. Alan was just as intelligent as him, or at the very least close. It would be a shame if he ended up like that goggle-wearing young man purely because he didn't have much guidance. So Leonel decided that whenever he was crafting and Alan had some time, he would take the latter under his wing. It wouldn't really cost him much of anything. He couldn't always be the one crafting as he had to focus on his training as well. Plus, if he trained Alan, then it would be easier to train others. Unfortunately, he couldn't duplicate his father's dictionary, and he didn't really want to even if he could, though it was a bit selfish. Ability Index, Energy Purification. Leonel moved a hand and the force art appeared before them. This was the ability of the koi fish, and it overlapped heavily with cleansing waters. The difference was that the koi fish could impact the external world while cleansing waters forced an internal process. Back then, the koi fish had been able to wreak havoc because it was able to swallow up a large amount of force and expel it, pulling all sorts of invalids toward the shores of Earth. Leonel had been rightfully pissed about that considering how many people died because it wanted a little more territory, but he had changed a lot since then. Regardless, he had always kept the koi fish by him because its synergy with the tentacle womb was perfect. Ability Index, Gene Replication. Leonel felt it was a shame. He had put so much effort into the creation of those demons, and though they were powerful, they were far too weak for what he needed now. The strongest specimen he had was that peak 6th-dimensional demon that had eaten him alive. That Cobra demon had been strong enough to rip the Void Palace to shreds even though it wasn't 7th-dimensional, but here, the playing field was more even. While it could still deal a blow to 7th-dimensional existences from weaker organizations, against his real enemies, the Godlins, the cults, etc., it wasn't enough. I've told you about these two before, right? Leonel asked. Yes, Alan nodded. Leonel had let him in on some of the secret projects he was working on a long time ago, and this was just one of them. The Silver Tablet 1/2 here is able to take the ability indexes of people, form them into force arts, and then project them for manipulation or study. Alan's brows shot up. This was about as much emotion as he usually showed. It was clear that he was completely stunned. This gene replication ability synergizes well with the purification one, but it's not complete. It takes too much energy, too much effort. Just the number of demons I have now took years to complete, and they're already useless. You want to create a more efficient force art, or ability index rather. Leonel nodded. I think the only path we have forward now is to stop relying on outside powers. It's finally time we create something of our own, and I think we have enough means to do it. Just Anastasia alone gives us enough. A light chortle echoed as Anastasia laughed arrogantly. He smiled and ignored the little world spirit. It's about time, Alan muttered. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? I mean, you had to get tired of getting kicked out of them at some point, right? Alan looked at Leonel, completely deadpan. Alan wasn't one to make jokes, and he was quite serious. But something about it, Leonel burst into laughter, patting Alan's shoulder. James put you up to that, right? Alan looked away, pretending not to hear the question, and Leonel could only grin. Then, with a wave of his hand, Leonel brought out something else. Ability Index, Body Clairvoyance Lineage Factor, unnamed. This first one is Ina's. This second one is mine. Leonel observed Alan. The latter tried to look at the force arts, frowned, and then blinked his eyes several times before pulling back. Leonel nodded to himself. As he thought, Alan had decent Dreamforce affinity as well. His problem was much like Leonel's in the past. Leonel had awakened to Dreamforce only after being introduced to it, but before then he had been using Soulforce like everyone else. For some reason, Dreamforce wasn't just naturally present in the body. He would help Alan out with that later, but first, Ina's ability index gives her perfect understanding of her body. She has a natural comprehension of exactly what she needs and what to do to improve. It's clear why this would be helpful. Much of the energy the tentacle womb wastes is in analyzing and restructuring genes. However, if it had a natural understanding of everything it ingested or could ingest like Aina, its efficiency would be increased by several measures. My lineage factor isn't immediately obvious as to its benefit. The first is the vitality. My lineage factor can turn both metal and fire into vitality, and it has a great deal of foundational vitality alone. But this is more of a secondary matter. What I'm most looking at is the portion of it that was once part of the Radix family's lineage factor. That part was able to use an odd bronze force to give life as well, in addition to incorporating one of the main force that the tentacle womb relied on, breaking force. Leonel took bits and pieces from both force arts, working slowly so Alan could follow his stream of logic. It took over a day, but he eventually had something he was happy with. How much energy do you think I'll need for this one? Leonel asked. There definitely isn't enough here, Anastasia said. Leonel nodded with a bit of a bitter smile. He expected this. The only reason it seemed so easy to fuse ability index and lineage factors earlier was because he was working with the lowest graded ones. But even the silver tablet needed energy to work. Disregarding Aina's ridiculously high-rated ability index, just his alone was a huge headache to provide energy for. He was trying to elevate the tentacle womb from the common grade all the way up to silver in one go. It would require much more than what he had now. But that was fine. He had mostly done this to guide Alan a bit anyway. Now, it was time he turned his focus to emulation spatial force. Then he could finally progress. After sending Alan away, he checked on Aina, then asked Anastasia another question. What do you think I should do to bring emulation spatial force to another level? Anastasia laughed. What's that supposed to mean? Leonel asked, confused. What's there to be confused about? Action, oh holy goddess Anastasia, please give me your esteemed guidance. Anastasia's laughter only got harder. Leonel could only pout. This woman was having too much fun at his expense. Okay. Aren't you a dream sovereign? And didn't I tell you, there's no one better in using space than me? Leonel's eyes lit up. Chapter 2458, bonus they called themselves. Bonus Chappie, thanks to Mr. Ham E3336 action Leonel had almost forgotten. All this time, Anastasia had taken on the task of guiding Hutch's grandson. Truthfully, even with the loss of his innate node's full influence on him, Leonel had still not forgiven Elorin. Hutch was his first mentor. Although the two had never seen eye to eye in the way of weapon forces, it could be said that it was because of Hutch's insights back then that Leonel eventually came around, fusing their paths into one understanding. At the same time, though, after losing his own father, he was well aware of the kind of spiral a person could fall into. There were many things that he had done in recent months that lacked any form of humanity or empathy. In a lot of ways, Elorin's actions were far more rational than his ever were. Plus, Time Force was so esoteric and difficult to understand. Although Elorin didn't have an innate node who knew how it affected him, what if, due to the fact Elorin was such a master of Time Force, he saw all streams of time as the same? What if the day he lost his parents hurt just the same today? What if he couldn't move past events like others could? Lightsavel. The more Leonel thought about how best to maximize his intelligence to deal with this new world he was in, the more he understood just how important understanding different forces could be toward that end, and after feeling the harrowing effects himself, he was even more inclined to have sympathy. Plus, there was a more human reason to keep Elorin around. Ultimately, he knew that Hutch had never had the heart to kill his own grandson. In all likelihood, he had fallen on his blade. How could Leonel spit on the final decision Hutch had made in his life? It simply wasn't his place to take Elorin's life. Let's do it, Leonel finally said after his mind stopped wandering. This wasn't the time to think about such things. He had to take this final step. A young man ran through a city that looked like a mix between a plumber's wet dream and the complex inner workings of a mechanical watch. Thick pipes and plumes of hot steam filled the skies while large interlocking worked to move everything along from the trolleys that littered the streets to the connecting bridges of more pipes overhead. If Leonel could see the scene of him rushing past the pedestrians and illegally hopping up and over buildings he shouldn't be, he would feel a wave of nostalgia. All of this felt too much like his Royal Blue Academy days, that simpler time in his life where he would commit a felony every day on his way to and then from school. The young man pulled his goggles down from his forehead as he entered a particular smoggy region before slipping into a sewer system. After several turns in the maze-like underground system, he finally ran in a bazaar filled with sweaty men oozing body odor and skimpily dressed, malnourished prostitutes. He ducked into one of the tents to find a woman who was in silent meditation. Although she was relatively average in appearance, she had a bearing that was far beyond most in the region, especially considering the unruly atmosphere. She didn't even seem bothered by the sounds of loud sex echoing from the neighboring tent as she opened her eyes. Her irises flashed with a golden light as she looked toward the young man before her. Eamon, why've you come again? Eamon put his hands on his hips, grinning. Sindra, I have the location of our engagement party all planned out. Clear your schedule exactly. He looked at his wrist, having forgotten that he had pawned off his watch for some extra talisman materials. Well, let's just say 3 weeks from now. I told you already that an engagement party is something you have after you're engaged. You don't hold it to get engaged. Eamon rubbed his dirty hair a bit embarrassedly, but chuckled anyway. Plus, haven't I already told you to forget about that sort of stuff? Do you understand what sort of responsibility comes with having a wife? Sindra started to lecture quite seriously. She might look young, but she was over 100 years old, almost 10 times Eamon's age. This young man was really too much. Hee, what responsibility? Won't Sindra just take care of me for the rest of our lives? Sindra was speechless. What kind of woman would fall into this sort of trap? I'm kidding. Eamon's eyes dimmed somewhat before he muttered under his breath. It's not like we have much time left anyway. A flash of pain appeared on Sindra's expression. How could she not know what Eamon meant? War was coming, and it would be people like them who suffered first. They looked like they were safe, but there was only so much food here, only so much water. Once the war broke out, they'd be finished, and the promises of those so-called leaders of theirs would. Sindra closed her eyes. When she opened them once again, she had regained her usual calm. She stood to her feet and walked past Eamon, patting his shoulder. Go find a girl closer to your age, little boy. Hopefully one less used and jaded. Sindra left the tent and Eamon rushed out, but she had already disappeared. Eamon shook his head. He knew that Sindra was exceptionally powerful, far more powerful than him. He didn't know why she stayed here at all, and he certainly didn't know if his efforts with the mine would even be useful to her, but he just wanted to do something for the girl he liked. Sindra walked slowly, but the distance she covered was incredible. She headed deep into the city, entering a region that many of the lower class couldn't dream of crossing into. This place was yet another core of human power. It was the smallest and the weakest, but it was one nonetheless. They called themselves the Slayer Legion. Chapter 2459, Bonus Make It Make Sense. Bonus Chappie, thanks to Mr. Ham E346 Leonel, had never felt such a steady wave of enlightenment come at him again and again and again. He felt that it was probably in part due to the fact that he had the Dreamforce affinity to take in so much of it in the first place, but the sheer amount of knowledge that Anastasia had access to was enough to leave him entirely speechless. The trouble was that Anastasia was a horrible teacher. In fact, even that might give her too much credit. He could only feel even more badly for Aloran than he already did. Anastasia's form of teaching was the equivalent of a professor throwing chalk at your forehead until you finally understood it all. For most, that didn't work. In fact, for most, they would probably shut down and forget about learning anything ever again. As though that wasn't bad enough, Anastasia had no ability to dumb things down either. Not only did the information come in a barrage, it was filled with PhD-level mathematical jargon that could make one's head spin. Honestly, Leonel only picked on PhD mathematics only because it was the easiest reference to him. Unfortunately, it was even worse than that. The current Leonel could write a different PhD-worthy dissertation once a minute for an entire day if he was so inclined. That level of math couldn't faze him. Lightsevil, Whirls, MB. But it was like he had been stripped of all his knowledge, sent back to when he was 3 years old and first learning about addition and subtraction, and then expected to do the same thing. In the past, Leonel would have blamed Anastasia for this. But after getting more context about her situation, he knew that he couldn't. Anastasia's mind didn't have the flexibility to help him more than this. It was up to him to take this gargle of information and try to focus it with questions. He realized that teaching required a flexibility of mind that she simply didn't have, not to mention the fact that teaching comprehension was nigh impossible. Luckily, it wasn't all bad. For one, for someone else, even if they were willing to sit through the grueling lectures, they wouldn't necessarily get the chance. Where else could you find such a large concentration of information about any other force? It made the Void Tower look and sound like a joke. At the same time, because she was a world spirit, Anastasia's method of passing on knowledge was very unique. Comprehension was complex. For example, even if Leonel told someone else his insights about the universal cycles, it would at best point them in the right direction. It wouldn't suddenly enlighten them akin to what he had experienced. The best analogy was school again. Subjects in middle school were incredibly difficult to most people who were of age. But if you took those same people who struggled with the subjects while they were of high school age and sent them back to middle school, it would suddenly become a breeze. These people hadn't suddenly become more intelligent, and they were probably struggling with similarly beveled high school subjects. However, they had progressed step by step, building a foundation of learning that could make what was once esoteric simple. The process was the most important aspect of comprehension, not the conclusion. Everyone knew what the word destruction meant, but not everyone could be a destruction sovereign. Due to this, just explaining something with words wasn't enough to help someone truly grasp something. Anastasia, though, was able to pour her insights directly into Leonel's mind. It wasn't just words or numbers or even force arts, it was a perspective. The mind of a world spirit was shocking to Leonel. It made his dream sovereignty seem more like a joke than anything else. However, he was still likely better suited than anyone else to withstanding this sort of pressure. And that he did, for several days, until he managed to focus his attention enough on just a few aspects. Emulation, spatial force, action. He felt that it had more potential than he was giving it credit for. He had only really looked at it for one purpose when he initially took it from that woman, and that was to project his dream force outside his body. However, he hadn't realized until now just how restricted he had been to Tayila's battle style. Because he had watched her use it, she naturally assumed that she was using it in the most optimal way. But was she? She was just a sixth-dimensional existence, a person he had long since surpassed by a large margin, although he had fallen down once more. Why should he be restricted to her methods? Then his mind drifted to universe. There were aspects of its complex force art that truly resonated with emulation spatial force. Leonel felt some snap within him, a radiant silver-gold aura beginning to erupt. Sindra walked into the tall building bursting with dark bronze pipes. It looked odd, its first floor far smaller than its largest floors. It was almost like dozens of misshapen and differently sized boxes were stacked on top of one another, and it was called a day. The guards were startled when they saw this woman, but they ultimately didn't say anything, even when she walked into a large meeting hall on the top floor, interrupting a meeting that had been raging for hours. It's impossible to know who it was, but we need to find out. According to our intel, someone dealt a fatal blow to those powers. The disappearance of the Godman Codex is just one matter. What's more important than that is the fact that the resources needed to build the farming zones have been destroyed. How do you know it was someone? You sound so sure. How could a person be both strong enough to force the fusion of 6 bubble worlds and yet weak enough to have to run away? You're not making any sense. The intel says it was a child. And that makes even less sense. Sidra, someone said calmly when the doors opened. The man had a head of fiery red and eyes just as blazing crimson. The aura he exuded was no doubt that of a Brazinger. And yet, he was here. Miel, Sidra replied softly. Chapter 2460 Bonus Blissful Ignorance. Bonus Chappie, thanks to Mr. Ham A356, nice of you to join us. These words seemed to carry a great weight of pettiness with them. If not for the fact Miel had said something, they would have ignored Sidra's appearance completely. It was clear that there were quite a number that were unhappy with this woman. Still, this unhappiness didn't spill over into anything more toxic than this pettiness. Without saying another word, Sidra took a seat by Miel and continued to listen to the arguments about nothing. Eamon's words had stirred something in her which caused her to come in the first place. But she knew that the reality was that there would be nothing of importance discussed here, just the same, circle-jerking nonsense. The Slayer Legion. Such a bold and imposing name, and yet it had been clipped of its wings long ago, and it was nothing but a bunch of bastards floating in the ether. Its only saving grace was that though these guys were assholes, they were still dedicated to the cause, or else they wouldn't be here. The odds that any one of them was a traitor was about as likely as the sun suddenly falling from the skies. The reason for this was quite simple. All of them were defectors, people who had left the most powerful organizations of the Human Alliance after learning of the truth behind the scenes. How could everyone be content with the status quo, content with knowing that most of the knowledge of the world was under lock and key in a vain attempt to stop the rise of others? Ultimately, most would fall in line and accept it. The tide was already so great in the other direction, how could they possibly choose to fight back against it? Those here were those stupid enough to try and say no to that status quo. Quite valiant no? In practice, yes. In real life, well, bullshit. The evidence is right here. Vivat Godlin roared out the words Leonel Morales. It was loud enough that even if you weren't trying to spy on the situation, you would have heard it. Miel, who was in the same sort of lull as Sidra, suddenly shot up violently, his palms slamming into the table. The burst of pressure was so great that the two men who were practically prepared to launch themselves across the table were forced back into their seats. Everyone was caught off guard. Miel was entirely too calm and collected to have any sort of outburst like this. He was so calm most often that many almost forgot that he was there if not for his obvious power. Speak, Miel commanded. The man adjusted himself and eventually frowned. He didn't like being commanded like this, but since Miel had spoken and rarely acted like this, he chose to let it slide. I said the words Leonel Morales were said. That's no expert we know of, and we have intel that this was a name used among the participants of the selection of those bastards pushed ahead by so much. Miel slowly sat back down, his brows furrowed into a tight frown. He was unhappy. Sidra hesitated amidst the sudden silence and looked toward Miel. You know him, Miel? Miel seemed to have something lodged in his throat. He's my daughter's ex-boyfriend. The group of men and women were speechless. All this commotion about such a thing? Other than Sidra, whose gaze dimmed when she heard this, the others didn't really know how to react. Miel shook his head, feeling a bit annoyed that he had to explain these things at all. First, he was annoyed by the change of events. For some reason, the selection took place far earlier than it should have. There should have been several iterations left before they took this step, and yet everything was accelerated. Now hearing the name of the kid he wanted to smack the ass of even in his dreams, he was doubly annoyed. That fist he had given Leonel really wasn't enough. Truthfully, he had only held back as much as he did because of his daughter. Hopefully, by now she was over him so he could really teach him a lesson. As for Aina, he wasn't worried. He had put in place his own contingency plans. So long as Yuri was by her side, due to her soul clairvoyance, Aina should get mistaken as a spiritual as well and removed from the selection. That was right. Part of the reason the demons were able to almost expose the human race for using higher-level races was because of the planning of their Slayer Legion. Although Sidra was quite jaded, it wasn't all bad. So long as his plans went well, Aina would end up in the world of spirituals, and it would be a long while before anyone sensed anything wrong. As for how he knew exactly what ability indexes and lineages factors Aina had, Didn't he also have a bronze tablet? Though he was not a wise Star Order, of course, Miel could have never guessed that Leonel would have a treasure like the segmented cube that the Human Alliance couldn't scan into at all. Nor could he have guessed that his daughter would have actually died long before his plan could kick in. As for where Yuri was now, it was impossible to tell as well. This father was in blissful ignorance, only thinking about kicking a certain kid's ass. How dare you make my daughter cry? Lightsymbol was stewing so much that it was difficult for anyone to even think properly, let alone continue the meeting. It seemed that this would be another fruitless get-together, Leonel roared, and emulation spatial force came off of him in waves. His thoughts seemed to manifest, and a dreamlike world took shape. All sorts of fanciful thoughts and memories falling into a glob of abstract art. On his arm, little Tolly glowed just as furiously. Emulation force, silver and gold, little Tolly, silver and gold. It felt so superficial, and yet it was this that made Leonel connect dots he hadn't before. Emulation spatial force. Was it just the far inferior version of infinity force? To be anything, to forge anything, to create anything, dot action emulation spatial force would never be infinity force. It was akin to trying to make a normal fire force into Scarlet Star Force. However, Chapter 2461 doubled. While emulation spatial force would never be infinity force, it felt like Leonel had gotten a peek under the hood, a small snapshot of what it would mean to comprehend this force. And that feeling filled him with both awe and trepidation. Infinity force was a truly beautiful force, as was emulation spatial force. They objectively moved with an elegance and radiated an aura that brought many closer to it. But when Leonel dove deep, he felt like there was something much more dark and sinister. Its shadows reminded him of the greed of the evolution ores, constantly looking for something to create, to improve. However, the problem was that something could never truly come from nothing. It broke the bounds of reality and shattered the laws of physics to even think of such a thing. Leonel suddenly understood, intimately at that, why it was that though the god beasts of creation gained and maintained an advantage in the start, it didn't last. Every time they created something, they snatched it from elsewhere. A great amount of creation, and a forceful push toward creating more and more, was just another form of destruction, and the two weren't all that different at all. It was a devastating sort of reality, but it was also a perfect example of how you came to comprehend something was far more important than how you comprehended it in the first place. Leonel had always known that there was no objective evil, force in this world. Even anarchic force was just another example of this. It wasn't needlessly cruel, it just did its job and broke down force into its simplest parts. You could even make an argument that anarchic force was the kindest force there was. At the very least, it didn't try to make Leonel die for it like those assaults on his mind he had experienced in the mind. Leonel had these thoughts the first time he learned about dark force as well. He chuckled when he learned that he had light force, feeling amused because there was so much fictional media on modern Earth that wrote of the clashes between light and darkness. However, in the end, one could even say that god-beasts of creation had more of a hand in the downfall of existence than god-beasts of destruction had. He had always understood that there was no objective evil force, and yet it was only now that it truly clicked and it elevated his emulation spatial force to another level. It was because of this comprehension that he had come to understand how his emulation spatial force was meant to be used. It needed a sacrifice. It needed an offering. It needed to take in order to give. Until now, Leonel had only been using it at half its properties. Whenever he used emulation spatial force, he imagined what he wanted to create, and then the spatial force aspects would create the form that he projected from his mind. However, this was the weakest method of using his force. He had to strip the surroundings of force, using his spatial force almost like a void creator, sucking materials in like a vacuum. Only then would his creations have real substance and real form. It would make them several times more effective and powerful. This was a bit of a hard transition to make for Leonel. Even though he had logically deduced things to this step, it still felt like he was missing something. His comprehension quickly stabilized at the lower impetus state, but his brows were still furrowed as his thoughts continued to spin. What was he missing? He felt that he was being silly. He wasn't supposed to understand everything thoroughly at this point. He was just in the lower impetus state, and there was still a large journey ahead. But it was bugging him. Lightsymbol. The comprehension wasn't as complete as what he had come to grasp when he finally stepped into the constellation realm, but that was expected as well. The constellation realm might be a beginning, but it was also the end goal for many. It was far beyond the impetus state alone, and the only reason Leonel could grasp it at all was because the cumulative comprehensions of the entire Morales family had pooled together to create it. Even so, he couldn't shake off the feeling. Use it like the void? Something about that is, Leonel trembled. He had almost made the same mistake again. His first mistake was in mostly using the dream force to manifest his creations and not enough on spatial force. And now, he had done the vice versa. Now he was relying too much on spatial force to do the taking. Shouldn't dream force be taking something as well? He kept trying to separate the aspects of dream force and spatial force into two separate entities. This was a mistake he had made time and time again with several of his forces by now. But he had to remind himself, a force wasn't the sum of its parts, it was beyond that. It was an existence all to itself. A force was the pinnacle of the life grade. It was a new creation. Dividing it into its parts was convenient for people like him to get a grasp of it in a rudimentary state, but unless you could bring both or its multiple parts together to work together toward the same goal, you would never allow the force to display its greatest power. He had to use both dream and space to create. He had to use both dream and space to form the sacrifice. What was the impetus state? It was the representation of the second dimension, the state wherein the impetus of life could be found. A step beyond that was the first dimension impetus of creation itself. Even the regulator could not return to it. Even the regulator could not take from it. Leonel suddenly understood that emulation spatial force, in its strongest state, would have to be taken from the first dimension. Leonel's aura suddenly doubled in presence and then doubled again. Chapter 2462, Poverty. Leonel knew that this was impossible. Emulation spatial force was not infinity force, and it was likely that even infinity force could not do so. But he understood now how dream force could take. Space would become the root of his current world. Dream would become the root of the second dimension, the impetus of life itself. His dream plane was precisely the access to the second dimension that he needed, and it would be the truest form of taking that he needed. Lower impetus state, middle impetus state, higher impetus state, peak impetus state, peak impetus state, half-step life state. Leonel took so many leaps forward at once that his presence became suffocating. Just sitting there, he emitted more pressure than the likes of Mo Lexi or Vivek ever had, and his emulation spatial force directly became the strongest force he had. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that his innate node was now dormant, he might be able to use that innate node to push his comprehension into the legendary life state. However, after his recent comprehension, Leonel's understanding had deepened so considerably that he didn't immediately leap to that. It was impossible to create something from nothing. Whenever his innate nodes acted to do this, they were taking something from him, tying him down in some way. This might be the reason why even El Rion was so hesitant about adding innate nodes to himself. There would always be something to give back. It might be best to use his innate nodes like large wells of force and sources for comprehension rather than as a boost to power. This would be the best way to protect his future. Leonel's eyes opened, and they flashed with a dense silver gold that only slowly faded after a long while. He exhaled. He had finally done it. He had finally completed the 3 tasks his father had asked of him. In truth, it had only taken a couple of months, and most of that time had been spent running for his life and guiding others. Maybe he had given his father too harsh a critique for setting the standards so high. However, that made him worry about what the next requirements would be. Leonel took the dictionary out, albeit somewhat nervously. He knew this old man would try to screw him over. He could feel it coming. Separate soul from body complete. Reach impetus state. Complete reach the constellation realm. Complete ping method. Unlocked final destruction action. Leonel looked at this silently for a while. He never really knew what method of combat his father used. When he was fighting Anselma and the other emperors, he had been toying around with them and never used any actual skills. It was only when he sensed King that he got serious, but by then he only used a single strike far beyond Leonel's comprehension. Other than that, he had never seen his father fight, and it was hard to get an understanding of him due to that. He could have probably asked Anastasia. Though the context of her memories were gone, the memories themselves were still there. But he had chosen not to. There really wasn't a point. Leitsnivel, not when this would tell him. Final destruction. Leonel began to read it, but almost instantly came to the end of it, and what he saw made him shake his head and sigh. He knew it was coming. He just knew it. But did it really have to be like this? Final destruction was a technique of accumulating force and moving through the dimensions. It seemed to also temper the body beyond normal techniques as well. Leonel wasn't really worried about this. Dimensional cleanse was always a technique that had been compatible with others. Leonel had actually been missing out on some of his potential by not finding another method to use along with it. Another example of his laziness coming back to bite him. What he was left speechless about were the requirements. First off, the minimum requirement of this technique was to be a destruction sovereign. That was fine. He didn't mind. He was born with that ability anyway. However, the rest of the technique, or rather the small part of it that he was allowed to read at the moment, was truly headache-inducing. Ignoring the matter of destruction, the point of the technique seemed to form the nodes into an amorphous blob. Rather than having hard and faceted locations, they would be transported into a different space almost like the dream plane or the shadow plane, a location of endless destruction. The problem was that you were supposed to create your 10th node, then use the anarchic force conjured from that to influence this separate plane. As though using anarchic force to do this wasn't absolutely insane enough, the amount of resources that it took to take just a single step in this technique was asinine. You were essentially forming your own realm of destruction, relying on the minor life state aura that your destruction sovereignty gave you. According to this explanation, it seemed that the shadow world and dream world weren't exactly natural. No, they were, but rather the society, rules, and regulations created around them were. There was no reason that some sovereigns would have such worlds and others wouldn't, other than the fact that some worlds were more convenient to enter and create than others were. For destruction to create something, well, the difficulty could be imagined. But after his recent comprehension, Leonel didn't find it absolutely ridiculous either. If creation needed to take and essentially destroy to do the same, why could destruction not do the vice versa? The main issue was that it needed to do a whole lot of destroying before it could get there. According to the technique, you needed the equivalent of about 1,000,000 kilograms of reinforced Urbi ore and an equivalent amount of evolution ore to open just one node. Reinforced Urbi ore, that was about 100 million kilograms of the unrefined kind. The worst part was that they all had to be of the fifth dimension at worst. He hadn't even started, and he felt poor. Chapter 200463, What to Do? Leonel sighed. At the very least, there was a bright side. He had coincidentally found an evolution ore mine just a few days ago. Although it would mean stealing it from that young man, well, he didn't really have a choice, now did he? The reinforced Urbe ore was a bit more troublesome, but it would be manageable so long as he refined it himself. It would be far cheaper as well, though far better if he could likewise find a mine. At that point, it would just take time and effort. Luckily, Urbi ore mines were far more common than not. With Anastasia, he should have a good chance of finding one relatively quickly. He'd also have to do some analysis on the evolution ore mine to see if it had enough evolution ore. 1,000,000 kilograms was far too exaggerated. It was hard to say if the mine had 10 million kilograms worth. In addition, the fifth dimension was just the lowest requirement, but the technique mentioned that it could be improved in the future. That meant that if Leonel could manage a higher dimension, he should do so. He took a breath and exhaled. After some thought, he stood and vanished. Kira sat in silence. She had been a bit aimless in the last few days. Oren had been her best friend, her elder brother, her father figure. Now that he was gone, she didn't really know what to do. She sensed someone land by her and she looked over to find that it was Leonel. She tried to force a smile, but tears came out of her eyes instead. She hurriedly looked away and wiped them, looking back out toward the seemingly endless ocean of cleansing waters before her. She didn't really blame Leonel. Though this was the first time he had come to see her, much like everyone else she could tell that there was probably something horrible going on outside. They weren't as clueless as Leonel liked to think. Plus, she had only met Leonel once before. It wasn't like they were extremely close or anything. Since he had something more important to do, it wasn't like she could demand his time. "I'm sorry for not being there," Leonel finally said. "I just want you to know that if I could have been, I would have been." Kira's eyes dimmed somewhat, and she nodded slowly. Bitter tears fell, and she hiccuped, hugging her legs to her body. "Leitsnivel, I will make sure the person responsible pays a horrible price." Leonel's voice remained even, and these were the last words he said for over an hour. He just sat there, listening to Kira cry. It seemed that it was only now she felt assured enough to let all those bottled-up emotions out. It was a long while until she could slowly begin to breathe properly again. "Come with me," Leonel said, putting a hand on Kira's shoulder. In a flash, they appeared in a different region. Compared to the beauty of the rest of Anastasia's world, it was practically a desolate wasteland. A ring of mountains separated them from the outside world, forming a restriction of sorts, and there was a world of absolute darkness. Kira froze. She was completely shaken as she saw the two corpses that lay within, corpses that filled her with absolute despair. No, there was a third being here, a little mink that curled up on the smaller corpse, a bubbling bundle of shadows. Even in death, this corpse seemed to still want to destroy everything around it. From time to time, an arm would slap at the little mink, but it would phase right through. They say that many who see the Void Beast for the first time will fall into an endless well of despair. Some die directly. Some, even after they manage to escape or extricate themselves, will still end up committing suicide. It's a bit unfair of me to bring you here, but I had a feeling that you would want to if you had the choice. In the past, you gave me that vial of Void Beast blood, and it helped me a great deal. Today, I'll give you this opportunity. I hope that I will see you again." Leonel vanished. Was it irresponsible to push this onto Kira, especially when her mind was already in a state of turmoil? Yes, he could admit that. However, his comprehension of the complexities of the human mind had taken an enormous leap forward thanks to his dream sovereignty. He believed in Kira. Ramon was lost in his own world. His metal spirit continuously formed up the Urbe ore in his palm and then crushed it before creating something again and then repeating. Leonel watched from afar and sighed again. He didn't need to guess to know that Ramon had lost Valerie, his right-hand woman and presumably someone he wanted to make his wife. He didn't look as distraught as Kira, but this sort of daze was something that Leonel was intimately familiar with. His body was moving on autopilot so that his mind wouldn't have to think about it. He was doing everything he could to try and forget it all, and yet the scene kept replaying in his mind again and again and again. "Is there really nothing we can do?" Leonel asked Anastasia. The idea that so much of the Morales family had died both filled Leonel with rage and helplessness. Action. Many of them are weak, but if you're right about this being a scheme of the demoness, then her influence is all over this. It's hard to say if it would be just as easy due to that. Anastasia had been technically able to reach back in time and resurrect Ina's mother, something she would have succeeded in had Ina not entered the seventh dimension, supposedly. But then again, hadn't Ina's mother died due to higher dimensional beings? Or was that not the case? This matter got very complicated very quickly. Originally, he hadn't wanted to resurrect Hutch so he wouldn't have to explain to Ina that this was possible at all, but what to do? Chapter 26464, Bonus Minds. Bonus Chappie, thanks to Mr. Hammy 3666, Leonel had grown up on modern Earth. Due to advanced technology, it was extremely rare for someone to die sooner than they should. Life expectancy was easily 2 to 3 times more than it had been on ancient Earth, and everyone, for the most part, lived healthy lives. Although there was something like the floating islands that separated the haves from the have-nots. Honestly speaking, Leonel never minded them. Even on a floating island, he had lived in a large suburban home with tons of space. In a way, it was even better to live on a floating island than it was to live on the surface, until that fateful day came, of course. Leonel had always had his father, and back then he didn't care much for the memory of his mother, so he had never lost anyone until recently. But these days, it felt like he was losing important people around him all the time. Oren had been a man he knew for a brief time, but his selflessness moved Leonel. He was willing even to give up the right to fight for airship so long as he could keep his family together. Valerie was a woman he had only known for a short time as well, but her plight was one he understood, mostly because he had originally begun his journey of becoming a king precisely to pick people like her. Valerie had talent, but she wasn't born with 2 lineage factors. As such, though she had aspirations of becoming the matriarch of the Morales family, she wasn't allowed to participate as an heir and could only follow Ramon in. She worked very hard, but she could never reach her goals, and that was the plight that many were in. The world was a cruel place, and hard work could only get you so far. It wasn't lost on Leonel that even he could only reach this step because he had been lucky enough to be born with the talent that he had. Without the influence of his future self bearing down on him, having shed at least some of that near baseless arrogance of his, he could see it more clearly than anyone. He could be confident in coming out of any situation because he had Dreamforce affinity that surpassed anyone he had ever met. He could return to the 3rd dimension and rebuild his foundation from the ground up because he had a grandfather that had the means and the willingness to sacrifice for his sake. He could stand here, overlooking the tears of others only because he had a father who was willing to give his life to give him just the slightest sliver of a chance. He was lucky. He had shed a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, but he knew that this was the truth. Suddenly, he remembered that feeling of sheer loneliness. Selfishness, Leonel thought to himself, looking away from Ramon and into the skies. That was the first thing he had learned about himself, that he was a selfish person. Even when he chose to become a king, it probably had less to do with wanting to save people, and more wanting to avoid ever having to feel that guilt he experienced in the Valiant Heart Zone again. As he continued to grow, he felt that selfishness wasn't unique to him, it was something everyone had. It was a childish, immature character that was baked into all living creatures, purely for the sake of evolution. He had never shed his future self before, so how could he mature in the way he should? That selfishness had simply been carried along with him, even to the very day he could stand as a grown man on his own. Action. He remembered his words to Alan about creating an organization of his own, and then he shifted his focus. Rather than doing it for himself this time, he would do it for Ramon and Kira and everyone else. It wasn't some vain hero complex to save the world, he just wanted to keep those close to him safe so that they'd never have to look into the distance with those dull, lifeless eyes again. Anastasia, you've witnessed all the lessons my father passed down to me, right? Pass those lessons on to Ramon, just make it a game. No need to make it obvious that I'm the one sending those things his way. I'm sure you can manage, right? Easy enough. Most of those lessons were lectures that Leonel had slogged through in the lab setting. He could remember them like they were yesterday. Honestly, he still hadn't finished those lectures yet, but what he had gone through was enough for Ramon to chew on for a long while. Let crafting be his escape. As Leonel left, his eyes flashed with a frighteningly cold light. Demoness, Human Alliance, Spirituals. Anastasia, expand your scanning radius through the ground. Avoid that underground city for now. I need to find Herbe ore deposits. They need to have at least 1 billion kilograms and preferably be at least of the 7th dimension. That's easy enough, but you're aware that all of those kinds of places have already been found, right? All the better, Leonel said calmly. I'm in a bad mood anyway. Okay, Anastasia replied. Though she said this, she did her best to look for unoccupied minds. Due to this, she lagged behind by several hours and could only sigh at the ultimate result. The closest I could find with 1 billion kilograms worth of unmined Herbe ore is 5th dimensional, of course under the control of the Godlins, as they all are. It's being patrolled by a troop of 7th dimensional existences. There are about 3 dozen of these. Each one has at least 1,000 such powerful existences and are led by 1 8th dimensional existence. There are about a dozen 6th dimensional, Anastasia continued to list them, and every step up she went, the security was even more terrible. It made sense. The Godlins were prepared for war, and Herbe ore wasn't just currency, it was the most important strategic resource to any power. Even the 5th dimensional ones were under such lock and key. You know, Leonel, we can choose a different approach. Weren't we talking about resources you would want me to grow here? If you find the core of the mines, I could probably grow a mine of that size in a few months. Lightsfall Anastasia was rightfully worried. If Leonel only needed 1 batch, it would be easy enough. But Leonel needed to mine 1 billion worth of kilograms to have enough once the ore was refined. There was no way he wouldn't be noticed because you couldn't just sneak that amount of ore out from under the noses of so many powerhouses. Leonel looked toward little Tolly. The little guy did have the ability to produce ores, but after his breakthrough, Leonel was certain that much like everything else, it didn't come without a price. If he really asked little Tolly to produce that much, would he still even have the little guy? Plus, little Tolly could only produce up to 6th dimension ores right now. Leonel was a little reluctant to take that sort of risk with his partner for an insignificant gain. After some more thought, he focused on the 5th dimensional mines, one step at a time. Once I'm more powerful, I can easily reforge the destruction world with stronger materials. It's okay, when have I ever let you down? Leonel said. Show me the layouts of the 3 dozen 5th dimensional mines. I'll have to pick carefully. Chapter 2465, Stroll Bang. A man slammed his palms onto a sturdy table. Lightsnivel, this is starting to get ridiculous. We don't have the manpower to waste on this. The demons are already starting to become more brazen. We lost a squadron while trying to scout out that region already, and several more in the last few days. How are we supposed to spare the manpower to look for a brat? Sergeant Amon was absolutely furious, but he couldn't take out his rage on his higher-ups, so his subordinates could only sit here and let him vent. His life was pretty leisurely, usually, or rather, it had been in the past. As an 8th-star expert, there was very little that he couldn't have. However, in the past few months, maybe even years now that he thought about it, everything was going to shit. First, he had actually been sent to oversee these mines. This was usually a job that would be handled by mostly 5th-star folks and maybe a sprinkle of 6th-star. In fact, many of them were just pawned off to the lesser forces in the surroundings, and they were allowed to keep a small portion of what was mined over the years. But now he had to stay here year-round and defend against demons, putting his life on the line all the time. He had been born a talent, his life had been easy from day one. When had he ever suffered this sort of hardship? Unlike the Vast Bubble, the Godland's bubble wasn't in nearly as terrible a state. The Vast Bubble's integration had started off half-complete. Even when Leonel went there were bits and pieces of the demon world overlapping with it, causing them to have to set up defensive fortresses at all the contact points. The Godlands were luckier in this regard, and they didn't have to worry about this matter. And with Vivok's focus on his other plans, not to mention the incomplete worlds, the edge that his experts had outside of the Godland's true center of power was limited. Eventually, Sergeant Amon calmed down and stood to his full height. His beard rustled beneath his hot breath, sparse strands of gray making him look more aged than he was. It seemed that these past few years of stress had really been taking a toll on him. Fine, he waved at his subordinates. Send out another squadron of 5. But Sergeant Amon glared at the soldier trying to talk back. He knew what the latter wanted to say, but he didn't have the patience for it. 5 definitely wasn't enough, but who cared? When the demons came, they'd thank him for his decision. Of course, Sergeant Amon had no idea how important what the Godlands lost was. The Godland Codex was practically the lifeblood of their ancestors. How could they give up on trying to find Leonel? Leonel observed this matter from a distance and nodded himself. This would be the one he chose. First, they had a mostly incompetent leader, but that was less important. Truthfully speaking, he didn't need the leader to be incompetent because the main problem that these leaders posed wasn't their brains, but rather their actual strength. If Leonel wanted to mine an entire mine's worth and come out unscathed, unless their leader was as lacking as a baby in a cradle, it would be impossible. Eventually, he would be caught no matter what. No, the real reasons he picked this mine were different. For one, it was a relatively new mine. Second, it was multi-layered. Third, it was a great distance from Godland City. Because it was a new mine, all of the tunnels had yet to be perfectly mapped out. In addition, they were still working on the closer sections. There was no need to move too deeply, as that would just make things difficult on the for no reason. It was multi-layered as well, meaning that the tunnel system could be separated into tiers or floors for a total of 3. There was the shallowest layer, a middle layer, and a bottom layer that was easily 100 meters underground. Action. At the moment, the largest concentration of people were in the first layer. It would probably take several more decades before they even thought about focusing on the second layer or deeper. It was definitely a large mine. Unfortunately, there were some things that would still make this matter troublesome. For one, they were still running scouts through the second and third layers. From time to time, they would fight off beasts that had called the mine home for what probably had to be at least centuries. This would keep the miners of the first layer relatively safe, though some danger was still there. Of course, another reason there were such scouts was to stop others from taking advantage of the vastness of the mine to pocket some of the resources for themselves. Secondly, there were what seemed to be researchers in the deeper portions of the mine. Because it was still relatively new, they were still trying to understand the true depth of the mine. After all, they didn't have Anastasia. After listening to their conversations, Leonel knew that they had only found the third layer many years after the second layer. So, much of the time had been spent thinking that there were only 2 layers. Right now, they were doing their due diligence to make sure that there wasn't a 4th layer. Of course, Leonel knew that there wasn't one, but they didn't know that. Now just need to sneak in, Leonel thought. Leonel took out a device and bound it to his arm. At that moment, his outward showing of the 5th dimension changed and his aura became that of a 7th dimensional existence. At the same time, a shimmering and thin film of emulation spatial force took shape over his body, and his presence in the eyes of others became identical to one of the soldiers who had just been sent out by Sergeant Amon. Then Leonel boldly strolled into the encampment. Chapter 2466, Actus. Hey, Actus, weren't you sent out on a mission? Haha, I managed to pawn it off on some rookie, Leonel laughed uproariously. Actus was a burly man with a rotund belly. He was quite friendly with a lot of people here, and he was probably the last person one should try to impersonate, and yet Leonel had still chosen him. As expected, everyone seemed to notice his presence pretty much immediately, but this was what he wanted. You dog! The soldier laughed and shook his head. Well, it's not all good. He took my task, so now I gotta take his and scout the mines. Ooh! The soldier put up his hands and waved them about in mock fear. The horror. You must be pissing in your boots. Actus grinned and patted the soldier's shoulder. Maybe if you were as charismatic as me, you'd have an easier time than standing on your feet all day. Fuck you, bastard. I have better things to do than flirt with men all day. The two laughed and walked by one another, Actus into the mines and the soldier making way for him to enter. Leonel smiled to himself as he entered the mine. That was quite easy now, wasn't it? His ability to disguise himself was obviously quite new, and it was one of the outcomes of him diverting away from Tyela's method of using the innate node. Of course, if he could create clones of himself in the past, this was quite easy. In truth, this method was even more effective than a skin mask or even a force pill capable of changing one's appearance. That was because he was acting directly on the minds of others. His actual appearance hadn't changed at all, but in the minds of everyone who saw him, he was a completely different person. The only way you could see through it was if you were a Dreamforce expert, and you had to be one of greater skill and within greater affinity than Leonel himself. Of course, it had to be a combination of the two, meaning so long as one had greater skill, even if their affinity was lesser, he would be seen through. However, in this place, that wasn't something Leonel had to worry about. Leonel slipped through quite well thanks to his uniform and looks. The first layer was filled with miners. They were part of an expected demographic, people of not much strength and very little options. They wouldn't be the kind to dare to stop Leonel even if they felt that something was wrong. The trouble would come in trying to enter the second layer. However, luckily, they had only found 3 of the 4 entrances to the second layer. So long as he didn't have to explain himself to the guards of the second layer entrances, it would be easier. He rounded a corner and vanished in a great flash of speed, instantly winding through a maze of corners and swerving tunnels until he found the 4th entrance. With a stomp, the thin layer of wall shattered. Using his Earth Force, it was a simple matter to build it back up once again. He realized that Earth Force was often an afterthought for him, and he didn't use it often enough in battle. But as was normal for him, he quickly threw this to the back of his mind as he continued to move forward. His comprehension of Earth Force was quite deep, though. Ever since he had come to understand the importance of minerals in his body, it had fused quite well with his improvement in life force comprehension. It was a simple matter to. Leonel came to a pause. It seemed that the trouble was coming already. However, with a calm expression, he walked around a corner. Halt! Leonel turned around as though he hadn't noticed the group first. Actus? What are you doing here? Leonel chuckled. Aren't I doing the same thing you all are doing? You know the rules. You're supposed to scout in pairs. I'll have to write you up. Leonel rolled his eyes. You're always such a stickler for rules, Grimy. My name is Grim. Ah, right, much better. Grim's partner covered his mouth, stifling a laugh. Grim, however, was not amused. Lights will follow us. We will be reporting this matter up. Action. All right, don't be such a Scrooge. Grim's partner finally stepped in. What'd you get yourself caught up in this time, Actus? Haha, Leonel scratched the back of his head. Well, I didn't want to go on a non-mine scouting mission. They want us chasing after that Leonel Morales brat everyone's been in an uproar about. I just swapped places with a rookie, but the kid didn't tell me who he's partnering with or anything, so I've been flying blind. Grim's partner laughed. Typical, just like you. Tell you what, Grim, you go report this guy and I'll be his partner. That's unacceptable. I can't be alone either, it's against the rules. The 3 of us should go back and report this immediate. Leonel suddenly moved, and the 2 were entirely caught off guard. Grim's partner was hacked in the throat, and he keeled over, his eyes bulging. At the same time, Leonel drove a shin up Grim's groin. Grim foamed at the mouth and fell to his knees, his eyes rolling to the back of his skull. With swift motions, Leonel threw both of them into the segmented cube. Then, his appearance changed. He took Grim's appearance, and to his side, a clone with his partner's appearance took shape. It all took place quickly and suddenly. He moved through the second layer with ease. There were even more passages to the third layer that hadn't been discovered, 3 in total. However, Leonel didn't pick one of them immediately. The third layer was the deepest, but it was also the largest and the one with the least tunnels. It was 80% an enormous open pit. If he just fell into the third layer now, he would be exposed instantly. He needed to use a different method. Chapter 2467 Den Leonel had Anastasia project the full situation of the second layer to him. Then, he burst into action again, walking along the path along with his clone. He nodded toward several passers-by. Because he was Grim, he didn't really have to make fake conversation with himself either. He just continued to silently go about his task until he found what he was looking for, a den. Around the corner, just past his shoulder, there was a den of wolves. These Earth Force-wielding wolves had called this place home long before the Godlings found this mine, and they had yet to be completely cleared out. There were still several pockets of them in the second layer, and their concentration in the third was even greater. Leonel chuckled to himself. What he was about to do was a bit ridiculous, but why not? He might as well have some fun. Light CVL bashed, his clone vanished, and emulation spatial force sparkled around him again. Then, he became an Earth Force wolf, standing at over 2 meters tall. Of course, he was still standing on 2 legs, and it was once again just a projection to fool the perceptions of others, but it would be perfect nonetheless. Taking a deep breath, Leonel deployed Domain, flooding it with his impetus state Earth Force. Since he had just had a thought about how he needed to use this force of his more, why not now? This couldn't have been a more perfect opportunity. Right now, he was just using the outermost shell of Domain. He hadn't really practiced using this technique at all since he had been so focused on raising his forces to the impetus state, so he only had a basic understanding of it. However, this result alone would be enough to leave the Godlings shell-shocked. In complete worlds, techniques that took the shape of force arts were not the norm. Usually, they were inscribed in booklets and passed on. It could be said that any technique in the form of a force art was not only exceptional, but it was also far more difficult to learn. Unfortunately for the Godlings, it was the opposite for Leonel. A technique in the form of a force art was even easier for him to grasp. Maybe if it had been written out, it would have taken him even longer to reach this state. At that moment, Leonel moved forward. The Earth Force wolves all stood at attention immediately. The clearing was of a decent size, being at around 15 meters. There was a thick stench in the air that bordered on something foul, but wasn't quite that. It was closer to mustiness and humidity. There were just over half a dozen wolves within, and at the helm there was one that was clearly larger than the rest, standing at almost 3 meters. These Earth Force wolves were all quite beautiful creatures. They had dense, thick black fur. Their eyes radiated a shimmering bronze color that almost looked like ambrosia, and their claws reflected the look of glossy black steel. Their bodies were powerful and explosive, but rather than speed, they seemed to fuse with the earth beneath them, making them steady and hard to walk. In their eyes, Leonel was similar, but the bronze color in his eyes was even sharper and far brighter. At the same time, as he moved, they felt that the earth that had always been so close to them was being ripped away from their control, strong. In their simple minds, this was all they could think. Leonel stalked forward, his gaze focused on the Alpha, who had already stood to its full height. Although it loomed over Leonel, somehow, in the eyes of the rest of the pack, they looked to be equally matched. Leonel released a growl, doing his best not to burst into a fit of laughter. He was lucky no one else could see this. Anastasia burst into waves that echoed in his ears, making it hard for Leonel to keep his composure. Action. Hey lady, I'm working here. I'm going to need you to. Ina, come look at this. I can't. Leonel shook his head. It seemed he wouldn't have the chance to hide this one. So, instead of drawing it out, he pounced. The Alpha Earth Force wolf howled in response, leaping forward. Their bodies clashed in the air and the earth reverberated, but the wolf was sent flying. Domain was able to suppress the forces of others and their overall strength, for that matter. But when you used the same force as your enemy, there was a hidden boost within that made it even more effective. Plus, these wolves were barely 7th dimensional, and not one had an impetus state force. Using Domain at all was overkill, but Leonel didn't have the time to waste, and he also didn't want to risk injuring himself too heavily either. His body was a liability at this point. He rushed forward and pressed a foot against the wolf's neck, though from the perspective of the other wolves, it looked as though he was pressing down a paw. Then, he unleashed a howl beneath the chorus of laughter that had suddenly become his backdrop. Unbelievable, Leonel thought to himself. And here, I'm just an honest man trying to become stronger to protect those I love. A man can't do anything in this world without being ridiculed. That laughter only came in more waves. Leonel smiled and shook his head, pulled his foot off of the Alpha's neck. Well, at this point, he was the Alpha now, no? This system didn't work like the Beastman Dimensional Verses did. There was no magical connection between them. It just worked the same way everything else in the animal kingdom did. The strong won and the weak followed. The Alpha weakly stood, its head lowered so far that its snout almost touched the ground. Leonel nodded in satisfaction and turned to leave. However, not before he gave the wolves a glance that clearly meant, follow me. It was time to kick up a storm. Chapter 2468 Retreat. A beast tide. There's a beast tide. Grim came running down the corridor, clearly having lost his partner. His words caused the eyes of the others to widen, and the commotion filled the minds. Shit. This hasn't happened in years. What the hell? There's a new Alpha. I'm not sure what's going on, but we need to clear everybody out. They're going crazy. The pair of soldiers across from Leonel were guarding one of the entrances to the third layer. They went by Slim and Spam, a pair of twin brothers who usually took on these sort of missions together. It was hard to tell if this was their real pair of names, or if it was because Slim was indeed quite skinny, and Spam looked like he had a can at the ready to eat every hour, on the hour. Wait, Grim said when the two looked like they were ready to run. We need to report this to the research scout team and lead the evacuation. What do you think you're doing? Slim and Spam knew Grimm's personality and understood that he was a stickler for rules, so they weren't surprised by this in the slightest. They had indeed almost made a mistake. If they didn't alert the research teams, they'd probably die. Damn it, Spam spat, his large belly rolling. He really didn't want to do this. Leonel smiled on the inside. This was why Sergeant Amon's incompetence was important. Grimm was a stickler for rules, but there were too many unprofessional parts of his legion. Actus was just one. Grimm's partner had been willing to sweep it under the rug. The soldier that let Actus into the mine in the first place was also willing to do so, and now these pair of twins were cursing about having to do their duty. Actual discipline was few and far between in this troop, and it only made Leonel's job easier. Come, we need to report. Grimm led the two brothers into the third layer and quickly met the research teams. As Leonel had seen through Anastasia, the third layer was a vast and open chasm for the most part. If not for the first and second layer, it could have very easily been an enormous open-air mine. The moment they crossed that threshold, though, they saw that the research teams were already being attacked. Each one was in a different corner of the enormous underground catacombs and barely being protected by the soldiers that had followed them down. Leonel, leading Slim and Spam, immediately hopped into the fray. Though the twins were lazy, they were still powerful seventh-dimensional existences, so with their help, one of the research teams was freed immediately. Go, Leonel roared. Retreat. The trio left the research team to retreat and zoomed toward the second group. This one was an even more troublesome situation, as there was a particularly powerful alpha fighting amongst them. It took quite some effort to extricate them, and one of the researchers even died in the attempt. However, they managed to save most of them at the cost of heavy injuries to both Slim and Spam. Retreat. You two as well, protect them. I'll go help out the last group, Leonel barked. Lightseval, Womericum, Slim, and Spam were convinced by Leonel's valiance. They didn't even realize that in all the commotion, Leonel hadn't really fought even once. He was just able to use his calculative abilities to make it look like he was trying his best. In reality, Slim and Spam had done all the work, and their senses weren't strong enough to notice that they had been duped. Leonel rushed away as Slim and Spam led the second research team in an escape. The third layer was quickly being flooded by more and more wolves. It was the layer that had had the largest number of beasts to begin with, and they were almost impossible to flush out. Beasts at this level didn't need food or water to survive. Because they were Earth Force affinity beasts, they had everything they needed around them in a ridiculously high concentration. Due to that, the research teams could only be cautious. If Sergeant Ammon was competent, he would have personally led an excursion to wipe them out long ago, but luckily, he wasn't. The last research team was the most troublesome to deal with, and it was the reason Leonel had left it until last. It was led by a woman who, though didn't have a Dream Force affinity, had a particularly strong Soul Force affinity. It was impossible for Soul Force to outmatch Dream Force. However, it was still harder for Leonel to use the previous tricks he had. Research Popsy was her name. Her hair was up in a messy bun, and she wore what looked like a jet black lab coat. Among those fighting against this last batch of wolves, she was actually the strongest, stronger than even the soldiers that were supposedly meant to protect her. She should be a quasi-8th star. On the way there, Leonel's eyes flickered with a glint, and from Grimm, he immediately became an alpha wolf again. Howls filled the underground expanse as he moved, but this was just for show. In reality, he began to move and coordinate the wolves, changing their attack pattern from wild and unrestrained to calculated and logical. The change was instant. It took no more than a few seconds for the first researcher to die. Action Researcher Popsy's expression changed. Run. She realized she had made a mistake. This should have been her first intention, but she had thought that they could fight off this wave and wait for the sergeant. It seemed that they didn't have this sort of luck. She stumbled backward before she suddenly sensed the looming presence of a wolf to her back. Her heart skipped a beat, but she looked. She found Grimm standing behind her. Retreat. I will hold them off. Leonel began to valiantly fight the wolves, not turning back. Research Popsy hesitated, but in the end she nodded firmly and rushed to retreat with the others. Chapter 2469, 34 meters. Leonel collapsed and took a breath. What a headache. All that trouble, and it had bought him what? Maybe a couple dozen minutes at best? What an annoyance. His old man really knew how to screw him over even from beyond the grave. Leonel shook his head and returned to his alpha form, forcing the wolves to rush up from the third layer into the second layer. Sergeant Ammon was beyond all of them in strength. Culling this sort of beast tide would only be slightly complicated for him because of the winding tunnels and the various soldiers and researchers he would have to protect. If not for this, Leonel might not even have more than a few minutes. He had done his best, now he just had to mine 1 billion kilograms of ore, and he didn't even have an hour to do it. Perfect. Not to mention the fact he would also have to find a method of escaping, as well as the only entrances and exits were guarded on the surface. But that would be easy enough. Leonel stood and stretched out his back. Then he grinned. The third layer was massive. The ceilings were at least 50 meters tall, and it was at least a half kilometer of diameter from one end to the other. This was only about 80% of the region as well. Outside of this, there were several chains of tunnels which would be where the wolves of the third layer normally hid until Leonel goaded them into coming out in full force today. The walls were lined with a shimmering metal that almost looked like obsidian with a touch of the faded black of charcoal. However, what was interesting was the fact that there wasn't a single mark on them. They hadn't been touched at all. Of course, most of the mining had taken place on the first layer, so it made sense there wasn't much movement on the second and third. In addition, this had been the realm of the researchers. As for what they were researching, Leonel had a few guesses. Aside from looking for a potential fourth layer, they could be looking for the core of the mine, which would be responsible for the production of such a large mine to begin with. They could be trying to see if there were any ores of higher evolution here, or maybe any invasive ores that would need to be weeded out to keep these ores strong. Lightsville, unlike on modern Earth, metals in these worlds had real life to them. They were better treated like plant life than inanimate objects. As such, caring for the mine so it could continue to produce for many centuries until its core ran dry was of utmost importance. During that procedure, they would also likely check to see if this mine could be upgraded from the fifth dimension to the sixth, and so on. If it was possible, they'd probably close off the third layer and begin the evolution process while continuing to only mine in the first layer. Simply put, there was a lot the researchers could have been doing, and there were even more reasons why Leonel should be interested in their goals. Auction. Where's the core of the mine? Leonel asked Anastasia. It's about 70 meters to your 11 o'clock and 34 meters down. That deep? Leonel was actually quite astonished. That meant that even if there wasn't a fourth layer, there was practically a fifth layer's worth of herby ore here alone. In fact, that might not be enough of an exaggeration. Yes, for some unknown reason, the mine core is a bit peculiar. Peculiar how? Anastasia fell into silence, and Leonel knew that she couldn't explain. So, instead, he asked something different. What about the ores down there? Are they higher than the fifth dimension? No, in fact, they looked fourth dimensional. Leonel was shocked again. That made little sense. Logically, the further down you went, the older the ores should be, and the more valuable and precious they should be. He had never heard of ores getting less valuable as you moved down. That was asinine. How many layers are there? There's about one a meter or so. And they get progressively weaker? Yes. Leonel's eyes flashed with a blinding light. There was only one explanation. Something was pushing the ore downward. No, maybe something was pulling it. The core of the mine had likely started nearer the surface, and then over long, grueling years, it had been pulled further and further away from the surface, eventually creating this thick slab. How far into the earth can you sense? Leonel asked. It's harder to scan into the earth. The closer I get to the core of the world, the harder it will be. Why's that? Well, that's where the world spirit would be. Even if it's a world spirit from a weaker world than mine, it would have precedence in its own territory. Leonel's brows shot up. Wouldn't the world spirit be in the possession of the godlings? World spirits in complete worlds don't work like that. In most worlds you visit, there won't be anyone who can wield a world spirit. They're often too strong for the average ninth-dimensional existence. Only someone who has touched upon the creation state can do so. Leonel was shocked again. He had never expected that the requirements would be so high, but now that he thought about it, it made sense. Just controlling one world spirit in a fragmented, incomplete world was so valuable. How valuable would the world spirit of a complete world, the cumulative total of all of the world spirits of the dimensional verse fused into one, and then some, be? Chapter 2470. Benefiting? Okay, I understand. See how far you can get. Don't hurt yourself. What's most important to me right now anyway is just getting the billion kilograms. A fifth-dimensional mine core isn't valuable enough to risk much on. Okay, you. Anastasia dove her senses into the earth, and it wasn't long before Leonel got an answer. Oh, I see. Action. What's up? There seems to be an embryonic herbe ore core below. The mature one is trying to fuse with it. Embryonic? Leonel nodded slowly. An embryonic herbe ore core was obviously one that had yet to stabilize and begin to produce ores. It was just a coincidence that these two were born in the same location. Or, close enough. What's the potential of the embryonic one? Seems like sixth dimensional, but it's close to the seventh. If they fuse, it should allow them to enter the seventh. Leonel's eyes lit up. This was good. It would probably take Anastasia a few years to form a mine with 1 billion kilograms of seventh-dimensional ore, a few months if they invested into it properly, but the wait was worthwhile. The trouble was, how would he get it? Going that deep underground would be a huge headache, and he still had to mine the billion fifth-dimensional ores first. Leonel looked at little Tali, who was wrapped around his arms. Under this large concentration of force, it wouldn't be good to let Blackstar risk it. However, Tolliver was his trump card for finishing up all this mining to begin with. Go wild. Bloop, bloop. Little Tolly unleashed a little roar of his own, and suddenly the little guy had coated the entire third layer in silver and gold, the entire 500 meters worth. Leonel was speechless. Had he underestimated this little guy? Could he even call him a little guy anymore? Tolliver dug into the walls like they were made of wax, and he was the sharpest heated wire in existence. It all happened so fast that Leonel couldn't even register it properly. Bang! Tolliver returned with a plop, a large cube of reinforced herby ore appearing before Leonel. Ha, Leonel could only laugh. Little guy, I need 1,000,000,000 kilograms of herby ore, not 1,000,000,000 kilograms of herby ore. Light squavel grams of reinforced herby ore. Light squavel guavel 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 quavel guavel guavel quavel guavel. He didn't know why he had even worried about it. Tolliver was practically a little machine. To think he was dreading the refinement process. Tolliver came back to Leonel while making happy blooping sounds. Leonel had to admit that the noises were quite soothing. It reminded him of a smooth stone falling into a still lake. He pressed a hand against the huge cube, and it vanished into the segmented cube, settling at the bottom of a cleansing, water-filled lake. Little Tolly, there are 2 mine cores down below. Be careful and go get them for me, please. Tolly dove down, and once again only a few seconds passed before 2 dark rainbow-like orbs appeared in Leonel's palms, one far more transparent and incorporeal than the other. Perfect. Time to go. The echoes of battle and wolf howls still raged above, but Leonel didn't mind them. He had gotten what he had come here for, but to his surprise, as he was just vanishing into one of the tunnels, researcher Popsy came back. This woman, Leonel was stunned. Was she really so obsessed with this? Or was it that she had already sensed the presence of the embryonic Ubre core and felt that there was something too suspicious about this sudden uprising? Leonel had a feeling that it was the second because she went right above the location Tolliver had dived into the ground to retrieve it and suddenly went ghastly pale. Leonel could only watch as she pulled out some kind of communication device and barked out a stream of information. Lock down the mine, lock down the mine. Someone stole the herby ore core, Leonel sighed. He knew this woman would be troublesome, but unfortunately he wanted to avoid problems. He couldn't guarantee that he could kill her cleanly, so he didn't even make the attempt. She was sharp, and his plan wasn't without loopholes. It was normal that an intelligent person like her could see through the flaws. If he had really taken all of the time he originally thought he had, he would have been caught by her before he even finished. Welp, it's a little harder to slip away now, but it's not that bad. Leonel chuckled and had Anastasia project the important points to his mind. All he really needed to know was where the largest concentration of people were, and most importantly, where Sergeant Amon was so he could avoid him. It was too easy to escape Research Popsy. Though she was of decent strength, he had already made it to an exit channel before he sensed her. She had no idea that she had only just missed him. Leonel slipped into the stream of combat as Grim once again, fighting so valiantly that no one could tell that he was running away. In just a few minutes, he had already made it to the back near an entrance of the first layer. Plus, he was already at the furthest location from Sergeant Amon, who had long since charged in. This would be far simpler than escaping the Godland territory. Sometimes he didn't know why he dared to have nice thoughts. The ground rumbled, and the sound of the sky collapsing left Leonel speechless. Just as he was about to rush into the first layer, it collapsed, nearly falling in on his head and crushing him. He barely managed to rush back into the second layer and looked on, stunned. Anastasia, what just happened? There was a slight pause before Anastasia spoke in surprise. Demons. They suddenly appeared. It looks like they're trying to attack the mine and claim it for themselves. Either that, or they're trying to stop anyone else from benefiting from it. Leonel cursed. Chapter 2471 Dangerous. This was trouble. Leonel quickly got information about the demons. There were 4 of them, all of whom were in the 8th dimension. It was really enough to make Leonel wonder why they did this at all. Just one of them was probably enough to kill the sergeant, so why go through all of this trouble? Soon he understood, though. The demons probably had their own resources. They didn't need to steal the humans. In addition, their race probably had a generally low reliance on such things to begin with. They were fighters, and they relied on their own strength. Leonel was willing to bet that their number of crafters was low, especially considering the standard of weapons he had seen from the group of demons he and Ina had killed. In that case, their priority wasn't to kill or occupy this mine, it was to destroy it, or at the very least make it very difficult to unearth again. If they could kill some humans as well, then that would only be to their benefit. But Leonel felt that they were a bit stupid. This wasn't the best method to destroy the mine at all. Seeing the sinister look on their faces, it looked as though they had chosen one of the worst options just because they felt it would be more fun to watch the humans squirm this way. Leonel fell into his own thoughts. If this was their intention, then making it out would be even more difficult. In that case, his best option would be setting up a teleportation formation and getting himself out of here. He made the decision quickly and used Anastasia's help to get him to a region of the second layer with the least amount of people. Then he used one of the many entrances that had yet to be found to slip back into the third layer, where he rushed into the tunnel system, ignoring the catacomb. Researcher Popsy had already long since gone back up to the second layer. In her opinion, the person was long gone from the third layer and was now trapped somewhere in the second along with the rest of them. She was smart enough that she might guess that Leonel had returned to the third layer, but by then he should hopefully be gone. Teleporting out of a mine like this wasn't exactly easy. One could see the dense ores like force barriers of sorts, and it only made it worse that herby ore was so robust and sturdy. This was the same reason why Little Blackstar couldn't have been the one to go and get the embryonic herby ore core. Phasing through these ores wasn't like phasing through normal walls, it required pushing through a large amount of densely packed force. In battle, Little Blackstar could phase through one attack or a few, But phasing through these herbe ores was like trying to do so with a continuous barrage of powerful and dense attacks. It was too much. Much the same, teleporting out of here when the herbe ore stabilized the space so much was incredibly difficult. But Leonel had a way. This was just fifth-dimensional herbe ore, and he had an overpowered little metal spirit by his side that could recreate any ore he had ever touched before from thin air. Of course, Leonel knew it was foolish to try and abuse this power. But this was a teleportation formation only built for the sake of one person, and he only had to make it across a few kilometers. He didn't need much. Little Tolly grasped what Leonel wanted quickly and began to push out the ores. Leonel stopped the little guy quickly and began to work. Action crafting was still the most relaxing, melting ores down, fusing them, molding them into his vision. It was beautiful. Soon, a simple circle large enough for just a single person took shape, and Leonel embedded it right into the herbe ore-infused ground. His ears twitched as he heard the sound of footsteps swiftly approaching. He could only shake his head. This researcher was quite the woman indeed. Unfortunately, she was a step too late yet again. He stepped into the formation, and it flashed just as researcher Popsy rushed in, her hair bobbing in its messy bun and her eyes blazing. When she saw the lingering force, she quickly reached out, a vial magically appearing in her hand as she scooped at air. Oddly enough, the air glowed a silvery light once it was bottled, and she patted her chest in relief. Lightsville Sigmilsville ball mel ball doll el mel ball mel. That happened? Leonel asked with a frown. That vial was yet another thing he didn't understand. The second in not too much time at that. First, it was the talismans that young man had used. Now this vial. Replay the image for me in all the detail you think I can handle. Anastasia nodded and did as she was told. Leonel fell into silence as his gaze slowly became brighter and brighter. Fascinating. The vial did exactly what it seemed to do. It could take a sample of force and analyze its properties. This was probably exceptionally useful for gathering information about one's surroundings, especially in a mine like this one, or, in this case, finding the exact location of where one had teleported to. Of course, the vial wouldn't do that for you, and it would be up to Popsy's intelligence. It was just unfortunate for her that Leonel's destination was in the middle of nowhere. Leonel looked up and saw the encampment about 10 or so kilometers from him. The demons could definitely see him from this far away with ease. In fact, they could see him even if he was 1,000 kilometers away, so he would have to get moving. His emulation spatial force shimmered and tried to pull him into a mirage. If they looked toward this direction, they'd most likely see a trick of the light. It was too hard to use his emulation spatial force to become invisible because it required constantly reflecting exactly what was behind him. But it was easier when he was so far away from the people he wanted to avoid. That woman is a bit dangerous. The fact she used that vial means that she already deduced that I'm not with the demons, or else it would have been a waste of her time. I wonder if they'll survive. Leonel knew that things were heating up. So many demons were appearing. That meant that the barrier between worlds was becoming thinner and less dangerous. Soon, the flood would come. The question was, how could he best take advantage? Chapter 2472, Short Time. Leonel threw this to the back of his mind and made his way back to the evolution ore mine. It was quite a distance away, but with the segmented cube, even this journey didn't mean much to him. Anastasia was so fast that it probably wouldn't take him any more than half a day to make it to any location within the Golden's bubble. Soon, it was within his sights again. Luckily, there wasn't another battle going on, and he could directly enter the mine. After analyzing the normal portion of the mine, Leonel nodded. It was a little bit inconvenient, but he had some ideas on how he might deal with this situation. The evolution ore mine was on another level compared to the herbe ore mine. While the herbe ore mine had been 5th dimensional, the evolution ore mine was clearly 7th dimensional. There was also the problem of the multifaceted core, but that had yet to spread to the other regions of the mine just yet. It was both a positive and a negative that Leonel had stumbled onto the existence of such a mine. On the one hand, it saved him the trouble of finding a stronger one in the short term, but on the other hand, it couldn't be used with such a weak foundation of herbe ore. However, Leonel had an idea. Little Tolly, how many 5th-dimensional evolution ores can you make out of this one 7th-dimensional evolution ore? Don't try to input any of your own power. Leonel gave Tolliver some instructions and limited his capabilities. He knew that the little guy was eager to help him and to outdo Blackstar, but he was worried about Tolliver overextending himself. So, he thought of this idea instead. If Tolliver was breaking down a superior ore into a weaker one, that should take basically all the pressure off the little guy. The only question was whether he could do it or not. After all, little Tolly was in the 6th dimension and the ore was in the 7th. Once again, it turned out that Leonel didn't need to worry at all. In fact, it didn't even take much time. In one instant, there was just a single kilogram of 7th dimension evolution ore, and in the next instant, mountains upon mountains of 5th dimensional evolution ore began to appear. Leonel's eyes widened. He knew that the gap between dimensions was large, so he had already considered that Tolliver might be able to produce a large amount. But logically, there should also be some energy lost in the process. There was no such thing as a perfectly closed system in the universe. And yet, Tolliver had already produced more than the 1,000,000-kilogram mark he was looking for, and he was still going. Suddenly, Leonel wondered if he had left too rashly. What if he had Tolliver do the reverse and convert all the fifth-dimensional Urbi ore into sixth-dimensional Urbi ore? Of course, it wouldn't be easy. From the looks of it, Tolliver could produce over 100 billion kilograms of fifth-dimensional evolution ore from just 1 kilogram of seventh-dimensional evolution ore. Assuming that process was linear, that meant there was a gap of 1 million for every dimension. Meaning, this same amount of seventh-dimensional evolution ore, 1 kilogram that is, could have produced 1 million kilograms of sixth-dimensional ore of the same kind. This meant that if Leonel had wanted to turn fifth-dimensional Urbi ore into sixth-dimensional Urbi ore, it wouldn't be easy. Right now, he had 1 billion kilograms of reinforced Urbi ore. That was the equivalent of 100 billion kilograms of Urbi ore. Long story short, that was only worth 1,000 kilograms of reinforced sixth-dimensional Urbi ore, which was well short of what he needed. Leonel shook his head. There was no point in considering this. He had already been fast back then, and yet he was almost caught by that researcher Popsy not just once, but twice. He simply wouldn't have had the time. That said, now that the demons had attacked that region and were acting to collapse the mine instead of taking it over, Leonel might have another chance at it at a later date. Tolliver came back to Leonel making more happy blooping sounds. Leonel couldn't help but smile, sending signs of affirmation to the metal spirit. This should be enough to reach the peak of the third dimension in one go. Leonel's eyes lit with faint excitement. Lights novel finally. It felt like his body had become a prison. He knew that he had so much more power to use, but his third-dimensional status refused to allow him the chance to. It was infuriating. Action. He stored away the 100 billion kilograms of fifth-dimensional evolution ore. He hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. He didn't know what would happen while he was breaking through, so he should cover all his bases first. Clearly, it didn't take much time for Tolliver to mine ores, so it would be quick. Over the next few minutes, Leonel leaned on Tolliver to mine 1 million kilograms of the pure evolution ore. Then, he had Tolliver find the core and pull it out. He likewise passed this core, as he had done for the first two, on to Anastasia. Then, he found a relatively safe place to bury the segmented cube again, and then vanished. He hoped that he'd be able to come out in a reasonable time. But he knew that that was probably a false hope. When had his father ever let him have anything easily? Not long after Leonel left, a familiar young man wearing a pair of goggles returned. There was a happy expression on his face as everything had gone smoothly last time, but when he saw the mine this time around, his face fell. The pressure of the mine was gone, large portions of it were excavated, and his hard work was all but ruined. Just what happened here? Chapter 24733, Damn it, Leonel adjusted himself, taking a small rest. He felt that all was right with the world, at least in this small vacuum. Everything was under his control, and everything was perfect. When he was ready, he felt like he had just had a good night's rest. His mind was refreshed, and his body was rushing with vitality. Then he began. Leonel's first node would be the very same one he had started with initially, his brainstem. At that location, there was his emulation spatial force node, and it was also one of great importance to him. Leonel didn't know if it particularly mattered which one he started with, but out of habit, he chose that it was best to stick with the status quo. Plus, when he thought about it, there was no better other region to start with anyway. After months of not having to worry about the influence of his Scarlet Star Force, he had grown used to that kind of peace. Truthfully, now that his Scarlet Star Force had reached the impetus state thanks to Malexi, he didn't have to worry about the influence being as hard any longer. Even so, he was still far more cautious now than he had been in the past. Activate my destruction sovereignty. Use my constellation realm as an anchor. Use my node as the connection between myself and the realm. Leonel went through the process in his mind. None of what his father had made him do was superfluous. Every step was integral to the technique's success. The separation of his soul allowed him to view his body from a third perspective. Getting comfortable with that feeling would now only teach him how to anchor his existence in a different plane than where his true body was located, but it would also protect his mind from the corrosion of destruction as well. Because his soul was so firmly rooted in the second dimension now, his forces were even less likely to have a strong impact on him. Forces could only so directly act on his body. At least the body was far easier to target in this regard. Then, his constellation realm became an anchor, as he had said. The constellation represented the essence of the star. It was your own world, your own existence, your own path. Its existence meant you no longer had to rely on the world around you to provide the guiding light you needed. You could be your own guiding light. That was why a technique like Universe could allow you to break the laws of the world around you. As for why his forces had to be in the impetus state, this was even more straightforward. It had to be remembered that the state before the impetus state was known as the unfurled state. This was the process of unwinding a force through the dimensions, and it was a difficult concept for one to wrap their minds around. Lightsavel. In the simplest form, the unfurled state allowed you to simplify a complex force, granting you the ability to use its full strength in a world you otherwise wouldn't be able to. This was why Leonel's father had been able to display his full strength on Earth even when it had yet to complete the metamorphosis. If Leonel didn't have at least this much control over his forces, then when he moved his nodes into his destruction world, he would end up losing access to his forces completely. At that point, he would be even weaker than before he took that step in the first place. Everything was meticulously planned. Starforce washed over Leonel as he steadily began to build his anchor. Even with his eyes closed, plumes of smoke came from the corner of his eyes and his feet, pooling together as well. And then, the first 1,000,000 kilograms of reinforced Urve ore and evolution ore were swallowed up by these plumes of smoke. Leonel wasn't worried in the slightest. His enlightenment toward his emulation spatial force had opened up an entirely new world for him. To create, it required you to destroy. Something could never come from nothing. However, by the same token, complete destruction was impossible. There would always be a path of survival left behind. When a forest was razed to the ground, it would grow back more lush. It was this small remaining seed of creation that Leonel latched onto, grabbing hold of it and refusing to let go with his constellation realm. The essence of the ores pooled toward, rushing into Leonel's body. Slowly, they began to form the complex force art of final destruction. Leonel trembled, and he began to feel an odd feeling take root in his body. It was calm and tranquil until it wasn't. God damn it, the wave of pain hit him like a truck. It didn't come from his body, but rather from his very soul. Somehow, Leonel subconsciously understood what was happening. His soul had been separated from his body, and now this technique wanted to take a piece of it. This made sense. The world that Leonel was creating needed a real connection to him, and his body wasn't good enough. Unfortunately, the pain was so excruciating that he would have fainted if he hadn't become a dream sovereign, capable of finding clarity even within this depth of despair. Auction, he cursed, spewing out all the vulgarities known to man. This was actually worse than being eaten alive. He never thought that he would say such a thing in his entire life. But as though that wasn't bad enough, soon he felt as though his emulation spatial node, which had been mostly dormant all this time, had begun to drill through his body as though it had to tunnel through his flesh to get to the world he was creating. Leonel had started off in a dignified and calm position, but that had been quickly thrown out the window as he huddled into a fetal position, his skin turning a deathly shade of gray. Chapter 2474, Hated Leonel exhaled a shaky breath, his body trembling. Pain directed at the soul was absolutely the worst thing he had ever experienced. It wasn't just pain that was the problem. It almost felt as though some higher existence was taking control of your existence and slowly erasing it. It was an assault on the psyche and body, an existential crisis bottled up and stripped of all the middle-aged angst that could make it somewhat amusing. It was the worst feeling he had ever experienced. He didn't want to admit it, but it had truly felt worse than watching his father and Ina die. No, it was almost like that experience had taken the worst things he could imagine and forced him to experience them with a dose of heart-rending pain to boot. It refused to stop at just pain and wanted to destroy everything it meant to be Leonel. Leonel knew that it couldn't have just been the pain that did this to him. It was also what this pain was going toward accomplishing. His soul wasn't just anchoring anything, it was anchoring a world of destruction. Not only was there the pain of feeling his soul split, but it was also being seeped in the truest despair there was, the destruction of all that had ever been and would ever be. Leonel exhaled another hollow breath. He had succeeded, and yet he didn't even feel happy. He felt like that weight was trying to take hold of him again, but he managed to hold it off, his gaze flashing with a frighteningly cold light. He could remember the first time he had felt the pain of improvement. Action. He had only been 18 years old, bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. He knew nothing about this so-called dimensional verse, and stupidly tried to awaken his metal synergy lineage factor much too early. He had no qualifications to do so, not due to lack of talent, but lack of experience and fortitude. He had been a normal youth until that day. The worst pain he had experienced was probably getting his ribs broken in a meaningless football game, but he had persevered. His reasons back then were endlessly superficial and outrageously selfish. He just didn't want to lose out. But now, he was almost a decade older. He had experienced so much, lost so much. He had different things to fight for other than just himself. Again, he thought calmly. And so he did so, step after step, horrible, rending pain after horrible, rending pain. It was like every time he took a single step forward, he would lose another large part of himself. If the formation of the first node was the worst thing he had experienced, then so was the second, and then so was the third. Every new node he formed was like yet another superseding experience. It was hard to tell if the pain was truly becoming worse or if the experience itself was just so horrible and omnipresent that remembering anything that came before it was impossible. Even so, Leonel kept taking those steps. He thought of Malexi. That woman was caring enough to dislike Ina on his behalf, and yet completely unwilling to look at him like a real human regardless. Her own past, her own emotions were more important than his own. If she didn't have an experience that made her dislike Ina, it was likely that even given the same circumstances, she wouldn't have been moved at all. He thought of Vivek. That man could feel rage for the loss of his daughter. He could take in a much weaker woman like Matriarch Pius simply for the sake of love, disregarding the opinions of others. He could even be furious at the thought that many of his citizens had been killed by Leonel's hands. And yet he was willing to treat Leonel like an experimental lab rat, to toy with his cousin's life, with Amory's life. He thought of Anselma. That cruel, vile woman, she was willing to come down to the incomplete worlds to kill his father, knowing the kind of backlash she would face, all to protect her Brazinger family. And yet, she was willing to treat lives like weeds, to rip away a caring father from a small family, to endlessly torture Ina's mother for the crime of falling in love with the wrong man. What did these people all have in common? They were all selfish bastards, and he didn't want to be like them. That became his anchor, his small ember of will that was constantly buffeted by the winds of the cruel world. The 10th node began to take shape, and the world seemed to roar. At that moment, a large amount of anarchic force pooled into Leonel, peeling away at the layers of his soul. By this point, he was huddled into a corner, his body shivering uncontrollably. The room around him had been completely destroyed, and he was lying in a pile of ash. The only reason there wasn't more was that what had already been destroyed couldn't possibly be destroyed again. He trembled fiercer and fiercer, feeling his destruction world greedily soaking up this anarchic force without a care in the world. It lashed at his soul, and he barely managed to keep himself together. It looked more like he was huddled to try to protect the final dying embers of his will than anything else. That feeling of helplessness and despair was as strong as it could possibly be, but he didn't waver even a single time. In fact, even as the situation got worse, he seemed to feel that his mind was only getting sharper and sharper. Lightsavel, under this constant assault of his character, he could feel his true self with much greater clarity than he ever had. If the first thing he learned about himself was that he was selfish, the second thing was more of a confirmation of something he already knew. He really, really, really didn't like to lose. In fact, he hated losing more than he loved winning. Chapter 2475, 10 stars. Leonel barely managed to crawl into a pod and collapse. Truthfully, he had no idea how many days had passed. It might have even been a month for all he knew. He had been so solely focused on a single goal that he could mind anything else. Everything drifted away, and he fell into a deep sleep. When Leonel awoke, his gaze flashed with a blindingly cold light. But when he looked around him, he found himself lying on a bed of ash. "What the hell? What do you think you're doing destroying my thing?" Anastasia began to berate him immediately. "Do you know how expensive those things are to make?" "Expensive?" Leonel muttered, still a bit confused. "Yes. Each one you see here took 10 years of accumulation for me to make." Action? Leonel didn't really think about where the pods came from before. They were just here after Anastasia finished her final breakthrough, so he never really thought about it. Now it seemed that there was a price to pay for them after all. Even so, his mind was somehow both incredibly sharp and yet groggy at the same time. He didn't have the mind to care about the little world spirit throwing another tantrum. He slowly stood, putting a hand on his forehead. Well, damn. He looked around himself, and the region was in a complete mess. Let alone the pod he had crawled into, the surrounding kilometer was in shambles. He had left behind nothing but a big crater of darkness and destruction. Seeing this scene, he was a bit worried. Was this because he had lost consciousness? Or was this just going to be his new norm now? Before, he could turn his destruction sovereignty on and off, and even when it was on, it wasn't so exaggerated. It felt like anything within range of him would completely collapse without a chance to retaliate. He hesitated. Only his father's dictionary could explain to him what was going on, but he was quite hesitant to go and get it now. What if he accidentally destroyed it? Leonel calmed down. No, this breakthrough shouldn't be such a double-edged sword. He had thoroughly prepared for this, so he understood the purpose of the technique. The main point of focus was in creating the world of destruction, but that world of destruction would become useful for many purposes. For example, when he destroyed, he could use his destruction world to recycle and reforge the forces into his own image, making them a part of his power. Of course, these would be restrained to the forces he had the deepest comprehension of. There was then the matter of force node size. When Leonel first created his force nodes, he was especially worried about their size. Back then, he had done excellently and managed to make force nodes 100 cells large. This placed him among the highest echelon of geniuses in the dimensional verse. However, final destruction completely did away with this. Technically speaking, right this moment, there were no nodes within his body at all. They had all been displaced into this new world, forming 10 independent bubbles as though the beginning of their own bubble world. Let alone 100 cells, in terms of sheer space, Leonel had thousands of times that. As for the actual amount of force that was under his control, it was easily an entire organ's worth. It was as though Leonel had 10 innate nodes in him rather than just 3 and 7 ordinary nodes. Of course, they didn't have any of the other abilities of innate nodes other than the sheer amount of force, but it was shocking nonetheless. Then there were the bubbles that did have innate nodes. His 2 Scarlet Star Force innate nodes and his Emulation Spatial Force innate node were no longer within him, and they had instead become a part of Destruction World. They became the core of the 10 bubble-like worlds, so densely packed with floating golden runes that they looked like elevated beings of their own. Leonel could finally sense them properly outside of their influence on him, and it felt like a world of power was at his fingertips. After some thought, Leonel felt that he should do this right. If he was going to be at the peak of the 3rd dimension, then he should get there with his full strength. He turned his attention to Dimensional Cleanse, but when he began to circulate its method, so much force rushed toward him that he hurriedly stopped, his brows furrowing. He looked up and seemed to understand. Under the influence of his constellation realm, these stars he was about to form were not normal by any stretch of the imagination. In addition, their synergy with final destruction was beyond his imagination. Leonel had a feeling that though his father disdained to use dimensional cleanse because the introduction was too arrogant, he had still used some of its ideas as inspiration, or maybe was it that he had used his father's ideas for inspiration when he created dimensional cleanse? Light CVV Iminime. It was obvious which one had to come first, even though it felt like a chicken and the egg situation. Maybe it was because it was him, but he was more certain the more he thought about it. Maybe Dimensional Cleanse was created purely for the sake of pairing with Final Destruction. Leonel began to form his stars once more. This time, even when the world seemed to collapse beneath the pull of his will, he didn't stop it. Earth Force, Dark Force, Dream Force, Universal Force, Bow Force, Spear Force, Vital Star Force, 3 innate nodes. One by one, 10 stars took shape, becoming the suns of the 10 bubble worlds within Leonel. With every breath he took, streams of rainbow-like force poured into his body, and he was practically brimming with power. They seemed to restrain his violent destruction, not making it weaker, but pulling it under his control. Leonel's lips curled into a smile. Chapter 2476. Spar? Leonel felt better than he had in a long time. He had been somewhat worried that that pain would linger, but it seemed to only be necessary during the formation of the destruction world at the start. After that, everything was smooth sailing. The best part was that it seemed that thanks to Dimensional Cleanse, he didn't have to labor in his efforts to control the waves of destruction. The stars became a stabilizing force and seemed to react to the existence of his constellation realm. Together, they formed the perfect balance, and his mind wasn't constantly occupied by other matters. He felt strong and powerful, so much so that despite the pain, he was already looking forward toward what it would take to enter the fourth dimension. Leonel shook his head. He was really getting way too ahead of himself. Even so, he took a look anyway. Knowing his father, the requirements would be strict, so it would be best if he knew what they were now so that he could prepare properly in the future. His bitter smile returned immediately. 10000 kilograms of ninth dimension reinforced Urbi ore. 1000 kilograms of ninth dimensional mutated evolution, or 100,000 kilograms per force type. Elevate all forces to the middle impetus state. Comprehend true destruction sovereignty. Complete metal body, tempering with sixth dimensional. Pure ores progress. Constellation realm from rudimentary comprehension to common. Comprehension. Rudimentary, common, black, bronze, silver, gold, life. The list was so long, it made Leonel's head spin. This was just the fourth dimension. What would he ask for the fifth? And true destruction sovereignty? Didn't he already have true destruction sovereignty? Honestly, he was a bit confused. The reason he had distinguished Spear Force with True Spear Force in the past was that the domain rings gave him an artificial version of it. However, his destruction sovereignty wasn't artificial, he had been born with it. Was this one of those cases where he had already met the requirements ahead of time? Leonel checked and shook his head after not too long. It seemed that he wasn't so lucky this time. After questioning his father's AI, he began to understand a bit more. Then, it began to actually make sense. His father wasn't born a destruction sovereign. He had comprehended it much like Leonel had with his Spear Force, Bow Force, and Dream Force. Being born with a sovereignty was excellent, but there were also clear stages to sovereignty as well. While Leonel did in fact have true destruction sovereignty, it wasn't at the level his father wanted it to be. Essentially, his true destruction sovereignty was at the same level as his constellation realm, the rudimentary level, but he needed to bring it up to the common level before he could progress. This was interesting to Leonel because he wondered if his Spear Force and Bow Force were the same. In fact, that oscillation in grade might be why his weapon forces seemed to be able to gain and lose their sovereignty. Action. After checking, as expected, his Spear Force sovereignty was, indeed, at the common level, a step beyond that of his destruction sovereignty. The same was true of his dream sovereignty as well. It seemed that comprehending a sovereignty yourself allowed you to skip over the rudimentary level. Leonel also reminded himself that he would have to bring his Bow Force back to the sovereignty level soon. It had been too long. Why couldn't my constellation realm do the same? Leonel complained. Though he said this, he knew why. Like his father had said, the only reason he could skip over the cosmos realm to begin with was that the Morales family as a whole had given their share of comprehension to form the constellation in the first place. Essentially, Leonel was heavily reliant on others to enter the constellation realm. Now, he would have to rely on himself to take that comprehension and make it his own. Easy enough, right? Leonel chuckled and shook his head. Though the list was difficult, the one that gave him the most headache was the resources he would need. Where was he going to find that much ninth dimension material? Let's focus on the positives for now. Leonel grinned and clenched his fists. He could finally feel his lineage factors and innate nodes again. His confidence had skyrocketed. It was time to make some waves. On the surface, Eamon was still in shambles. He was working as hard as he could, racking his brain to figure out a method of dealing with all of this. But it was all useless. Without the core of the mine, much of its power had already begun to leak and dissipate. It didn't have the driving force of evolution pushing it anymore. However, he kept trying and doing his best, even though he knew he was being foolish. Coming out here to the middle of nowhere was already foolish enough. Doing so when the evolution ore mine no longer had that driving force that protected it from predators and humanoids alike was even more foolish. He kept pushing his luck, coming back here again and again over weeks of time trying to salvage the unsalvageable, and he finally suffered for it. The demon stood over him, its bull-like horns curving into the air as it looked down at Eamon, not sure of what to think of this scrawny little brat. You know, I've heard that human flesh is tasty, but you don't even have much of it. Should I fatten you up first? Lightsnivel Eamon didn't understand the words the demon was speaking. He didn't have Leonel's near-instant translation abilities, and even if he did, it was doubtful that he'd be able to calm down enough to use them. At that moment, though, the rustle of a few leaves and some soft footsteps shook the bull demon out of his focus. He looked back to find a shirtless young man strolling through the forest, his bare fist gliding across the soft grass. Then he smiled. "Oh, hello. I've got some new strength, and I've yet to fight to test it out. How about a spar?" Erdil's note, New Year, same me. Hope you all had a great year, and if not, I hope the service I provided over the year made it a little bit better. It will continue, though. How long? Not sure. I will notify when I do have to stop, and I will try to find a good replacement if possible. But that's for the unknown future. For now, I will continue as usual. Let's hope we all have a great entry into 2024. Cheers, mates. Chapter 2477, Low Class. Let alone the demon, even Eamon was taken off guard. He obviously didn't recognize Leonel, but he could sense that this person was only in the 5th dimension. What was he doing? "Our run," Eamon cried out. Action Leonel blinked, looking toward Eamon. He smiled. This guy wasn't too bad. A growl left the demon's lips, and its bullhorns sparked with a peculiar force that didn't seem to be related to lightning at all. Then it sneered, turning toward Leonel and suddenly rushing forward. Its fist bore down on Leonel so quickly that he seemed to teleport. Eamon felt the ground collapse beneath him, the shaking so violent that he felt weightless for a moment. His expression changed as he tried to scramble to his feet, but by then Leonel and the bull demon had already met. Two fists clashed in the air, the reverberating impact compressing the air into a clap of thunder. Leonel took a heavy step back, but then pursed his lips and nodded to himself as though saying, not bad. The demon, however, was sent flying backward, its body crashing through the restrictions that Eamon had put up to protect the mine and colliding with the hard walls. Leonel shook his fist out, his knuckles throbbing a bit. This only lasted for a split second before his vital star force healed him completely. In truth, he was being more theatrical than he needed to be. Even his attack was the worst he could have chosen. One didn't temper their body until the 4th dimension, and Leonel hadn't begun practicing metal body again just yet. That meant that even with his base body being in the 3rd dimension, without the support of any improvement, he could already send a 7th dimensional demon flying. It was only made more impressive by the fact demons of this caliber were well known for their bodily strength. A roar shook the mine, and a streak of black and red rushed out in the form of a humanoid bull. Its fury towers as it bore down over Leonel. All right, that's enough playing around. Leonel punched out again, but this time 10 worlds were reflected in his irises. At that moment, his pale violet eyes looked as though it held countless swirling nebulas, the world being pulled into a forceful halt around him. Bang. The sound was muffled and almost undetectable. If you were just 20 meters away, you might not hear it at all. The bull demon froze, looking down at its chest. Leonel's fist had been thrust all the way through it, but it didn't feel any pain. It was like any pain it should have felt was destroyed along with its body. Then it collapsed, its body shattering into a rainfall of ash and dissipated into the wind. Leonel nodded. That demon should be in Tier 1 of the 7th star, and judging by its talent, it was around the same level as the Cobra demon. He didn't bother to use the original ranking system he learned the first time he came to the Cataclysm Zone because he already knew that it was manipulated to make the Human Alliance look better than they were. Low, middle, higher demons were known as low-class demons. Uncommon, rare, and elite demons came next, and they were known as middle-class demons. Then there came high-class demons. They were humanoid, fiend, and chaos demons. Low, middle, higher, uncommon, rare, elite, humanoid, fiend, and finally chaos. According to the original ranking, the Cobra demon was supposedly a fiend-class demon, and that would mean that this bull demon was also one. But Leonel doubted it. He'd have to question someone about the real ranking eventually, but he got a bit too excited and killed this demon directly. Hey, Leonel called out to Eamon, who was shell-shocked. Eamon didn't know how to respond. Lightsavel, what rank was this demon? Leonel asked. Eamon was about to answer and then suddenly shook his head furiously. Fiend class. Leonel smiled meaningfully. I mean the real ranking, he said, emphasizing the word real. Eamon's eyes widened. I don't know what you mean. Leonel laughed, then changed the subject. The Light Force user you wanted to help out with this mine, who is it? Eamon was shaken again and took a step back. His wariness was raised to the limit as his thumb touched his spatial ring, seemingly ready to bring out a talisman at the slightest notice. Leonel shook his head. Like he had thought, this young man was smart and quite sharp, but his overly cautious nature was holding him back. He had the right to be cautious about Leonel, but the problem was that he should understand how far the gap between them was and adjust. But he wasn't thinking clearly. Leonel's gaze flashed with a silvery blue light, and Eamon suddenly felt his connection with his spatial ring cut off entirely. He couldn't even see the inside of it any longer. This was the same trick Leonel had used against Eduardo. Ultimately, you had to use some form of soul force or dream force to communicate with a spatial device to pull things out or put things in. It was a simple matter for Leonel to suppress that if he had to. Let's talk like normal people, all right? I know you come from that underground city. There's no reason to try and hide it. I also know where it is already, so I don't really need you to help me find it. Eamon's heart quaked, but the words seemed to finally calm him down somewhat. In the end, wasn't he helpless regardless? Good. Now the demon? Leonel asked. It's a lower low-class demon. Leonel grinned. He had expected that there would be some warping in the rankings, but to think it would be that exceptional. The human alliance was truly pathetic. Are there unranked demons? Leonel asked. Yes, the unranked demons are usually those without any intelligence. Now, the person you wanted to help? Eamon froze up again. Chapter 2478. The nerd Leonel decided to let Eamon off the hook. He didn't really need to know, honestly. Given the circumstances, and the risks Eamon was willing to take, this was obviously someone he cared deeply about. As for the matter of the bull demon being a low-class demon, he wasn't very shocked by this either. The demons were a powerful race overall, and the bubble worlds of demons acting now were unlikely to have demons stronger than the low class. This was to mean that most of the fighters were probably lower low-class demons, with the strongest probably being middle low-class. There might only be one or two higher low-class demons, if any at all. This was just someone that Leonel concluded using common sense. If the bull demon and cobra demons were only considered low class, and yet this was the best class of demons the human geniuses just below the likes of the godlings and the four great families could battle, then there was no way there were any demons of much higher rank. If there was a middle-class demon present, or better, the human alliance would have already been wiped out. This was a good thing for Leonel as well. In his opinion, the demoness had to be middle class at worst. He had no proof of this, and it was just a gut feeling, a conservative one at that. He didn't believe that anything less could force his father into such a corner. That meant that there was no way she would be part of this invasion, even if she was pulling some strings in the background. This gave the humans more of a chance. Leonel obviously had no love lost for the human alliance, but there were many innocent people tied with them as well. It wasn't as though he was willing to see the last bastion of human power wiped off the face of the map. Even so, he couldn't let them have their way either. He would need to play both sides and thread the needle. The more powerful he became, the more confident he was in doing this. He had already shifted his attention toward his metal body and building his foundation up again. Do you know who the main players of the demons are? Leonel asked. Eamon sighed a breath of relief when Leonel didn't press him. He really didn't want to talk about her with a stranger. The bull demons, the cobra demons, and the lust demons are the main powers. However, above them, there are the sun demons and the moon demons. They're middle-low class. Eamon hesitated halfway, but eventually finished. He knew that he had just been manipulated into answering, but there was really no other choice. Interesting, Leonel nodded. All right, you can go. Eamon's eyes widened. You're letting me go just like that? What, you want me to eat you? You're Leonel Morales, right? Leonel raised an eyebrow before he smiled. You sure know a lot. Your standing must be high amongst that rebel army. Action, no, not really. I just have a friend who tells me a lot. A friend, huh? So you're him? The one and only. Lightsville and Eamon hesitated again, knowing what he wanted to say, but not sure if he should ask. He eventually gritted his teeth, since he had already exposed himself by calling out Leonel's name, he might as well. Konyu, can you tell me how you did it? Eamon eventually forced it out, his eyes sparkling with a hint of worship. Did what? Leonel laughed. How did you escape Godland City? That place is like a fortress, and I heard that they even deployed the formation. You know, that formation was put up personally by a life-state crafter. It's on a whole other level. Even the sun and moon demons couldn't blast through it. It's one of the reasons, though, the worlds have fused. There've only been small-scale scrums until now. Eamon realized he was talking too much and stopped himself, but he still eagerly looked toward Leonel for an answer. A bit of grit, a bit of luck, and a lot of stupid ninth-dimensional experts, Leonel eventually replied, an amused light in his eyes. This wasn't the kind of answer Eamon wanted. He wanted a true step-by-step breakdown, but he knew that it would be too much to actually ask for such a thing, so he threw it to the back of his mind. You should come with me. You would be a huge asset to the Slayer Legion. We really need the help of people like you. The Slayer Legion? Leonel asked with a raised eyebrow. Was it a coincidence? Why did they share the same name as the rebel army of Earth? Was this a pawn of his grandfather? He had extremely bad luck joining organizations, so he had no intention of joining up with those people until he was at least at the peak of the fourth dimension. He felt with the current progression of his strength that should give him the right to defend himself and retreat safely. But the name made him hesitate. As for why his grandfather didn't tell him about this, did he not? Backtracking to his grandfather's words, he said that the Godlings were on the side of the greater good. But what if he wasn't referring to the Godlings themselves, but rather their world? Was it a coincidence that the Slayer Legion was located in Godland territory? Was that the clue? Leonel thought for a long while. Then he nodded. All right, let's go. Eamon's eyes widened. He didn't expect Leonel to accept so readily. Leonel snapped his fingers, and then his brothers appeared one after another. An adventure? James asked, wrapping an arm around Leonel's neck. Who's the nerd? The nerd is probably stronger than you, Leonel replied. Bullshit. Fight me. James stepped forward, taking his arm back and rubbing his fist. Eamon took a step back, not wanting any trouble. He suddenly wondered if he made the right choice. Chapter 2479. Pants down, Leonel reclined in a chair, his legs up on the desk before him. Across from him, his father-in-law sat. Compared to Leonel, Meal's posture was ramrod and straight. He looked like a disciplined general as he stared at Leonel. Leonel's brothers sat around him, each one facing another group of elites of the Slayer Legion. The atmosphere was quite stiff and rigid. Well, mostly. Because Leonel himself was still smiling and he felt that the situation wasn't too bad. What was amusing was that Miel hadn't asked about Aina even once, but when Leonel thought about it, it made sense. In Miel's view, he probably already had a contingency plan in place for his daughter. The main issue was that he had no idea that Aina had died once, throwing his plans for a loop. As for Leonel, he was content to let him keep thinking that. If Aina was here, who knew whose side she'd be on? She might even try to get back at him for that situation in the cult. It was best she didn't know for now. Action. So, Adam. Miel's gaze flashed with rage, causing Leonel's words to pause. Did he get the name wrong? Or was it that he didn't like the fact he was calling him by his first name? Leonel had no idea that Miel had changed his name. The name he remembered was spoken by one of Simeon's werbeasts back when Leonel first found the domain ring and the segmented cube in his basement. His memory was near infallible, so he was certain that he got the name right, so he thought it was probably the latter. What did this man expect him to call him? Sir? Leonel wasn't going to do that. He was a pushover for Aina, but that didn't extend toward her father. He'd rather rot. Father-in-law? Leonel changed his words teasingly. Miel's temper flared again beneath Leonel's smile. You see what I'm saying? I knew this was a bad idea, Raj sighed, rubbing his forehead. Cap's luck with organizations is truly in the shitter. Leonel rolled his lips over themselves, not wanting to burst into a fit of laughter. Truthfully, though this situation seemed tense, he was actually far more comfortable here. Since Miel was here, he was even more confident that this Slayer Legion was related to his grandfather. Leonel didn't know Miel's history, but for him to have a child with a woman of Earth, he had to have some interaction with his grandfather. He might even be a valued subordinate of Emperor Fox. Watch your words. Don't put hats on my daughter she doesn't want to wear. Lightsavel? She doesn't? Leonel blinked in confusion, but to Miel it looked quite mocking. All he could remember was the last time he had seen Leonel, those cruel words he had said to his daughter. It felt like Leonel was trying to slap him in the face. Bang. Miel stood to his feet. This time, his palms directly shattered the table, causing Leonel to lose his footrest. His fist appeared before Leonel's face in an instant, the overbearing might of an eighth-dimensional expert bearing down Leonel. Fuck, was all Leonel got to think before he was sent flying. He broke out of the windows of the meeting room, flying across the street and into the building across from them. Miel didn't seem to hear it at all. He was like an enraged beast as he pursued. To his surprise, though, he found that Leonel and already stood to his feet. Old man, I have a lot of patience for the woman I love, but you're not going to get the same benefit. Don't test my bottom line, Leonel said in a low tone. Miel saw red. Another fist came down, this one even more overbearing than the last. Since Leonel could still talk such nonsense, clearly he had held back too much. Leonel's gaze flashed. Domain, universe, finality. He activated all three at the same time. The pressure of several impetus state forces bore down on Miel, slowing him down considerably. Then universe descended, and the friction between the air and Miel's fist increased so much that he practically slowed to a crawl. With a violent whoosh, Leonel's fist bypassed Miel's own and collided right in the nose. Ciara rushed up to the edge of the shattered glass, looking to stop Miel from doing something foolish, only to find him flying right back toward her. Her eyes widened as she made a move to catch Miel, but before she could, a dense force erupted from her, pushing her and everyone else back while nearly blowing the roof off the building. Boy? I'm getting really tired of people calling me that, Leonel sneered. I'm 26 years old. The person who had the right to call me that is already dead. Miel's crimson hair fluttered, his brows looking as though they had become live flames. Miel! Sidra roared again. The words seemed to finally get through, and Miel looked over to look at the destruction he had caused. He looked down at his hands and shook his head. He had let his temper get the best of him. Just when he was about to say something, a loud, blaring warning noise echoed. The expressions of everyone changed. They knew what those blaring noises meant. Someone was attacking the Slayer Legion. Report, Miel roared. Soon, a talisman that appeared in his hand lit up. Commander, the Godlands have sent an army. Miel frowned. This was nonsense. The location of the Slayer Legion was a secret, but it wasn't to the point that true powerhouses couldn't find them with enough effort. The real reason they had never been attacked was that it was far too troublesome to deal with. There were thousands of kilometers worth of underground tunnels here, and their strength wasn't bad. Given they had to deal with the demons, trying to deal with them would have dealt too great a blow to their strength. Leonel looked up into the skies, and information was brought back to him by Anastasia even faster. 100,000 7th-dimensional experts led by 1,000 8th-dimensional experts. It didn't constitute the full power of the Godlings by any means, but they probably didn't want to risk being stabbed in the back. Plus, this timing seemed ridiculous to Miel, but to Leonel it was perfect. This was the moment the Slayer Legion was the most relaxed, the moment where they thought the goblins would be too occupied by the demons to consider them. And now they had gotten caught with their pants down. Chapter 2480, Gotcha. As everyone was ready to panic, Leonel's brothers appeared around him. What are we doing, Cap? Milan grinned. He looked like he was ready to bash some heads in already. The group completely ignored the other leaders around them. Well, looks like some killings in order, Leonel replied with a smile. This is Slayer Legion territory. This isn't a place you can do as you please. If you insist, we will detain you right here and now. Miel spoke calmly, having regained his bearings. This time, the others agreed with Miel. It wasn't that they thought that Leonel might be a spy or someone sent to stab them in the back. If the Godlings really made such an elaborate plan, they could only bend over and take, quite frankly. Instead, they didn't want military order to be disrupted. A squadron of powerful existences who went off to do their own thing would be an annoying thing to deal with, and it could end up costing many their lives. They couldn't allow it. Leonel sent his father-in-law a smile, and then more experts began to appear around him. Anastasia, activate the best of my mask protocols. I'll need one. Gotcha. Soon, a mask appeared in Leonel's hand. Several of them, in fact. He passed them out to his brothers, and each one was outfitted with a sleek black mask that seemed to absorb all the light that bounced toward it. Other than the two slits they had for eyes, there were no other holes or openings, and those around them found that even using their internal sight didn't help in seeing what was underneath. Truthfully, the masks were a bit shoddy compared to what Leonel's current abilities could create. He had created them for the sake of the Morales. It wasn't just this, but he had allowed Anastasia to scan the making of several potential mass-producible items. It was just that he never got around to actually using them until now. Aloran appeared out of this air, and Leonel tossed him a mask. You'll be with me today, Leonel said. Aloran looked down at the mask in his hands and then silently put it on. He didn't have a word to say. He didn't feel like it was necessary. His life was in Leonel's hands anyway. His white tracksuit was buffeted by the wind, and he looked to play every part of the role of assassin. Well, if he wasn't so infatuated with such bright colors. Goggles, Leonel called out the next guest. Action, honestly, he wanted to call out Amory and Noah as well, but those two were still recuperating. The head researcher had done quite a number on them, and it was best to let them rest some more before throwing them out into such a battle. Seeing that Leonel had pulled out a fourth-dimensional boy, the others were even more speechless. Goggles, though, looked incomparably excited. This was odd for Leonel, especially since he was used to this guy dragging his feet for everything he did. But he could only sigh in the end. The Goggles of now was different. He wasn't as familiar with Leonel, and given Leonel's understanding of his character, one of Goggles' most important protective mechanisms was in blending in. He was probably pretending to be eager now, just so that Leonel didn't harm him. Leonel had too many people to juggle, and he felt like he was neglecting some of them one way or another. However, at this point, Leonel didn't really have another choice. He pointed toward Goggles' forehead, and a large stream of information entered the latter's head. With the ability to expel his dream force, he had gained a whole host of new abilities, most of which were more minor like this. Goggles was suddenly overwhelmed with a large amount of information, all of which were related to the armies above. This was the one limitation of Goggles' ability index, Karmic Puppet. In order to make proper predictions about the future, he needed information. Giving this information to a fourth-dimensional expert was a potential weak point in Leonel's defenses, but he had already taken this into account. So long as Goggles spent most of his time in the segmented cube, his mind should be safe from the obstruction of others. In addition, once he grew stronger, he wouldn't be limited by this matter any longer at all. Goggles finally absorbed the information and then blinked in confusion. What would you like me to do, sir? What's the main target of the enemy? I don't have enough information. Leonel saw that Goggles took the fact that he knew about his ability index in stride, but once again, this was in line with what Leonel knew about this character. Leonel nodded. Let me be more specific then. Where will they attack first? Lights of L. Goggles blinked. They only have information about 2 of 6 main entrances to this underground city. They will focus their attacks from there. It's just that they're also aware that there are likely more, so they're spreading around and pretending as though they have everything in hand before they take swift action at these 2 entrances. The plan is that by the time you all notice, your forces will be too dispersed to react properly. Leonel grinned. And this was what Goggles was here for. After a moment, Goggles pointed out where the 2 entrances, and Leonel immediately made a move, the others following him quickly. As for Goggles, he put him away. This was all Leonel needed for now, a shadow move to block Leonel's path. It wasn't just Miel, but a whole host of others of the Slayer Legion. Leonel had treated their words like air, but how could they stand such a thing? Wife, Leonel called out. Aina appeared by Leonel's side, looking around with one hint of confusion and another hint of annoyance. Why was this man called her wife again? Aina's eyes widened when she saw her father. Yes, cute reunion time. People are trying to kill us above. Good, let's go. Leonel took Ina's hand with one of his own and used the other to slap a mask on her face. Seeing his daughter not even resist, Miel stood in silence. He didn't even know who to direct his rage at this time. Chapter 2481. A single boy Leonel shamelessly used Ina as a distraction and blew by the group, flashing into the distance, a small squadron of barely over 10 moving swiftly with him. Miel, why didn't you stop them? Truthfully, many had been in a daze. Ina was beautiful, yes, but there was something more to it than that. Her very presence was beyond their understanding. That sort of feeling, it came from the life state, and it was something that filled them with fear. But how could someone in the seventh dimension possibly grasp the life state? There had to be something else to it, something hidden deeper that could make their hearts palpitate like it just had. Miel didn't respond. He didn't understand why his daughter was here either, but he also understood that they couldn't waste any more time here. Forget it. The men should be gathered by now. We need to move. Miel, Sidra called out. Yes, that boy? He mentioned the 2 exits. We can't put stock in this. They aren't part of our military personnel, and we can't risk our men on the words of a fourth-dimensional existence. We'll move with the original plan. Just in case, I will head the army of the second exit the boy mentioned. The rest of you will split up and man the other 5 entrances. Sidra, please follow after my daughter and the exit they took. Understood. Considering the situation, this was the best they could do. They agreed with Miel's decision as well. It was the most logical. Leonel felt a pinch at his waist and winced. What'd I do? Leonel feigned innocence. You were fighting with my father, weren't you? Then you brought me out as some sort of power play? Leonel's brothers pursed their lips, biting into them hard to stop themselves from bursting into a fit of laughter. I have no idea what you're talking about, Leonel replied seriously. That's right, Leo. Deny, deny, deny. James changed his voice to Milan's in his best display of ventriloquism yet. But what good was that when Leonel had senses like he did? Unfortunately, when Leonel tried to glare at him, Ina pinched harder so he could only look forward, pretending not to feel a thing. Humph, Ina grumbled. She hadn't been paying attention, so she didn't know what actually happened. But she would definitely ask Anastasia later. No need to wait, Ina. This guy had a big fight with your dad. Punish him properly. Leonel glared at the finger sleeve on his hand. Wasn't Anastasia supposed to be his partner? Whose side was she on exactly? Ina's gaze became dangerous. Leonel, all right. Leonel's voice had a hint of sternness in it. It was a tone he had never used to talk to Ina before, at least not when they were truly together. Let's be clear about something. Leonel met Ina's gaze as they ran, rushing across thick pipes and leaping from building to building. There are some things that I'll happily allow you to take the reins on, but not this time. Your father and I have a strained relationship, true, but I won't let you undercut me for his sake. The only person I signed up to bow and scrape for is you. That doesn't extend to your family or your friends. Do you understand? Silence fell, and Leonel's brothers pretended to be looking elsewhere, clearing their throats. Even Anastasia didn't throw in her input this time. She could understand when she should and shouldn't mess around. Leonel and Ina looked at each other for a long time. But after a few seconds of no answer, Leonel suddenly began to feel weird. This woman, why did her eyes look like that? It looked like she was ready to rob the cradle, as though if Leonel didn't push her down, she'd push him down instead. Leonel poked her forehead, stunning Ina awake. Hey, focus. We're about to go into battle. Yes, King. Ina nodded obediently. Leonel was speechless. Leitzevel Leonel's brothers choked on air. Sergeant Mo had been in a bad mood for weeks. First, the several Godland citizens had been sacrificed at Leonel's hands, then he humiliated them all by actually managing to escape right under their noses. As though that wasn't bad enough, not only had there been no trace of him for weeks afterward, but when he did finally appear, it was to steal the core of one of their minds. It was still fine. After receiving the report, they thought that this was a good thing. Since Leonel was trapped in there with the rest of them, this was a chance to capture him as well. Due to this, the powerhouses of the Godland family were personally mobilized, catching the demons off guard. They could have never guessed that so many ninth-dimensional existences would appear for a mere fifth-dimensional mine. How could they know that the Godlands believed the man who had stolen their codex was stuck within? Who would have thought that even after sending out so many powerhouses, it would have all been useless? Leonel had long since escaped, and they put in so much effort for nothing. The worst part was that because they had focused so much attention on a useless mine, they had actually lost their most important ninth-dimensional Urbi ore mine as a result. The demons had taken cheap advantage of them, and launching an assault was far too dangerous compared to just defending. As they were hesitating, deciding whether or not to launch another all-out assault, news that the ninth-dimensional Urbe ore mine had been destroyed came from above. The mine was completely buried. If they wanted to excavate all the tunnels again, it would take years of effort and large amounts of manpower. This was ninth dimension Urbe ore they were talking about. Even the miners had to be at least of the mid-level of the eighth dimension to make any sort of progress, let alone now that it had been completely buried. Maybe only Vivok and the other heads could take action at this point. But how could they spare the time for this now? After all these months of frustration, the Godlands really needed a win. As such, they moved the plan to deal with the Slayer Legion up. This was their chance to regain morale and momentum that had been stolen from them by a single boy. Chapter 2482. Chapter 2482. 2 Sergeant Mo held up a hand, his gaze boiling with fire. In the desolate wasteland they stood in, it looked as though their armies were completely unorganized. In the eyes of anyone observing the situation, it would look as though they were still preparing to arrange themselves, but the reality was that they were in a perfect position. At his signal, the troops and battalions in the distance would be able to do an about-face in the shortest time, turning and rushing to complete a full-force attack on their 2 chosen points in an instant. According to the plan, the Slayer Legion would find themselves divided, defending several points, when in reality they were concentrated in just 2. They would be able to deal them a swift blow. As for a potential pincer, Sergeant Mo was perfectly prepared for this. What use would there be in a pincer if their annihilation speed was even faster? Boom. The ground before them exploded. The small entrance that Eamon had used to sneak into the Slayer Legion's underground city wasn't considered to be a real entrance. At best, it was an emergency hatch that could be used to sneak away the young and the old should the situation arise. The true entrances, the 6 main entrances that Goggles mentioned, were enormous. They were huge mechanical slabs covered in dense patches of dirt. It looked like an underground hangar's door, lifting up on an incline and revealing an exit that was 20 meters wide. However, it wasn't meant to open nearly so explosively. It was only because Leonel had purposely broken the mechanisms, causing the 2 mechanical arms to explode upward with far more strength than they should normally. The result was a huge amount of dirt filling the air, and some of the scattered soldiers were even sent flying, ripping through the air at astonishing speeds. However, these soldiers were just the minority. Sergeant Mo was one of the 1,000 eighth-dimensional existences that were leading these troops. As such, he knew exactly where the entrance was. He wouldn't organize his shoulders to stand right on top of it. It was too late to consider this matter. He immediately swept forward with his internal sight to get an understanding of what was going on through all the smoke and dirt. To his horror, his internal sight was suppressed a mere centimeter from his body, causing a flashing to go off in his mind. He had trained his senses on his internal sight, so at that moment he was like a mortal who suddenly had his eyes covered with a sleeping mask. The matter was enough to disorient him, and the other soldiers for that matter, for just a split second. Action. And that split second was enough for the carnage to begin. Leonel and his brothers exploded out of the hangar. The inclined metal door had been ripped upward with such force that it flew from its hinges. Raj raised a hand up to the sky, his ability index taking control of the earth force that forged the metal. With a roar, he swung his arm out, using the 20-meter-wide metal door like a spinning blade. Veins bulged across his forehead, the weight making him feel as though his arm would be ripped from its socket. Even so, he managed to pull it down, and devastation reigned. The door had been forged of over 1,000,000 kilograms of 7th dimension reinforced Urbi ore. When it was thrown out with such force and from such a height, only carnage could follow. Leonel and his brothers rushed out. There wasn't even the wave of cries one would expect. Most of the warriors that died didn't even know what was happening until it was too late. However, following the deaths came a loud boom, one that kicked up an even more violent wind of dust, dirt, and soil. Wife, those 8th dimensioning experts are yours. Kill them all. Ina grinned. It was just unfortunate that infatuating appearance was hidden beneath her mask. It had been a long time since she was truly able to let loose. However, if there was anything she could rank second to her love of Leonel, it was battle. Her battle axe appeared in her fair and slender hands, a blood-red light surrounding her as she vanished. A great amount of blood pooled into the skies, forming roses of death one after another. Leonel didn't even need to look. His confidence in his Ina would never waver. Milan, James. The 2 tanks took the vanguard, slamming their fists together and forming a pair of shields as Leonel took out his bow. Others couldn't see through all the dust, but how could Leonel not? As for his suppression of soul force in the region, he would easily select who he did and didn't want to influence. This would be an all-out slaughter. Go wild, Leonel said with a grin. His arrows blurred, filling the skies. Large amounts of bow force and universe force filled each one, along with a healthy pulse of destruction. Many died before the arrows even touched them. Others were so devastated that it looked as though a bomb had gone off in the region, exploding and leaving them falling in a hail of ash. Joel and Emna took the role of supporting their forward offense. Behind James and Milan's shields, they advanced and retreated as they pleased, their blades flickering with streaks of blood that almost looked akin to crimson shooting stars dancing across the skies. Drake stood shoulder to shoulder with Leonel, a sniper rifle being held up to his eye. With every shot he took, another soldier fell. There was a mysterious strength swirling around him, and it looked like he was dancing on the very edge of something new. At the same time, Ina appeared and vanished as she pleased across the battlefield. None of the sergeants could last even a single strike, and 8th dimensional experts fell like flies. She appeared before Sergeant Mo in a sudden flash. "Aren't you the one who chased him?" The voice was so gorgeous, and yet to Sergeant Mo it was like the Reaper's call. "Then you can die too." He felt nothing. Even as his head spun through the air, the dust was too thick for him to even see his headless body in his final moments. Chapter 2483 Retreat. Chapter 2483 Retreat. Sidra couldn't have imagined that Leonel and the others would attack without her. Even when Leonel went off, she assumed that he was just an arrogant brat who knew that support would be coming one way or another. She was obviously biased toward Meal, so when she saw Leonel pull his daughter out like that, she had felt no small part of dissatisfaction in her heart. It was just that it wasn't her place to say anything. So, although she hadn't purposely slowed down given the situation was already urgent, she still made sure that everything was meticulously in place before heading off. In her opinion, it was impossible for Leonel to even open the hangar doors on his own, so what good would it do him to get there first, even if he had the intention of attacking on his own? She was wrong. Oh, so wrong. By the time she caught up, there was a flood of light coming down from above, and with that light came thick clouds of dust that obscured her vision as well. She tried to use her internal sight, but what she saw with it made her eyes widen. Action, absolute carnage. It should have been aimed toward Leonel and his people, and yet she wasn't even sure if a single one of them had been injured. Leonel was completely controlling the flow of the battle. Every time one tried to organize the situation and reform the attack, he'd target their weakness, crushing them before they could even gather up momentum. His small squadron of barely over 10 walked around the battlefield like they owned it. Every second, hundreds died. What shocked her most was Meal's daughter. She had strength that made her heart palpitate. If she appeared for even a moment, a head would fly into the skies without fail. At the same time, her blood roses rotated in the skies above everyone's perception, unleashing a rain of carnage on the seventh-dimensional experts as well. This made the troops in the distance who wanted to come over to support not even have a chance to approach. To make matters worse for the enemy, every time she attacked another eighth-dimensional expert would fall. How would they organize themselves if all of their commanders were dropping like flies? There simply wasn't anyone to pull the army back together. She stood there in shock. Somehow, even with Ina's performance, she found her senses floating back to Leonel again and again. A screen of dirt and soul shouldn't be this effective. How could these powerful warriors not have internal sight? Someone had to be interfering with their senses, and she had a feeling that it was this boy. In fact, how had this dust not settled just yet? Someone was also constantly agitating the earth, making it impossible for the Godland army to even see their enemy. How could a fifth-dimensional expert have this level of power? Leonel's pale violet eyes blazed with the light of an entire universe. His hands moved so fast they blurred, one arrow after another appearing in his hands before soaring through the skies. The white lion blow seemed to roar with life, suppressing the world around him as he shot faster and faster. See you, shoo! They'll take drastic measures soon. Leonel was already a step ahead. No army worth its salt would allow this to continue indefinitely. Black Star. A mighty roar echoed through the skies, the dense, foggy shape of a mythical dragon appearing. Ina's figure flickered and vanished, appearing on Blackstar's back as they shot through the air, aiming for a man hidden in the distance. Leonel had spotted this man immediately. Most of the so-called sergeant here were only in the early tiers of the 8th dimension. This man, however, was in the middle tiers and should be a tier 4. He was definitely the head commander of this operation. Leonel was confident that Ina could take him alone. Her standards of combat were clearly far beyond that of the rest of the human alliance. Even though she was in the 7th dimension, her strength was towering. However, with Blackstar, it would be a quick battle. This would suffocate the last of the Godland's attempts to reorganize, and what made it worse was that retreating without the word of the head commander would be nigh impossible unless there were waves of defectors. Leonel was very tempted to use his King's Might lineage factor, but he restrained himself. He remembered his grandfather's words well. Although there were some humans that should know he had it due to their infiltration of the dimensional verse, what was more important was making sure that this news didn't become common knowledge to the point it spread to the rest of the powers in existence. That definitely couldn't be allowed. Leonel looked to the side. About time. A roar came from the side, and another hangar door several kilometers to the side opened up, and Meal charged out with his own army. Although he was clearly shocked as well, he didn't pause, immediately cutting into the army. This should be over now. Leonel's arms never stopped, but his mind had control over the entire battlefield. Mere minutes later, Ina and Blackstar began their return. As for the head commander, he couldn't have been more dead if he tried. The army didn't even realize their head commander had fallen. They continued to get slaughtered by the dozens, some barely managing to fight back. Retreat. Retreat. Leonel's lip curled. It seemed they finally noticed. He waved a hand and stopped his brothers from chasing. It wasn't worth it. Why are you chasing? Sidra frowned. Leonel sent a glance toward her. Originally, this woman looked to be in too much of a daze to do anything, but she eventually got herself together and led a charge. Are you serious? Leonel asked, somewhat speechless. Sidra frowned. She didn't like this boy's tone at all. Who did he think he was talking to? Chapter 2484. Forget it. Chapter 2484. Forget it. Leonel put a hand to his forehead. He didn't really understand how incompetent an organization to have someone so incompetent leading a sixth of their armies. Did they not have anyone better? You realize that this is only a fraction of the Godland's strength, right? They didn't even send decent 8th dimensional experts, Leonel finally said. On top of that, the demons are probably watching their every move. An enemy of an enemy is a friend. Sidra's frown deepened. Leonel looked at this simple woman. He would have put a hand to her forehead to see if she had a fever or something, if not for the fact they had no familiarity with one another. That saying only makes sense when you have the strength to back it up. To the demons, what use are you? Even the goblins didn't take you seriously enough to send some real firepower at you. Your strongest expert is my father-in-law, and that man's not even in the 9th dimension. The fact you've survived until now is purely based on the fact you were too troublesome to deal with, not because you held any real strength of your own. The further out from here we are, the more difficult it will be for me to control the situation. The higher the chance the goblins will send reinforcements, the greater the odds the demons will try to take advantage of the situation. You want to chase with your armies in this situation? We should take this small victory, retreat, and decide whether it's better to bolster defenses or pack up and find a new place to call home. Leonel's words fell like the rain. Sidra didn't understand just how lucky she was that Leonel was explaining anything at all, but she still clenched her fists. Leonel's words were obviously logical, but she didn't feel like they had killed nearly enough. 100,000 was too large a number. Although it had been a one-sided slaughter, they had barely lost 10% of their army. Of course, this was an exaggerated number considering how few casualties there were on their side, but compared to the overall strength of the goblins, this was hardly a dent. She wasn't satisfied. Leonel fell into silence, watching Sidra's reaction as the dust settled. He understood. This Slayer Legion, it was mostly made up of people who had been wronged by the Human Alliance in one way or another. It wasn't just righteousness that fueled them, but rage and unwillingness. If it had been a normal battle, with heavy casualties on both sides, Sidra would have known the right decision to make immediately. But because it was so one-sided, she was extremely eager to make them pay a heavier and heavier price. This will be troublesome, Leonel sighed. He didn't just have to manage these people's strengths, but their emotions as well. That would make this matter a nightmare to deal with, but there wasn't really another choice. He had a feeling that this was where his grandfather wanted him to be. Leonel didn't think that Emperor Fox's trump card would be so flimsy. There was more than likely a deeper plot somewhere that Leonel didn't know about. However, at least for now, this was all he had to deal with. Now that he finally understood what one of the tips his grandfather gave him meant, he thought of the others. The 4 great families are not to be trusted. The Dream Pavilion will never be as fragile as they seem. The goblins are the most aligned with goals that you might describe as the greater good. The cult can be used. And your best chance at survival is the Dream Pavilion. His grandfather mentioned the Dream Pavilion twice in those words. Much like he hadn't originally known what it meant for the goblins to be a part of the greater good, he had even less of an idea of what the other things meant. However, this made Leonel realize that he might need to take a trip to the Dream Pavilion, not to join it, but to understand it. King used to be the former head of the Dream Pavilion, he knew that. In addition, back in the vast bubble, or the Cataclysm Zone, the Dream Pavilion had had a huge sway in the treasures he could exchange for. They had been so mysterious and yet so powerful at the same time. However, for Leonel, the Dream Pavilion was the most dangerous place he could try to visit. A place flooded with Dreamforce experts would be the worst sort of counter to him. I'll have to be at least 4th dimensional before I try it. Anything less, and I'll just be looking for death. His grandfather's words had been hard to decipher, and he probably shouldn't take them at face value. Just like with this Slayer Legion, it could mean too many things, so he couldn't just throw his life away on a bet. Little Blackstar landed on Leonel's shoulder, and Ina by his side. What now? Joel asked. He was used to being the leader when Leonel wasn't around, so he had analyzed the situation just the same. It didn't feel like this area was safe any longer. Should they try to escape to a new region? Leonel fell into silence. This was incredibly difficult. Down below, there were plenty of old and young, not to mention fragile and weak. It was an entire city with a population in the hundreds of thousands. Leonel had no idea why a rebel army would foolishly take in so many liabilities. At this point, they weren't even providing them a good life. They were mostly just living in slums. But after seeing Sidra's near outburst, he realized that these people had been led by emotion for too long, and now it was coming back to bite them. They must have really believed that the Godlins would never find them. They were lucky that Leonel had a solution, that obviously being Anastasia and the segmented cube, but he wasn't sure if he should do this. The Leonel of the past would have jumped at the chance, filled with childish ideals and wishes of grandeur, but now he was much more realistic. Forget it, Leonel shook his head. Since Gramps dumped this on my lap, I guess I have no choice. Chapter 2485, Talented Couple. Chapter 2485, Talented Couple. What do you think? On a far-off mountain, a distance so far away that it was impossible to fathom how, a group of demons stood, observing the battle below. The one that spoke was a gorgeous woman with skin that looked as though it was painted with silver. Her hair was like a waterfall of white, and her armor was a black steel color, glowing with a majestic light. To her side there was a young man, just as handsome as she was beautiful. His hair was a bed of flowing flames, and his skin looked painted with bronze and brass. One had eyeballs that looked carefully shaped from a white pearl. The other looked as though a ruby was polished and placed into his skull. Neither had pupils, and both exuded an aura of majesty. The two were not alone. Behind them, there were 3 teams of demons. One was a group of 5 bull demons. They had skin shaded a fierce red and a pair of horns on their foreheads, something that both the males and females shared. Regardless of who it was, they dressed with scant beast skins, and their physiques were simply on an entirely different level, brimming with muscles. The second group was one that Leonel had never come across before, at least not in these numbers. They had humanoid bodies and cobra-shaped heads, their hoods flickering with gorgeous patterns as though adorned with ancient and obscure runes. They weren't a uniform color like the bull demons, but regardless of what shades their scales were dominated by, they were absolutely beautiful creatures. Each individual scale shone like a polished gem. The final group was somehow even more scantily clad than the bull demons. They had pale purple skin and some faint tattoos around their necks, wrists, ankles, though the most prominent were on their lower bellies. However, other than this, they looked no different than regular humans, aside from the fact each and every one of them had model-worthy looks. Action. The men wore thongs that placed a little too much attention on their packages. The women wore a thin gauze skirt and a band across their chest that left little to the imagination. It could be seen right through. Regardless of male or female, they all wore chokers that made them look more like slaves than warriors of the demon race that weren't to be trifled with. The one who talked was the young man with bronzed skin. Unsurprisingly, he was a member of the Sun Demons. Though, it was more accurate to say that the Sun and Moon Demons were actually just one race. The women became Moon Demons, and the men became Sun Demons. Each had a path that either went toward extreme yin or extreme yang. Together, especially when they fought in their matrimonial pairs, their strength was far more than just 1 + 1 = 2. They could easily exhibit strength far beyond themselves. The rebel army has a Dreamforce expert, and it is hard to see with just my eyes alone. The Moon Demon spoke as though it was just natural that she should be able to see from so many thousands of kilometers away. In fact, she sounded a hint uncomfortable that she could not. I felt the same, the young man replied. The way the Godlings fought, it seemed like they might play a stronger role than we thought. Just one man foolhardy enough to call himself king gave us so much trouble for all these years. Do you believe that this one is so troublesome? Probably the best genius of the human race, but they're in the rebel army? The Moon Demon asked. They don't even seem to be part of the rebel army. Those masked figures looked like they were working on their own. Apologies, Munadru, son Kelgus, I have something of importance to report. A female bull demon took a step forward after taking a look at a male bull demon. If Leonel and Ina had been here, they would have recognized these two. The male was none other than Larkin, and the woman was, of course, Ariza. These were two of the 4 bull demons that Leonel and Ina had fought in the in-between world. Speak, Kelgus said calmly. I believe I recognize the aura of the Blood Force user. You do? Kelgus raised an eyebrow, though it looked no different from a line of flames dancing on his forehead. Yes. In the in-between world, we reported the potential existence of species of demons that managed to survive after millennia of entrapment. 2 of our squad of 4 died at her hands. You're saying that they were in-between world, in cult territory, and are now here, in Godland territory. To the best of my knowledge, yes. And you reported that they were having sex? A giggle came from the lust demons. They had originally been blamed for this matter, but even they had more restraint than that. That said, they respected it. They suddenly wanted to meet this couple very much. Kelgus's gaze flickered. The reason the sex was important wasn't that he was a pervert, but rather because in his world, a woman of such talent couldn't possibly pair with anyone other than someone of equivalent talent. This was how things worked among the Sun and Moon demons. Trying to marry a woman who was beyond you would just get you killed. Then, in all likelihood, unless there was somehow another astounding talent related to this group, the Dreamforce genius was a man and more than likely the woman's partner. It was an interesting piece of information. He could use this. Chapter 2486. Bonus Fairy Tale. Chapter 2486. Bonus Fairy Tale Bonus Chappie, thanks to Mr. Ham E31626, unacceptable. These were the first words Meal said in regard to Leonel's proposed plan. The idea of trusting Leonel to carry everyone out of here was grating on his nerves. It might be in one part due to the fact it was Leonel, but it was mostly due to the fact that he was the one who was tasked with protecting these people in the first place. The fact that he was now being asked to rely on a young man a fraction of his age to do what he should have been able to do was more of a blow to his ego than he was willing to take. Of course, Meal, much like anyone else, had an ego, but it was deeper than just that as well. His admission that his ego played a role was him trying to check himself and truly come to understand where all the root of this was coming from. But the main truth was that he simply didn't trust Leonel. It wasn't just about Leonel's incompetence. He just didn't like Leonel's character, and he didn't believe that this was a young man good enough for his daughter, let alone to lead them all out of here and take on the weight of thousands of lives. Leonel claimed to love his daughter, but he had also dared to say those cruel words to her back then. He had seen Leonel's gaze back then, a gaze so cold and detached from everything in the world, a gaze that looked as though it was gazing upon not a woman pouring out his heart to him, but rather an annoying fly he wanted to swat out of his way. He didn't care about what reasons Leonel might have had. He didn't believe that any man should act like that toward a woman he had even a modicum of respect toward. It shouldn't have been within the fiber of his being to even think of doing such a thing. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that Leonel wasn't worthy of his respect, his trust, or his daughter. And yet there was Ina, sitting silently by his side. action. He had expected his daughter to be angry on his behalf, or at the very least, try to mediate the situation. But she did neither. It was as though she had already picked a side, and that side wasn't the side of her father. He knew that children were meant to grow up. He knew that they were meant to leave the side of their parents and grow on their own. He even agreed that a husband and wife's greatest reliance should be on one another. If parents were too involved in such a relationship, it would work out poorly for all parties involved. He just didn't want it to be Leonel. And Leonel's response only seemed to prove him right. All right, we'll be leaving then. Any deaths that happen will be on your hands. Leonel didn't seem surprised by Miel's response. He didn't seem enraged. He didn't even try to rebuttal or argue. It was as though he didn't care about the lives of those people at all, and after making a token effort, he patted his butt and was ready to go. If he really believed that he was the only chance for these people to survive, shouldn't he try harder? Shouldn't he do more? But he thought that they should believe him with just a single sentence? Miel felt his temper flaring up again. He probably would have attacked already had it not been for his daughter sitting right there. He felt so much rage that he thought he might explode. In the end, he was so infuriated he laughed as Leonel got up. Leonel was going to ignore the laughter entirely until Miel spoke. You have the heart of a demon. You supposedly believe you're the only chance for these people to live, and yet you aren't even willing to say more than a sentence. One day my daughter will realize the kind of person you really are and leave you. Miel didn't say words to convince his daughter to leave Leonel. How many times had he heard similar words from his own parents? They had begged, they had pleaded, they had warned and advised, but had it mattered? Love wasn't something you could force someone to change. You could only hope to give them the tools to realize on their own. As far as he saw it, his daughter was much more powerful than Leonel anyway. At the very least, she wasn't being forced to stay. If she was, even if it meant killing Leonel, he would have already attacked with lethal intent. Leonel turned back and met Miel's gaze. He didn't seem enraged by the claims, and was instead very calm. Let me lay out something very clearly so that you understand. I'm a fan of explaining things, so take this as a special event triggered just for you. Just now, do you have any idea how much danger I put myself in just to appear and battle on your behalf? Miel stood stone-faced, clearly not planning to answer. There are probably people who've taken note of my existence already, people who've taken note of Ina as well. And for what? To save a group of people who are rotting away their existence in a city that hasn't allowed them to see the light of day in years? You probably don't know this, Leonel continued, but one of the fissures between me and your daughter to begin with was because I kept constantly putting myself in the line of danger in order to save people unrelated to me. Don't you find it very ironic that her father is now asking me to do exactly that? Leonel continued to meet Miel's gaze, completely unwavering. In just a handful of months, I've already dealt the Human Alliance more losses than your Slayer Legion has in decades. Their farming project, destroyed by me, the future of the goblins, in my hands. And just now, if not for my actions, your little underground city would have already been wiped off the map. You want me to save people? I already did. I'm not going to overextend myself for the sake of your ego or your fairy tale. Chapter 2487, Bonus Own Person. Chapter 2487, Bonus Own Person. Bonus Chappie, thanks to Mr. Ham A3 2C6 Leonel, sat on a stone in silence, looking out into the ocean. Every part of Anastasia's world, well, almost all of it, was absolutely beautiful. But he wasn't able to enjoy the beauty of it at all in this moment. It wasn't like he wanted to have conflict with Ana's father, it was just that he couldn't see eye to eye with the man. It only made it worse that it was almost impossible to win an argument against Leonel. By the time you thought of one rebuttal, he had had 1,000. It was hard to see how that could be a problem with Leonel, but when an argument was so one-sided and yet the other party still felt like they were in the right, it made it impossible to come to a true common ground. The only way would be if Leonel purposely held back and allowed Ina's father some concessions, but he didn't want to do that. Maybe that was a hint of his selfishness coming up. Maybe it was his unwillingness to lose, but he truly meant those words he said to Ina. He was willing to lay down and take a loss to her, but not for anyone else. Leonel knew there wasn't really anyone wrong in this situation. He felt that he was still rightfully mad at Ina back then. She didn't like his reckless actions, but he always had 100% confidence in himself. The idea that his woman wouldn't have the same unfettered belief in him not only hurt his own ego, but something deeper than that. It had taken him a long time to understand what really bothered him about that moment back then, but as he came to understand more about himself, the more clarity he had about that day. He had always imagined his relationship with Ina to be some perfect fairy tale. Or maybe it was that he always had an ideal of her in his mind, an ideal that shattered that day he watched her kill someone for the first time. His feelings for Ina came from a power beyond him, probably much like his self-confidence. In the beginning, he didn't even really know why he liked her, so he filled in the gaps with fantasies instead. He thought he liked her docile and soft personality, but how she could also get serious when she needed to, how smart she was at the same time. He felt that she was the kind of quiet, housewife sort of woman, one that would always be by his side to silently support him. That was why he felt so bad when she never came to his game. That was why he felt so lost when she didn't even look back at him when they almost lost their lives to those invalids when the metamorphosis just began. The Aina he had constructed in his mind wasn't acting the way he fantasized about, and the cognitive dissonance ripped him apart. But then he began to learn more about Aina, the true Aina. She was battle-hungry and a true warrior, but she could also be reserved and exceedingly shy. She was a fierce competitor, and yet she loved to be dominated by him. She was a complex person much like everyone else was, but that fantasy was stuck in his mind. She was his ideal, the perfect woman, the only woman that could possibly gain his interest out of all the myriad of women out there. So, how dare she not trust him? How dare she not lean on him? How dare she try to be her own person? Leonel could feel that sudden turn of rage in him. It wasn't coming from his current self, but rather from a memory. She had done it again, gone off, and not trusted him. But this time, rather than it ending in separation and cruel words on his part, it ended in her death. She should have trusted him back then as well. When the Shadow Tail appeared, the first thought in her mind should have been to come to his side. They were two completely separate situations, and yet their root cause was the same. Action. She hadn't trusted him, and that was why it was all so complex. He could feel Aina changing. He could feel that her trust in him was becoming just as unconditional as her love. It may even have very well reached that point already. But the context behind his unhappiness, the fact that he hadn't even known who she truly was, the fact he tried to fill in so much of her personality on his own as though she wasn't her own person, that made him wrong as well. And then there was her father, who had no obligation to him at all. He was a father, of course his allegiances would be to his daughter and her happiness. What could he even say about that? And all of that led to this moment, a situation where two men refused to back down and the lives of tens of thousands were in the balance as a result. Leonie continued to stare out into the ocean, not moving. Being smart enough to figure something out was one matter. There were plenty of people who knew that they had flaws, but that didn't mean that dealing with them came with any sort of ease. Leonel just happened to be in a very far-off percentile in the case. A hand suddenly pressed down on Leonel's head and ruffled his hair wildly. "You're not very good at sneaking around," Leonel muttered. He didn't need to look to know it was James. Sneaking around? I would never. How could I bear to hide this handsome mug of mine? Handsome my ass. Hey, we can't all be shameless enough to dye our hair purple. Even the contacts, man. Have some shame. This hair and these eyes are just as real as the money you spent on your last whore. James laughed into the skies. If you pay for them, you won't have father-in-law drama to deal with. He put up an energy barrier the moment he finished speaking. Good thing, too, because Leonel's elbow stopped right above his crotch. Chapter 2488, Defector. Chapter 2488, Defector Action. Hey, watch it. Those are the moneymakers. James leapt back, coughing lightly. Leonel sent him a side glance, but rather than shrinking back, James laughed. This is too funny. James plopped down on a nearby piece of grass, having a good old time all to himself. He had never really seen Leonel get angry about anything. No, it was more accurate to say that nothing really got to Leonel in the usual sense. Usually, if you made Leonel mad, you were just screwed. But this time Leonel wasn't just mad, but he didn't have a counterpunch to throw. He seemed so human for the first time. It wasn't like he could continue crossing that line and humiliating his father-in-law. If he did so, he would be screwed to live a life of misery. Who knew, it might even end in him losing Aina. Miel was Aina's only family remaining. Leonel couldn't just ostracize him. If he was a bad father, that would be one matter. But he was a man who had done his best. Eviscerating him would feel good for a moment and then cause years of distress afterward. The only answer to the problem seemed to be for Leonel to take a step back, but in his mind, that was tantamount to losing. He didn't want to do that. Just using Aina to deliver a letter was enough to piss him off, even though it had been his idea, let alone this. "I'm glad you're having a great time," Leonel mumbled. "Really?" James replied cheerily. "It doesn't sound like you really are. Say it again if it's true." This, unsurprisingly, earned James another glare, to which he, of course, laughed again. "It's not all bad, you know. It could be worse." "And how's that exactly?" "Well, there could be a mother-in-law involved too, then you'd be really screwed." Leonel was speechless. Was he supposed to take solace in the fact Ina's mom was dead? The worst part was maybe that James was correct. At the very least, he could exchange some fists with Ina's father if it was her mother instead. Where would he have vented his frustration? Anyway, the way I see it, neither of you two is going to have something akin to a healthy relationship. So instead of doing all that, just show him you're not the person you think he is. Simple enough, right? Leonel shook his head. Anything he did now would come off as a power play to Miel, and honestly, he couldn't defeat Miel in a straight-up battle even if he wanted to. The only person who could do that was Ina, and he wasn't going to make Ina fight her father. If he followed James's suggestion and just forcefully took the people of the underground city away, it would definitely end in a battle. And unless he was willing to kill Miel, which he wasn't, it was a battle that he would ultimately lose. Annoying. Leonel thought to himself. Leonel sensed something else. He looked over and found that Ina had floated by his side. A bittersweet smile spread across both their faces before she spoke. "You can take the people away." Leonel asked. "I convinced my dad. We have to move now, quickly, or else we might not get another chance to." "Ah," Leonel nodded somewhat absent-mindedly. He hadn't even thought of this possibility, but he guessed that it was for the best. At least for now, Ina would just have to be the mediator so that things didn't explode. At the very least, he appreciated her approach, and though he couldn't read Meal's mind, he was sure that he did as well. Leonel stood. Let's go then. The next few days were hectic. However, the process of actually convincing everyone wasn't as bad as it seemed. These people had no real loyalty to the land they lived in. If there was any reluctance at all, it was toward the idea that the place where they were going would be even worse. After all, even in this relatively stable city, the living conditions were horrible. They barely got enough food and water, and the streets were rife with crime and underhand dealings. But all of this went out the window after they actually saw the land they were moving into. Anastasia's world was truly a paradise, and they almost couldn't believe that they had the luck to receive such an upgrade. Leonel watched all of this without saying a word, but he knew that things would only remain simple for only so long. Humans were humans, after all. Maybe soon, the peace would give way to hierarchies, to entitlement, to troubling political stratospheres and class divisions. They would probably even start now, not from the people themselves, but rather the higher-ups that ruled them. In the beginning, the Slayer Legion upper management might feel even a hint of gratitude toward Leonel for providing this opportunity, but it would only last for so long. These people got into this rebel army for the sake of their ideals, but too long had passed since then. They had now gotten used to being at the top and wielding power. What power could they wield if their citizens were under Leonel's control? There were 6 Slayer generals, and Sidra and Meal were just 2 of them. There were still 4 others. Plus, Leonel knew nothing about Meal's character. For all he knew, Meal would be the first to stir trouble. Leonel felt a pat on his shoulder. Regardless of our differences, thank you for this, Leonel. A man who looked to be in about his 50s patted Leonel's shoulder. He had a large belly, and, quite frankly, if Leonel dressed him up in red and rosed his cheeks a bit, he would be the perfect Santa Claus. Even so, there was a lot of heft and weight to his pat. His body was extraordinarily powerful. Leonel knew him as Slayer General Yonku, a defector of the Three Fingers cult. Chapter 2489, Opportunity. Just doing me part, Leonel said lightly. Don't get too down, kid. Who doesn't have father-in-law trouble? It's a natural path of all men. Miel is a good man, just protective of his daughter. Soon enough, I'm sure you two will be perfectly chummy. Leonel smiled. You call him Miel? Did he change his name? Ah, you didn't know this. See? Yonku looked back towards Sidra, who was wearing a stone face of her own. Don't mind her either. Everyone knows she's in love with Miel, though she thinks that she hides it well. Watch your word, Yonku. A flickering light force appeared in Sidra's eyes. Leonel took note of it, but didn't think very much of it. Light force was rare, but not rare to the point no one would have it. Ha ha! Yonku laughed uproariously, his belly rolling. Sorry, pretend like I didn't say anything. Sidra, though, had already ignored Yonku and was looking right at Leonel. I do not. Leonel blinked, looking at this serious woman with short-cut hair. He hadn't really taken it seriously before, but since she was being so serious about it, it was obvious that Yonku wasn't blowing hot air. As for why Sidra wanted to make sure that Leonel didn't believe the nonsense, it was obviously so that he didn't turn around and tell Ina about it. That would be her worst nightmare. She couldn't even get Meal to pay attention to her. How would she fare if she suddenly had to deal with the scrutiny of a potential stepdaughter at the same time? Leonel smiled. I believe you. Sidra's brows creased when she heard this, but she realized she couldn't push any harder, or else it might be too obvious. The rest of the Slayer generals chuckled, earning Sidra's glares. The remainder of the Slayer generals were pretty well balanced. They were all in the 8th dimension, and they came from the various powers as defectors as well. The only power that was lacking a defector was the Dream Pavilion, but Leonel could easily make a guess as to why that was. There was Slayer General Titus, defector of the Godlands, Slayer General Cherie, defector of the 4 Great Families, and finally Slayer General Darlemagne, defector of the cult. Cherie was an older woman with sharp green eyes and hair. She should be a member of the Crutus family, one of the 4 Great Families. Darlemagne was actually a man despite his name, though he didn't look particularly delicate, not just due to his old age, but because he seemed to take meticulous care of his skin and hygiene. His face was practically radiant. In truth, all of the Slayer generals aside from Meal and Sidra seemed to be entering their twilight years. It was a bad sign overall for the direction of the Slayer Legion. However, they weren't entirely hopeless. At the very least, they had a decent number of warriors well into the 7th dimension. Lights, each one of them led an army of 10,000. That wasn't great, but it wasn't as bad as Leonel was expecting. It was at least a foundation that could be built upon. They just lacked the resources. The number of citizens who couldn't protect themselves only numbered just over 100,000 or so. So the ratio of people to soldiers almost bordered on outrageous, but it was a necessary evil. Usually, a decent ratio would be less than 1%, that meaning 1 soldier for every 100 citizens. But here it was almost 40%, which was both shocking and a bit sad. It ultimately meant that most who could fight were doing so. This city wasn't a place of leisure for the people. They were birthed into this struggle. If there were any humans that Leonel felt deserved his protection, it was this kind. He felt no loyalty to the human alliance. They didn't treat his life or that of his friends and family as equal to their own. He didn't know if he felt loyalty to the Slayer Legion either. Honestly speaking, his grandfather's ways could be just as cruel as the human alliance's ways. He didn't seem to be on the side of good either, and his main purpose seemed to be to resurrect the Fox family to their former glory. Leonel didn't even know if he was on the side of good either. At the very least, because of his own ego, he would have left these people behind. He couldn't help but smile. So we're all scumbags just trying to survive, huh? How depressing. The last of the citizens were escorted into the segmented cube under Leonel's watchful gaze and the banter of the Slayer generals. With a wave of his hand, the segmented cube's portal closed and it slid onto Leonel's finger. He didn't mind the slightly uncomfortable gazes of the Slayer generals when they saw this. It was inevitable given the circumstances. It didn't suddenly mean that they would definitely cause issues for him, at least not yet. Now, we should decide what we're going to do from here on out. I wouldn't mind allowing you Slayer generals into the segmented cube as well, but I'm sure that's not what you want, right? The Slayer generals looked toward one another. It was clear that Leonel hit the nail on the head, but what was the other option? To flee like rats? But then what? Was this the end of the Slayer Legion, just like that? They were obviously unwilling. The first time they faced a true attack and they folded so easily? It was both embarrassing and unacceptable. You have an idea? Titus asked Leonel. In truth, he had been eyeing Leonel for a long time. Since there was an opportunity to interact, he might as well. He was very interested in this boy. Well, your enemies have no idea that you have a method to suddenly take everyone away and vanish in a blink. They think you're basically trapped and they can deal with you at their own pace. Isn't that a good opportunity to deal another blow to them? Chapter 2100, Billion's Vivoc's desk flew across the room, shattering against the wall in thousands of flying splinters of wood. These days, his temper was not good, not in the slightest. He wasn't known as a leader who was in his position for his smarts, but he was a man who was known for 1, his strength, and 2, his temperament. He was very good at managing people, delegating tasks, and knowing when to take his hands off the controls and let the people he put in place do their jobs. Unsurprisingly then, he was likewise known as a person with a mellow and calm personality. All of that had gone out of the window now. Every single last bit of his patience was being tried again and again, and this most recent incident with the Slayer Legion was just another example. It wasn't even all that big a deal, objectively speaking. They had only sent a fraction of their strength, but it was supposed to be an easy victory, a nice win to tuck into their belts and help bolster morale. Who would have thought that it would just end up being another slap to the face? At that moment, the door to Vivac's office opened. Vivac almost snapped again, but when he saw that it was his wife, he took a breath and turned around, looking out the window so as not to show her such an embarrassing side of him. Aminta stepped to her husband's side. She just stood there silently as he slowly regained his calm, not saying anything. Sometimes a man just needed his wife by his side and things would feel just a little bit better. Aminta understood that, at least for right now, Vivac didn't need her advice. The time ticked by, and Vivac eventually exhaled a final time, looking toward his wife with a hint of gratefulness in his eyes. Aminta, you look beautiful today. Did you do something with your hair? Aminta smiled. Her usual demeanor was quite cold and detached, so it almost looked out of place. Vivac, though, was quite used to his wife's personality, and he was content to feel that only he and her brother could see this side of her. You say that every day, and I'll keep saying it until our last days. Aminta leaned into her husband's arm, resting her cheek on his shoulders. You don't need to be worried about Simona, she said softly. At least for now, she will be fine. Vivac's gaze flickered. You're sure? Leonel is capable of viciousness, so I will not lie to you. He also doesn't seem to treat any woman except for his Aina like they're a woman at all. However, he's also a schemer, and he's rarely needlessly cruel. He will only use Simona when it benefits him the most, and other than that moment, she likely won't experience too many hardships. Vivac nodded, and the husband and wife pair fell into silence once again. Aminta, do you think that I've made a mistake? In what way? Action. Trying to deviate from the path of the others, trying to make our own way when at this point in time, the human race should be coming together? Do you want to hear how I really feel about it? Yes. Aminta looked up and into her husband's eyes. I believe the human race, as it is right now, has no hope of survival. Light's Vivac didn't seem to be very surprised by this analysis. No matter how you looked at it, they were truly finished. The status of the human race to wider existence was akin to scum at the bottom of their feet, a patch of mud or dirt they should scrape off. The matters of the god beasts had left a bad taste in the mouths of the other races, and the fall of the Fox family ruined their chances at ever defending themselves without them. They justified backstabbing the Fox family back then so well. They said that if the Fox family didn't fall, the other races would act to wipe out the humans. They said the other races wouldn't want to see the humans rise again, so it was best if they stuck to their lane and took out the ambitious Fox family. And what was the result of that? Generation after generation, they got weaker, a barrier, ironically created by the Fox family in the first place, acting as the only thing protecting their lives. And now that protection was gone, and in its place, there were a great number of humans who couldn't even wield decent strength. They went from the ants of existence to the envoys of the god beasts, to falling from grace and then rising again to be as strong as any race beneath the god race, only to backstab their only backer and end up right back at square one. So much infighting, so much death and destruction. They only had a single life state level warrior, and he died ironically at the hands of a human they were trying to suppress and control. What a fucking joke. You know that I've never agreed with the farm project. The problem isn't that it's too cruel. The problem is that it's too cruel, and yet there's little return on the investment. You also know what I think we should do. Even if it means tainting the Godland family bloodline, we should resurrect the Constellation families using our own. The only way to fight back against near extinction is to have the power of the stars at our back. Without them, we don't stand a chance. It was clear that they had already had this conversation before, and Vivek had said no. The reason was obvious. The pushback would be enormous. The Godland family had their own pride, but doing this would be akin to wiping out their own bloodline to take in another's. It was 2 parts humiliating and 1 part a slap to the face of their ancestors. Okay, Vivek finally said. He was a leader who knew how to adapt, and he knew that his wife was correct. The only hope they had was the resurrection of the Constellation families. Good. Aminta smiled again, but this time it seemed to light up the room. And how do we? Aminta handed Vivek a ring. This ring has enough blood to convert billions if need be. Vivek suddenly felt a cold shudder ride up his spine. Chapter 2491, bonus 1-year bonus Chappie thanks to Mr. Ham A3336. The previous words of his wife echoed in Vivek's ears again. The problem isn't that it's too cruel. The problem is that it's too cruel, and yet there's little return on the investment. Looking at the spatial ring, holding it in his hands, and finally sending his senses in, he finally understood what she meant by that. Being cruel wasn't the problem. Being needlessly cruel and not getting enough out of it was. This is, you know what it is, there's no need to ask me. Vivek took a breath and exhaled. Is this everything? I thought about keeping some talents alive because they could truly thrive in this sort of environment, but the risk was not worth it. Action. Vivek nodded. Lightsavel, how long will this take? So long as the method is followed, only as long as it takes to inject everyone. It would be easy to form an army of billions if need be in just a few days. What will take some time is them getting in tune with their constellations and learning to use them as one. There might be some slight regressions in their strength for a few weeks, but there should be explosive growth afterward. You've really planned everything out. Aminta nodded. This is why I went to the incomplete world in the first place. Resurrecting the bloodlines of the Constellation families took many generations, and easily hundreds of thousands of years. Without them, it wouldn't have been possible. But I eventually succeeded. No, we succeeded. Vivek finally calmed down completely, and his eyes began to sparkle with a fire of confidence once again. Thank you, Aminta. Why are you thanking me? Are we not husband and wife? Vivek smiled, taking Aminta into his arms and kissing her forehead. I withstood a lot of pressure to marry you. At least that's what the outside world says. But in my view, there isn't any other woman who is your equal. Compared to that so-called Imperatress Anselma, you are leagues beyond. Vivek meant every word he spoke. Anselma was a woman who was arrogant and might have entered the 9th dimension, but she wasn't worthy of his respect. She couldn't control her temper, she wasn't very intelligent, and her only redeeming quality was her strength and maybe her beauty. If not for how much focus Aminta had placed on this, how could she not also be in the 9th dimension by now? Lights. Aminta smiled and didn't say anything else. From this day forth, the Godlands would rise. So long as they withstood this buffer period, they would surpass all the other factions. Dream Pavilion. The location was a place that fit the name quite well, or more accurately, fit the layman definition of the world rather than its truest definition, that of the force it represented. The entire pavilion was in the air, riding on clouds that ranged from a delicate blue to pink to violet. The buildings themselves were representative of an ancient Chinese air and aura, the architecture reminiscent of olden-style Confucian temples. The number of individuals, though, given the sheer size and span of the pavilion, was minimal. It practically looked like for every one of these awe-inspiring temples, there was just one person to live in and manage them. This was the Dream Pavilion, a place where the Dreamforce experts of the world gathered. And yet, their number was pitifully few, counted in the several dozens quite comfortably. One would be hard-pressed to say that they surpassed a population of 100 by anything that could be described as far. If Leonel could see this, he would be able to understand quite well that sneaking into this place was nigh impossible. How could you sneak in when everyone knew everyone else by first and last name? It was too ridiculous. Even if they weren't Dreamforce experts, it would be difficult, let alone the fact that they were. It was in this place that Clarence sat. His expression seemed to be undergoing a number of changes. At least that was what it seemed like at first. But if one looked closely, it was more like ghosts trapped within his body were trying to force their way out. Every time one was suppressed, another one would appear. In the brief instances of time ghosts weren't trying to rip their way out of Clarence's face, you could catch a glimpse of the calm man underneath. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and he looked down. He sat on a prayer mat at the bottom of a wide set of stairs embroidered in complex gold and red. At the top of this set of stairs, a treasure box lay, but it looked almost as though no one had ever opened it to see what was inside. A hint of wariness flashed in Clarence's gaze before he sighed. He knew that this day was coming. He couldn't hide this matter for very long. They would eventually find out. The treasure box shook for a moment before it settled back down. Its many runes began to light up one after another until the silhouette of a figure painted in violet fog appeared. Judging by the shape of their head, it was clear this person wore the same turbans as the other members of the Dream Pavilion. However, likewise judging by the situation, it didn't seem that this person was a physical member of the Dream Pavilion either, at least not in the most obvious sense. I've sensed the death of Aurelius Regalis. A countdown sequence has been initiated. A new pavilion head will be appointed within a year. If there is no new life state expert created by your pavilion in that time, its rights will be revoked, its ranking will be revoked, and its connection with the Dream Pavilion will be shattered. The voice spoke and didn't seem to really look at Clarence himself even a single time. Then, without the slightest word, it vanished. Clarence clenched his fists, sitting in silence. Chapter 2492, Bonus Challenge Sequence. Sequence bonus Chappie, thanks to Mr. Ham E346. Clarence sat in silence, feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders. The reality was that the Dream Pavilion was just one of many, and the only reason their numbers were so few was that there was no one else among the humans worthy of joining. Well, aside from that old witch of the cult, and Clarence's mind landed on Leonel once again. He had forgotten just how many times he had thought of this young man in the last few weeks. But now it seemed that it was nothing more than a foolish dream of his. A single year? He laughed bitterly. He knew they were doing it on purpose. It was a slap to their faces that the mighty Dream Pavilion had such a stain on their record. It was just that they didn't have any other formal rules of kicking a pavilion out of the structured alliance, until King's death gave them the excuse they needed. It was truly a great joke. The mighty Dream Pavilion, rather than finding out who had killed one of their pavilion heads, actually moved on and pretended as though it hadn't happened at all, instead using it as an excuse to wipe this stain from their record entirely. It wasn't too much of an oddity for a pavilion head position to remain empty for a decade or more. How could the matter of a new pavilion head position be chosen so casually? It had to be understood that to these behemoths, a year of time might as well have been the blink of an eye. It wasn't an exaggeration that a year of time to them was the equivalent of a handful of hours to a mortal. They probably would have made the time shorter if it wouldn't be too obvious what they were doing. How could they possibly raise a life state expert in that time? Especially in a force as difficult to grasp as Dreamforce? But who asked them to be so weak? The Dream Pavilion was constantly making efforts to bring in new blood. It was why they had made the Dreamforce items so cheap during the exchange. But how hard was it to create such experts? Not only did you need Dreamforce affinity, it had to also be of a certain standard. Not just any existence capable of using Dreamforce would be allowed in and earn their colors. Clarence had been so interested in Leonel because he might have given them a chance. If they could have had a 100-year period, they might have been able to raise Leonel to that standard. But now it was all for naught. Even in his wildest dreams, he would never think it to be possible. Clarence stood to his feet and sighed. The loss of the Dream Pavilion would be a heavy blow to the human race. It was the existence of the Dream Pavilion that made it impossible for powerhouses outside of their bubbles to impose their will onto the already weak human race. Those god race existences wouldn't even have to show their faces to genocide them down to the last man, woman, and child. Without the pavilion's protection, they wouldn't last even a few days. As for the idea of hunkering down and hoping to reclaim the Dream Pavilion in the future, how could it be possible? They had been holding on to this pavilion as the last bastion of a long-forgotten age of excellence. Claiming a pavilion was much more difficult than maintaining one. There were only 9999 pavilions in all of existence, and there were many eager to claim one. Once they lost this right, they could forget about claiming it again until they managed to forge a creation state expert. Light's just that thought was a great joke alone. They couldn't even form a life state expert. Where were they going to get such a god? Clarence, now standing, closed his eyes, then took another deep breath. He took a step onto the wide staircase, trying to make his way up. He nearly collapsed after just the first step. When he tried to take the second, he was blasted away like an iron ball out of a cannon. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes turning crimson. The ghosts tried to claw their way out of his face again, but he quickly suppressed them, taking another deep breath to calm him. Those bastards. They actually increased the difficulty. There were 9 steps, and in the past he had been able to make it to the 4th step quite comfortably. He knew it was foolish to even try to climb it again, but he was desperate and hoped his extra willpower would help. He didn't expect that he wouldn't even be able to take the 2nd step this time. There was no doubt they were trying to close off all potential paths. They really wanted the human race to be entirely wiped out. Odd action, Clarence grit his teeth so hard that a few of them actually cracked beneath the pressure. He barely managed to use this pain to awaken himself and stop the ghosts from trying to claw their way out again. He exhaled. There was only one chance remaining to them. I, Deputy Pavilion Head Clarence Regalis, hereby use my authority to activate the challenge sequence. At that moment, in a far-off place, a stone stele standing in the depths of what looked like a world of dreams trembled. There was a list of exactly 999 marked on its body, and a name in the 123rd position trembled. Vast Dream Pavilion. This name shone wildly until it reached a fever pitch. Then, it quickly plummeted. From 23rd, it fell at an astonishing speed, not stopping until it fell to the 9999th position. In a single instant of time, Clarence traded in millions of years' worth of merits without the slightest hesitation. The vast dream pavilion rumbled, and the other ninth-dimensional experts rushed toward Clarence's temple, but it was already too late. Chapter 20493, Bonus. A final FCKU bonus chappy, thanks to Mr. Ham A356 Clarence. The roar came from an old man with a beard that draped down to his waist. He didn't look far off from a wizened old wizard that had just stepped out of a fairy tale in all but the furious expression. Clarence looked back calmly, having already expected this sort of result. Action. The Dream Pavilion had a solid position amongst the human alliance despite their small numbers because it had by far the largest number of ninth-dimensional existences. In fact, they had almost 36 such experts, a number that could match up against almost the whole human alliance on their own. Due to that, though, despite the fact Clarence was, indeed, technically their head, and he also definitely had the authority to do what he had just done, he was also in a far worse off position because he had done so. Just now, Clarence activated what was probably the last hope of the vast Dream Pavilion, but in return, he had essentially given up all the glory it had once held. Their Dream Pavilion was currently ranked 23rd, or maybe by now it had already fallen to the bottom, but that previous rank had little to do with the current pavilion. In the past, they were ranked number 1 without a doubt. Their sheer number of Y-star orders alone was enough to suppress all the other pavilions, even if they combined their might. In fact, the Dream Pavilion system was created by the humans to begin with. Or, more accurately, the envoys of the god beasts of creation. Unsurprisingly, back then, their merits placed them in first place. Over the years, due to various matters and exchanging merits to help them endure through various situations, they fell to the 103rd position. In the most recent iteration, they were forced to exchange a large amount of merits for the sake of the seal that had protected them from the demons. Of course, that had been done by a fox, one of their former pavilion heads. Unfortunately, they had been constantly targeted by the other Dream Pavilions. Many generations ago, a tier system for rewards was introduced. The result of the change was that all treasures couldn't just be exchanged for a great number of merits. You had to likewise have the corresponding rank to use these treasures as well. Due to this, the huge mountain of merits the vast Dream Pavilion was sitting upon was rendered entirely useless. It was such a simple scheme, and yet it was one that left them helpless to fight back again. They couldn't even exchange for another seal of that caliber even if they wanted to. Not that it would matter. What were they going to seal now that 6 worlds had been fused into one? There was nowhere to hide. In the end, this was the only option they had available to them: the challenge sequence. The challenge sequence was something that could only be activated by sacrificing all of your merits. Regardless of the number you had, it would be put up almost like a betting arena. The challenge sequence would be triggered once one or many pavilions decided to match the merit quantity. Essentially, if one wanted to accept the challenge, they had to put up as many merits as the 123rd spot would get you. Once this number was matched, the various pavilions that had thrown their bids in would all be brought to an external world and they would fight for the right to the merits. Essentially, the higher the total of the merits, the higher tier of world would be opened up and the more chances there would be. It was obvious why Clarence had done this. In a year's time, all of their merits would be voided anyway as a new round of battle began for a new race or power to claim the Dream Pavilion, meaning in another year it would all be wasted regardless. The most important reason wasn't out of pettiness, though. Instead, it was to give himself and the others a chance. With the merits of 123rd, they should be able to open at least the 3rd tier of that place. That tier was the absolute perfect spot for anyone who had hopes of reaching the life state early. This was his last gamble. That world was known as the Dream Plane, the real Dream Plane. Not an ethereal place in the 2nd dimension your mind went to, but rather a real and tangible place created by the god beasts of creation long ago. Lightsville, the god beasts of creation, for reasons unknown to the world, placed a great deal of effort toward strengthening existence's comprehension of Dreamforce. In the past, Dreamforce had been even rarer than it is now, and it was only thanks to them and the real Dream Plane that things changed. If Clarence wanted a chance to enter the life state and stop the last bastion of hope for the humans from crumbling at the altar of the schemes of those bastards, this was the last chance that he had. He didn't believe they wouldn't take the bait. Those pavilions in the top 100 wouldn't care enough to take action, but there would definitely be pavilions in the top 1,000 pooling their resources together to match the vast pavilion. What better chance could they have than right now to rise up the rankings? This was their chance to make it big. At the same time, this was Clarence's pride. Even as the other ninth-dimensional experts clamored around him, his sneer was proud and his gaze didn't back down. All the while, his eyes never left that treasure just 9 steps above him. He would show them the pride of the human race. Even if he died, he would do so with a weapon in his hands and his bones broken, his lacerated flesh unable to help him stand any longer. This was the last fuck you he had in him. If he could kill 1 or 2 of those sanctimonious bastards, he would die with a smile on his face. Chapter 2494, Bonus Stars. Bonus Chappy, thanks to Mr. Ham E3666, Leonel looked up, frowning. He sensed quite a powerful wave of dream force just now, and it caught him off guard. His first assumption was that the Dream Pavilion was using a method beyond his understanding to look for him. After all, Malexi hadn't been the only one that showed up that day. There was another Dreamforce user as well, and he seemed to be very interested in him. However, just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. That wasn't normal, was the only thing Leonel could think. But he didn't have enough information to make a conclusion about it. He just felt an itch within him that was pointing toward that direction. He had said he should wait until he was in the fourth dimension to go to the Dream Pavilion, but should he wait that long? He wasn't sure anymore. Leonel turned back and realized that there were still people talking to him. He had actually gotten so distracted that he forgot to split his attention. But in his defense, he had thought an attempt had just been made on his life. He didn't have the presence of mind to spend on anything else at that point. It should all be ready now. I think it's right, Goggles finished. Lights of El Leonel looked up and scanned the empty city. Then he nodded. All right, good enough then, I guess. Goggles hesitated for a moment. Just speak your mind, Leonel smiled. I want to become as strong as you are. How can I do that? Leonel blinked. He didn't remember Goggles being so ambitious, but then again, back in the Valiant Heart Zone, they thought the pinnacle of power was King Alexandra. In this world, though, the peak was far beyond Goggles, that he couldn't even fathom it. Back then, Goggles had been in the fourth dimension like he was now, but King Alexandra was someone they all thought to be a quasi-fifth dimensional expert. Although it was a distance away, it was still manageable. Plus, Leonel had been in the third dimension back then. It would have been weird if Goggles asked how he could become as powerful as him while he was technically weaker than him. Leonel's smile became more meaningful. Don't you know how powerful your ability index is? I should probably be getting tips from you. Goggles seemed to be quite shy about receiving this sort of praise. I understand my ability index quite well. But, well, it's almost like circular logic. I need information to intuitively understand things, but to get information about it, I need my ability index, so it's relatively easier for me to get a deeper understanding of the things around me, but ironically, very difficult for me to understand myself. Leonel nodded after some thought. Unlike Ina, it wasn't as though Goggles could use his ability index like a form of clairvoyance. Indeed, it was no wonder then that Goggles' advancement had stalled for so long, especially since he didn't have a lineage factor to supplement his ability. I think the first thing you'll need is some understanding of Dreamforce. I think that just by virtue of your ability index, your natural Dreamforce affinity shouldn't be bad, as they're somewhat interrelated. Action. Once your Dreamforce comprehension reaches a certain level, I can let you see the force art that constitutes your ability index. I'll be honest with you, Goggles. In the past, even I couldn't look at your ability index's force art for long without getting a splitting headache. It's only recently that I had a breakthrough that allowed me to do so. So, you have a long way to go. Goggles' gaze flashed. I understand. In that case, what do I do? He had never had to teach someone else how to use Dreamforce before, but he recalled the day he swapped his Soul Force for Dreamforce. In that case, here, Leonel handed Goggles a familiar booklet. It was this very booklet that held the foundation of Dimensional Cleanse within it. This was the same booklet that Leonel had exchanged after completing his very first zone, the very one that he had first cracked open in the Joan Zone, and the technique his uncle had recommended for him. He had kept it with him all this time, mostly because there wasn't really a reason to get rid of it. Plus, it had some sentimental value. I guess the first place would be comprehending this technique. See what you can do and how many stars you can form. Try to form at least one star of Soul Force. If you can do that, I should probably be correct about your Dreamforce affinity. Leonel actually wasn't sure how others would fare when using this technique. However, what he did know was that he had yet to meet anyone who could form 9 stars, let alone 10 like he had. In fact, he didn't know a single person who had succeeded in forming even 3 of them. He wasn't sure if it was just that the talent of the incomplete world was so inferior, or if there was another reason. But regardless, Goggles would be a good yardstick so that he could measure his expectations for everyone else. Thank you, Goggles said, feeling a hint of excitement. Leonel smiled and let Goggles return to the segmented cube. Soon his smile faded, and he frowned as he looked up in the sky. He didn't know why, but he felt uncomfortable. Just what was that? Leonel hopped up to the top of a building teeming with pipes and then left through an emergency hatch. Now, the city was completely empty below and was the perfect rat trap. It seemed that he would just have to wait for their enemies to fall into it. Even so, his mind was still completely focused on the feeling from earlier. I have to go, but first he needed to deal with this situation. Chapter 2495. Awake as Leonel was lost in thought, a soft feeling suddenly slid onto his thighs before a delicate fragrance tickled his nose. A smile spread across his face. Not mad at me anymore? He wrapped an arm around Ina's waist, pulling her deeper into his lap. First rule of pleasing your girlfriend is not bringing up times when she was mad before. Ina pulled away, not letting Leonel feel her up too much in feigned defiance. Is that really the first rule? Could have sworn it was. She's always right. That too, Ina nodded confidently. There are multiple first rules? Refer back to rule number 1, please. Leonel laughed, pulling Ina back in closer and giving her a kiss. He didn't even know what he was worried about anymore. Whatever it was, he had thrown it far away. Unfortunately for him, when a peck became a makeout session, and a makeout session was about to progress into something more, Leonel found himself stonewalled again. Ina slapped his hand away from slithering up her shirt. Nope, not until you make good with my dad. Leonel coughed, looking down at his crotch. He was already at full mast. What did he do to deserve this hardship? How was he supposed to make good with that stubborn old goat? Was he supposed to be celibate for the rest of his life now? Ina giggled. How could she want to see her father and her future husband at loggerheads? But she had already promised Leonel not to interfere too much, so she could only stand on the sidelines right now. Hey, what do you think about your father remarrying? Leonel suddenly asked. Ina was caught off guard by the question, but she eventually answered seriously. No one should spend their lives alone. Leonel somewhat expected this answer. He had mostly asked it because he thought of Sidra again and found it amusing, but he didn't want to make a joke of it unless he knew Ina's stance on it first. Now he knew he was clear to make his jokes, but what he didn't know was how he felt about the answer. He forgot to consider how much that question was also relevant to him. Wasn't his mother in the same situation right now? But he felt a visceral disgust when he thought about his mother marrying another man. He could lie to himself and say that it was because he had confidence in one day resurrecting his father, and even now that remained his greatest goal, but he knew that wasn't the whole truth. At best, it was half of it. That said, there was a difference between himself and Ina, though. His father had only just died, and Ina's mother had died decades ago. Maybe if he was more removed from the situation, he would feel similar to Ina. He shook his head. It didn't matter. He would definitely bring his father back one day. Are you asking because of your mom? Ina asked in a soft voice. Leonel forced a smile. No, I actually asked because it seems that there's a lady who likes your dad a lot. Really? Ina blinked in surprise. Leonel laughed. If he saw your reaction right now? I didn't mean it like that, Ina denied immediately. Leonel only laughed harder, earning him another pinch. It's just that I asked him about that, and he said there was no one. He must have lied to me. Well, maybe he's not interested, Leonel shrugged. Ina shook her head. He's never interested in anything but food and fighting. Sounds like someone else. Leonel's voice trailed off, having received a glare for his efforts. He's probably not dense enough to completely miss it, so it's more likely that he's ignoring it. I definitely need to vet this lady. Who is it? Lightsavel Leonel chuckled, remembering Sidra's glare. Sidra. Ina blinked, and then her eyes seemed to glaze over in thought. She remembered this person quite well, but after a moment she frowned. What is it? Leonel asked. That woman spends a lot of time in. Ina's voice trailed off. She didn't want to make too many judgments about a person she didn't actually know, but it was hard to believe that a woman would spend so much time in those areas and not be involved somehow. Forget it, Ina shook her head. I probably shouldn't interfere in their matters too much. If she really does end up with my dad, we might end up like you and my dad now. Leonel grinned. Right. Forget the love affair of others. We should focus on our own. He tried to lean forward for a kiss, but Ina slipped away. Nice try. Leonel could only watch as Ina vanished into the distance. He sighed and leaned back. It had already been 3 days since he set up that trap in the underground city, but nothing had come of it. 3 days actually wasn't much, and it made sense that the Godlings would be cautious about trying something like that again. If they were too eager, they might end up suffering again. However, Leonel felt that it was something else. So, he took the risk and asked Anastasia to look into it, and it had only made him worry more. The Godlings had gone into a complete lockdown. They activated their formation and hunkered down, and they seemed to be working on something big. Unfortunately, it was impossible for Anastasia to breach the formation and take a look at what was going on inside, at least not without alerting them. Now, Leonel was in limbo. His enemies didn't look like they were going to fall into the trap, so he was just floating without aim. It seems like I should go to that collapsed ninth-dimensional mine then. The Godlings have already pulled back into their city, and the main dangers over there are demons who are just patrolling the area now. I still don't know where I'll get ninth-dimensional evolution ore, but at the very least we can cover this base. Leonel, Emery, Noah, and Jessica are awake. Chapter 2496. Sure? Leonel made his way to Noah, his thoughts still filled with many things. Ninth-dimensional Urbi ore was still manageable, but in this world there were literally no other ninth-dimensional ores. Urbi ore was a foundational ore, an ore that was ubiquitous in its usage, and it could be said that it was the most abundant in the world. And yet, the Godlings only had one of them. Their next best mine was an eighth-dimensional one that seemed to have fire elemental ores of some kind. Leonel didn't even look into it much. In the wider existence, according to Anastasia, people used reinforced Urbi ore as the currency of choice. Unfortunately for the Godlings, that meant that even with a ninth-dimensional Urbi ore mine, they still used seventh-dimensional reinforced Urbi ore as their baseline currency. They would be paupers if they went anywhere else. This was all to say that this was the mine of the greatest value the Godlings had, and yet it was the most common in wider existence. Just in general, ninth-dimensional evolution ore was impossibly rare. This was an ore capable of upgrading ninth-dimensional ores, which were already at the very pinnacle of existence. Lightsnivel, the more Leonel thought about it, the more he thought his dad just rolled out of bed and decided to mess with him. If things were already this wild now, what would it take to enter the fifth dimension? Beyond that, Leonel shook his head as he came to a cabin in the woods. He raised his hand to knock on the door, but Noah opened it first, a complicated look in his eyes. Leonel grinned. You look like you're doing much better. That's good. You saved me again. Action, eh? Leonel scratched his head. Honestly, you were only in so much danger to begin with because of me. Things wouldn't have gone left so quickly if I never appeared. I should have trusted you to have things in hand. Indeed, back then Leonel had only allowed himself to be captured because he was worried about Noah. If he had trusted Noah to protect himself, things wouldn't have gone so poorly. Noah blinked. You've changed. Why does everyone keep saying that? Noah blushed a bit, leaving Leonel not knowing how to react. This cousin of his sure embarrassed easily. Regardless, now we're here. We should stick together. I mean, unless you want to try and make your own way. I won't say no. Noah hesitated, then looked back toward Jessica, who was still within the cabin. I heard that you want to start an organization? I do. I'm finally tired of getting kicked out of them. Noah smiled. Okay, we will join. Does it have a name? Not yet, but I guarantee it will have cool uniforms. This time, it was Noah's turn to be speechless. Ameri was already practicing his sword. He didn't say anything even as Leonel walked up to him. He just continued swinging that wooden sword again and again and again. Unlike Leonel, he had been there. He went from a genius to losing at the hands of someone a dimension below him, to getting returned to his grandfather, only to be captured again alone with his fiancée, and as though all of that wasn't terrible enough, after Leonel vanished, he had to watch his people die one after another. His parents were gone, his grandfather was gone, his cousins, his siblings, his family was gone, and it was all because this sword in his hand wasn't strong enough. Golden streams of sword force pulsed again and again. Ameri hadn't been able to protect his mind from manipulation like Noah had. Due to that, he had been trapped in his own head the whole time, forced to watch as everything happened around him. He thought he would never be able to break out at all, until it was somehow the man who enslaved his family to begin with was the one to save him. Leonel didn't say anything either. He stood there with his arms crossed, watching Ameri swinging his sword again and again. The man didn't seem like he was going to tire anytime soon, but Leonel's patience also seemed to be endless. Are you going to give me a chance to kill them? Ameri suddenly said. Does them include me? Leonel replied with a smirk. It might, Ameri replied evenly. Then probably not. I'm not a fan of losing, and I don't have a habit of losing to people I've already defeated. It doesn't look like you'd stand much of a chance, right? Want to give it a try? Ameri's wooden sword flashed, and its tip stopped just an inch in front of Leonel's nose. Leonel himself didn't even flinch, his arms remaining crossed. With a flicker, the sword vanished again, and Ameri started to diligently swing it again. Good talk, Leonel laughed, turning to disappear into the distance. Neither felt that it was necessary to say much more than that. Leonel stepped out into the world again, taking a deep breath. The segmented cube unfolded and entered its shuttle form. He stepped into it and shot off into the distance. It wouldn't take him more than a few minutes to reach his destination. His mind was still consumed by thoughts of how he'd get his hands on that much evolution ore, but soon that was swept away by that flash of dream force in the distance. It was taking everything he had to not go in that direction instead. He wasn't ready to go, plus it also didn't help that doing so would mean entering the territory of the four great families. There was probably a reason his grandfather said they were not to be trusted, even though he would naturally already know that. I need to go. This feeling isn't here for no reason. When Leonel got close to the region of the ninth-dimensional Urbe ore mine, he stepped out of the shuttle. Although he could definitely outspeed any demons in the area, it wasn't like he could do the same while he was digging into the ground. He had no choice but to approach more stealthily. Are you sure? The moon demon asked. Sure? No. But with the godlings turtling up, this is our best shot at catching another fish. The sun demon smiled, looking toward the ruins of a crumbled mine. Chapter 2497. Someone? Mun? Leonel's eyes narrowed. He could feel some uncomfortable pressures forming around him. Being a dream sovereign allowed him more than just access to the dream plane before entering the like state. Or, maybe more accurately than that, the dream plane had much more to offer than what it seemed. Usually, with internal sight, one could only sense what was within their range. However, when one transcended beyond this and began to use the dream plane as their main mode of sensory information, it was possible to begin to get a feel for what was outside of your range. This wasn't to say that Leonel could see things clearly outside of said range, but he could feel various things like intent, will, and powerful presences. The more intention such existences had toward him, the easier it was to feel. The power of dream force, especially at these high levels, wasn't to be underestimated. It was for this reason that Leonel's father and grandfather had to be so cautious with how much they told him. The only drawback was that these feelings were incredibly subtle and easy to ignore if Leonel wasn't paying careful attention. This was especially so since he didn't have the luxury of having someone else to guide him and could only make his path forward on his own. However, at this moment, he was in an incredibly focused state. He knew that he was walking into danger, so how could he not be on high alert? He frowned, looking around, but he didn't sense anything, and he was even more hesitant to allow Anastasia to check things out for him. Who knew who was lingering in the shadows? The fact the feeling was so subtle meant that whoever it was likely hadn't quite sensed him yet. Action. How far am I from the mine? Maybe 3 or so kilometers? Leonel thought to himself, his mind churning. He looked toward the ground, hesitating. Little Tolly. Leonel spoke as he pressed his Tolliver-coated hand to the ground. He was a bit reluctant to do this as he didn't know how well Tolliver would fare, but this was the best idea he could think of. At least for now, he wasn't willing to charge in a different way. The fact I sense this person, though, should mean that they aren't a Dreamforce expert. Once I'm down below, I can take the chance since they won't be able to get to me easily even if I am wrong. Tolliver devoured through the earth as though it was clay, processing it and turning it into a substance that Leonel could easily manipulate with his earth force. This was honestly the reason why Leonel put so little effort into his earth force. Aside from meeting his father's requirements of raising it to the impetus state, he very rarely used it. Other forces were just far more forgiving. However, the strong suit of Earth Force was that it was everywhere for the most part, and yet even with its impetus state version, it was so hard to move Earth normally, Leechnivel. The ground was too sturdy and too robust to casually use in battle. And if it could be easily manipulated, then it would be too weak to use in battle. For now, the best use of Earth Force for Leonel seemed to be using it in conjunction with Domain to suppress other Earth Force users or using it to maximize his metal body. Earth Force can't really be so weak. These were casual thoughts Leonel had as he disappeared deeper and deeper into the ground, using his Earth Force to fill in the hole with the softer, refined rocks Tolliver spit out. When he was about 50 meters below ground, he began making his way toward the mine. Anastasia, check the surroundings for me. I felt something weird. Images flashed in Leonel's mind. He breathed out a sigh of relief every time they passed through a demon who didn't react to Anastasia's scan. Unfortunately, it didn't last long. Shit, Leonel cursed. A lust demon looked up, her large violet eyes blinking. She had sensed something weird just now. Lust demons weren't known for their bodily strength like many other demons, or their elemental affinities like the cobra demons. They were experts in the senses, in illusions, and in control. They might not be Dreamforce masters, but all of them were Soul Force masters, and they had powerful methods of protecting their minds and boosting their senses as well. Elisa, a bull demon with a raging hard-on, noticed the lust demon's weird reaction immediately. He was tired of being teased by this woman and was ready to pounce, but she had actually pulled back just now. In truth, he expected this sort of thing. Lust demons, especially their women, were very conniving and loved being teases, but they rarely casually bedded anyone. And even when you did manage to con your way into their bed, it was more likely that you were the one to have been conned instead. Of course, this wasn't to say that these women were prudes or protective of their chastity. This was far from the case. It was rather that if they were going to drain someone, it would be of their chastity. It was said that they could only grow powerful by taking down men with strong wills. The men who were so easily swayed by their bouncing breasts and swaying hips were exactly the kind they disdained the most. How would they grow stronger if they only drained these average men? Elisa ignored the bull demon, the palm she had pressed to his chest suddenly gaining a great amount of strength. No matter how hard the bull demon tried to close the distance, he couldn't take even a single step. Someone is here. Elisa flipped a fair, violet palm and pulled out a communication treasure. Young Master, the Dreamforce expert is here, but I couldn't pinpoint his location. Chapter 2498. Digging Leonel shook his head. He knew that this would happen, but this was unexpected. According to Anastasia, only those with life-state Dreamforce should be able to sense her, but her comprehension of forces were only limited to their uses in raw form. This was why Leonel had always been so cautious with how he used her, especially since he noticed how limited her mental faculties were. She was probably correct, but the problem was that there were techniques like Domain, Universe, and Finality out there. The goblins weren't the only ones to have such broken techniques, and techniques didn't necessarily need to be so powerful to give forces such unexpected effects either. Of course, this wasn't to say that these techniques gave his enemies the power of a life-state technique. If that was possible, the humans wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Leitsnivel rather, it was that techniques allowed a shortcut for weaker forces to display abilities usually only allowed by more powerful forces. This Elisa character definitely didn't have Dreamforce anywhere near the life state. In fact, she only had half-step impetus state Soul Force from what Leonel could tell. And yet, this was the situation. The human alliance is actually so pathetic. A 7th-dimensional demon is doing something their 9th-dimensional powerhouses couldn't. There was good news, though. Her weak force showed. At the very least, she couldn't track the source of the senses that just washed over her. The question was whether Leonel could allow Anastasia to go all out and get him a full lay of the land, or if he should pull back. Go all out, Leonel said. Soon, the images in Leonel's mind continued to flicker by faster and faster. Of the lust demons, only Elisa sensed him. Of the bull demons, none did. Of the cobra demons, there were actually 2. However, the cobra demons didn't seem to sense him due to a powerful force. Instead, their tongues slithered in and out of their mouths as though tasting the air. Then, they suddenly stood straighter, their slit eyes becoming wary. Leonel took note of this and slotted it in the back of his mind. And finally, he saw them. A man with bronze skin, not a normal tan color, but it truly looked as though he had been cast by the metal. By his side, there was a woman with similar cast silver skin, sun and moon demons. Leonel recognized them immediately, and his expression became serious as both of them turned their heads toward his general location. Leonel pulled back after getting the information he needed. For whatever reason, the demons had only sent their juniors forward. Even the strongest of them was only at the quasi-8th dimension. Leonel didn't believe it was because they were weak, but there had to be a different reason entirely. Remembering the flash of dream force he sensed earlier, he wondered if these matters were related. His heart skipped several beats as his agitation grew. He really wanted to know what that pulse of dream force was all about to make even the demons react like this. Leonel shot forward even faster, reaching the outer regions of the mine. But at that moment, he began to sense that little Tali was struggling, and they had no choice but to slow down. Urbi ore was known for its toughness, and this would only be doubly so for 9th-dimensional Urbi ore. This made the ground around them particularly hard as well just by virtue of its influence, which was why it became even harder for Leonel to use his earth force properly. Kelgus appeared in the last region. He sensed Leonel in a flash, the red orbs that were his eyes rolling back and forth with great speed. But he actually didn't see or sense anything. It was clear that Kelgus had yet to realize that Leonel had been underground. In fact, even though he and Adru had sensed the general region, it was only to a resolution of about 100 meters in diameter. They were only certain that Leonel had been here, at some point within 100 meters. Kelgus's eyes narrowed, and then he suddenly looked at the ground. But he immediately shook his head. Action, that would be impossible. The ground here was far too hard. Even if he knew Leonel was 50 meters below ground, it would take him several minutes of effort to get down there. By then, Leonel would have already moved. The only way was to find the trail of soft earth Leonel had left behind, but that was already easier said than done considering how perfectly Leonel had hidden himself. Kelgis fell into his thoughts, and every one of the other demons didn't dare to breathe too loudly. No, it can only be the ground. Kelgis's eyes flashed, and a searing heat rose, and then he peered directly toward the ground below. His senses passed right through the earth, digging deeper and deeper. Everyone knew that sweeping your senses through the ground was much harder than through the air. Earth force was finicky for more existences than just Earth force users. However, that didn't mean it was impossible. At first, Kelgis saw nothing until he froze. There was a path of earth his senses swept through much more easily than the rest of it, as though it was loosely packed dirt instead of solid ground. His aura flared. He knew it. Leonel was actually underground. With a flash, he began to move, picking a direction and rushing toward it. He didn't find Leonel, but he found the next best thing, an entrance. Larkin. Yes, a familiar bull demon rushed forward. Start digging. Larkin was taken off guard, but he didn't hesitate. How could he dare to ignore the orders of a sun demon? He punched at the ground, but to his surprise, it actually split apart with great ease. Usually, the earth was incredibly hard, especially here where the high-level Urbi ore had a great influence. Throwing that to the back of his mind, he continued to tunnel downward. In a single breath, he had already entered the earth by more than 20 meters and was more than halfway down. Chapter 2499, Deviation. The group of demons rushed into the earth, moving so quickly through the paths that Leonel had left behind that they were already seconds from catching up with him. However, when they got to the end of the path, they found nothing. Leonel seemed to have vanished into thin air. Kelgis frowned. He was certain that someone had just followed this path, but the problem was that Leonel seemed to have vanished into thin air. There wasn't anywhere else that he could have possibly gone. There were no other patches of soft earth. Was it a diversion? No, that didn't make sense. If he had the time to set aside and make a tunnel to distract them, why would it have just a single path? At the very least, he should give it some branching pathways so they would be distracted for longer than a few seconds, or make it so that they would split up and be easier to pick off. However, none of that was happening here, and it was more confusing than anything. If Leonel could suddenly vanish into the earth, then why had he made this tunnel to begin with? Kelgis's eyebrows flared with dancing flames. He didn't like this feeling at all. No one could lead him by the nose. Leonel sat in a small crevice. Little Blackstar lay on his lap, panting for breath. He could only shake his head. What a close call. But it seemed that Little Blackstar had given everything he had just to get them to this point. In the final moment, when Leonel was struggling to make it through, he asked Anastasia to scan the rubble to see if there were any nearby pockets of air. Luckily there were, and he relied on Little Blackstar to get to them. Unfortunately, they had almost died when Blackstar hit his limit. Some things were simply easier to phase through than others, especially when it was such a dense mine of 9th-dimensional Urbi ore that was in question. Leonel couldn't help but chuckle to himself. He used to be able to face off against hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of opponents at once before, but now less than a dozen had forced him into this situation. Of course, this wasn't just because he had regressed to the 3rd dimension. In fact, the current Leonel was already stronger than he had been back in the dimensional verse. It was just that these opponents were simply far too powerful. If there had just been one demon, he could have just directly fought against them or had Little Blackstar get a few reps in himself. But this number was not only too great, but Sun and Moon demons, the pressure he got from them was far greater than any of the others. That wasn't to say that the others were weak because he had to take them seriously as well. It was instead that the Sun and Moon demons were actually so powerful. Although Leonel knew that it was an illusion, they almost gave him the same level of pressure as Vivok or the other ninth-dimensional existence. It seemed that Eamon was correct. The sun and moon demons really are middle-class demons, likely uncommon. The bull, lust, and cobra demons should be higher demons, a step below uncommon demons. But the chasm between being a low-class demons like the former and a middle-class demons like the sun and moon demons should be huge. Leonel could guess by this one encounter that it had to be true. It was beyond force manipulation. It had to be remembered that one of the reasons the human alliance hid the existence of force manipulation from the general human population was because it was the great equalizer. Meaning, one could use force comprehension to make up for a gap in talent wherever there was one. But that didn't mean that force manipulation exceeded raw talent alone. Sean Ray had spoken down to Leonel, saying something about how he didn't have the right to speak with her because he hadn't even comprehended even one impetus state force. But that didn't mean she had entered the like state. In fact, he was fairly certain that El Ryan hadn't either. Sean Ray and El Ryan weren't just juniors of their race, they were children. El Ryan was just 14 years old, and Sean Ray was probably similar. What distinguished them from everyone else was their raw talent. El Ryan had been born with a body so powerful he not only looked like an adult, but even Leonel's improved starships had only left him with a few scratches. This was all to say that force manipulation was just one standard by which to measure a person. Their intrinsic gifts, what they were born with, the blood running through their veins, was another huge aspect. Lights of El, even if Leonel had the same level or even force manipulation surpassing El Ryan right this moment, he still didn't stand a chance against the man. This was the difference. And now he was keenly feeling that wait, right this moment, Kelgis and Adru were on another level. However, Leonel didn't feel helpless. His caution should never be mistaken for cowardice. Ultimately, he knew that the fact his body was still in the third dimension was actually weakening his current greatest strength, his force manipulation. His body had become its own sort of bottleneck, odd action, annoying, but manageable. Hey, what do you think the best path for my metal body is? Leonel had been focused on moving through the dimensions so much, he had forgotten that retreating back to this stage was an opportunity to lay out his entire foundation again. This interaction had reminded him that your dimension might have some importance, but it was only one pillar of many. Since his father had a plan for his dimensions, would he not have a plan for this as well? But Leonel was surprised when he got his answer. You've deviated from the original plan. The only information I can give you is to absorb mind sources rather than just ores. Chapter 2500 Cheat Code. Leonel felt the response echo in his mind again and again. He had deviated? That wasn't in regard to not following his father's previous plan, so it must refer to the mutation in his lineage factor? But hadn't his father known about the constellation? So how could he not know about this? Leonel's brows shot up as he remembered something. Wasn't the Midas family's portion of the lineage about swallowing flames? Is that what his father meant? According to what he knew, the Midas family could swallow flames to heal themselves and restore their vitality, something that was perfectly analogous to the Morales family's abilities, albeit somewhat muted. Was he supposed to swallow flames to make it part of his metal body? Or would it be a metal fire body at that point? In truth, Leonel never really thought about that ability of the Midas. He just threw all three portions of the lineage factor into the same box and summarized them as increasing his vitality. But was that true? The radix could give life to inorganic material. The Flora could give character to organic material, even incorporating it into their bodies and making them part of their strength, almost like vitality sharing. And the Midas could absorb flames to add to their vitality. They were all vaguely related to vitality in some way, with some subtle differences between them. But the reason Leonel could realize that these abilities were closely related to the former metal synergy lineage factor was precisely the same reason that they all blended together in his mind. Action. Another person might not have seen that they were connected at all, but because Leonel had, it had actually been holding him back until now. Or was it? Light CVL Bell F. It was all a bit confusing because in the past they had indeed been separate lineage factors. But weren't they all one now? And the worst part was that this same lineage factor, before he could get a feel for what it was, had also fused with the corrupted spear domain lineage factor. It was no wonder then that Leonel was flying a bit blind. In fact, this wasn't even the intention of the demoness in the first place. The lineage factor she wanted to create was one that fused the Morales, Radix, Midas, and Flora lineage factors, but the spear domain lineage factor was never part of that original deal. In fact, compared to a lineage factor personally constructed by the demoness, what was one created by the Godlin family worth? Well, aside from the fact the latter used a technique as powerful as domain as the foundation, Leonel shifted his focus and felt that he could be putting more effort into understanding this unnamed lineage factor of his. The question was how he should do this. He sighed. He had gotten used to having his father's guidance every step of the way, but without it, he felt like he was aimless again. He had made more progress in the last few weeks than he maybe had ever before, and that was because he knew exactly what to do and when to do it. But this, the silver tablet, Leonel concluded. Hey, Tolliver, you think this mine could help you enter the seventh dimension? Bloop blip. The sound was a little different, and Leonel laughed as he wondered if Tolliver would soon create his own language. Unfortunately, the response was uncertain. It seemed that even with a whole ninth-dimensional mind at its disposal, Tolliver was unsure about whether it would be enough to rise to the seventh dimension. All right, focus on eating for now and see how much progress you can make. Bloop bloop, Leonel blinked. An image entered his mind, and when he saw it, he laughed. Tolliver wanted the core of the evolution ore mine. It seemed that he would be confident in at least entering the half-step of the seventh dimension if he could have it. Unfortunately, Leonel hesitated. His father's AI had just told him that these core essences were important to him. But then again, was it even possible for him to absorb a seventh dimension mind core? He was getting ahead of himself. Just because his progression method required all these excessive resources didn't mean his body did as well. He was still in the third dimension. Wasn't he insane if he thought about absorbing something so far above him? The reason his father's progression method required so many resources was that he was literally creating a world within himself. That was completely different from forming his metal body again. His quantity might be different from others, but the quality should be far more manageable. Leonel used his father's AI to double-check his hypothesis, and it seemed that he was correct. He should be looking for fourth-dimensional minds right now. The seventh and the ninth dimension were far beyond him. For once, Leonel sighed a breath of relief. After some thought, he finally relaxed and just allowed Tolliver to devour to his heart's content. When the little guy was ready, he'd give him the evolution ore mind core. Although it was a bit unfortunate because this meant that Anastasia wouldn't be able to mass-produce 7th dimension evolution ore, it was obvious that little Tolly was the more important investment. Leonel settled down and sent his mind into the silver tablet. He wasn't worried about being found in this location. Even if he was, if they attempted to dig their way in, he'd be alerted long before. If Tolly managed to take that final step, they might even be able to dig their way out of here easily as well. Soon, Leonel stood before his unnamed lineage factor's force art. In the past, it had truly hurt him just to stare at it. It was on a level beyond even Goggle's ability index. Now, though it wasn't easy, he could at least begin to analyze it. He had almost forgotten that he had a cheat code. If he wanted to understand his lineage factor, he just had to use it.